legal representative, Siyabonga Mbandlwa, was speaking at an anti-illegal foreign national march in Pinetown, west of Durban, yesterday.
We are going to march this entire country every day up until illegal immigration ends in this country. This is just one day, one march, one protest, one action, but another day is coming, and it's not going to end up until we win.
And finally, the head of the World Health Organization says the risk of the current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo is high at regional level, but still of low concern globally. Tedros Ghebreyesus told a media briefing that the outbreak was believed to have killed 139 people. Orali Bugamba, a lecturer from the city of Bunia, told the BBC people ignored the deaths at first.
The number of deaths, I think, has not yet diminished. We all believe it will get worse before getting any better. Before the sickness was discovered, so it was treated as ordinary death. Until people noticed there were just too many deaths, then they noticed there was something else going on.
Recapping the top story, Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says he has noted the challenges and disputes the city has with Eskom after the power utility issued a statement flagging the city's mounting debt. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. We'll look at the South African under-20 rugby team, and we've got the news that there will be sweeping changes to the team, as well as some soccer action at the under-17 tournament. Amajimbos have exited and do not qualify for the under-17 FIFA World Cup. We'll have details at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Two sets of roadworks on Joburg's N3 going south. Hopefully, these will be removed shortly. They're overnight roadworks, which are still in place. N3 south at Linksfield. So delays as you come into that section, passing Edenvale. And then another set of roadworks just south of Galuli's interchange. Same area as they were yesterday. Bit of pressure there on the N3 towards Van Buren, and the N12 and R24 routes approaching the N3 off-ramp slowing down as well. Keep an eye on all that. The N1 through Dipcliffe interchange has a breakdown this morning just before the interchange, so that busy run from Devland and Eldorado Park is starting to just queue as well. Looks okay. Pietermaritzburg to Durban had a little bit of a hold up at Key Ridge earlier, but that's out of the way. If you're on the commute into Durban, it's looking fine. And Cape Town building traffic along the N2 corridor with a crash at Jan Smuts Drive. That's pushing a queue back towards the airport area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Good morning. Welcome to the show. I'm John Kerricker in for Kathy today. It's the National Brief, and it's a fascinating show we got today. We are hoping to hear from the Mayor of Johannesburg. We've been trying to speak to him on a number of issues over the last few weeks, and he's scheduled just after 7 o'clock today. So once we've gone through the news and traffic and sports, we will hopefully speak to Dada Morero today, the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg. He had his State of the City address yesterday, but there are a number of issues that we can talk to him about. We'll focus on that, and then we'll get into the budget, and we'll get into the topic we were talking about yesterday, and that's the demolition of buildings in the city as well. So that's coming up just after 7 o'clock today. We're also going to speak to the ANC. They are hunting for mayoral candidates. Seems a little bit late, but they are focusing on that now. They're looking for mayoral candidates to represent it in the 8 metros, and they've gone about this slightly differently. And staying with politics after 7, we're going to speak to the Africa Mayabuye movement. They're gearing up for local government elections. Floyd Chivambu will join us today just after 7. So it's a busy hour then. In the first half hour, our international news today, there's a couple of big stories to focus on. Some supertankers have gone through the Straits of Hormuz, 3 of them with 6 million barrels of oil. They're off to Asia. We'll find out what that means. The Honduran former president speaks on a presidential pardon by President Donald Trump. And the Indian president or prime minister is in Norway, avoiding the press in the light of press freedom. Which is an interesting conversation. We'll have that with Professor Antony van Nieuwkerk in a moment. So that's the first half hour today. After 6:30, consumer inflation is up to 4%. We're probably going to have rates increase, which is a worry. Already feeling the pinch. You're going to feel it just a little bit more, and we'll get an update on that from an economist. And the Department of Higher Education has skipped the Parliament committee meeting on NSFAS. The EFF has accused Parliament of undermining accountability after the cancellation of a scheduled higher education portfolio committee meeting. So hopefully today we'll talk to the Economic Freedom Fighters Member of Parliament, Sihle Lonzi, and find out what is happening in Parliament. So it's a busy program, a little bit political heavy today. Towards the end of the program we will change angles and we'll start focusing on other things that are happening across the continent. And I look forward to my conversation later. Municipal Watch today. We speak to Parliament about their role in sorting out municipalities. We know the issues the municipalities have in this country. We'll challenge them. As always, you've heard the guests. You've heard some of the people we're talking to today, some high prominent people across the country. Send your questions in, send your messages, send your questions and queries. 086 000 2032 is the phone number. The WhatsApp number, as always, is open. We do read every single one of them. 0614 104 107. Welcome to the show. John in for Kathy. It's the National Brief.
In case you missed it.
Should we look at these as some sort of light at the end of the tunnel?
What is happening currently in the SAPS compared to the ocean? So I think the SAPS is in that position as well, that it's cleansing itself. All that is unbecoming of good police officers is being thrown out of the SAPS. I think it's a good thing.
Crime and policing expert Dr. Mxolisi Matebula.
That was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane.
Let's have a look at your newspapers this morning. Good morning to you if you just joined us. Let's start with the Business Day today. Their headline story is inflation. Rate hike odds rise. The Reserve Bank is increasingly likely to raise interest rates next week after the April inflation accelerated. We're going to focus on that later on in the show. Their photograph on the main page is President Vladimir Putin of Russia. And in China, Chinese guard looking spectacular in white uniform and gold ribbons. In the Citizen today, all smiles as Josie suffers, with a big picture of the Johannesburg mayor. Also a headline top right-hand corner, Trump wants more burkies. And there's Mikel Arteta's moment to savor on their front page. They've also got smorgasbord in Makandla as their headline. So that's the Citizen newspaper today. The Star also focusing on the informal settlements. Joburg's headache of rising informal settlements today. Their main picture is of the Mayor Dana Moreira as well. And the city facing aging infrastructure, water woes, financial and electricity challenges. And the whole story on what the mayor's facing in the city of Johannesburg. The Herald down in the Eastern Cape, baby tragedies inside Doreen Giza's devastating record. It's a fascinating article about how many young kids, young babies are dying in the hospitals. Under immense pressure and facing a range of challenges, Doreen Giza's hospital has tragically recorded the highest number of prenatal deaths of any health institution in the Eastern Cape for the third year in a row. You want to read more about that, it's all in the Herald. They also have an article of pig disease outbreak raises concerns. The rotting carcasses of pigs are piling up in the Grogro informal settlement in Sherwood area in Gqeberha. It's been hit by an outbreak of African swine fever. Staying in the Eastern Cape, in fact, we'll get to the Daily Express in a moment. The Cape Times also focusing on rates. There we go. Daily Dispatch, cable theft takes heavy toll on Buffalo City. Residents across several Buffalo City neighborhoods are reaching breaking point after weeks of cable theft-related outages have left homes, schools, businesses, and feeding schemes without electricity. And their picture is Thabo the Space Dude, an interactive play based on Lorianne Preston's award-winning book. When 11-year-old Thabo learns his family is moving to Mars, he hatches a plan to sneak his best friends onto the spaceship. Photograph from the theatre there. It's called Star Child. And down in the Cape, the Cape Times this morning, levy up, fares up, rates next. While diesel users catch a break, petrol motorists are heading into record territory as Treasury begins unwinding its fuel levy relief, and the plan does not stop there. West South African Reserve Bank eyeing a rate hike amid fuel shock, and their picture, beautiful picture of Muniz of Cape Town Ballet performing Pluto in Orpheus in the Underworld, opening on June the 13th. A beautiful photograph of a ballet dancer with a blue sea in the background. Also, video shows detained flotilla activists bound, forced to kneel. It's all in the Cape Times. That's a quick look at your newspapers this morning.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
You are listening to John Gericke on SAfm.
And let me tell you your weather this morning. First of all, there are no dangers. There are no impact-based warnings, and there's no fire danger warnings either. Great news. Let's go to the weather. Pretoria, cloudy today, 7 to 20. Johannesburg, cloudy, 4 to 19. Vereeniging, cloudy, 5 to 18. Mbombela, cloudy, 10 to 21. Polokwane, cloudy, 6 to 20. Mahikeng is partly cloudy, 9 to 21. Vryburg, partly cloudy, isolated showers and thunder showers, 7 to 22. Bloemfontein, partly cloudy, 6:21. Kimberley, partly cloudy and windy, isolated showers and thunder showers, 10 to 22. Uppington, partly cloudy and windy, scattered showers and thunder showers, 14:26. Cape Town has morning fog, otherwise it's cloudy, a moderate to fresh northerly to northwesterly wind, 16 to just 19. George, partly cloudy, isolated showers and thunder showers this afternoon. The wind is a moderate to fresh easterly to northeaster. It'll become fresh southwesterly from the afternoon, 15 to 23. Gqeberha is partly cloudy, isolated showers and thunder showers this afternoon, a light to moderate northeasterly wind, 17 to 22. East London's fine at first, otherwise partly cloudy, a moderate to fresh northeasterly wind, 17 to 25. Durban, partly cloudy, a light southwester. It'll become a moderate easterly to northeasterly towards midday, 17 to 25. Richards Bay, cloudy, some morning light rain. It'll become partly cloudy, a light southwesterly wind becoming a moderate easterly to northeasterly, 15 to 26. And Pietermaritzburg, today's cloudy, some morning fog about, becoming partly cloudy towards afternoon from 9 to a high of 23.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
From our tennis correspondent, Bruce Davidson. Bruce, delighted to chat to you again. What do you know about the this player, Pellegrino, that Lloyd has to play against? And just give us some insight into what's going on with Lloyd, if he feels confident that he can make the main draw.
Yeah, well, I spoke to Lloyd this afternoon, and he was very, very happy with that 6-3 win. Hugo Grenier of France. It's always one playing a Frenchman in France. And I just felt that he was very confident, seeded 31 in the draw, and has to win 2 more rounds to qualify. But he told me he's got a very tough match against Andrea Pellegrino, who's the world number 125.
Top Sport on SAfm. The Global Briefing on SAfm.
18 minutes past 6. John in for Kathy. Good morning to you. Let's see what's happening around the world. Plenty to talk about. There's the Strait of Hormuz. 3 super tankers have made their way to Asia. Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez spoke out about receiving a pardon from U.S. President Donald Trump. We'll try and understand what that means. And then Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is facing fresh scrutiny after avoiding questions from journalists during his visit to Norway. We're going to find out why with Professor Anthony van Nieuwkerk, Professor Anthony van Nieuwkerk, Professor at the University of South Africa. Prof, thank you very much for joining us. Super tankers, is this a successful transiting of the strait, or is it just a calculated transit permitted by Tehran?
Yeah, good morning, John. The news about the Strait of Hormuz is not good, unfortunately. There's a standoff between the Americans and the Iranians. The Iranians say that they control the movement of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. They permit some movement. They say they've allowed about 36 vessels to move through. And we know that the friends of Iran gets a pass, but not the Americans. So there's a real, and by the way, in an indication of the level of the problem in that part of the Middle East or West Asia is the price of Brent crude. It hovers around 100 still. And that's an indication of the inability of peacemaking or getting to a deal. So there's a standoff where Donald Trump continues to threaten Iran. It's a bit of a refrain now. I give you 48 hours. I'll give you 2 days. I'll give you 1 day before I annihilate you. We have to make a deal. No nuclear weapons. The Iranians say that they're prepared to make a deal. It's quite interesting, John. But they have their own conditions, lifting of sanctions, no nuclear negotiations for a period of time. And it seems to me that there is enriched uranium, which makes a lot of people worried. That might be shipped out to a third party for safekeeping, probably Russia or some other, Iran-aligned country. But in the meantime, the oil vessels are stuck. The price remains high, and we face a deepening economic crisis.
Let's talk about Juan Orlando Hernandez. And I need you to try and explain this to me. How does Donald Trump pardon a former head of state?
Well, let me start by saying Donald Trump is the only president that I know in the history of international relations that simply moves into a country, abducts the president, or makes war on another country and kills the president on day one. It might be that in the Middle Ages this was kind of, a typical behavior, but in modern diplomacy this has really not happened that I can recall. So apart from the Trump administration taking out their enemies, their perceived enemies, or abducting them, he also thinks that he can pardons those that he believes were wronged. And it's not the first time. He pardoned many, many people who participated in that January 6th uprising in the capital city after the previous elections. Let them free. Some were jailed and he let them free. So in this case, it's a bit of a very strange story because Colombia, a narco state, heads of state, mafia-like behavior, families, mafia-like families actually caught red-handed smuggling cocaine into America. They get caught. There's a trial, thrown in jail, and Donald Trump pardons the man because he believes he's ideologically on his side, sort of a right-winger, and that he was thrown in jail because of a conspiracy by left-wing politicians in Latin America and in America itself, the previous Biden administration. So he lets the man loose, but at the same time abducts Maduro, who sits in jail in New York waiting for his own trial. So it's hard to believe, but ideologically, this is what the Trump administration does.
There's the Honduran presidential election. So is this election interference as well?
There is some election interference, but the situation is so unstable that it's hard to predict what will happen next.
Let's talk about PM Modi. There's this exchange between journalists and he's avoiding questions, especially when it comes to the media. What's your take on this?
John, I had the opportunity to watch the video clip of where he appeared at a press conference in Norway. And a very brave Norwegian journalist, a sort of mature person, asked him, as he turned away to leave the stage, why don't you answer some real questions from some real journalists? And it is possible that he didn't hear the question. It is possible. Or he pretended not to hear and walk away. But that little incident, which is actually not really a sort of a non-event, now cast the light on what is happening in India, the world's biggest democracy, with a very good constitution guaranteeing press freedom, rights of minorities, and so on, where the reality is that there are severe, by all human rights NGO accounts, there are limits on press freedom, harassment of journalists, taking away of freedoms, closing down of internet sites. And then, of course, John, we know that minorities, Muslim minorities, struggle in India. It's a Hindu majority country, and they suffer severe exploitation and discrimination. And I think that the light is now on Narendra Modi and his administration to ask, what is it that you actually do to implement your very good-looking constitution that guarantees rights, which in practice we know is not really happening.
Is this just, I don't know, naughty players taking advantage of this non-event that you call it?
Yeah, well, on one level it is, and I think it's a bit of a non-event, really. Right. But on another level, we know that, we want India as the world's biggest democracy with 1.4 billion people. We want a stable and a prosperous India. If that goes wrong and falls into the hands of authoritarianism or repression, if that goes wrong, then I think that whole region will be in trouble. So we want the Indian administration and the Indian civil society to make sure that the good side of their constitution gets implemented.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much. That's Professor Anthony van Nieuwkerk, Professor of International and Diplomacy Studies at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs at UNISA.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Going to take calls and voice notes already. It's a busy morning. 086 000 2032 is the phone number. 086 000 2032. And you can also send WhatsApps on 0614 104 107. A long message from Soviet in Buffalo City says, I live in Buffalo City Municipality, and yes, cable theft is out of control, particularly in my neighborhood in Dimbaza, an industrial zone from the old Sky days. This has led to the closure and looting of all but a few factories for cable and other sellable material. We're drowning in unemployment and crime, and these tick-addicted boys are at it almost impossible to attract investors so we can work again. I wish we can get assistance in Dimbi. Says there's a lot of industrial capacity for investments and employment, but this cable theft has made it impossible. We can imagine regular power outages for days on end, food wastages, and in this freezing weather we sorely suffer the same fate. We need assistance, says Soviet. And somebody else, Physics in Soweto, saying foreign nationals must fight for their countries. 086 000 2032. Let's go to, is it Neye in Bloemfontein? Go ahead. Neje, go ahead.
Good. All right. Good morning, John.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good. John, I will be appreciate if you can ask Ntaulen Elecela this question on my behalf.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on at Hellenian gas plant?
At which gas plant?
Hellenian gas plant in Virginia.
Okay.
When she reads local business market update, I didn't hear mention how production is trading, or there is any people at that plant. John.
Why do you want to know specifically about that?
Sorry?
Why do you want to know about that?
No, how this plant is functioning.
Yes, why? Why do you want to know? It sounds like you have a reason.
I want to know because when she read a market update, I didn't have anything.
Okay, I don't know if I don't know if she'll be able to do it today because obviously she preps a lot of stuff. But I'm sure she's listening and she will make a point of finding out for you. All right.
All right.
Neje, thank you very much. Neje in Bloemfontein. Let's go to a couple of voice notes. We've got a minute or so. I warned you we're talking to Dada Moreira. You've got some answers and you've got some voice notes for us already.
Good morning, Mr. John Bongo Sunday Samboisa here. Can you please ask Mr. Dada Moreira, since the increase of the city employees will cost 10 billion, he said no, the revenue has improved. So why can't he pay ESCOM? He said they've got the money. So if he can't pay ESCOM, where will he get the money to pay the salaries? Because that will be needed like on a monthly basis. Hi, boo. This gentleman, man, Tata Marela, I think he is irresponsible. He must go pity like it's anyway. It's local elections soon.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of conversation. We're going to talk about this 53 billion rand debt burden. We're going to talk about bylaw enforcement, managing the water infrastructure. That's collapsing as well. The city needs 220 billion rand to fix that. So that's our conversation later on. As always, we'll take your messages as well. We'll squeeze those questions in on 086 000 2032. 6:30 now on SAfm.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the South African Human Rights Commission has called for calm and respect for the rule of law in the Durban CBD as dozens of immigrants remain camped outside the Diaconia Centre in the Durban CBD seeking refuge. Johannesburg Mayor Dada Moreira says he has noted the challenges and disputes the city has with Eskom after the power utility issued a statement flagging the city's mounting debt. And Nigeria's anti-drug agency has uncovered the country's largest illegal methamphetamine lab, dealing a major blow to a joint Nigerian-Mexican drug network. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good news coming in from Joburg. The N3 roadworks south of Gilulies down towards Van Buren are being cleared. Also looks like the roadworks between Modderfontein and Linksfield are busy being lifted as well. So the N3 that was slow earlier is improving. Good news. The Mike 1 from Gold Reef City up to Empire Road's heavy N3 really bad this morning. A breakdown as well as the roadworks at Heldenays coming around from Germiston and Alberton. Absolutely jam-packed. Looking okay, Pretoria through to Joburg. No major issues this morning. Durban, first of today's breakdowns. N2 North, just around Westwood Mall in the roadworks there. In fact, there's one before Spaghetti Junction, one after Spaghetti Junction. The N2 is under pressure as you line up northbound through Spaghetti Junction on your way through towards Umgeda Road. And Cape Town, a crash inbound at Jansmuts Drive along the N2 is being cleared, but it's been replaced by another crash just by Robert Sabikwe. So net result is the N2 inbound to Cape Town, heavy from Khayelitsha passing the airport. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Morning, Zai. Junior Springbok side to take on Chile. What's happening?
Hey, John, good morning. Yeah, this is the... What do they call it? The Stars of Tomorrow. We are going to do a Bok watch, that's definitely for sure. And it's all happening today as the Junior Springboks, they will be taking on Chile in Cape Town with coach Kevin Foote naming a heavily rotated squad. Only 8 players from the side that recently won the Under-20 Rugby Championship in Gqeberha have been retained. Foote says the changes are aimed at building depth and give more players valuable international experience ahead of next month's Junior World Championships in Georgia. The match kicks off 3 o'clock at Rondebosch High School. Soccer now, and South Africa's Amajimbos have bowed out of the CAF Under-17 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco, missing qualifications for the FIFA Under-17 World Cup in Qatar. The young South Africans managed one win in Group C, but the defeats to Ghana and Morocco ended their hopes of progressing, and that's to the knockout stage. Elsewhere, Aston Villa have ended a 30-year trophy drought, beating Freiburg 3-0 in the Europa League final in Istanbul. It's Villa's first major European trophy in 44 years, while coach Unai Emery celebrated a record-extending 5th Europa League title. And South African marathon record holder that Glen Rose Traba will miss next month's Spa Women's 10-kilometer challenge in Durban after accepting an invitation to race in Europe. The Boxer Running Club athlete says the overseas opportunity was too good to turn down, but confirms she plans to return for the Shwane leg, and that's in August. And finally, tennis. The top tennis players are reportedly planning to limit pre-French Open media duties to just 15 minutes in protest over prize money and revenue sharing. The move could see players walking out of interviews once the time is up, as pressure grows on Grand Slam organizers ahead of Roland Garros. Well, my time is up. I've got to go. I'll be back at the top of the hour, serving it up with more sport on the National Briefing. I'm Zai Khan.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
The business news a little bit later on today. Zai pretending she's an ATP tennis player or a WTA tennis player. No, Zai, there's no clock on you. Sport. Let's find out what's happening in Africa. Botswana and South Africa ongoing. I see President Cyril Ramaphosa, Sipho Mantula, is in Botswana. What's he doing there?
Refreshing morning, John, and Jump Africa to the listeners. John, President Ramaphosa jetted to Gaborone, just our neighbor here, ahead of what they call the Bi-National Commission. So ministers of international relations or foreign affairs, they met yesterday to prepare for both President Ramaphosa and Duma Boko. Now, this meeting is very important when you look at the trade numbers now, that in 2025, the total bilateral trade amounted to 82 billion, with South Africa exporting goods to the tune of 73.5. Botswana only able to get 7.7 billion. Now remember, we are the largest supplier of agricultural products to Botswana. We have more than 100 South African companies operating across the key sectors, including finances, retail, mining and mineral beneficiation, manufacturing and automotive value chain. So this Bi-National Commission is very important. Sometimes you have what they will call in the margins of it, you have a business forum, gala dinner, but we still need people-to-people contact. I'm always critical when we're engaging on issues of SADC, both as a regional affairs issue. The tension that we see within our borders are very important. Now, this state visit takes place since the new transition of Duma Boko in 2024. So it's a very important meeting, John, but let's always keep all this travels of the president with a feedback to the community. What then is our interest in Botswana? You don't just visit, you also come back and report to the community. And it's not only through the media release or the press conference, it's through tangible implications so that you can avoid what we are seeing in terms of that South Africa is not an island. We have bilaterals and bi-national commissions within the SADC region.
Yeah, especially with the issue of foreigners in South Africa at the moment as well. Those kind of conversations need to be happening a lot.
Absolutely, John, but from my point, I'll call them African nationals. I don't know who are foreigners here, so I'm very critical even with the language used by those who are agitating to become what I call the peacetime heroes of today. Undermining the rule of law, undermining the relation and causing impunity and putting the lives of South Africans who are traveling all the time to other African countries in danger. John, we are not America. We don't have to come with this conception of America first and it must benefit its people. Yes, we have push and pull factors of the migration, but we must know how to handle and manage it.
Africa Day coming up soon. I see the Deputy President's going to deliver a keynote address today.
Yeah, that's today again, business breakfast in Cape Town, uptown. John, you ask yourself, Langanyanga, they're going to have some of the breakfast leftovers there under the theme Rebuilding Africa's Development Consensus. This is an important event, John, beginning Africa Day week with the Investor of the Land, South Africa, NEPAD, and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Now, the Deputy President will not be talking alone. The former President Thabo Mbeki and the Chief Executive Officer of AU NEPAD, Dr. Bekele and Thomas, they will have to respond. So for me, John, yes, it's a Rebuilding Africa's Development Consensus. I think they will touch on the impact of the global war on Africa's economy, the rising price of fuel, and also the tensions that we see in South Africa, they definitely affect business and development.
And then you've got news on the Ebola fears. We heard that the World Health Organization have downplayed it. What are you seeing?
The M23 is rumors are that they are trying to downplay the Ebola, even when the WHO visited Goma this week, John. And why Goma is because it's next to the Nyiragongo Center. They are claiming that, remember that they are still in control over 2 million people there since 2025. But they are not, they are saying that there was a total of 27 samples, all of which were tested negative. This is coming from Lawrence Kanyuka, the rebel spokesperson of M23. So the World Health Organization is worried that because that's the area that is always being ravaged in the DRC, your Ituri region, your Kivus region, your Kasai, but particularly the area that they were focusing on is Ituri, but Goma is also saying we are managing, but it is not, John. This is an epidemic that we know, like I said to you this week, since 1976.
And your archives today?
Very important day in our historical archives. On 21 May 2002, the UN General Assembly Resolution 57/259 declared 21 May to be the World Day for Cultural Diversity, for Dialogue and Development. What is the theme of this year, John? Dialogue builds bridges. Diversity builds the world. Very important when you think of how do we look at this being observed by the UN, the interconnectedness of our people, affirming the soft power of culture, John, that united in our diversity, but also what is this togetherness? If you are always talking about unity, togetherness, what is it that you are searching? And many member states in the AU in Africa must observe this day because they are paying their dues at the UN. But let me tell you, you won't find any program in our government for many years. And we keep on reminding them on Africa Update, Africa in Focus, but there is nothing that is being celebrated in South Africa. People of Galadinas. Asante sana, John. As we're still on SAfm leading the Trouvization and observing the Africa Month.
Advocate Sibu Mantula, thank you very much. Researcher at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
Morning, Ndauleng. News on two of the richest companies ever. What's happening?
You know, you talk about two of the richest companies, and then I think about how both of them are involved in the AI boom, just showing you where the money is. And kicking things off with NVIDIA, the AI boom is showing little sign of slowing, with chip giant NVIDIA once again smashing Wall Street expectations as demand for AI infrastructure surges globally. Now, the company reported quarterly revenue of more than $81 billion, up 85% from a year ago, while profits more than tripled. NVIDIA's high-end chips have become the backbone of the AI revolution, powering everything from chatbots to massive data centers being built by tech companies around the world. Now, the company's CEO, Jensen Huang, says the world is now in the middle of the largest infrastructure expansion in human history as businesses race to build AI factories. Despite concerns the boom could cool, NVIDIA expects another blockbuster quarter ahead, forecasting revenue of about $91 billion. And sticking within the AI industry, Elon Musk's SpaceX has finally revealed plans to go public. I think it was yesterday when we talked about reports suggesting that the firm will list this month. Elon Musk has finally given the thumbs up, confirming that the group will go public. Now, this plan gives investors a first look at a business heavily on AI while betting on futuristic technologies that are yet to exist commercially. The IPO filing shows SpaceX is relying on ventures such as Mars missions and space-based AI data centers to drive future growth. Despite the ambitious vision, investors may be encouraged by Musk's history of transforming Tesla into the world's most valuable automaker, pioneering reusable rocket through SpaceX. The filing also highlights tight control of the company, with the billionaire expected to retain more than 85% voting power, that is, after listing. While Starlink remained profitable, strong AI-related spending pushed the group to a quarterly operating loss of nearly $2 billion. Now, taking a closer look at how markets are faring, sentiment has been positive despite geopolitical uncertainty, with the JSE closing in the green even as inflation ticked higher. Resources continue to boost the local bourse, with the all share closing 0.86% higher. That positive sentiment also being seen in global equities, with US markets closing in the green yesterday. Asian stocks kick off the day positive territory. This as oil continues to ease. And then taking a look at what's playing out over in currency markets, the rand reached on the front foot this morning, trading at 16.50 to the dollar, 22.15 to the pound, and 19.17 to the euro. That's your market brief this hour. Catch you again just after 7:30.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. The National Briefing on SAFM, weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
It's 6:45. Let's stay with economics. How is it going to affect us? Consumer inflation's reached 4%, largely by soaring fuel prices that are now filtering through to food and transport costs. Stats SA saying we're already paying more for basic essentials. Economists are warning that even more pressure could be on the way. Let's talk to Mervyn Abrams, Program Coordinator at the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group. Mervyn, morning to you. I think you're just going to give us bad news. We're in for more of a hit, are we?
The listeners, yes, we are in for a big hit. Already we have seen on the back of this increased fuel price that food prices have been affected. In the month of April, our basket, our index of 44 very basic foods spiked by about 2.3% or 123 Rand increase. And that we ascribe to the effect of logistics, so the transportation of food across the country on the back of increased diesel prices. So that's not yet to count in the effect that might still come from producers and manufacturers, and later on in the year, potentially coming from agriculture.
That's what's called the second round risk, right?
Exactly. So it has an effect right throughout the economy, and we begin to see first the whole issue around transportation, because our economy is so exposed to fuel. We transport goods and services, particularly food, over extremely long distances, and so whenever there is a spike in fuel prices, as we are seeing globally now, then of course it impacts on food. Our basket has shown that about 30 out of the 44 foods that we track has increased over the past month. And we hope that, those increases won't massively continue, but it's likely that it will continue into the future.
Have you looked at how families are adjusting?
So what we have, we focus particularly on the low-income sector of our South African population, which of course is the absolute majority of South Africans, those living on social grants or those living on a national minimum wage. And what people are telling us is that they are unable to afford these increases. So increases in food prices, increases in taxi fares. So they have to cut back on something because there isn't that margin left in the household budget. And of course, there is no household savings to dip into. And that means that people are cutting back, and largely they are cutting back on the amount of food that they eat.
Let's just talk about the grants and some fascinating stats. A child basic nutritious diet costs just short of 1,000 Rand a month. The child support grant, 580 Rand a month. Are we able to have a policy shift here? Increase the one thing, lower the other? What do you see the future?
So we have been campaigning for a long time that, the child support grant is a well-positioned grant. And it's a grant that from our research and research all around South Africa for the last 10, 15 years show that it is being used properly. It's being used actually to help children. And so we have been saying that at least the child support grant should be pegged at the level of the food poverty line. Now the food poverty line in South Africa is standing at 855 Rand per month. So at the very minimum, the child support grant should provide for sufficient food, which according to Stats SA is 855. So that an increase in that area, we believe, would be a massive increase, not only to eradicate child poverty, supporting households, but it will be a massive boost to the economy. Because remember, all the money received in the child support grant gets spent in the economy. So they're buying food. So it gets spent in your retail stores. The more money being spent into the retail stores, the more people will be employed by the retailers to meet this new demand. And so it will have a massive impact, as well as ensuring that these children benefit from our educational input, as well as potentially contributing better to our economy.
Mervyn, inflation is higher than expected. Are we going to see a rates increase, and how's that going to affect us?
So that's possibly on the cards, and that's the big fear, because when interest rates increase, remember what I've said, that there is almost no household savings left in South Africa. More than about 70% of households have no savings at all. So if you do pay, a car installment or a mortgage on a house or something, that means that this increase will take more money out of your pocket at the same time as food is increasing and fuel is increasing. And that would mean less money being spent in the economy. So households will suffer, but the economy will also suffer because less money is being spent on the economy, and so our GDP will, in all likelihood, contract a little bit.
Mervyn Abrahams, thank you very much. Program Coordinator at the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Good news first up. Roadworks overnight last night. N3 South at Linksfield, N3 South at Galilees. Both have been lifted. No repetition of yesterday's absolute chaos, thank goodness. Barra Hospital area, Chris Harney. Soweto very slow this morning. Looks like there might be an issue there. And Malabongwe Drive, quite heavy coming in from North Riding across the highway down in towards the Straydon Park area. Durban, jam-packed on the N2 this morning. It's a breakdown in amongst the roadworks, just north of Spaghetti Junction by Westwood Mall. The queue is extreme all the way back to the cement factory. If you don't fancy it, come off before you get caught in it. And Cape Town, very heavy on the N2 this morning from the airport, passing a crash at Danafontaine Road, and then you stay in traffic all the way through to Mowbray Main. R300's a bit sluggish as well, queuing up from Stellenbosch Arterial all the way up to the N1 highway join. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAfm. Prime time all day long.
Take some voice notes. We'll take some calls as well. Voice note number 0614 104 107.
Good morning, John. John, yesterday when Mr. Morero gave his speech, we all noted the envy which he showed in his speech concerning Cape Town over the DA. And what a shame that is to you and your ANC of no worthiness, Mr. Morero. Pepilon Aldos.
Good morning, John, and your team. This is Sakile Ntsogwini from Gomhlabalingana. John, since the city of Johannesburg and City Power have been given an ultimatum by Eskom to pay about 6 billion rand, what will happen if they do not pay? Thank you.
John, good morning to you. It's Veli Mdluli of Richards Bay, proudly South African. please ask this question for me to the Joburg Mayor, Dr. Moreno. After so many years being in the office, he didn't know nothing about all these things that he's doing right now. Only after the March and Operation Tutula, then he's being active. Why was he not acting all along? Is this for real, or is just electioneering after election and then he's done sitting down again, just like normal, as is non-doer? Thank you.
Couple of questions. We'll put that to him. Let's go to Peter in Soweto. Morning, Peter. What do you want to say today?
Morning, John, and SAFM listeners. The visit of the number one citizen to Botswana is not coming as a surprise to me because, that man is a businessman. Recently there was a funeral of the former president. He didn't attend. He chosen to attend the business conference in Botswana. It shows that in this country, no more going to have a politician who's going to rule this country. This country is a business company, just like those developed countries, the way they are run by the president. So our president is a businessman, and as I grew up in Soweto, used to see him driving around with his white Crusader. He was regarded as a businessman, not a politician. So the idea is that the man is killing politics bit by bit in this country. We are no more going to rule by a politician. If you are a politician and think that you will run the country, forget.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm trying to understand which way you're leaning.
It is a good thing. It is a good thing because that's what Trump is doing. That's what George Bush was doing. That's all those developed countries are doing. Even though I don't say I'm an ANC supporter or ANC, my voting is a secret, but it is a good thing. It is a good thing because when you are into business, you are putting your country first.
And you're using Trump as an example of that?
Yes. Trump is into business, he's not into politics.
All right, Peter in Soweto. 086 000 2032. It's interesting. I did read a headline article from one of the Eastern Cape newspapers talking about cable theft, and we got great response. A lot of people in the Eastern Cape struggling with cable theft. Let's take another voice note on that.
Good morning to you, John. Thank you for reading my SMS earlier. I am fighting for this cable theft thing in my area, and I'm challenging Buffalo City Municipality to come on here and explain what are they doing to fight this. And I'm happy that newspaper raised it. So let's just keep the momentum and hope for the best. Hope that Buffalo City Municipality will call and clarify this thing. It's going to be winter and it will be freezing. We do not need power outages because of cable theft. Soviet cable Amstel.
There we go, Lebo. Something to put on the diary. A couple of stories to put on the diary. I think that could be a good conversation for my late night show as well. I can get into the meat of that and find out exactly what is happening. First of all, the thing I always get confused about this is if you're taking cables out of the ground or from pylons, wherever they get them, and I've heard ridiculous stories about how they manage to get those cables out, they have to be sold. Somebody is buying it. There's a two-way. Once they're stolen, to make the money from it, they have to be sold. And surely as the police or investigators, where this stuff is being sold. Where these cable buyers are, and there must be markers. There must be something on there that you can find out exactly where those cables are going, and then arrest the people who are buying cables illegally. I don't know. Maybe, I'm not involved in that, so maybe we can do a long conversation on that.
Good morning, John. Great show. John, there is a fix. Double the income grant immediately. Controversial, but will work. People need the help now, and we need to stabilize the country. Number 2, drop interest rates. Mandate to the Reserve Bank, always banging on about inflation. That doesn't help when people don't have jobs. Drop the interest rates. Middle class will kick off. Everyone with debt will then kick off. There will be weakness on the rand, then drop the dumb policies like BEE. Let Starlink come in with a massive investment. The inflow will offset the weakness of the rand, and off we go. Who's brave enough? Brad Marisburg.
Good morning, John. I'm a foreigner in South Africa, and I hear organizations like March and Tudula saying We don't want the foreigners here in South Africa. They must go back to their countries. Do they know that there are South African candles in Harare shops? There are South African candles in Lusaka shops. These people from Harare who come and take over jobs, South African jobs, can't they make candles in their own countries? And can Operation Dudula tell us if it is fine that South African candles are in Harare shops?
Good morning, John. Sipho Mantulo there. My friend is confusing things. We are African nationals in South Africa as South Africans, especially as black South Africans. We have nothing against African nationals. Anyone who is on another land, on a different sovereignty, that is a foreigner. Whether they are African national or European nationals, it matters not. You are a foreigner. If you are in a different country, you are in a foreign country. People must not confuse our pain with hatred. We don't hate our African brothers. We simply want our country to be free from all the lawlessness that comes with them breaking the laws by entering our country illegally. All is in the Eastern Cape.
Some of your voice notes. I see somebody's also trying to explain to me about the copper cables. It's a long text. I'll read that in a moment. In fact, I'll read it during the news right here on SAFM. It's exactly 7 o'clock. Just before we do that, Dada Moreira should be our guest just after news headlines and traffic and all those kind of things. It's coming up next.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, Human Rights Commission calls for calm in the Durban CBD and Sergeant Nkosi to appear in the Pretoria North Magistrates Court. Good morning. The South African Human Rights Commission has called for calm and respect for the rule of law in the Durban CBD as dozens of immigrants remain camped outside the Diakonia Centre seeking refuge. The group is refusing to return to their residential areas, claiming they are facing harassment, intimidation and victimization from some local community members. This follows recent marches in the city against undocumented immigrants. HRC Commissioner Asiza Gungubele says rule of law must be applied. However, the safety of women and children is of concern.
It's just very unfortunate to see the vulnerable groups, being children, being women, disproportionately find themselves with unsafe space, an area where you might not know what might happen to their safety. We are really, as a commission, saying that those that with authorities, that might be the state, any provincial leadership of the KwaZulu-Natal must swiftly intervene to make sure that the vulnerable group, that is women and children, are being protected and also are they being looked after.
Meanwhile, civic organisation March and March says documented foreign nationals who claim to have been harassed and abused at their places of residence should open criminal cases with police. The organisation's legal representative, Siyabonga Mbandla, was speaking at an anti-legal foreign national march in Pinetown, west of Durban, yesterday.
We are going to march this entire country every day up until illegal immigration ends in this country. This is just one day, one march, one protest, one action, but another day is coming and it's not going to end up until we win.
Suspended Police Sergeant Nkosi is expected to appear in the Pretoria North Magistrates Court this morning after his bail application was dismissed last month. The organised crime unit member was arrested last month following a raid at his Pretoria North home. Multiple police dockets, a stun grenade, ammunition and over 50,000 rand in cash were found at his home. Rifilwe Mekwa reports.
Following his bail dismissal, it is believed that the suspended police sergeant will appeal the court's decision next week. While presiding over the matter, Magistrate Thandi Teledi found that Nkosi may interfere with witnesses if released and may undermine the proper functioning and public confidence in the criminal justice system. In his affidavit, Nkosi has denied that he has stolen the dockets which were found in his possession. During his earlier court appearance, Nkosi told the court that he would plead not guilty to all the charges against him.
Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero says he has noted the challenges and disputes the city has with Eskom after the power utility issued a statement flagging the city's mounting debt. The city of Johannesburg and City Power owe more than 5.2 billion rand in arrears, which excludes an additional 1.5 billion rand due next month. Eskom served the city and City Power with a formal notice of intention to reduce or entirely cut electricity supply to certain bulk areas. Morero says they are on track to resolve these issues.
This challenge is not only affecting the city of Johannesburg, but several municipalities across the country. We will not fight Eskom. We will work with the Minister of Electricity and Energy, the South African Local Government Association, to resolve this particular challenge. We are on track in ensuring that the city resolves the dispute with Eskom.
A suspect is expected to appear at the Barberton Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga for allegedly dealing in dagga. He was arrested while allegedly in possession of 41 bags of dagga with an estimated street value of more than 3 million rand on the N4 near Cape Maiden. Provincial Police spokesperson Mpho Nonyanyempe says police were conducting routine patrols when they spotted the suspect's bakkie parked on the roadside.
The ASUT members stopped to investigate and discovered that the vehicle was fully loaded with 41 bags containing dagga. The confiscated dagga weighed approximately 502.6 kilograms and has an estimated street value exceeding 3 million. The suspect was arrested at the scene on charges of dealing in dagga.
And finally, Nigeria's anti-drug agency has uncovered the country's largest illegal methamphetamine laboratory, dealing a major blow to a joint Nigerian-Mexican drug network. The agency says 10 suspects were arrested, including a cartel leader. Last week's coordinated operation reportedly seized chemical materials worth about $350 million. Recapping the top story, the South African Human Rights Commission has called for calm and the respect for the rule of law in the Durban CBD as dozens of immigrants remain camped outside the Diakonia Centre seeking refuge. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your car hire company was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Auto Insurance, a 40-year-old Rafiq an unbelievable 899 Rand on his 2017 Navaro 4x4. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. A licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's, and information online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very slow into central Randburg. For those that use Malabongwe Drive, quite a big backlog coming through from President Forshia through the highway and down in towards the Stratham Park area. Tracking delays passing Soweto on the N1 North, just sluggish up towards Gordon Road. Talking of Soweto, Chris Harney very slow through Barra Hospital this morning as you come out of Soweto through to Diepkloof, all very heavy. R59 queuing up into Swartkoppies Road if you're arriving in from the Vaal side. N1 through Midrand, not too bad today, not as heavy perhaps as you might normally be expecting. Contrast that to Durban's N2, which is absolutely jam-packed. There's a broken down vehicle near Westwood Mall in the roadworks. The traffic queue extreme all the way back through to the cement factory. If you don't fancy that, come off at the M4 or come off at Chatsworth on the Grisby Road, get in that way, come up through southern parts of Durban, avoid the N2. It is absolutely jam-packed today. At Cape Town, no traffic lights right in the heart of Parow by Parow Centre, Fort Trekker and Delaray, causing some fairly heavy traffic. At 35th Avenue this morning, very slow as you come coming to Francie Fun Sale in the Elsie's area. Oh, also the R300 sluggish between Stellenbosch Arterial and the N1. Bit busier than normal on that run from Kales River through Brackenfell. With the traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
You're with SAFM. We missed sport headlines. So we'll definitely have Zai again in about 20 minutes or so from now. A full sports report coming up at 7:30. And I also promised you we'd talk to Dada Morero, the mayor of Johannesburg. Now we're going to have to delay that. He's running a little bit late, I've been told. So we're going to do a couple of stories first. But Dada Morero will be, he's scheduled for around 7:20. It's 10 minutes past 7 now. Let's squeeze in a couple of other stories. One of the big stories nationally is with the ANC. Oh, by the way, I'm John Gericke in for Kathy. It's the National Briefing on SAFM, just in case you're wondering. You tune in for Kathy and you wonder where's she gone. She's on a little break. She's back again next week. I'm John Gericke in this morning. Let's talk about the ANC. They're hunting for mayoral candidates. They've opened a public participation process to find a mayoral candidate to represent it in the 8 metro municipalities. Head of Policy and Research and member of the NEC of the ANC is Phoebe Potgieter-Kobule. Phoebe, thank you very much for joining us. Slightly different angle and ways of doing this. Why are you opening public participation for mayors?
Well, we have done it before for our ward councillors and also doing it in this round. So there's the ANC structures and members in a particular ward select 4 candidates and then take it to a community meeting. For the mayoral candidates, we're doing it because we've listened to the IEC public participation research, which says, and even other research about electoral reform in the country, which says that people want to see the faces of the people that lead them. Mayors represent, they're the CEOs of cities. We have therefore broadened the process. So it include, in the past it was just the regional and provincial structures of the ANC nominated. Now the Alliance are nominating. We have different sectors like Controleza or faith-based organizations, the cultural sector, LGBTQI, people with disability organizations. And then the last stream is that of public nominations, because we do believe that this is an important position, as we've seen in terms of leadership of the cities, in terms of vision for the cities, and also in terms of holding the administration and the different agencies accountable.
So if you take these, for lack of a better word, these outsider professionals that you're talking about, how do you ensure that they remain aligned with the ANC's policies?
Well, part of the requirement is that once the person gets nominated and accept nomination, that they will have to sign a pledge during the period of serving in this position, that they should then, if they make it through the interviews, that they will then abide by the discipline and the approach of the ANC and policies that's usually set out in our manifestos. So that all candidates will be required to sign that pledge.
Are you going to do rigorous process before all of this, competency-based interviews, lifestyle audits, background checks?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, we're expecting quite a bit of nominations, because it's such a wide streams that's nominating. So there are basic tier 1 vetting, but once candidates get to shortlisting, we certainly are going to have much more intrusive, including lifestyle audits for our mayoral candidates.
And what stops factional headhunting?
Well, the fact that it's been opened means that if a particular region or province nominate on the basis of faction, their candidate will have to compete with other candidates. and meet the requirements, as well as, prove themselves through the entire process. So we hope that will whittle out candidates that simply nominated for factional reasons and not based on their competency or their experience.
All right. So a simple question. What's the initial bottom line? What are you expecting somebody who wants to be a mayor of one of the big metros, what's the minimum that they should get before they even nominated or apply for this?
Okay, so the requirements are that a post, a university qualification, at least 10 years experience in management in the public or private sector, or in a professional or NGO, or in a political or the political party. So they are both educational qualifications, but also experience. What we will also expect from candidates is also a brief mission statement about what's your vision. Say, for example, I am nominated for Buffalo City. What's your vision for the city based on the current challenges that there are, but also looking into the future, and the type of cities and issues that we want to address, whether it's how the approach towards housing, the approach towards local economic development, and so forth. So those are part of the basic requirements at the beginning of the process.
Just quickly, if you don't mind, Phoebe, these mayoral delivery agreements that you spoke about, how's that different from the mayors that you've had so far?
Well, I think that in the past, we had one national manifesto that formed the basis of the agreements that we made. But in our review of the, say the 2021 manifesto, and that's going to be unveiled in the next couple of weeks, in our review of that, it shows that having a generalized approach towards, say, an issue like water, is not enough to then hold people accountable, because the issues in each city, in each municipality is different. In one municipality, it may be a problem that the municipality has expanded in terms of population, in terms of settlements, and therefore what should happen over a 5-year period is investment in new infrastructure. In others, it's the case of
Sure.
that there should be investment in maintenance and strengthening the technical capacity of the technical services to maintain.
So it's more specific for each one of the municipalities.
Absolutely. So we will have a broad overarching manifesto that sets out our policies, but then the expectation is that our mayors, together with our structures and others from civil society, will then in more detail define what is the vision for the town or the city. And remember, this is not just metros, but it's also for smaller secondary cities.
Phoebe Potgieter-Qobule, thank you very much. Head of Policy and Research and a member of the NEC for the ANC. Will you apply to be a mayor for the ANC at municipalities and towns? Is that something you think? You heard the prerequisites there. You need to have, 10 years experience. You need to have a degree. Is that something you would apply for? 086 000 2032.
Outsurance can't improve your couch coaching skills. But they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. When it comes to car insurance, you couldn't be in better hands. Outsurance was voted News 24 Short-Term Insurer of the Year for 4 years in a row. Built Reader's Choice Best Insurer 4 years in a row. And City Press Reader's Choice Best Insurer Award 3 years in a row. Clearly, they all feel they're getting something out. SMS right now to see if you can switch and save. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer in FSP. T's and C's online.
Active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
If your mechanic was too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Out Insurance saved 35-year-old Zanaya a whopping 1,180 Rand on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. Get a quote now, and if Out Insurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. A licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information online.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
The Africa Mayibuye movement is preparing for local government elections. They say they're going to contest 4,488 wards across the country. Let's talk to their leader, Floyd Shivambu. Floyd, good chatting to you. Thank you very much for joining us. You're positioning yourself as a response to failed councillors and mayors. How do you plan to convince voters that you're the alternative?
No, good morning and good morning to listeners of SAFM. So the approach of Africa Mayibuye movement, like it was founded, is to be deeply rooted within the communities and always guide all its decisions by what we get to listen and process from our communities and different constituencies. So in our approach to local government elections, we select the best of the best from different constituencies and institutions. We said in our press conference yesterday that when we are going to select councillor candidates in the areas that are under the custodianship of royal and traditional leadership, we will be in consultation with the traditional leadership councils and the people who currently are in any way dealing with grievances and know what are the historical challenges of their communities. We're never going to impose councillors from outside and like it happens with many other political parties. And that will be applicable as well in informal settlements and townships. We will organically select the best candidates to of course, be the ones that represent those communities. And then we believe as an organization that our people are not stupid. We know our people, they've got a lot of very solid and sound solutions. We actually got to realize that through the very intensive consultation process that we conducted before we were founded as an organization in 2025.
How are you funding all of this? 4,488 wards is huge.
Look, there's no need for any major funding that you need to field the candidates. What you need to do is to build an organization. We have built an organization thus far without any significant funding. Like we communicate with different constituencies, and then we put in place VD-based branches. So voting districts, it's far much smaller areas of demarcation in the South African demarcation framework. So there is wards which are 4,488, and there is more than 23,000 VDs, which means that every village, every section of a township, every section of an informal settlement, or every part of town, it becomes easier to coordinate. So there's no need to have a lot of resources to convene large gatherings with a lot of logistical implications. So people meet in smaller groups and then coordinate themselves and spread the message of our organization and of course get to listen to the people as to what we talk about. So our organizational structure does not need a lot of resources, because majority of times, I know this because I've been involved in political organizations, that majority of time what is needed as a massive resources is when you organize huge rallies and huge gatherings. But if you're doing small scale gatherings, people just walk into the venue and then they walk back home. There's no need for catering, there's no need for huge sound systems. Because you are all staying in a locality, so that our approach to organizing is such that we are building voting district-based branches in all the voting districts of South Africa, and then when the time is right, we'll then coordinate the process of selecting the most capable ward-based councillor candidates who are going to contest the wards. Of course, under the banner of Africa might be a movement, but primarily representing the constituencies and the communities where they come from.
The big thing is the recruitment of high-profile figures at the moment, and I'm thinking of Papa Penny has drawn significant public attention. Beyond their celebrity status, what role do you expect these high-profile individuals to bring to the movement?
Look, we continuously recruit members to Africa might be a movement. Like yesterday, of course, we were welcoming, amongst others, Papa Penny, who is grounded. Like when he was a councillor, ward councillor for Ward 5 in Greater Guyana Municipality, he was winning it with huge margins. Like literally almost everyone in Ward 5 have always appreciated the work that he does. That even when I was in Mkhonto Wezizwe, he had more than 2,000 members. I was a Secretary General of Mkhonto Wezizwe at that time. I found him in Mkhonto Wezizwe, but it was the only branch in the whole of South Africa which had more than 2,000 members. And he has got, like, he's properly grounded, and he has been the voice of the voiceless people of Greater Guyana. So, and then there are issues that he brings to the attention of society, of governments. He breaks doors to open opportunities for his constituencies. But outside of announcing Papa Penny as one of our members who's going to lead our campaign in the Greater Guyana Municipality, we also announced other leaders whom we have now got to include in our Politburo, which is our National Working Committee in Africa might be a movement. We announced the new Deputy National Organizer, who is Dr. Moslin Duplessis, who is the head of department in the University of Pretoria and has got profound experience in training of healthcare practitioners. And that dovetails what we are doing currently as Maibuye of Maibuye Medics, which is provision of primary healthcare services to areas which otherwise are not going to gain access to primary healthcare in different parts of South Africa. And then, of course, there are other people that were announced, and I think of significant mention as well will be Blessing Ramaoba, who in 2024 general elections was an independent candidate, but has been an activist for a very long time in the mining communities, organizing mining communities to demand what rightfully belongs to them from the exploitative, huge mining corporations that exist in South Africa.
Floyd, the big issue, and I think South Africans are definitely looking for stability now. We're seeing political parties, especially ahead of the local government election, people moving, jumping ship from one party to another party. Can you tell us that Africa Maibuye movement will be a stable political party for the next 5 years?
Look, Maibuye will be the most, and is actually the most stable political organization in terms of how we handle our own. We do not in wrongdoing, and we're not in the business of hiring and firing and changing leaders every weekend. We're a stable organization that has got a clear purpose, that has got a clear program of action, that has got very sound and superior policy alternatives as to just what should happen here in South Africa, in all provinces and all municipalities. So we're the most stable organization, and that is how we're founded, and that is how we're going to remain as for eternity.
You've got, let's say that you get a number of local government wards. You're doing extremely well. What's your first priority in the first 100 days?
Look, the priority in which is the biggest crisis, by the way, in majority of municipalities, particularly in the rural areas and rural provinces, including now in the cities, now as demonstrated with the city of Johannesburg, is that majority of sitting councillors do not know what is the funding framework of municipalities, what is the source of revenue. The reason we announced yesterday in our press conference that we are going to set up a local government technical task team is because we know that the first thing that you have to do when you take over government is to enhance the revenue base of the municipality. Make sure that you optimally collect the revenue that is due to the municipality so that you are able to meet the service delivery demands that come from the communities. Because without resources, you won't be able to meet the service delivery demands that come from the people. And a lot of municipalities have got the revenue bases that are neglected, that are not being explored to full potential because of the incapacity of the councillors, the incapacity of those that are presiding over those governments. That is why almost all municipalities are in huge debt. So our focus first will be to stabilize the revenue basis and then prioritize issues that are relevant to each and every municipality, because the challenges are not the same across South Africa. So if in Guyana the crisis is water and sewerage system in Section F, we will immediately attend to that.
Right.
If in Johannesburg is the issue of formalization of informal settlements, we're going to immediately attend to that. So we'll deal with issues on a case-by-case basis, depending on what are the things that we have to attend to. And based, of course, on our manifestos, because our manifestos are not going to be a general statement that cuts across all issues. It will be tailor-made for each and every locality, based on their demands, based on what they say should happen out of the consultation process, which we constantly are undertaking as an organization.
All right, Floyd Shivambu, we have to leave it there. Thank you very much. Leader of the Africa Mayabuya movement, Floyd Shivambu, joining us here on the morning briefing. I did promise you that we would talk to the mayor. Still struggling to get hold of the mayor of Johannesburg, Dada Morero. We will keep trying. We've tried all the phone numbers. We've tried all the WhatsApp calls. As soon as we get hold of Dada Morero, we will get him on. We will keep trying until 9 o'clock. It's right, 7:30 now. Headlines.
I'm Anne Musa. Good morning. In the headlines, ATM Member of Parliament Vuyo Zungula has accused the Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Didiza, of protecting President Cyril Ramaphosa after rejecting Zungula's request for a motion of no confidence in the President. Former Police Special Task Force member Matipandile Soteni, who's been charged with the murder of Matlanga Commission witness D. Marius van der Merwe, is expected to continue with his bail application in the Brakpan Magistrates Court today. And the South African Human Rights Commission has called for calm and the respect for the rule of law in the Durban CBD, as dozens of immigrants remain camped outside the Diakonia Centre seeking refuge. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
SAFM traffic with momentum. Just as you plan your route, only 15% of households plan for retirement. Plan yours today. Speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Just confirming, protesting has erupted this morning along the Chris Hani option at Barra Hospital in Soweto. We mentioned some delays earlier. Chris Hani under real pressure, closures, diversions, all sorts of delays. If you avoid Chris Hani going to and from the sort of N1 highway at Diepkloof, you'll be avoiding some heavy backlogs there. Mike 1 fairly slow. Boyson's up to Empire. The N3 a breakdown, as well as those traffic restrictions at Heldnace coming out of Germiston and Albert, and that remains heavy. And if you're driving up to Victoria, crash on the N14 M14 before Jean Avenue this morning. Durban, slow go from the M7 up through Westwood Mall. That's an earlier breakdown just north of Spaghetti Junction. Another breakdown further up before Gateway, causing some delays. And heavy backlogs going to Durban through Pietermaritzburg and heading to Pietermaritzburg. Breakdowns in some misty conditions this morning north of Ashburton and just south of Market Road, causing those delays. Cape Town, very heavy out of Tableview, Bloberg Road, down to Coburg Road, down to Plattekloof Road. Some traffic light issues there. And a crash on the N1 inbound by the N7, causing backlogs coming through from Plattekloof Hill. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Momentum is part of the Momentum Group Limited, an authorised FSP and registered credit provider.
They say the early bird catches the worm. Great advice, unless you're the worm. Generic so-called wisdom doesn't work for everyone, so I settle for a financial plan that's one size fits some. Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to get to really know your unique situation. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Morning, Zai. You've got news about Sundowns struggling on their Champions League.
Yeah, John, is beginning to feel a little bit like planes, trains, and automobiles. They might as well just arrive, I think, on bicycle. But nevertheless, Sundowns are there, and preparations for Saturday's CAF Champions League final second leg against SAfmRadio in Morocco have been overshadowed by all the off-field drama. The Brazilians arriving a day later than planned after issues with landing permits, which delayed their travel and cost the team valuable preparation time. Coach Miguel Cardoso also facing criticism after suggesting information about Sundowns' tactics may have been leaked to their opponents. Now, despite the chaos, Sundowns take a 1-0 lead into the decisive clash as they chase a second African title. Closer to home, Siwelela coach Leshnonolo Siema says one of the first encouraging signs following his appointment amid the turbulence surrounding the birth of a new club was being included in every technical decision. Siwelela will officially complete their relocation to Bloemfontein next season after spending the 2025-26 campaign travelling between Gauteng and the Free State.
Everyone, chairman and CEO, they did all they could to help the team. They tried, and the one thing that I must say is that they always, I mean, in a long time, I'm working where I'm involved. Anything that has to do with the team, I'm involved. They're involving me, and all the decisions that they have taken that are going to affect the team, I can tell you that there was nothing that I just saw that I was told that this is going to happen. We're always talking.
Let's go to Aston Villa. They've ended a 30-year trophy drought, beating Freiburg 3-0 in the Europa League final in Istanbul. Yuri Tillemans opened the scoring with a stunning volley before Emiliano Buonfia and Morgan Rogers completed the emphatic victory. It's Villa's first major European trophy in 44 years. Now, the junior Springboks begin their SA Rugby Under-20 International Series campaign against Chile in Cape Town this afternoon, with coach Kevin Foote naming a heavily rotated squad. Only 8 players from the side that recently won the Under-20 Rugby Championship in Gqeberha have been retained. And finally, athletics. South African marathon record holder Glenrose Draba will miss next month's Spa Women's 10-kilometer challenge in Durban after accepting an invitation to race in Europe. The Boxer Running Club athlete says the overseas opportunity was too good to turn down.
I'm going to do a 10K overseas, and the race, I can't say the name of the race, but I'm going for the 10Ks there.
And this just in, Formula One now, Kimi Antonelli goes into the Canadian Grand Prix on a high, and the youngest championship leader in the sport's decorated history must come with his own responsibilities, and he says he does have a secret weapon in his corner, which is Pete Bono Bonington, the Mercedes engineer that guided Lewis Hamilton to consecutive world titles. Now, the young Italian has Bono backing him, and the results are definitely speaking for themselves. At just 19 years old, Antonelli arrives in Montreal carrying the momentum of a driver who looks like the real deal in F1's new era. We'll leave it there for now. In the fast lane, we'll be back at the top of the hour on the National Briefing Sport. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Morning, Ndauleng. What's happening on the markets today?
All right, kicking things off with inflation that really keeping investors glued to their screens today on the local front at 4%. Inflation is at a 20-month high, and this comes as high oil prices filtered through to fuel and transport costs across the economy. Now, the increase follows disruptions to global energy markets after conflict in the Middle East affected trade through the Strait of Hormuz, a key route for oil shipments. Locally, fuel prices rose 18.2% in April, lifting transport costs and pushing airfares up 24.5% month on month. Now, that was the steepest increase since 2008. Core inflation, which strips out those volatile costs, including fuel and food costs, accelerated, suggesting broader price pressures are starting to build beyond fuel-related costs. Now, the figures have reinforced expectations that the South African Reserve Bank could raise interest rates at next week's policy meeting, which would mark the country's first rate hike in 3 years as policymakers move to contain inflationary pressures. Now, the macro picture aside, and zooming in on company news, residential developer Bowen Properties is set to leave the JSE after a consortium led by its CEO, Steve Brooks. The PIC and existing investors offered shareholders R4.35 a share to buy out the company. Now, the offer values Bowen at about 2.26 billion rand and represents a significant premium to its recent trading levels. The consortium argues that remaining listed no longer suits Bowen's long-term growth plans, citing weak share liquidity, high compliance costs, and the mismatch between public market expectations and the realities of property development. Bowen's business model requires large amounts of capital and is heavily influenced by interest rates, infrastructure delays, and construction costs. Despite these pressures, management remains invested in the company, backing a development pipeline of more than 26,000 apartments over the next decade. Now, checking in on markets with just under an hour and a half to go before local markets open, expectations are for a mixed start as investors monitored peace talks between the US and Iran. Now, that keeping oil prices elevated, with crude trading above $105 a barrel. Across the globe, stocks are also choppy, with US futures mixed, while Asian markets trade mostly in the green. What's been surprising, though, is the rand's resilience, back at 16.50 to the dollar, 22.17 versus the pound, and 19.18 to the euro. We're seeing broad-based gains on that front. Now, that's where I leave things with you today. I'll be back tomorrow morning, bringing you the latest in markets and business news. I'm Ndauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Imagine if you could save time like you save money. A second here, a minute there. Type a little faster, walk a little faster. Or you could stop scrolling on the internet. Just think of all the hours you'll save. Now, what if you could take all that time and invest it? Watch it grow. Until eventually, one day, you'd have so much time that you wouldn't know what to do with it all. But unfortunately, time doesn't work like that. It can't be stored or banked. And unlike money, you can't make it back. That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do whatever you want to do, even if it is scrolling on the internet. Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
Get into the beautiful game with a Free Spa limited edition soccer ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 4 kg Spa IQF chicken mixed portions for 169.99, save 30 Rand. Or 500 gram Spa red or smoked Viennas, excluding chili, cheese and chicken for 46.99, save 13 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 24 May, while stocks last, only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
Good morning to you. If you've just joined us, John Kerrick in for Kathy, just about 7:45. We were hoping to talk to the Mayor of Johannesburg today. We will keep trying to see if we can get the Mayor of Johannesburg a number of topics, and I was asking for some of your input as well. We're going to play those voice notes anyway. Maybe he or his people are listening to the show, and they will hear that input. 086 000 2032 is the phone number. You can also WhatsApp those voice notes on 0614 104 107. Also asking you, you heard the ANC and the way they are looking for mayoral candidates. Is that something you would apply for or something you would nominate a friend for? You can send us your voice notes on 0614 104 107. Now, though, the reality check. We're joined by an economist. We're going to find out a little bit more about how we struggle with low investment, low economic growth. You heard him yesterday, Chief Economist at the Development Bank of South Africa, Nhleko. Doc, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. The role of development finance in closing the investment gap. How's that going to happen today?
Yes, good morning, John, and everybody else listening in. Yes, we ran out of time yesterday while I was outlining the practical and scalable interventions for this challenge. I spoke about the implementing agent proposal. The second one I want to speak about is using these functional state-owned entities, such as KUHA, DBSA, Sanral, and so on, as implementing agents where we need to do our infrastructure upgrades, our infrastructure outlays, and so on. This is very important because they are already in the space. In the case of the DBSA, for example, we are taking not less than 36 mandates from different departments to build schools, to build clinics, and so on and so forth. Now, the third one is what we call the integrated municipal approach, John. The essence of this approach is that meaningful intervention in municipalities to turn them around requires more than just the finances that we always do. We need to do the infrastructure build, we need to do local economic development, and we need to do governance and institutional strengthening at that level. And it requires front loading, in other words, to make sure that we use these balance sheets of these state-owned entities up front to intervene, and then budget allocations can follow later. So those are the three interventions. You correctly outlined that today I want to touch on what should then be the specific role of DFIs in closing the investment gap. And the first point I want to make is that development finance institutions are grossly underutilized in macroeconomic policy. You will recall that we have something like 45 development finance institutions and development finance agencies in South Africa. Okay, most of them are small, they are in the provinces and districts. But if you look at the top three, the Industrial Development Corporation, the Development Bank of South Africa, and the Land Bank, they make up something like 95% of the assets under management. Now, if we agree that the fiscus is constrained, and if we agree that these DFIs operate beyond the strict risk return threshold of commercial banks, then it should not be difficult to see the opportunity how they can drive fixed capital formation, how they can drive job creation and economic transformation. Our macroeconomic policy at this point treats DFIs as supplementary funding mechanisms rather than treating them as core pillars of national development. So far, macroeconomic policy is primarily focused on monetary and fiscal controls. Instead, in my view, harmonizing fiscal policy with direct development finance mandates. We need to think differently, John. The economics we were taught 30 years ago is no longer impactful. 21st century economics is about sustainability and is about complex systems. So DFIs need to be integrated meaningfully into this national economic development agenda. How do we do that? Well, we use the guarantee system that I spoke about to make sure that we attract private capital into the space, and we use this forward budget allocation or front loading to ensure that there's money now to do what we need to do, and we can talk about the budget allocations later. Second, we make sure that we create infrastructure pipelines and allow these DFIs to act as financial anchors, predominantly to de-risk these projects. And we make sure that we pursue this counter-cyclical lending support to enable these DFIs to serve, you can call it shock absorbers, by providing liquidity, by making sure that the tenure is right and so on. Now, you may ask, so what is then in the toolkit of these DFIs? Well, 4 things. One is the ability to mobilize capital. If the fiscus is constrained, then let's allow the DFIs to mobilize capital from the global DFI community, from capital markets, from blending, in other words, supplement public funds by partnering with private sector. This they can do. This is what they are doing already. Second, let's allow these DFIs to facilitate project preparation. The most important challenge in infrastructure development is the availability of well-prepared and bankable projects. Now, without this, very few projects actually survive. And I'm suggesting that the DFIs are already doing this. They're already in this space. How do we scale it? Third is the risk and tenure conversation. Unlike commercial banks, DFIs have the ability to operate further up on the risk curve, as I said before, and they can actually offer much longer tenure, compared to commercial bank, because they do have patient capital. And how do we use that then to ensure that we increase the infrastructure development approach? Then the 4th item is this thematic finance that we always talk about. If we want to pursue sustainable growth, we need to finance social assets. We need to finance nature assets, and we need to ensure that resilience is embedded in the capital formation that we do. So that becomes important. John, we will conclude this series tomorrow by highlighting 2 or 3 enablers, to make this intervention into the low investment, low growth happen.
I look forward to that. Dr. SAfmRadio, Chief Economist at the Development Bank of Southern Africa.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Just having a look at the overall view at Joburg. It's a little bit lighter this morning. I wonder if you're feeling that as you make your way around the highways and the byways of Joburg. Not without problems, but just generally a little bit lighter. A couple of the problems: crash on the R59 at Swart. Copies, delays as you arrive into that from the Vaal. Collision near Rotherbolt Road on the N12 West. So coming out of Benoni through Boksburg, that is busy. And there's a lot of congestion around the Modderfontein N3 bridge system. So the N3 North coming up from Galuli, Skilos, busy. Modderfontein in from Greenstone, and Farraribic Road up to Modderfontein Road, all very busy. Top end of Edenvale there. The N14, the Krugersdorp Highway section, a little bit on the brakes, and low gear stuff moving up towards the N1 Brockfontein interchange. Durban's N2 remains relentlessly backed up. It's a breakdown, the second of today's breakdown. Same place, just north of Spaghetti Junction by Westwood Mall. Traffic is heavy across all lanes, right back to the cement factory. Looks like a lot of motorists are avoiding that and instead clogging up the M4 through Umbilo and Congella. That's a busy, heavy route into central Durban as well this morning. A couple of breakdowns around the Ashburton area. One on your way to Pietermaritzburg, one on your way towards Ashburton. So quite heavy backlogs both ways through there. Cape Town this morning, M2 inbound from Robert Sobukwe to Hospital Bend's busy. There's a lot of traffic coming out of Tableview, particularly the routing out Bloberg Road to Kuberg and then Kuberg Road down to Montague Drive. That's all very busy. And if you missed the news last night and updates earlier, the N12 route that links Oudtshoorn to George was closed last night due to rockfalls. Use Robertson Pass, Hartenbos, Robinson Pass, and then Oudtshoorn. That's the way to get around that N12 closure. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's my way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My way insurance? Yes. Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Ooh, savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Windscreen, phone screen, can't wait to get home and stream. But there's something greater waiting for you. It's out there, something better to like and share, something your watch list could never peak. It's the great outdoors. So why not view an actual stream? Take that meeting offline and answer a call to something different, the outside. We'll even drop the location anywhere because we out here everywhere. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfm.
Finally, we have the Mayor of Johannesburg joining us now. Dara Morera joins us a little bit late, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for joining us. We got a limited time, so let's start after your speech yesterday. You presented a picture of a city at work, fully funded, net job creator. How do you respond to accusations that you're masking a financial crisis?
No, thanks, John. We are not masking any financial position of the city. We have indicated where the city is bleeding, and even in the report yesterday, I did raise issues in relation to where the city is experiencing financial pressures and the solutions that we are putting in place to turn around that situation. Part of it is really about the revenue collection, which in the main has been adversely affected, and a number of reasons to that effect, with some of our customers having lost their jobs or probably unable to continue to pay the services. Some of them have moved into our indigent register. So we have dropped quite significantly, especially in the month of January, February and March. We saw an increase in the month of April to 93%, which is something that we're trying to see if we cannot sustain that 93%.
There's the worry about the electricity, the funds owed to Eskom. You said that you're in negotiations, you're in talks. What happens if the city doesn't pay?
We will pay Eskom, and Eskom does understand. Remember, we're one of the biggest customers, and they themselves are also faced with their own pressures. So we are entering into a new payment agreement so that we sort out the environment. But over and above, John, the electricity costs have become quite expensive, and we ourselves as the city are also battling. You'd know that the tariff structure that we use as municipality is not in sync with the tariff structure of Eskom. You'd realize right now it's peak hour. We are buying at 4.50, but what we are charging our customers is 3 rand per unit, which is an indication that there's no alignment. And this is a result of the NERSA approvals, which means we might have to relook at the tariff structure completely for us to be able to keep up with the payments of Eskom, because the cost of buying becomes quite high.
Where are you going to find the money?
The money we will find, as I said, we have improved in April in terms of our collection, so it will be affordable for us to be able to pay our bulk purchases. But we are bleeding in that area of bulk purchases as a result also with the losses which are now hitting 29%. Bulk of them being illegal connection that is constantly happening throughout the city, with people, some of them, of course, bypassing even our smart meters. So we would need to have an aggressive program. We do from time to time do cutoffs. We do illegal cutoffs. We deal with the meters that have been bypassed. It's a program that we have to constantly do, but and try and push back. But we can only call on our customers to also avoid bypassing meters. If they've got issues, they must approach the city. But we've got estates, big estates, and you have inside the estates, customers are bypassing the system. So we need to also call on our customers to really desist and be honest customers and pay what they've consumed.
Mr. Mayor, the city of Johannesburg's made headlines over this last week about hijacked buildings, demolition of structures. You've been taken to court. The court has ruled against you. What is the current state of play there?
No. The court currently is still hearing the matter. All what they said that we should stop and not proceed with the demolitions at the Marble Towers. They wanted to hear the case on the other side, so we'll get the final report possibly tomorrow because the court was yesterday. And then once we have that, but we know that with Marble Towers, they are on the wrong, and the city will remove those illegal structures.
What is the current state of the hijacked buildings and people illegally occupying buildings across the city?
Well, we do have hijacked buildings in the city, as we know that there's a court judgment that said it's a constitutional judgment, constitutional court, that once we remove, we must then find alternative accommodation, and that's where the city has been battling. The cost of temporary accommodation is quite expensive. Where we've been able to remove them, we did, probably about 3 or so buildings. The private sector was also successful in removing in 3 buildings. So it's a program that is continuing, and from time to time we must fund the temporary accommodation, which is one of the biggest problems that we have. But this environment is quite complex. It requires us to focus and bring all other efforts from other institutions, especially law enforcement. But we are succeeding. We just need to move with speed in this direction.
Mr. Mayor, how did the city get to the state that it currently is? I asked for WhatsApps, I asked for messages. Nobody's happy with what's happening. Why are we in this situation?
No, it depends in terms of hijacked buildings. It's a historical
Not just
issue.
hijacked buildings. I'm talking potholes and infrastructure and water.
Potholes, yes, it's a bigger problem that we have. No water, we have done so much. We have succeeded on the water side. We have done enough investments. There are quite a few areas that's still battling in Soweto. It's an area of Snake Park and Meadowlands. We know why they are battling. The reservoir there is the one that we are refurbishing to ensure that we've got enough storage, and we're also building a new reservoir in the area so that into the future you address Meadowlands and Snake Park issues on the water. We've got Ward 66, which is a pump issue, which we are building a new pump to ensure that we can pump water into high-lying areas and supply those areas. So we know where the pressure points are, and there are particular interventions that we're doing. Right now across Johannesburg, we do not have much problems except those areas that I've now referred to, because there's an intention to be deliberate on sorting out the water infrastructure. We have to replace pipes which are leaking. We are focused into it. We're investing into it. At current, we have put 1.7 billion into our pipe replacement program, and we are also going to be adding another 500 million on the reservoirs. So we are focused on it, but we require at least an investment of about 13 billion, which we are focusing on how we're going to raise that money to invest once and for all into pipe replacements. We are aware that the infrastructure is old and the infrastructure cannot cope. In some instances, it's being overloaded, mushrooming of informal settlements that then connects illegally into our system and overloads the infrastructure.
Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, we're out of time. Thank you very much. Dada Moreira is Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg. It's 1 minute past 8.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, ATM accuses Didiza of protecting President Ramaphosa, and Human Rights Commission calls for calm in the Durban CBD. Good morning. ATM Member of Parliament Vuyo Zongula has accused the Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Didiza, of protecting President Cyril Ramaphosa after rejecting Zongula's request for a motion of no confidence in the President. The ATM's request was sparked by the Constitutional Court ruling that the National Assembly establish an impeachment committee for Ramaphosa to answer to prima facie evidence about foreign currency stolen from his Palapala farm. Zongula says Didiza has a pattern of defending President Ramaphosa even when it's clear there's a case for him to answer.
The clear, consistent threat here is the issue of protecting the president. Instead of allowing Parliament to fulfill Section 102 of the Constitution, she's basically protected the president.
Former Police Special Task Force member Matipandile Soteni, who's been charged with the murder of Madlanga Commission witness D. Marius van der Merwe, is expected to continue with his bail application in the Brakpan Magistrates Court today. The state has argued Soteni, who faces 16 charges, should remain behind bars. The defence insists the prosecution's case lacks sufficient evidence to secure conviction. Soteni has denied any involvement in the fatal shooting, saying he only became aware of the incident through media reports. Calvin Mabasa reports.
During proceedings on Monday, Soteni, through his legal team, argued that the state's case against him is weak and cannot sustain a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. He maintained that he had no involvement in the planning or execution of the killing of Madlanga Commission witness Marius van der Merwe. The state, however, opposed bail, arguing that the killing was a planned and targeted assassination of a protected witness and that the accused poses a flight risk.
The DA in Johannesburg says the state of the city, addressed by Mayor Dada Moreira, does not reflect the lived reality of residents. DA caucus leader Belinda Kaiser Echio Ozonjoko says Moreira failed to focus on key challenges such as infrastructure backlogs, financial strain and service delivery. She says Moreira failed to provide sufficient reassurance that Johannesburg was not in crisis, with residents still facing risks of electricity and water interruptions.
He brushed over the finances of the city and hasn't really given confidence that really the city is not in crisis. You know what I'm saying? So it's a big challenge for us because he hasn't talked about the massive infrastructure backlog. He's brushed over some of these numbers and he has mentioned outdated numbers.
The South African Human Rights Commission has called for calm and the respect for the rule of law in the Durban CBD as dozens of immigrants remain camped outside the Diakonia Centre seeking refuge. The group is refusing to return to their residential areas, claiming they are facing harassment, intimidation and victimization from some local community members. This follows recent marches in the city against undocumented immigrants. HRC Commissioner Aseza Gungubele says the rule of law must be applied. However, the safety of women and children is of concern.
It's just very unfortunate to see the vulnerable groups, being children, being women, disproportionately find themselves with unsafe space, an area where you might not know what might happen to their safety. We are really, as a commission, saying that those that with authorities, that might be the state, any provincial leadership of the KwaZulu-Natal, must swiftly intervene to make sure that the vulnerable group, that is women and children, are being protected and also are they being looked after.
And finally, there's been international condemnation of Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir after he released a video in which he taunts detained activists from a Gaza aid flotilla. Canada, the Netherlands and France have all summoned their respective Israeli ambassadors. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the minister's conduct was not in line with Israeli values. The British Foreign Secretary Ved Cooper also condemned the video.
I mean, we see these totally disgraceful scenes in this video shared by Israeli Cabinet Minister Ben-Gvir, which shows a total disrespect and violation of basic standards of human dignity in the way that people were being treated.
Recapping the top story, ATM Member of Parliament Vuyo Zungula has accused the Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Didiza, of protecting President Cyril Ramaphosa after rejecting Zungula's request for a motion of no confidence in the President. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Fixing the washing machine yourself saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential Car Insurance, made for older cars. 51-year-old Musa pays only 451 rand a month for his 2011 Toyota Corolla and gets third-party cover for up to 1 million rand. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Outsurance, a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports Headlines, soccer, it's do or die for Durban City this weekend as the Betway Premiership survival battle goes down to the final day. And in Formula One, teenage sensation Kimi Antonelli heads to the Canadian Grand Prix as the youngest championship leader in Formula One history. All the details at around 8:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavily backed up, coming in from the Vaal. It's this earlier crash at Swartkoppie Road that got traffic all the way back almost to Clip River Drive. If you're arriving from the Vaal on that R59 up towards Reading Interchange, wondering what's going on, it's that crash near Swartkoppie Road. The N3 North, the breakdown at Heldnace is clear. There's still the delineators, though, that have been there forever, so a bit of a queue passing Cement Factory up towards Van Buren. And then it gets heavy from Galilee's up to Modderfontein Road, passing Edenvale. N3 North under pressure. Modderfontein Road towards the highway. Van Riebeek towards Modderfontein. Some very heavy delays at top end of Edenvale. Thursday morning, bringing with the busy conditions into Sandton via Bryanston and Randburg, William Mandela, Peter Place and Republic Road all heavily jammed up. R55 coming through Crowthorne and down through Kyalami. Lots of traffic light issues there, so that's a very slow go this morning as well. Durban, just a series of breakdowns on the N2 North near Westwood Mall. Traffic coming through from Cement Factory side remains busy on that run. Cement Factory up through Spaghetti Junction and into that works area. A lot of traffic avoiding that by the looks of it and clogging up the M4 instead through Umbulo and Congella into the city centre. Breakdowns at Ashburton on your way to Pietermaritzburg and on your way to Durban, so that's really slow. And then coming out of Cape Town's Tableview area, traffic lights down Plattercliff at Tanzanite and Coburg at Tanzanite, so you got some real delays that side. And a crash driving in on the N1 at the N7, pushing traffic queues back into Belleville. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
John Kerrick in for Kathy. Good morning to you. It's 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. Good to be along with you today. Into the final hour of the show today. Municipal Watch coming up in a moment. We're going to look at what is going on with our municipalities, and there's a pause there because I was trying to find a positive word, and I'm struggling. We're going to talk to William Kize, who's the chairperson for Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. They're the ones who have oversight over all of this. We're going to ask him, it's going to come up in a moment, and I'm going to ask the doctor to name one successful municipality, and then we can just focus on that one, and we just do what that one's doing. Isn't it that easy? Let's take a couple of voice notes just before we go to the doctor. I want to focus on, a little earlier I spoke to Floyd Shivambu with the Africa Mayabuya movement. A couple of voice notes coming through on that issue.
Good day, SAFM. My question is, Floyd Shivambu, he was in EFF. So what is promising us now? Why didn't do it in EFF? He also went to MK. What is promising us now? Why didn't do it in MK? These politicians, they think we're from Matatiele. I thank you, from Tembisa. Thank you.
Floyd, good morning, SAfm, Alan Mrepiano and Chavele. People like Floyd are a problem in our country. We have too much parties, 600 political parties. So just join someone. Isn't there someone with the same policies as yours? Come on, Nkosi, come on. That party of yours, it's a problem. We don't want it.
A couple of voice notes about that. Then I was asking for some questions for Dada Marero. Unfortunately, we only had, 8 or 9 minutes with the mayor. A couple of voice notes coming through on that.
Good morning, Brajon. Brajon, these leaders. Dada Marero, when he came in, he said he was going to fix the city. Now he goes back to that same old thing that says, I inherited a dysfunctional city. All of them. You see this one, that Gogo that wants to come and be the mayor of Johannesburg. When she gets that position, she will be telling us that I inherited a rotten city. That's all they do. So why did we elect you to come here? We elect you to come and fix what we already know. There's a problem.
It's interesting because I gave the mayor the opportunity to give me that answer. I asked him why the city is as it is. He didn't answer the question. He was telling us about the infrastructure that's been worked on, but I want to know why the city has reached its state that he is. And I was wondering if he was going to blame the people, the mayors of the past, and then I was going to address that. But instead, he started telling us about the infrastructure. So it was interesting that he didn't give me that answer this morning. 13 minutes past 8.
Time. When you're a kid, it moves slower than a sloth trying to get through airport security. There is just so much of it. Skip forward a few years to your 20s. Time is still your friend. It says have some balance. Go party and have fun. Then your 30s hit. And time suddenly steps on the accelerator like it's trying to catch a traffic light before it goes red. 40s. Now time is moving faster than your 10-year-old on a sugar high. 50. You're desperately trying to save as much as you can, but time is moving so fast. And all you can think is, where did all the time go? That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time for some much-deserved you time. Now, isn't that a compelling enough reason to invest? Ellen Gray. Long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
How, Ma? Have you switched to the Postbank Black Card yet?
Not yet. I still have my SASSA Gold Card. Why?
Because the deadline is the 31st August 2026, and after that, the Gold Card may stop working.
Hi, Bo. I thought there was still a lot of time.
No, Ma. Do it now before the rush starts. The switch is free.
So what do I need?
Just your ID. Then you go to your nearest Postbank Card replacement site.
Okay. You must help me find the nearest place.
It's easy. Dial *120*355#. Are you still using your SASSA Gold Card? Switch to the Postbank Black Card before the 31st August 2026. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda.
And my guest this morning is Dr. Zweli Mkhize, Chairperson for Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Doc, thank you very much for joining us. Good morning to you. What do you do when we got you on for Municipal Watch? What does the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs have to do with the municipalities?
The Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance has got to do with the oversight, looking at how the Department of COGTA works, holding the minister accountable, and look at how the provinces work and how the municipalities work. Ultimately, it's all about how does the budget that gets allocated by Parliament translate into satisfactory service delivery on the ground. And so we have to sit and look through how the budget is allocated and how it is used to support municipalities. The Department of Cooperative Governance has got a responsibility to transfer some funds to the municipalities and then help them on specific programs, and also to help them particularly build their own capacity to run the programs themselves of service delivery. And then, of course, there are other departments that have a contribution to make, such as water, sanitation, and so on, which ultimately land up helping the municipalities to deliver the services. And the Portfolio Committee has to oversee that those municipalities are working well and that their financial systems are in order, their audit outcomes are satisfactory, service delivery issues are addressed, and that is really what the focus of the committee is.
The NCOP, the National Council of Provinces, also has a selective committee. How are the two committees working together or against each other?
Now, the committees work together. There is a slight difference. Strictly speaking, the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee has to hold the minister accountable in terms of the budget that is allocated. The Select Committee has to take issues that are raised by provincial governments and then oversee the relationship between the provinces and the national government, just to make sure that the relationship does not undermine what the provincial government's issues are, what their decisions are, and so we have to keep a balance. So every now and again we have to sit together and look at how to take the matters forward. But if, for example, there's a legislation that has to be taken through, there are legislation that would be looked at by the Parliament, and then there are those that will be passed on to the provinces to comment about, and therefore their views need to then be balanced by the NCOP. So in other words, you've got people who are elected in the National Assembly directly, then there are those who are elected via the provinces to just make sure that there's an oversight, that the provinces don't get completely overshadowed.
How do you feel your committee is doing? Are you feeling successful?
It's very tricky to say how the committee feels, because on the one side, I would say the committee are hardworking people. They are holding the meetings to deal with the issues and get the minister to account, explain what's going on, and therefore they can account. And then goes to municipalities to see how the municipalities translate their mandates and their budgets into service delivery. But whilst we're doing that well, what we are not able to prove is that because of us, then there's a change in the way things are happening on the ground. I think that's an issue of a continuous improvement, because whatever the committee does, we have to go there and see, for example, if we are in Parliament and someone is supposed to deliver water to a community and they're not delivering the water, our duty is to make sure that they correct whatever was wrong with it. But the fact that it was not happening means that, of course, the system is not working well. So you can't say we're doing well, the others are not doing well. We're all part of a system that needs to work together and try and deal with, and must have checks and balances to ensure that work is done and the frustrations of the communities are translated into pressure for government systems to deliver.
So there's a problem with the system, because I can guarantee you, if we open phone lines now, everybody would be complaining about the very thing you're supposed to have oversight over.
That is true. There are two issues here. Firstly, that there will always be people who are not satisfied because it's not possible to service everybody at the same time. Then there are also instances where there's a lot of flaws. There are a lot of weaknesses where the municipalities are not performing well, and people are quite correct to raise those issues. Then there are instances where whether the municipalities want to do well or not, the circumstances are such that they don't have enough resources, they are poor, and so they're also going to be unsatisfactory. So the issue, I think we need to look at it as a continuous dynamic process of, acting where for the parliament, they must continue to do the oversight. For communities, they must know they can actually reach out to parliament to raise issues that are of concern, and the parliament must go and try and push the system to make sure that delivery happens. It's a continuous thing.
You said a worrying thing there, Dr. Willem Kizi, that you can't serve everyone at the same time. Surely that's the job of government, to serve everybody at the same time.
No, that's not the point. The point is if you've got a particular budget that's allocated, you can never have enough resources to cover everybody. So government has to try and spread as much as possible. So if there's anyone who is dissatisfied, you can't say, why are you dissatisfied? Because there's a budget. Because we know that the budget may not always cover everybody. And in that case, we need to then make sure that there's equity in the way that it is managed, where the services are being implemented. Ultimately, everyone needs to get the services done, but the extent of their satisfaction can never be the same because of various reasons. And so it's not so much a question of saying that people must be satisfied if it happens, but we're saying when people raise the concern, we do understand that we need to then make sure that there must be to ensure there's equity in that the services are being run and the resources distributed. It's a kind of check of a system. This is supposed to happen. If it's not happening, then we must make sure that we put pressure there. But we know that there will be instances where there are shortfalls, and therefore that needs to be covered. And each time people raise it, we have to actually try and address it.
You spoke about being able to reach out to Parliament. The reason there are protests, and there's probably protests every single day, service delivery protests, is because people are feeling that they're not being heard. So talk us through the process of reaching out to Parliament if somebody feels as if there isn't service delivery and municipalities are not living up to promises.
The format of representation is pretty wide. So firstly, issues should be possible in a ward to reach out to reach out to ward committee members who would then raise the issues. If there are public meetings held by the councillor, then those would be the nearest form of representation where people can talk to, write to a councillor, write to a local ward committee. And if that doesn't work, you need to then move to the next level, visit the municipality, raise issues at the municipality. But beyond that, you also have members of parliament who have constituency offices. They need to be reached out there. But you can also go, if you just Google, you'll find that the names of parliamentarians are available there, so you can actually write to them, can send a message or email and so on. So those are some of the ways of how this can be done. But media is an acceptable mechanism of how people can actually get issues raised. So if somebody raises an issue in the radio or in the newspaper, that issue needs to be given attention by those who are actually, working within that section. So I would say, therefore, that any form of leadership that is available can be used or should be used so that the matters can be relayed to different layers of government, whether it's at a local level, provincial level, or national level. There isn't a format of communication, including the media, that could be said to be inappropriate to raise issues. Some of the time we pick up the issues from the media when people are actually responding, raising the issue to the media, and we respond to them on that basis, because then, of course, there's still information about someone who's got dissatisfaction.
I'm just thinking you're right. You got that cough. You're a doctor. You're okay.
I'm okay.
Okay. Is there one successful municipality or district or something that you can highlight that the rest of the country can go, let's do what they're doing?
Well, I think on different things, I may not have one concrete municipality where I can say you'll find everything going well there, but it also depends what are we looking at. There would be a number, I would say, probably about up to 30% or so of the municipalities that are showing good audit outcomes, which means their systems are trying to do their best in terms of their systems. So in that regard, if you want to follow the issue of the audit outcomes, you could actually track some of those municipalities and go into to deal with those. Then the other municipalities would be about proper administration. There would be about proper service delivery, but it depends now on each municipality. I can't give you and say this one particular one, but the what we normally are looking at is to try and correct where we think things aren't going right. So over the past few months, some of the issues that we thought were bring about bad performance were issues of dysfunctionality, where there was tensions at the level of leaders, whether it's political leaders, whether they're same party or different parties. So if you looked at what happened in the history of Mangaung, there were some tensions there. If you go into Johannesburg, there would have been changes with mayors being changed and so on. Once same with Guruleni, same with Tshwane. But once that stabilizes, then of course you can then say the issue of instability has been reduced. So if you want to study what happened, you can actually talk to those municipalities to see how they've managed to stabilize some of the problems. Then there are issues of water.
Doc, we've only got 2 more minutes, so I just want to know, you're this oversight committee. You say that you're holding people accountable. How are you holding the minister accountable if you can't show me one successful municipality? What do you do? What is the accountability?
No, I can't say there's no successful municipality. All I'm saying is that there are different success stories.
So there's little bits of little pockets of excellence. I get that, but we want excellence across the country. So the question is more: how do you hold the minister accountable? Do you just write a letter?
No. We have to. Well, first we have to ask the minister to show us the plans. The annual performance plans, they must show us. Then we must be, agreed that those plans are addressing the issues. Then we have to ask them for regular reports when there are problems in a particular municipality. We then ask the minister to come in. What have you done? Can you solve this? We'll give you so much time. Come back and give us a report. How far things would have happened? Has there been any action here? Has there been any investigation? Has there been any consequences here? If we need to, we'll then go to the department that's supposed to do the investigations, like SIU and so on, to say, investigate this one, come back. And then if not, we call the mayors, we call the MECs, we call the premier and say, there was something wrong here. Why has there not been any action taken here? What action has been done to correct the fact that there were irregularities here, there was corruption here? Why has there been no consequences and so on? That's how we have to deal with it, and they are therefore forced to act and report on the action that they've done to correct that situation.
All right, we need to leave it there. Dr. Zweli Mkhize, thank you very much. Chairperson for Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Love to get your feedback on that. 086 000 2032. We'll take WhatsApp voice notes later on as well on 0614 104 107. News headlines with Anne at 8:30.
Good morning. Thanks, John. In the headlines, the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs says it's closely monitoring protests against undocumented foreign nationals in Durban. This follows days of tension with dozens of immigrants still camped outside Durban's Diakonia Centre. ATM Member of Parliament Vuyo Zungula has accused the Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Didiza, of protecting President Cyril Ramaphosa after rejecting Zungula's request for a motion of no confidence in the President. And the Department of Water and Sanitation says there's been a major increase in dam levels across the Western Cape. An overall combined improvement of 16% have been recorded. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavy pressure now on Joburg's N3 North again from Galulis heading up through towards Alex. It's a crash at London Road, so that's a problem on the highway. And if you're trying to get off, there's a crash on Modderfontein Road around the N3, so that's all very heavily backed up. You've got a very heavy N3 up to Alex, and you've got a really heavy Modderfontein Road coming from Greenstone, Van Riddick coming out of Edenvale to Modderfontein, and trying to off-ramp there as well into that mess. It's all very heavy, that top end of Edenvale through to Alex this morning. Also a crash on the N12 at Rotherbolt Road. If you're leaving Boksburg, leaving Benoni, coming into Boksburg on your way to Joburg, that's a problem. Mike 1, a crash near Carr Street in the double-decker, so coming through from Boyson's, and the M2 from Joe Slovo into that Mike 1, all backed up as well. Looking okay through Midrand this morning. Hasn't been the worst morning. It's not a bad run, Pretoria Midrand section on your way to Joburg. Still with breakdowns just south of Pietermaritzburg, both north and southbound around Ashburton, so up from Linfield Park, down from Pietermaritzburg into Ashburton. It's all very heavy through there. Still with a breakdown on the N2 north, just past Spaghetti Junction. That's heavy, and then another breakdown in the other roadworks between Kwamashu and Gateway, so more trouble there on that N2 North. Cape Town, very misty conditions this morning, particularly around Brackenfell and Kryfentown. It's quite thick and quite heavy. There is a crash out that side on the N1 inbound at Okavango Road, N1 inbound at the N7. There's another crash causing delays through from Belleville, and a collision N2 into town at Ripenburg Road, pushing traffic back towards Langa. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai sends me the headline story that she's going to be focusing on, and that leads me into introducing Zai Khan. But as an Orlando Pirates fan, I don't even want to talk about this team that you're going to talk about, Zai.
What?
No.
I mean, come on.
No, they denied us.
Yes, I know. They did give Orlando Pirates a couple of heart attacks. But you know what? I mean, this team has really brought the vibes this season. And I think it's proper South African football drama. So you blink, you miss it. But you know what? Durban City, their remarkable season. They're looking forward to, heading and securing a top 8 finish in the Betway Premiership this season. I mean, they are the newly crowned Nedbank Cup champions. They face AmaZulu in a decisive KwaZulu-Natal derby, knowing that avoiding defeat should be enough to book their place in next season's MTN8 competition. However, pressure is mounting after 8 league matches without a win, while Stellenbosch FC remain closely behind, hoping to sneak into that top 8 on the final day. So despite their recent struggles, Durban City did earn that valuable draw, John, against Orlando Pirates last weekend, and they're looking forward to completing a memorable season. In the meantime, a memorable season it was and is for Kaizer Chiefs and their final Betway Premiership match against Chippa United. Amakhosi are aiming to finish the season on 57 points, matching their best league return in recent years, while also strengthening their hold on a CAF Confed Cup place. Now, Saturday's match at Moses Mabhida Stadium could also mark the final game in charge for co-coaches Cedric Hayes and Khalil Ben Youssef, whose future remains uncertain beyond this season. Meanwhile, SAFA Chief Medical Doctor, and that's Thulani Ngwenya, has been appointed as a doping control officer for this year's FIFA World Cup in the United States, Canada and Mexico. Ngwenya will be based in Dallas from the 7th of June to the 15th of July and says he hopes to make South Africa proud once again on the global stage. Cricket action: Kolkata Knight Riders kept their IPL playoff hopes alive with a 4-wicket win over the Mumbai Indians in a rain-affected clash at Eden Gardens. And we also bring you news of Formula One. The 19-year-old Mercedes driver, Kimi Antonelli, heads into this weekend's Canadian Grand Prix as the youngest championship leader in F1 history. The Italian teenager has won 3 races in a row and arrives in Montreal backed by legendary Mercedes race engineer Pete Bono Bonington, the man who previously guided Lewis Hamilton to multiple world titles. That's your sport. We'll leave it there for now in the Formula One pits. John Kedeka will be back in the fast lane around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
You can become a victim of a legal problem. Wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Did you know the moonwalk was first performed in slippers? Now, we can't prove this fuzzy fact. But we can promise that when you show support for Slipper Day, you help fulfill dreams for children with life-threatening illnesses. And that's a fact. Do it for the dreamers and wear your slippers on Friday, 29 May. Visit reachforadream.org.za to find out more. This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
A little bit of an opportunity to take a breath and listen to what you have to say. Maybe there's something that you want us to raise over the next few weeks. Maybe it's just to vent or rant, or you've heard the interviews, comments on what you've been hearing over the last couple of hours. John Gericke in for Kathy. Good morning. It's the National Briefing. 23 minutes or so till 9 o'clock. So we've got a little bit of time. Coming up in a moment, later on in our Bulletin Mzansi feature, we're going to talk to the founder of the Bro Code. It's not what you think it is. Something completely different. Jaden Wright will be joining us, and we're going to find out what the Bro Code is. Upskilling men and rehabilitation and upskilling of men with technology skills. Looking forward to that conversation. Phone calls and WhatsApps. Let's start with the WhatsApp voice notes. 0614 104 107.
Morning, John. This is Musa from Gatubuza. Please tell Comrade Dada that I said to him that before he spent 10 billion rand increasing the salaries of his employees, he must please start by paying all creditors, pay Eskom, pay all outstanding invoices. I thank you, John.
Good morning, John. I have heard people saying to foreign nationals, people from Africa. What exactly does it mean? Does South Africa exist outside of the outside of the African continent? Do South Africans see themselves as Africans or not? Because if you say people from Africa, where does South Africans come from? Are they from Asia or from Europe?
Let's go to the phones. I think we're starting with Jack. Jack, what do you want to talk about this morning?
Jack here.
Yes.
John, I was listening to Dr. Mkhize on the oversight of municipalities. And you asked him the question, show me one municipality that performs.
Yes.
I will give him some free news. Go to Howick.
Mm-hmm.
Go and see what Chris Pappas has done at Howick. He changed Howick from a dying municipality to one of the best in the country. And
would everybody in Howick say that?
Everyone. Even the areas that were previously disadvantaged.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone in there and fixed up the roads. They fixed up the water, the infrastructure. It takes time because the ANC has destroyed this country for over 30 years. We cannot do it overnight. And I belong to the eThekwini Ratepayers protest movement. Yesterday we had a protest march in Durban against the exorbitant increases on rates in Durban. A 10% increase over 5 years is a 50% increase on your utility bill. It's not manageable anymore. There's going to be a revolt, John.
So
there's going to be a huge revolt.
So help me out. When the doctor says you must reach out to Parliament, have you followed the processes that he mentioned before you went on the march?
On Tuesday, I sat in a meeting with Mayor Traba in his mayoral suite. he gave us a speech that was prepared pre-1994. Now, we can't go on listening to the struggle, and it's just ridiculous. They do not. Unfortunately, the ANC doesn't have the capacity to do what's required. You've got to give it back to the residents. Let the residents run the municipalities.
All right, Jack, we'll see. We'll get hold of Howick. And if Howick is successful, then get the mayor of Howick in and just copy and paste, if it's possible. I guess you can't copy and paste to all municipalities. Things are very different in different places, as the doctor pointed out. But if you can implement little bits of that in different municipalities, just make it work. Is it too much to ask? Molase is in Durban. You want to talk about Sipho Mantula and what he was saying. Go ahead, Molase.
Good morning, John. I'm not a person that calls radios and stuff. I like to listen. But this morning, I got a bit angry with regards to how Sipho Mantula handled the issue of a foreigner. He actually interjected you because you used a certain term, and he says no. From his perspective, these people are not foreigner. He explained it, some technicality around that. Well, I couldn't believe that, because that was unpopular. The way he stopped you and tried to lecture you. Honestly speaking, we all know what is a foreigner. As a South African, if I go to Zimbabwe, I am a foreigner. Although I'm an African, I'm black, but I'm a foreigner in Zimbabwe. That's a fact. Because a definition of the word foreigner is a person who comes from another country. And now they get to in that country. When they are a foreigner. Now, I don't know what was his argument. I think that was his opinions. The way he put it is correct to him, but that's an opinion. The fact is, a foreigner is a person that is a foreign country. I don't see why he was this angry. Even his tone was not a professional tone, the way he handled it. I like the guy because
I'm not going to defend him, and I'm not going to argue for him, but the way I understood it is Pan-Africanism, that then we are all one of the continent.
Well, that's too complex, John. I understand what you say, but now we've got a crisis here now. I think our opinions should not be biased at all times. Currently, we as South Africans, we have this problem that we are facing of illegal foreigners that are coming here. Now, every time we talk about that, people come in, put their nice words to try and defend that with their opinions. So let's talk about facts. A foreigner is a person in another country, from another country, who are now here in South Africa. Let's deal with that. And then all other issues, then we can talk about it at a later stage. But I really didn't like the way he handled that. He was not professional. He didn't put himself as, he was like defending the foreigners. That's what I'm not happy about.
Molase, thank you very much. Molase doesn't normally phone in, but he did. Thank you very much for the phone call. Eunice is in Johannesburg. Go ahead, Eunice.
Hey, John, how's it?
Lekker. I'm wondering, I know where you're going to go with this one.
But before I go to where I'm going, I need to ask you one question, my man. When I get to sleep, I hear you on the radio. When I get up in the morning, I hear you on the radio. When do you sleep,
It's
John?
the magic of radio, I tell you what.
I think it's high time the station gives you a permanent slot here,
I do. I got a permanent slot at night. That's my gig. What do you want to talk about today?
Anyway, John, regarding your news at 8 where they spoke about the Sumut flotilla there, you know, now, just a couple of things, John. First of all, this flotilla was intercepted by the Israeli army off Cyprus, which is about 1,000 miles away from Gaza, right, in international waters. And all these people that were kidnapped there, most of them happened to be Europeans. And one of them, Dr. Margaret Connolly, who's a physician, she happens to be the sister of the Irish President, Catherine Connolly. Now, included in this lot, there's about 7 or 8 South Africans there. One of them happens to be Faisal Essa, who is an anti-apartheid activist, who is the son of the late Judge Essa. I don't know if you recall that. They are there. I think the South African government needs to act. John, if you saw those videos of the minister, the Israeli minister Ben Gavir, absolutely ridiculous these people being cable-tied, blindfolded, kept like prisoners there. And he still has the audacity to say that let them come in and we will treat them how we treat Palestinian prisoners. So that gives the game away. So if that is how, one can imagine how the Palestinian prisoners are treated in Israeli jails. And I think Israel is a rogue state for John, and it has to be treated as such. They cannot violate international law, act with impunity, and just do as they please. And I think the South African government now needs to act here. We've got 7 or 8 South Africans there, need to take a firm stance here. And like the European governments now are standing up, I think Israel has to be brought to the book and they have to be shown there. And to Ben Gavir, I say, really, is this a man? Really, if he has to be sanctioned by Netanyahu, then can you imagine what it says? Really appalling, man.
Eunice, thank you very much. Let's go to Bonakela. Good chatting to you again. Bonakela, what do you want to talk about today?
Hey, John, long time no speaking to you, my brother. How are you doing?
Look at thanks.
Good. Look at them, yeah. Listen, I want to talk about this MK party. You know, this chop and change or expelling their members left, right, and center. How long is this going to go on? You know, they've been firing, they are expelling their members. And for me personally, I'm just talking about it, not feeling sorry or having a sympathy with them, those who loses their position. Like their spokesperson recently who was fired. What's his name? Tamula Ndlela. I'm just thinking, anyone who joins that party, especially if he's going to occupy a certain position, that particular individual must know one of the days he will lose that position.
All right, let me turn it around on you and say that if you join there, you must be very good at your job, as opposed to just floating through and just sort of, you know, pretending you're really doing your job. They're making sure, and I don't know this as a 100% answer, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, that they're making sure that the people that are in their positions are doing their job well.
But with this kind of action, expelling their members, do you think this party will last?
Well, that was why I asked Floyd Shivambu that question. That's why I asked Floyd Shivambu that question about stability. Are you looking for stability in a political party? Are you looking for consistency, or are you looking for somebody that?
Stability, of course, they go hand in hand. Stability and consistency goes hand in hand. I mean, if you chop and change and expelling members left, right, and center, so the one who's left behind will know one day, hey, let me rather leave this party. You understand?
All right.
So all in all, but I don't sympathize with them.
You don't sympathize. You don't think it's a good move?
Okay, cool.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to Parks. I think we're going to squeeze one more in. Parks, you want to talk about Cape Town?
Yes. Good morning, sir. I trust you all this morning.
Lekker, thanks. Go ahead.
Yes. Listen, John, there is a new bylaw or policy that the DA government has been wanting to impose and still wants to impose despite backlash. It wants to impose an 800,000 fine for people who are operating their small business in their personal residence. Now, my question is, there's a double standard here because you get a lot of people who, I'm sorry to use race, but a lot of people who have businesses as well, who are of a different race, who operate even their companies from the comfort of their own homes. Now, why is this going to be suddenly something imposed on those that are less fortunate, who are trying to alleviate poverty?
Is it got to do with fortunate or unfortunate people, or is it if you don't follow local zoning laws?
Yes, I understand the zoning rules, Gerike, but herein is my question. There's people you find that operate businesses where they get stock that is delivered to their residences. As in the same person who would maybe, let's say, is operating some form of bakery from their homes that would get stock or supplies that are delivered to them. Now you get people who are operating hardware and a myriad of various businesses in their homes who also operate in the same manner. So my question is, yes, there is zoning that the municipality has to go by, but it should be consistent in that a lot of people that are targeted is people that are in your areas that are your townships, your your semi.
I got to move to traffic, Bucks. But the way I'm reading this, and I just did a quick Google search, and I'll look into it a little bit more, is it's mainly got to do with commercial signage. So they say they've clarified you can sell baked goods, you can operate a basic home-based service as long as you don't display commercial signage outside.
All right.
So and yeah, it's something we will keep an eye on. I think it's a valid story because it's one of those issues when it comes to bylaws that it obviously affects a certain individual, a certain group that they are targeting, and we'll see why they're doing it. According to the quick Google search I did, it's got to do with signage. You can run your business, but if you're not zoned for business, should you be able to do business? And are they targeting individuals? It's something we'll keep a look at. It's 10 to 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start with a check on the N3. It's reasonably slow today. Getting up from Edenvale, once you get past Linksfield and up through Edenvale in towards Alex, there's a crash on the N3 north just after that London Road exit. And then separately off the highway, there's a crash on Modderfontein Road at the N3. So coming in from the mall on Modderfontein Road towards the highway, it's heavy from Greenstone, and Van Riebeek Road arriving up into that mess from Edenvale. Very heavy backlogs there as well. Bit of traffic into Greyston Drive this morning from the highway, Catherine Street area around to Ravonia and south from Morningside down to Greyston looking heavy, and a crash at Crown just in the double-decker Mike 1 North heavy from Boyson's M2 into that, pushing a queue back as far as Joe Slovo Drive, and some early Thursday queuing pressure on the N17 around Carnival Mall area. If you're moving between Boksburg and Brakpan, the N17 it is a work zone, but there may be something else happening out there. Pretoria looks all right this morning, all sort of sorted out and moving nicely. Durban, series of breakdowns, one just after the N3 Spaghetti Junction is being cleared, but there is a backlog coming into that work zone on the N3. It's eased up a lot, but just through Spaghetti Junction, Westwood Mall heavy, and then you've got a bit of a backlog of residual queues after a breakdown near Gateway. Still with stationary trucks at Ashburton both ways. Into Pietermaritzburg, it's heavy from Linfield Park, and coming out of Pietermaritzburg from Market Road down the hill to Ashburton. Very heavy backlogs there as well. Cape Town, misty and very misty around Kraaifontein, Brackenfell areas particularly. There is a crash as you come through that mist on the N1 to Okavango Road, pushing queues back towards the Eustonburg area. Marine Drive, still plenty of traffic at Tableview, Sunset Beach, Milnerton and Pardon Island, and the N2 inbound sits from Bunga Avenue through to Hospital Bends. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Catch Top Billing this Thursday on S3 as Zozibini meets boxing champ Kevin Larina ahead of his world title defense. Fez, Jonathan and Ryle compete for cover story glory. SA lifestyle combines with French chic in a castle of a home. And rapper Gigi Lamaine talks legacy over high tea. That's Top Billing this Thursday evening at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3. Streaming on SABC+.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Let's finish with a good news story. Today we're focusing on the Bro Code. Assists previously incarcerated men, providing rehabilitation, upskilling them with tech skills. The founder of Bro Code is Jadine Wright. Jadine, good chatting to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me.
Tell me more about the Bro Code. It's nothing like its name.
Okay, so John, my co-founder over in Cape Town and I looked around and realized that society is very quick to tell men what not to be. But we very rarely give them the safe space or the blueprints on how to actually heal and grow. And that's how we created it. So we wanted to create Bro Code as a space for honest conversations and conscious brotherhood. So a place where men can drop their guards, embrace vulnerability, and also hold each other accountable. And at the end of the day, healed men build healed communities. And that's what we wanted to kickstart. Yeah.
Are men accepting of that? Big boys don't cry, big men don't to share their feelings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, sorry.
Are men accepting of that?
No. So they're very guarded individuals. So it's very tough to get into the space. Okay, so when we actually started by looking at a very specific problem, which is the support for formerly incarcerated men. And the deeper we got into unpacking that, they got more defensive. So we had to unpack and make it a safe space for individuals, given their background, the trauma that they've been through, the reason they do, why they do. We had to unpack all of that. And it's not a very easy process. Tackling somebody's, it's like a not safe space, making them vulnerable is not something that they're very easy to get into. So we had to create something, but also be open to them not being open to the program as a whole. So we now had to create something where they are at. So I think just unpacking those walls or breaking them down, building that relation in terms of we're not actually here to harm you, but we're here to create that safe space for you. So connecting with them in that sense. So they weren't very open to it, but we had to make do.
I guess once you've got one or two men that have transitioned, almost for lack of a better word, then they can relay the message to the other guys to say, actually, bros, that's why the Bro Code comes in. It's okay.
Yeah. So that was our initial, the way we did it. So our initial approach. Sorry. So we did the program where we gathered people that have completed the program, and we asked them if they would be open to now passing on or assisting us in unpacking this with other individuals, because it's better to come from somebody that has been in the same struggle as you than somebody that just comes in as, this is the problem, this is the solution, but I've never been in it. So we needed to get somebody that understands home, knows what the situation is, and then speaks your language in that sense. So that's our approach currently. So we do have 2 alumni from the initial program that we have partnered with in terms of our future programs as well.
What are you upskilling the men with?
That's a funny one, John, because my background is in tech.
Yeah.
And we actually started with a technical skills aspect, but we quickly realized that we can't teach someone to code or build a business if their internal foundation is broken. So we pivoted a bit and we built a specialized curriculum, which is centered around emotional intelligence, mentorship, and healing. And the biggest skill that we provide is more on teaching them how to navigate life's pressures without turning to crime or anger. And this is backed by a brotherhood that has their backs every step of the way. So the 2 individuals, alumni, we created that brotherhood space. So once we've accomplished that with the skills that I've gained from the TCS Makers Club IoT course, I can now pass on the tech skills that we initially wished to implement once that foundation is built.
You're doing good work, Jadine, right? If somebody else is listening to the go, well, maybe we want to help as well in some way. What's the best way to get started?
Okay, so I would say partnerships. Partnerships are really a big help in terms of creating these safe spaces or having the capacity to now create even bigger spaces. So we starting very small. So it started with just the 2 of us in Durban and Cape Town. However, we have partnered with organizations that give us either skills or the capacity or venues, logistics, depending on the different needs of the programs or the individuals that we speak to. So I would say partnerships in any type of form, depending on what you would like to accomplish as a partner. That would be a major one.
Give us a website, Jadine. Where do we go?
So we have socials. It's our LinkedIn, our Instagram as well. You can reach us as Bro Code on Instagram, or you can catch me on LinkedIn as Jadine Wright as well.
Jadine Wright, thank you very much. Founder of the Bro Code. Sounds like they're doing great work. That's the end of the show, unfortunately. Thanks very much to Stanza, Kanya, and Lebo for putting the show together. I'm John Kerricker, back again tomorrow for Kathy. It's 9 o'clock.
In our top stories, Home Affairs Committee monitors protests against undocumented immigrants, and ATM accuses the DISA of protecting President Ramaphosa. Good morning. The Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs says it's closely monitoring protests against undocumented foreign nationals in Durban. This follows days of tension with dozens of immigrants still camped outside Durban's Diaconia Centre. Civic organisation March and March is marching against undocumented foreign nationals in the country. Chairperson of the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee, Musa Chabane, says the committee has previously met with the organisation on the issue.
As a committee, we believe that government, the executive and the security cluster will keep an eye on this issue and act on the memorandum submitted by the civic organization March and March. We met with the organization before and they explained the issue they are raising. They have also called on us to act according to South African law.
A 37-year-old man is expected to appear in the Zwelitsha Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape today in connection with the murder of his 39-year-old girlfriend. Police spokesperson Obantu Gantana says a body was found at Nkandla Informal Settlement following an altercation between the couple. She says the exact motive is unknown at this stage.
Police in Devana responded to a complaint of murder on 19 May 2026 at the Nkandla Informal Settlement in Devana outside Qonce. Witnesses alleged that the victim, a 39-year-old woman, was beaten by her boyfriend with a belt and sticks. She was found lying on the floor, deceased. It is suspected that the incident occurred during the night of 18 May 2026.
ATM Member of Parliament Vuyo Zungula has accused the Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Didiza, of protecting President Cyril Ramaphosa after rejecting Zungula's request for a motion of no confidence in the President. The ATM's request was sparked by the Constitutional Court ruling that the National Assembly establish an impeachment committee for Ramaphosa to answer to prima facie evidence about foreign currency stolen from his Palapala farm. Zungula says the DISA has a pattern of defending President Ramaphosa even when it's clear there's a case for him to answer.
The clear, consistent threat here is the issue of protection, protecting the president. Instead of allowing Parliament to fulfill Section 102 of the Constitution, she's basically protected the president.
The Department of Water and Sanitation says there's been a major increase in dam levels across the Western Cape, and overall combined improvement of 16% has been recorded. The increase have been attributed to the recent downpours in the province. Western Cape Head of Water and Sanitation, Ntombizanele Bila Mupariwa, says the 6 dams that supply the Cape Town water supply system, including the Theewaterskloof, Upper and Lower Steenabras and Misverstand, have shown an increase in dam levels. She however says despite the heavy rains and improvement in dam levels, residents should still use water sparingly. And finally, the body created by Iran to oversee the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, has announced the formation of a controlled maritime zone to regulate traffic. Transit of the waterway will require permission from the Iranian authority, though this would contravene international law. The BBC's Sanjay Dasgupta has the details.
Iran's newly created Persian Gulf Strait Authority said there would be what it called a controlled maritime zone around the Strait of Hormuz. It says the initiative is to ensure security, but it's a breach of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. That is meant to ensure free passage of all traffic through international waters. But Tehran is keen to try to turn its de facto control of the strait, its chief weapon in the standoff with the United States, into something more permanent. The announcement came as 26 ships were allowed through the waterway.
Recapping the top story, the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs says it's closely monitoring protests against undocumented foreign nationals in Durban. It follows days of tension with dozens of immigrants still camped outside Durban's Diaconia Centre. For SAFM News, I'm Anne Musa.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Sao Tome and Principe, Central Africa. A small island nation in the Gulf of Guinea, located off the western coast of Central Africa near Gabon. Volcanic islands surrounded by lush rainforests and rich marine life. A peaceful country known for its natural beauty and quiet charm. Portuguese is the official language. African and Portuguese influences blend through food, music, and tradition.
Sao Tome and Principe gained independence in 1975, a nation shaped by cocoa plantations and island resilience. Agriculture, tourism, and fishing support the economy. Cocoa remains one of its most important exports, but challenges remain. Economic vulnerability, limited infrastructure, and climate pressures. Still, the country continues to grow through sustainability and cultural pride.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.6 FM in Mangaung. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to your Thursday edition of the programme. I'm Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be with you. The team is back with you today. Ginewe and Melissa producing the show and taking your calls. Gatu is on sound. Strike is behind the camera today. He told me a very interesting story about how he got his name, but I'm not allowed to share. All right, as always, we love to take your calls on the show and hear from you. Our studio line this morning, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line, 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes relatively short, as you tend to do, please, and make them very clear so that we can play as many of them as possible. I always dislike it when I get to the end of a show and I haven't played as many as I would like. But it is time for the open line. That's what we always do in the first hour of this show, and we love to hear from you. So whatever's on your mind this morning, just share it with us here on the Daily Discourse. Let's have these conversations. I mean, there's so much to talk about today. Yesterday, I heard from someone in the Weltevreden Park community. She runs a community initiative there. And those residents are just, they are at the end of their tether with the municipality, right? They've had no electricity for several days. They're trying to get city power to respond to their request. But there is so much anger in that community and frustration right now, as there is in many other parts of the country. And we simply honed in on them because they contacted us and they said to us, please, we really need your help to get this message out. Because there are businesses that are also suffering here. You know, we've got a shopping center. The butcher is worried that his meat is going off. There's a pharmacy here where they store insulin and other drugs that require refrigeration. That stock will all be spoiled. And you know, they went from shop to shop to shop, basically, at that shopping center. And apparently, they are paying a small fortune. This is the individual shopkeepers. They're paying a small fortune for diesel just to keep their shops open. And I don't know whether they've had a response from City Power as to, you know, whether it is going to solve the problem, what the problem actually is at this point. If you are in that area, I would love to hear from you. Do you have any idea? Are there communications with you regularly to tell you what's going on there, whether there's a problem at the substation or whatever the case may be? And you know, is there an effort to repair it? I think we we need to give ourselves a reality check here. This is going to happen more and more in the city of Joburg, now that all indications are that it could actually be bankrupt, right? I don't want to say that with certainty, but certainly all indications are that there isn't money for repairs, that the city simply survives by keeping its head above the water, just by getting your income in on a monthly basis. It's no good at collection. It's no good at repairs. It's getting people to actually do their jobs is really a challenge in the city. And we're going to have to live with the fact, for some time, we're going to have to live with the fact that we're not going to get any speedy response to the problems that we raise. This is a factor probably all over the country, but the city of Joburg is as advertised as a world-class African city. A world-class African city is not unable to provide ongoing electricity to its people. This is a commercial city. People come here to work. They come here to make a living. They come here to build businesses. And of course, many of them were born here, and they deserve the right to all of these things, to running water, electricity, good, decent sanitation and other services and amenities. And I can tell you, the people of Joburg are not getting it. So we're going to speak to the ward councillor here in just a moment, and we'll find out from David Brand is his name. I think it's Ward 126. We'll find out from him exactly what needs to be done there, and whether City Power has in any way been responsive to them. And then another story we're looking at, you flagged this over the last few days. You're worried about migrants clogging up the healthcare system, and the question we're asking is, could migrants be excluded from accessing public healthcare? It looks that government has introduced a white paper on immigration that may actually have that effect. Now, they're not coming out and saying with this paper that if you're a migrant, you may not go to a public health care facility. That's not what government is saying. But the kind of identification and the documentation that is required by this paper may mean that if you go to a public health care facility, and you're a migrant who is undocumented, you may not be able to access health care. But there's a little twist to this as well. If you have to show documentation, you'll have to do that even if you are South African. And there is a small percentage of South Africans that don't have any form of identification for whatever reason. I don't know whether it's an issue of, they're not having applied for it, or they're having applied for it and the fact that they are waiting for it, or the fact that Home Affairs has not been responsive. But we'll see how the introduction of something like this could affect all of us. And then I think you may remember that we were chatting about the issue of freedom, right, a few days ago, close to the public holiday, and the fact that for many of us, the joy of being able to walk out in public and not worry about our safety is just not a reality in South Africa. Right, we think about it all the time. We're constantly looking over our shoulders. UCT's actually done a study on this. They've got a department that specializes in transport, and their study showed how unsafe women feel taking private and public transport in Cape Town. The catcalls, the harassment. It's actually been documented in the study that was done by the University of Cape Town. We're going to speak to one of those researchers after 9:30 to find out exactly how women in those areas are feeling, and what happens to them on a daily basis, and how they basically shrink themselves to avoid detection by people for whom they may become the targets of harassment, which is really such a horrible thing to have to do on a daily basis. And imagine, you don't have access to your own transport, so you're forced to use this transport where you are going to interact with people who may harass you, and you really just try not to make eye contact, you try not to engage them at all, and you try and sort of shrink yourself into a corner so that you won't become the target of that harassment. It really is awful. And if you are in a similar situation, and even if you're in another part of the country, tell me what that experience is like for you. And perhaps it's not just women. Perhaps it's other groups who feel equally threatened and unsafe in spaces when they're catching public transport. But I'd like to hear from you on what your experience has been in this regard. All right, we're taking your calls right now. Abby in Durban is on the line to us. Abby, good morning to you. You want to talk about Israel? Abby, we can't hear you yet. Sorry, yes, Abby, sorry, you can go for it now.
Right. I'm completely astounded by people who come on and desperately attempt to defend the indefensible. I'm referring to some who come onto talk shows to make all kinds of excuses for Israel's horrific treatment of the Palestinians over the past 100 years. Lynn, who called yesterday, is a good example of this. It will take me the whole day to list the crimes against humanity Israel has and is committing. But let me just quote a leading Jewish, well-respected human rights organization in Israel,
Yes.
B'Tselem. It has concluded that Israel is an apartheid state given its treatment of all the people under its control, the West Bank, Gaza, and Israel proper. And in Israel itself, the 20% of its citizens who are Palestinians are subject to 67 discriminatory laws. The other conclusion that B'Tselem has reached is that Israel is conducting a genocide in Gaza. This has also been confirmed by over 200 leading human rights organizations, including a number of Holocaust experts based in Israel, and also Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders, and so many others. So yes, Israel is a genocidal apartheid state, and thousands of wonderful Jewish people around the world are standing up and saying to Israel, not in our name. What you are doing is contrary to the values of Judaism. And now Israel has extended its death and destruction into Lebanon. Israel is a rogue state, completely disrespects international law, and has been trampling on the human rights of Palestinians for the past 100 years. To deny the genocide that's happening is equal to Holocaust denial. And also, it's like denying that apartheid in South Africa was a crime against humanity.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Abby. I think it's difficult to agree with the fact that Israel is committing war crimes. All the evidence and some of the groups that you have mentioned are, and I'm glad that you haven't named partisan bodies and that kind of thing. You're talking largely about the United Nations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, etc. Those are credible bodies, right? Of course, the United Nations is depending on figures from the Gaza Ministry of Health to have come up with this figure of, I think it is 73,000 people, 700 odd, who've been killed in this, but something like 170,000 people injured and lots of people missing, bodies lying under the rubble, right? So, it's a very serious thing, what is happening in Gaza. And the fact that Israel is acting with impunity in the world in which we currently live. How many genocides have we had in the world? How many have we not been able to prevent? I think about the Rwanda genocide, for example, of 94, right? The world watched that unfold over a period of 3 months. The UN dithered while it happened, and nearly 1 million people died. And we've still turned our back. Now that we see this happening in an area like Gaza, we're still turning our backs. We have not done enough to deal with what is going on there as an international community. And when we see human rights abuses being committed by anyone, we need to call it out. It's the right thing to do. Zanele in Durban is on the line to us. Good morning to you, Zanele. How are you?
Yes. Good morning, Joanna. I'm okay. Hey, Joanna. I'm expressing the disappointment due to the poor service I've received at Game Store in West Street.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's looked like games. The big retailers are run in different now. It looked like they are not care for the customers. It looked like they are just, especially the workers, are just there to socialize, not to focus on the customers.
Tell me, what experience did you have?
Last week Friday, I went there as I'm in the initial stage of my business. I'm baking.
Yes.
So I'm experiencing difficulties through that power cut due to cable theft.
Yes.
Each and a week, maybe we experience twice or three tries cable theft. So you are not operating on that.
Yeah.
And by that time, what you prepared is becoming a loss. So I went there to look for a gas stove. So as I'm going there, I left without it, not because I can't afford it, not because they don't have. They do have. Because there is no one to attend to me to explain of the product, because as I've been using the electric stove.
Yeah.
So someone in that department should explain to me how this works. I can read the menu and so on, but someone, because there's something that they've got these people from Verify and so on in the store.
Yeah.
The people who were there are the people on the irons and the kettle. So one gentleman came to me. I asked one gentleman to come and explain to me, and he just half explained and say, "Okay, let me go and get someone who can give you a proper explanation, because I'm not in this department."
All right. Did you get that explanation?
No, as I'm saying, I left without the stove, and not because I don't have, I can't afford it, not because they don't have. No one came. I stood there for 45 minutes. No one came. After that, the lady came, just ask randomly, saying, "And you waiting for someone to help you?" I said, "I'm waiting. I've been waiting here for 45 minutes." And she just left. She just left for another 15 minutes. And at the end, the gentleman who came, I asked him, I say, "Who's going to help me?" He pointed the same lady who just passed here.
Yeah, that's hugely disrespectful. Zanele, thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. And I'm sorry that you had that experience. But, I mean, I had my own retail issues this week as well. There seems to be a general lack of care for customer service. I think customer service is one of the areas in which we generally, in a lot of different businesses, as South Africans, fail. And we don't treat it as a priority. We'll talk about that more after the break. And perhaps you want to share your experiences on the back of Zanele's.
How, Ma? Have you switched to the Postbank Black Card yet?
Not yet. I still have my SASSA Gold Card. Why?
Because the deadline is the 31st August 2026, and after that, the Gold Card may stop working.
Hi, Bo. I thought there was still a lot of time.
No, Ma. Do it now before the rush starts. The switch is free.
So what do I need?
Just your ID. Then you go to your nearest Postbank Card replacement site.
Okay. You must help me find the nearest place.
It's easy. Dial star 120 star 355 hash. Are you still using your SASSA Gold Card? Switch to the Postbank Black Card before the 31st August 2026. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
22 minutes past 9, and Andile is on the line to us from George. Good morning to you, Andile.
Good morning, Joanne.
What's on your mind?
Joanne, I just wanted to talk about this unfortunate situation going on in Durban.
Yes.
In Durban now, the refugees are sleeping at the police stations. Now what's going to happen? We already have a government that's run by NGOs. And the second thing is, you see, the might of the NGOs has changed the constitution and the narrative in this country so much that, look now, the Human Rights Commission have come on board yesterday, calling on everyone to respect human rights and whatever. We still don't hear nothing from Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa is interviewed by chance if he's at an Indaba or is at a launch of a tourism, whatever. Then you get a response out of Ramaphosa. Now, Rutendo Matinyarare from Zimbabwe is on TikTok and social media saying that the president, you remember the state visit from President Ramaphosa to Mnangagwa last week. It wasn't official. They said it wasn't official. So what happened is apparently he was there to talk down Mnangagwa from having a parallel cabinet or parallel state from the real state of Zimbabwe. Now I'm asking myself, if Mnangagwa wants to go deeper into this thing of wanting himself to be 7 years into office and changing the constitution, there's no way Zimbabweans are going home.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on there. I don't see how. Why do people want to go home? I mean, it was interesting to me. I was thinking about, while I was driving home yesterday, the calls that I get from our listeners saying we must change the Constitution and so on. Obviously, yes, we must change the Constitution where we feel it is not serving its core purpose, and that's why we have the courts. We do change it in the courts. You referred, of course, to the NGOs that go to court to change certain things, and it's a living document. It's very dynamic. So yes, in certain ways it does need to be changed and evolved. But the advantages of living in a constitutional democracy are they're part of the reason that everybody floods here. You don't see us flooding northwards, right, up into the continent. And the reason we don't is because there isn't the same rule of law. South Africa can be very lawless in certain ways. We break a lot of the laws that are set out for us. We don't implement a lot of the laws that are set out for us, but we're still a nation that is governed by a strong constitution, and that's part of what makes South Africa so attractive to other people. And you're quite right when you say that if Mnangagwa gets another term, nothing is going to change. ZANU-PF in the last few decades has done nothing for its people virtually. The leaders have been there to line their pockets and to look after themselves and their families and other members of the party. They do not care about their people. And actually that's occurred in a lot of countries where we're seeing refugees into South Africa from at the moment. Thank you for that. Charlie in Koffiefontein, what are your thoughts on unemployment this morning, Charlie? Morning.
Good morning. Joanne, I would like you today to just grant me the chance to quickly say what's on my mind, and you'll give your opinion afterwards.
Do it quickly, please, Charlie. We're not doing monologues on the show, okay? So try and just make your point quickly. We are listening to you, I promise.
First of all, South Africa does not have an unemployment problem. We've got a replacement problem. It has been proven again yesterday when about 79 people were arrested at the work construction site yesterday in the Western Cape. Second of all, those people who were arrested, they are not undocumented migrants. The media should stop calling them undocumented migrants. They are illegal immigrants who are criminals because they've committed the act of crime by coming to the country illegally. We need to be clear about it. Thirdly, yesterday, March had a peaceful protest yesterday in Pinetown. They were there with the police. They told the police, inside here, there are drugs being sold. We can bet our lives on it. The police did not want to go in. March members had to convince the police that go in. We will not go in with you. We will stand outside. But we can guarantee you there will be drugs being found inside. What did they find? Drugs. What else did they find? Illegal immigrants who are criminals who ran away from the police. Then we've got our media, the protectors of the illegal criminals in South Africa, who are always portraying illegal immigrants as victims. Those people are not victims. They are criminals, and they should be treated as such. That's my point that I wanted to raise today.
Cool. Charlie, thank you for that. So we are... I don't know about the issue of replacement versus unemployment. No. Factually, that's not correct, because if you look at the figures, the number of people unemployed in South Africa, even if you look at the entry of migrants into the country, they account for a small percentage of jobs, but not the large majority of jobs that are not available to our people in the country. So we can try and convince ourselves of these things, but the facts don't actually bear that out. But I think Charlie is right in terms of one thing. A criminal is a criminal. You come into a country and you commit a crime. You are a criminal. You need to be arrested. You must be deported, and you must not be allowed back into the country. It's that simple. If you come into the country, you have legitimate documents. There's a reason that you are here. You can legitimize your stay here for whatever reason. Perhaps a company has hired you because you have specialized skills or whatever the case may be. Then you have a right to be here. But unfortunately, this cannot be a free for all. We cannot have people simply flooding into the country and a percentage of those people committing crimes here. I'm not saying that all migrants are criminals. That's certainly not the case. Many people are just, coming here to find work and that kind of thing and live in very ordinary life. But we cannot have criminals in the country. And the police have the right, if they have a suspicion that there's some kind of emergency situation, it's an urgent situation that requires their intervention to prevent something terrible from happening, they can go into those areas without a warrant. I actually looked that up last week to be quite sure that I was talking about. They can go into those areas even if they don't have a warrant. If it's something that's going to unfold over a long period of time and doesn't need immediate attention, well, you might want to go and get a warrant for that, because you'd have to justify why you went in. But in a case like that, where you know that drugs could be sold to someone's child and that child could die overnight because you didn't intervene, it is well within your rights as an SAPS officer to intervene, and they certainly should. 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. We'll take more of your calls right after your latest news headlines with Anne Musa.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, non-profit organisation the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group has urged government to increase the child support grant. This as low-income households continue to struggle to afford a basic nutritional diet. The Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs says it's closely monitoring the protests against undocumented foreign nationals in Durban. This follows days of tension with dozens of immigrants still camped outside Durban's Diakonia Center. And President Donald Trump has described the indictment by the U.S. Justice Department of Cuba's former President Raul Castro as a very big moment. The charges stem from an incident 30 years ago. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Taking your voice notes at this hour on our WhatsApp line 0614104107. Let's listen to a couple of those.
Hi, Joanne. Joanne, you just got to listen to the voice on the ground and not ask for statistics, etc., against on the issue of illegal immigrants taking jobs. I think that's not the lived experience, and you don't need to justify or go into arguments requesting factual information, because that you lose the arguments. You've got to align yourself with the sympathetic view of those that are facing reality on the streets. Just my opinion and advice. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that opinion. I think it's a dangerous opinion for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I think one needs to be extremely sensitive to what is happening on the ground right now. I mean, we spoke about this after our show yesterday. You've got people going into clinics for argument's sake, right? Perhaps they were able to access those clinics more easily in the past. They find a whole lot of people there who are being treated before them. They're not able to get to the clinic, get back to work in time. These frustrations are very, very real, right? It's just one example of the way this plays out on the ground. That is a reality for our people. South African people go into public spaces, they move into their private spaces, they see the proliferation of migrants in those spaces. And they say, well, I used to be able to do this much more easily before, or I used to have access to this before, and I now don't because there are more people in the system. Right? That is certainly a reality, and we are very sympathetic to that reality. But this thing of being allergic to facts and statistics is a big problem in this country and all over the world, and I'm going to resist it at every turn, because that is where unfactual thoughts, mythologies, and inaccuracies, misinformation and disinformation grow in that gap. So there is lived experience, but lived experience is also anecdotal. That's what you have to understand. What is happening to you in your life is not necessarily what's happening to every other person in the country, right? And so your lived experience is one example of a place where this is happening. But if you extrapolate it over the course of and spread it over the course of the country, it may not be the reality. And that's why while holding that human story of what is happening on the ground, We, as people who work in news and current affairs, have got to equally hold the statistics and the facts. Because when you are unfactual, that is when bad things happen. That is when misinformation spreads. And misinformation and disinformation, it has been proven repeatedly, can lead to injury and death on the ground because people don't have the facts in hand. That's my job. I'm not going to apologize for it. You're not going to make me apologize for it. And I would suggest that you think a little bit about your worldview, about how, if you continue to be unfactual, the dozens of examples of this where people have been injured or hurt or died as a result of that attitude, it's actually a very dangerous way of seeing the world. There is a way of holding the human stories and listening to people and making sure they are heard while at the same time looking at the facts around this. We're living in a post-truth world. Do not succumb to that. It's a habit. It's becoming more deeply sown into our society via social media. Resist it at all turns. Sintu in Midrand is on the line to us. Sintu, what's your take on March on March?
Yes, how are you?
I'm so well, thanks, Sintu. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, man, very much, man. I've been following these matches, man, from Durban, Joburg, and recently I hear that they will be heading to Kabeja. But I'm not sure, man, what government role is playing in relation into addressing this matter. Because I'm afraid that if the government is not playing any role, it might spiral over to a civil war. You see? Because if you look at the attitude of some countries, they view this issue as being xenophobic instead of the real issues that are being addressed by this March on March. Because the focus is not only a blanket approach on foreigners, but on those that are in the country illegally, you see. And also, if you look at most countries like Tanzania, Zambia, and Ghana, there are some regulations when it comes to owning businesses, you see, for foreigners, because some of the foreigners are not allowed to own properties. If they do, they are regulated within 5 to 10 years. Spaza shops, all those informal trading are only reserved for local people. But government is quiet, I'm worried, you see. And then there's been attempts by Minister Stella Ndaba. I think there was money that was supposed to have been given to people to start businesses. I don't know what happened. Maybe one day you should bring her on the show and try to find out what happened to the monies that were supposed to be given to locals to compete with sponsorships within our townships. But I'm worried if the government is quiet, is not doing. Yes, exactly.
I hear you, and I think your concerns are very valid. And government does need to. I mean, we shouldn't have to ask them to act. You know, we need them there as the authority. But it's a good question. What has happened to the support for South African businesses who cannot compete with other spaza shop owners in the various areas where they operate? It's a good question. All right, that brings us almost to 20 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll chat more.
Have you recently migrated to the new TV licenses payment website? Make sure your account stays active by registering again or resetting your password. Don't miss out on all the fantastic new features our brand new website offers. Get registered today and stay connected with us. With the new website, get your payments done quickly and hassle-free with a wide range of services. So make sure you register to take advantage of all the great client features. Visit www.tvlic.co.za today. TV licenses. Do it for the things that matter.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Nearly 20 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and I think it must have been around Freedom Day that we had this conversation about freedom and what it actually feels like. And a few of you called in to say you feel like you have nothing to celebrate because the high crime rate makes you feel that you're really unsafe moving around in our country. Well, there's research that certainly bears that out for women in one part of the country at the very least. UCT, the University of Cape Town, found out that women in Cape Town who are catching public and private transport really feel unsafe as they go about their travels. UCT has been looking into this with Professor Marion van der Skieren from the Centre for Transport Studies, who was involved in the study. She's here to fill us in now. Prof, good morning to you. Please tell us what the study showed.
Good morning to all your listeners. We have done multiple research into safety and security, personal security of travelers on public transport. What we find is that a tremendous amount of people, more than 50% of people, do not think that they are safe when they're using public transport, especially women. With regards to Metro Rail, and I must admit that this is before COVID data, so that has no reflection on the current services and the rebuilding of the rail. But walking to the rail just before COVID hit us, 72% did not feel safe. It's obviously long distances in obscure environments. So besides rebuilding the rail, I think we need to also rebuild and look at the travel to public transport. If I may, we do have looked at interventions that you can do, and there are multiple role players that actually need to look at what they can do.
Right.
It's
We'll get there. We'll
policymakers.
get there in just a moment, Prof. I want to just get a
Sure.
little bit more information about the actual study, first of all. What did women commuters tell you about their daily experiences from a personal point of view?
The women indicated that they change for their behavior. They, for example, don't wear jewelry. They have a second phone that they take on the bus because they don't want to use their good phone. They will travel together. If they don't travel on a certain day, they will tell other passengers that they are not coming. So they travel in groups. Those are the type of things that people are doing to make sure that they stay safe.
And what are the kind of things that are said to them or done to them in these areas?
When we look at the difference, for example, between males and females, males will maybe get robbed, where females get robbed, they get touched, things get said, and in some extreme cases, even violated.
It really is frightening. Is there any security on hand to assist them should they want to report harassment or violence against them?
There are numbers, but what we see is from our studies and interacting with people is that they don't believe that something will change. They don't believe they don't believe that the system is actually working. So I do think that we as service providers need to make sure that we're there, that we're visible. The times that there was security on, for example, the trains in the past, things improved and also the feeling improved quite significantly. So visible security is something that definitely does help.
I'm wanting to ask this question because we spoke to the Cape Town mayor and the head of the DA, Jordan Hill-Lewis, on the program a few days ago. And I mean, he's been very, very clear on the fact that they are putting more resources into areas that are frequented by lower income groups or that lower income groups, live in. But what this suggests to me that this is an area that people who may not be able to afford their own transport are going to and interacting in on a daily basis. But they haven't been properly safeguarded, even though they are under threat of one kind or another.
Yeah, and another study that you might not have seen has indicated that things actually over the last 20 years got worse. We walk more in South Africa and also in Cape Town. We walk or we travel for longer time, which means that the exposure to all the personal security issues is longer as well. And walking to and from public transport, which is then included in that walking, is one of the most unsafe parts of the trip. You know, waiting is a little bit better than walking, not much.
Yes.
And then once you're in the vehicle, although things happen there as well, But in general, we see that people feel slightly safer when they're in the vehicle.
Right. I mean, you wanted to speak to us about the possible interventions that could be put in place to solve this. What has your research shown would likely work?
Yeah, so there are many things that can be done, and I think firstly we need to make sure that all the role players play their role. So we need to have the right policies, and prosecution needs to happen if there is somebody that has been identified as somebody that has violated somebody. Local authorities need to look at the environment. There needs to be enforcement. I spoke about visible security. The operator can also do things. So, for example, in a minibus taxi, where people also rub against women, etc., not having a bench but having individual seats, little cup seats would already help. Not having tinted windows, because if people can look into the vehicle, then the women also feel more secure.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking to us. That was Professor Marion van der Schuren from the UCT, from the Centre for Transport Studies, more specifically, telling us about what women in particular are going through as they endure their daily commute. Tell us if you are in another part of the country whether you have experienced something similar. I'd love to hear from you. Right now, we are going to go to another story that we are following in Johannesburg at this hour. A resident of Weltevreden Park contacted the Daily Discourse yesterday to inform us about the difficulties those residents have been having in their area. They've had serious power problems for almost the last week, and one resident says after trying but failing to solve the issue, it's becoming clear that the city's been unable to come up with the funds to solve this power problem permanently. Let's speak to the councillor of Ward 126, David Brand, who's on the line to us now. Mr. Brand, good morning to you. What do you understand to be the cause of the power outage in your area?
Hello, Joanne. The outage has been caused by failure, cable failures, but the most important thing is why is it not being repaired? I do believe they're on site this morning, but I'd like to give you the reason that it's not been repaired.
Yes, go ahead.
And I need to start at the top. City Power is basically insolvent. The last figures I saw, they have a 12 billion rand overdraft and 15 billion rand assets. In the past few months, it seems that contractors, and the city relies heavily on contractors. The contractors who supply labor only have been asked to buy parts to do repairs because the city City Power cannot get parts from suppliers due to non-payment. So, in irregular process, these contractors have been adding the price of parts on so they can do the repairs, and the contractors now haven't been paid for several months. So they're at the point where the smaller contractors can no longer work. There are a handful of larger contractors who can carry themselves through this, and they are burdened with trying to do the work, and there is just too much work for the amount of contractors.
Tell me, Mr. Brand. This
David.
problem, David.
Yes.
This problem remains unresolved for the moment, do you see any end in sight to it? Besides patches here and there, that's what I'm asking. A permanent solution.
No, I don't believe that they have the capital. The city this year in their budget only has 7 billion rand for capital expenditure. So they are ongoing doing repair jobs and doing what they can to keep the system working. And we hear this from officials. The sad thing is we don't hear it from people like the board of directors of City Power who have the responsibility of this. And I'm also a resident. I have empathy for residents who are running pillar to post and don't have power. Worse than that, they pay their accounts, but the money, as common knowledge, Eskom hasn't been paid. So instead of City Power being able to hold on to what they invoice, the city used that money, and we sit with Eskom now demanding 5.5 billion. And the details of the contractors I can't give you, but they are owing them large amounts of money. So where does this money go to?
It's a good question. I mean, I understand in your area there's also a local shopping centre, Ridge Terrace, that's really badly affected, butchers who are afraid their meat products will spoil, a pharmacy that's keeping products that may be at risk, several other businesses that seem to be spending quite a packet on diesel to keep their doors open.
So, certainly heartache for a lot of people, not only residents, And it's sad that Reg Terrace is a small complex. It doesn't carry big corporations who have the expense of generators, etc., that is part of their ongoing business operations. These are smaller businesses, and they're at the point where they cannot rely on city power. They need to have some form of backup if they're dealing with something that's temperature sensitive, or and I don't know that they can pass that cost onto the consumers. To make comment on where does the money go, not even the Auditor General can tell us that, and that's why we have these billions of rands spent in irregular expenditure and wasteful expenditure with unsupported paperwork that the Auditor General failed to give an answer.
Right. So I'm afraid, David, I don't. We can't offer a solution here. What we had done was invite City Power on, and our producers started chasing City Power yesterday. Once we knew we were doing the story, this is the statement that City Power sent us. Thank you once again for reaching out and for the interview opportunity. Unfortunately, our spokesperson won't be able to take part in the interview at this time. We appreciate your understanding and hope there may be an opportunity to connect in the future. I'm not sure what understanding they are referring to, because I'm not giving them my understanding. I think it's unacceptable when residents are trying to solve a problem like this and you're not getting answers from government for City Power not to be speaking to us. I find it wholly unacceptable that people can just go underground and simply not speak to you. So City Power, the office still stands if you'd like to come onto the program and tell us not just about what is happening in Weltevreden Park, but what is happening more widely in the city. We need to know what you are going to do and whether you are going to be able to keep the lights on, or whether people in Johannesburg are going to be sitting in the dark because you can't manage your money properly. I'm going to take some of our voice notes on this. People from Weltevreden Park are writing into us at this hour.
Good morning, Joanne. My name is Adeline Singh. I'm actually a committee member of the Riverwell Residents Association in Weltevreden Park. And I'm also the co-founder of the community charity called Stint. And what is really concerning to me is what's been happening over the last few months within Weltevreden Park. You know, our role here as a community charity and an organization is to make sure that our community is safe and people are well looked after. And the city makes it very difficult for us to do this here. Last month, we asked the city of Joburg to help us with service delivery issues. And they told us to log into an app and use the app. And it was quite frustrating because we logged so much into these apps, the City of Joburg app. And 2 months later, there was no response on the app. And out of the 24 service delivery issues that we logged on the app, there was only one that was actually attended to and closed. And I'm not sure if they even have people attending to this. You know, I'm quite surprised with our mayor, Dada Morero's speech yesterday on the state of the city, because he says that there's 724 cases of service delivery that were logged and 86 resolutions. Definitely wasn't any of the 86 or any of our resolutions that were addressed. I mean, if we look at this, there's only 8% of service delivery issues that were actually then addressed by the city. And I would not have said that in public if I were him. If someone goes in and scrutinizes what's actually happening, this is terrible. For us in Weltevreden Park, the business owners.
I'm going to leave it there because it is rather a long voice note, but I think it gives us an idea of the fact that residents have been appealing to the powers that be, and they're simply just not getting any kind of communication back, as we've seen has happened on our show today. David, if you're still on the line to us, have we dropped the line? Oh, you've gone, David. Okay, thank you. I was going to ask what sort of coping mechanisms councillors are using on the ground if they cannot actually access anyone at the city whom they can speak to and whom they can negotiate over this. What does one do in this situation? What do communities do? If you are able to give us a solution, perhaps you're a ward councillor in a different ward who's found some kind of coping mechanism for how to deal with this. And it need not be in Johannesburg. It could be in other parts of the country as well. We'd love to hear about your experiences in regard to this. Tell us what you do as a coping mechanism when the municipality is simply ignoring you and not doing what it's supposed to do. And in Johannesburg, the situation is particularly difficult now now with the city running out of money. We're taking calls on some of your other thoughts as well. Tandeni in Lenasia is on the line to us. Morning to you, Tandeni.
Morning, Joanne. I would like to congratulate you yesterday for taking on that woman that was talking. That lady, sorry, it's not woman. The lady that was talking.
You can say woman. Woman is acceptable.
It looks like it's an insult.
No, it's not.
She was talking, defending the Judaism. I'll say in Israel, what is happening. 73,000 dead in Gaza. I think it's a big number. Even one dead is enough. But here we're sitting on a time bomb, Joanne, because when we complain, we've been complaining for a very long time. Started with cadre development, deployment.
Yes.
Then they stopped that until they lose power. Then it was now GNU, this coalition government. The people that are still in position, they are not doing their work. What we see a degrading of cities. Who are working in Johannesburg City. When you walk there, we were complaining about people who are occupying flats. They did nothing because they were benefiting, giving these people IDs during voting. They benefit.
Yeah,
okay?
Exactly. Corruption.
Corruption. Now, just imagine the data wanted to take out people from that marble hall.
Yes.
I don't understand. Sorry if maybe it's represented by the foreigners. I'm not sure. I can't say that. But everything, John, is revolving amongst the foreigners, illegal or legal. It's better if it's legal because when you come with the skills that are rare. But when the skills are abundant, there's no reason.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tandeni. Thank you for sharing those thoughts with us. Now, I think I just want to, on that first point about the woman who phoned in yesterday, I think her name was Lynn, we do really importantly want to distinguish between Judaism and Zionism. You know, Jews are a religious group and they're actually a very active and warm community here in Johannesburg and in other parts of the country, and I think it's fair to say they are a lovely community. I think the issue of Zionism is what I took her on over, which is a political ideology actually, and not part of the religion of Judaism. But on the other issue of the Seri thing, I heard that interview that John did yesterday on the program, and I think essentially it's also the laws that have been put in place, Mtandeni, where you're not allowed to just demolish without going before the courts first. You have to get that permission. And they were making the point that if the city hasn't gone through that process yet, then it is unlawful. So the laws we've put in place are very stringent in this country. And sometimes, if you try to bypass them, you'll find yourself in a bit of trouble. Dumile in Durban is on the line to us. Dumile, good morning to you. What's on your mind?
Good morning, Joanne. I'm actually going to Gombo. No, I wanted to say when I joined, we should, as people who are on radio, we should also be careful of making people weak, like they can't respond to their situation. In the sense that, you see, in South Africa, every time we have problems, we have become known as the toy capital of the world, because every time there are problems, we stand up, we fight. And there are people who lose their lives sometimes. We had miners who lose their lives, about 34 of them. You had still big who lost their life at the age of 31.
Yeah.
You see, so I think people, every system will always have bygoats, people who are just terrible. Like even in South Africa, we have those. We fight them. Africa, the continent, has those. So guys need to fight. Men need to stand up. They can't be going all around the world crying, because at some point you have to stand up for yourself, you see. Because, you see, even when you have two households, your mother or father can't send you to the next door neighbor without giving you food first at home. Because they want to make sure when you get there, you don't go there and cause a nuisance. Now, if you have run away from home, that's understandable. So the parents on the next door house can ask you, child, what's going on at home? And then they can try to deal with that and go to the next door neighbor and say, parents, what's going on? If there's no solution, maybe they find social development or whatever. But there's usually a solution between two households when this situation happens.
Yeah.
Now, the situation of household and state is exactly the same. Literally the same. It's just a matter of scale, you are in a micro and on a macro scale, but it's literally the same thing.
Yeah, but you've got to overthrow your parents, right? You've got to find the courage to overthrow your parents. You've got to get a critical mass to be able to say, hey, these parents are no longer good for me. I therefore need to use the ballot box or protest, whatever's necessary to actually overthrow them in order to get a new set of parents in to look after my country. And I don't know. I think I don't know why people don't do it in other countries. And perhaps the spectre of apartheid was a more powerful thing. Perhaps the racial difference between the oppressors and the oppressed played a role in it. I don't know. These are just thoughts I'm throwing out there. But it's a good question. Why do people in other countries who come to our country not seek to overthrow the governments? And I'm using overthrow in the sense of using the ballot box, using legitimate means, not using violence, right? But protest and other forms of resistance that are available. Why do they not use it to do that and try to restore the equilibrium to their countries? I think the ordinary person perhaps feels too disempowered to do that, and perhaps the numbers are not great enough. There isn't a critical enough mass to do that. I don't know. You might want to reflect on that and give me some answers on that. It is almost 10 o'clock, which means that we're going to take you to our latest news bulletin, and then I'm going to hear from a ward councillor from another ward in Johannesburg about what coping mechanisms she has used to deal with the issue of unresponsive municipalities. 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Here's Anne Musa.
In our top stories, police probe fatal shooting on the Cape Flats and ANC's mayoral nomination process open. Good morning. Police are probing a shooting incident in Wallerstein in Kraaifontein on the Cape Flats that claimed the life of one person and injured 3 others, including a 5-year-old child. Police spokesperson Wesley Twigg says officers were called to the crime scene where they found the victims with gunshot wounds to their bodies.
The 50-year-old victim was declared deceased on the scene by medical personnel, while the other victims were transported to a medical facility in a private vehicle. The motive for the attack forms part of the police investigation. According to reports, 2 unknown suspects entered the premises and opened fire on the victims before fleeing the scene. Murder and attempted murder cases were registered for investigation.
The ANC has announced the opening of public nominations for its centralised selection of mayoral candidates for the 2026 local government elections. The process applies to the country's 8 metropolitan municipalities and 22 secondary cities and towns. According to a media statement issued by the party yesterday, the invitation allows any South African, including non-card-carrying members, to nominate individuals or nominate themselves. The participation deadline is tomorrow. The ANC's policy and research head, Phoebe Potgieter-Kubule, says the public nomination stream is one of 6 selection channels.
We're doing it because we've listened to the IEC public participation research and even other research about electoral reform in the country, which says that people want to see the faces of the people that lead them. Mayors, they're the CEOs of cities. And we have therefore broadened the process because we do believe that this is an important position in terms of leadership of the cities, in terms of vision for the cities, and also in terms of holding the administration and the different agencies accountable.
Non-profit organisation, the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, has urged government to increase the child support grant. This as low-income households continue to struggle to afford a basic nutritional diet. Stats SA yesterday announced that the consumer price inflation rate, the CPI, had increased 4% in April from 3.1% in March. The group's program coordinator, Mervyn Abrahams, says the child support grant of R560 is 35% below the national food poverty line of R855 per month.
We have been saying that at least the child support grant should be pegged at the level of the food poverty line. Now, the food poverty line in South Africa is standing at R855 per month. So at the very minimum, the child support grant should provide for sufficient food, which according to Stats SA is 855. So an increase in that area, we believe, would be a massive increase, not only to eradicate child poverty, supporting households, but it will be a massive boost to the economy.
The Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs says it's closely monitoring protests against undocumented foreign nationals in Durban. It follows days of tension with dozens of immigrants still camped outside Durban's Diaconia Centre. Civic organisation March in March is marching against undocumented foreign nationals in the country. Chairperson of the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee, Musa Chabane, says the committee has previously met with the organisation on the issue.
As a committee, we believe that government, the executive and the security cluster will keep an eye on this issue and act on the memorandum submitted by the civic organization March and March. We met with the organization before and they explained the issue they are raising. They have also called on us to act according to South African law.
And finally, President Donald Trump has described the indictment by the U.S. Justice Department of Cuba's former president, Raul Castro, as a very big moment. The charges stem from an incident 30 years ago in which Cuban Air Force jets shot down 2 planes flown by Miami-based Cuban exiles. The BBC's Bernd Dubisman has more.
The indictment itself is symbolically extremely important here in the United States. There's many Cuban exiles and Cuban Americans, particularly in South Florida, that feel extremely strongly about the Castro family, both Raul and his late brother Fidel. And for them, it's very important that there at least be this suggestion that he could be brought to justice. Of course, the U.S. could go in and seize him, and just this afternoon, Senator Rick Scott made the suggestion that they do so, as they did with Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela in January.
Recapping the top story, police are probing a shooting incident in Wallisden and Kraaifontein on the Cape Flats that claimed the life of 1 person and injured 3 others, including a 5-year-old child. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Tunisia, Northern Africa. North Africa's Mediterranean gateway, bordered by Algeria and Libya, with coastlines opening towards Europe and the wider Mediterranean world. A land where ancient history meets modern ambition. Home to Carthage, one of history's great civilizations. Arabic is the official language. French is also widely spoken across business, education, and daily life.
Tunisia gained independence in 1956, a nation shaped by reform, education, and cultural exchange. Tourism, manufacturing, agriculture, and trade drive the economy. Tunis stands as a center of culture and political life in North Africa. In 2011, Tunisia became the birthplace of the Arab Spring, a movement that echoed across the region. But challenges remain: unemployment, economic pressures, and political uncertainty. Still, Tunisia continues to balance tradition, identity, and modern progress.
Tunisia carries the spirit of change and renewal. In every coastline, in every marketplace, in every generation, there is possibility. Tunisia, historic, vibrant, and evolving.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 104.4 FM in Durban. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 exactly here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for tuning into our second hour. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you this morning as always. Interesting conversations coming up in the last hour, and we will continue them for the next couple of hours here on SAFM. And of course, one of the things we're going to be talking about is this issue of migration. It's very much on your minds this morning, and we're following through talking about an immigration white paper. And government has introduced that. They're asking for comment on that. We're going to find out what is in that and how it's going to make a difference to your daily lives on the ground if you are encountering this issue of migration on a daily basis. The other issue that we're going to look at, which I think is going to break your heart, actually, it's a story about a 6-year-old boy in Umtata who's been looking after his family. He's got a mom, a grandmother, both of whom are ill, and a younger sister who's 2 years old, and he's been looking after this family on his own. He is 6 years old. I mean, the story of child-headed households in our family is such a heartbreak. In our country is such a heartbreaking one, and I'm sure you'll listen to that with great sensitivity and give us a sense of what you think needs to be done for these kinds of families in South Africa. All right, so 9 minutes past 10. I want to start with this because we spoke about the issue of power outages in Johannesburg, Weltevreden Park in particular, and David Brand, the ward councillor, came on and said, he's not having any joy with city power. The bottom line is they can't fix what they need to because they just don't have the money to be able to pay the contractors. So they're asking the contractors they've outsourced this to actually give them, to buy the parts for them because their credit record is so bad because they haven't paid other service providers that the city itself cannot buy the parts to repair what is wrong at the power station. So difficult one indeed, and I asked for other councillors to come on and tell us what their coping mechanisms are in what looks to be a bankrupt city right now. Joanne, the Ward 81 councillor in the city of Joburg, Bramley and surrounding areas, is on the line to us. Joanne, I know you've been holding for quite a while. Thank you for your patience. Tell us what's on your mind.
I think first, it's important to know that there is no coping mechanism. As much as we can ask and escalate further up the line, all the way to the NMC, nobody is listening. And nobody is coming to the party to actually help you. I typically will have pictures ongoing for more than a week at a time, easily. And sometimes with actually
Joanne, I really apologize for this, especially after you've waited so long, but your line is not clear. What I'm going to do is try and put you back to our producers, get you on a slightly clearer line, because I really want to hear what you have to say. I think it's going to be important to understand how one deals with this. I mean, this is, of course, these are areas that can also afford to go and get services outsourced. What happens in this case? At some point, somebody is going to say, if I'm not getting services, I'm not paying for them anymore. And then what happens? One never wants to see a boycott of any kind of taxes, right? Because that collapses entire cities. It can collapse a country if you don't pay your taxes. So I think the frustration that residents are feeling like right now is just going to get worse. I just don't see it getting any better. And of course, the affluent may be able to find solutions and alternatives to this, but people who are living below the breadline and low-income families, how will they manage this? How will they get through not being able to have access to services at all because the city can't deliver this and has not paid its bills? It really is an appalling situation. I think we're trying to get Joanne back on the line quickly. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next story while we do that, and hopefully we can have this conversation with her a little bit later on. So essentially, yesterday you shared your thoughts, and in fact this morning you've shared your thoughts with us on whether migrants in the country should be able to access various services, and healthcare came up as quite an important one yesterday. So we thought we'd follow up on that today with a story on a new immigration white paper which government wants to introduce in regard to healthcare in particular. Dr. Rebecca Walker is from the African Centre for Migration and Society at Wits University. She joins us now. Dr. Walker, good morning to you, and thank you very much for being with us on the program today. Please tell us about the contents of this white paper that government is looking to introduce.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be on the show this morning. So the white paper on citizenship, immigration and refugee protection, it's basically an overhaul of South Africa's immigration and refugee system. And it's proposing to consolidate 3 separate pieces of legislation, so the Immigration Act, the Refugee Act, and Citizenship Act, which in theory, is is a good idea. We know there's a lot of problems with the immigration system. We know there's a lot of problems in terms of processing and ensuring things work effectively and efficiently. And in broad terms, the paper is looking to, address who qualifies for citizenship, how immigration is managed, how the system can be digitized, and also to strengthen enforcement powers as well. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what the paper is looking to do, but it's actually incredibly problematic. And these problems have been raised in a number of series of submissions by NGOs and civil society and universities. And yet, as far as we can see, none of these submissions have been meaningfully engaged with, which means that the white paper that's been passed by Cabinet as of March 2026 currently isn't evidence-based and actually introduces a number of problematic issues, including sort of trying to digitize a system that currently, is already has so many holes in it, and introduces something called the Proposed Intelligence Population Register, which means that data between healthcare services, for example, and immigration enforcement can be shared. There would be no protection of those who are undocumented, who have a right to access health services, and it sets no data security standards either. And I think the key point to mention is that it actually doesn't mention healthcare. And the fact that it doesn't mention healthcare at a time when xenophobia is the most organized and most vocal is actually a political choice. And that silence speaks volumes, because we know that health care is one of the sharpest tests of what policy does in practice in South Africa. And for a document that fundamentally reshapes who can belong in the country, how they interact with the state, that silence is not a minor oversight. It's actually, a really worrying gap.
Is it not because the Constitutional Court's already taken care of that and come back with a law that says, well, you've got these provisions, for example, like all pregnant women, lactating women, children under the age of 6 can access healthcare anywhere in the country, even if they are from undocumented families?
Sure, but I mean, the fact that, lawyers' human rights in Section 27 had to go to the Constitutional Court to have that reaffirmed is evidence of what is actually happening on the ground and the gap between what the policy says and what is happening. And because of, the frustration we see and the real frustration that people experience in accessing healthcare, the genuine issues of collapsing clinics and overcrowding and staff burnouts, people very easily then move to this idea that it's all migrants causing the problems, and they are at the very basis of the healthcare system having these issues. But actually, this is the healthcare system was in crisis way before migration started to increase and became sort of such a hot topic. We've seen exposure on so many issues around corruption. I mean, Tembisa Hospital was looted, for 21 million by 3 syndicates, which had nothing to do with migrants. So the key concern is that tying healthcare and immigration together in this way not only is sort of entrenching that gap between what exists in law and what is happening in practice, but it's also legitimizing those voices that are peddling this scapegoating and this anti-migrant narrative, where migrants are ostensibly being blamed for all the problems that are happening, not just in the healthcare system, but in the country in general.
I mean, how does one balance this? Because government clearly has had some kind of wake-up call. They've obviously seen the marches that are on the go. They see the anger on the ground. They're hearing these individual stories, of course, which we must listen to. We absolutely have to give South Africans a voice when they say, this has been my experience. I went to this hospital. I was not able to get care because there were other people in the system who received this treatment before me, and I was not able to access it because there just wasn't enough for me in terms of resources. That is the daily reality of people on the ground, and we have to listen to that. But is this kind of solution that the government is presenting, simply playing into the narrative that that migrants are entirely responsible while not taking responsibility for government's actions on the ground in terms of not having an airtight system that prevents illegal migration, not dealing with all the issues of healthcare, education and the like, that this population was entitled to but did not receive before migration became a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got to be clear that it suits the government to support this narrative that, so-called illegal, undocumented migrants are at the source of this problem. And for people who are experiencing problems on a daily basis, we don't want to undermine those realities that exist. But we need to start with an evidence base. We can't just work on stories and what people are witnessing and assuming is then the reality across the country. So for someone in Gauteng, for example, their experience as a clinic would be very different to somebody in the Eastern Cape. And yet the same problems in the health system in the Eastern Cape exist or are even worse. So we need to look at what the reality shows, and we need to look at what the evidence tells us. And what we know from this government's own data is that less than 5% of the population is composed of non-nationals. And that's documented and undocumented. And in addition, 13% of South Africans themselves are undocumented. So they don't have either birth certificates or IDs, and this is mostly people who are poor and in rural areas and do not have the resources and the ability to navigate the documentation system. So these kind of issues are not being addressed, and instead we're just saying, well, if we get rid of all these migrants, then suddenly, our system's going to work, everything's going to be fine. And we also need to address this issue of, referring to illegal or undocumented migrants, because I think, we make this clear line between, if you're documented, you've done everything right. If you're undocumented, you're criminal, you're illegal. But actually, the system in South Africa actually makes people undocumented. We have so many people here who have genuinely sought asylum, have been waiting 10, 20 years for their papers to be resolved and to have actually legal status. Those people, some of them would actually want to return home, but they're stuck in limbo because the system has left them without documentation. So we are simultaneously making people illegal whilst blaming them at the same time for being illegal and then holding them responsible for entire countries' crumbling infrastructure when they're only, 4% of the entire population.
Let me go back to an earlier point you made about the rights of migrants according to this immigration white paper. You mentioned that, not just migrants, but in fact everyone who's undocumented at this point. You mentioned that, did you say 13% of South Africans don't have documents? Is that correct?
Yes,
that's a very, very high number.
Yes.
Of people who are South African but are not documented. If these laws come into being, would it mean that if I were one of those undocumented South Africans, that if I went to facilities, public facilities, and tried to access the amenities offered there, that I wouldn't be able to as a South African because I'm also undocumented?
Absolutely, and that's the irony of the proposals of the white paper, is that those who are going to be most harmed by these proposals are South Africans that the government claim to be protecting. So when we talk about documentation requirements as a gateway to services, the mechanisms are not only just going to affect those who are from another country, but those millions of South Africans who don't have documents themselves. And we already see this playing out on the ground anyway. So if we look at what Operation Dudula and March have been doing outside clinics and in various other spaces, demanding documentation, not just from foreigners, but from anyone they think looks like they may not belong, from anyone they think may not deserve to access a clinic. Not only is that unlawful, but now what we're saying is actually we're going to legitimize that by putting it into a policy and saying, yes, documentation will be our gatekeeper, but without first addressing the fact that documentation and access to documentation is the key issue. And if we fix that, we actually will be able to fix a lot of the other systems. So let's fix access to documentation, let's fix the healthcare system, but let's not try and blame migrants and deflect the argument away from what the cause of the problems are.
Very interesting speaking to you, Dr. Walker. Thank you very much for your time. Dr. Rebecca Walker there from the African Centre for Migration and Society at WITS. I'd love your feedback on that. Use our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
23 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Many of your messages coming in. Thank you for them. One of you says, nobody has said undocumented migrants are holy and the only responsible group for our perennial problems. But they say they add to these. We must be seized with South Africans causing us problems. We can't exile them, but we can't be expected to carry burdens from outside who are here illegally, says Felix in Midrand. And then one of you says, good morning, Joanne. Nobody has ever said illegal immigrants are the cause of all the problems we have in the country. You know that's not what the natives are saying. You're just pushing a certain agenda. The citizens of this country have spoken. You guys can scream until you are pink. They have to go. So, yeah, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. It's a pity that you're not able to listen with meaning. Because some of the things that Dr. Walker actually had to say were really important to understanding the situation, but also important to understanding how we can solve the situation for South Africans in this country. And this is the whole thing. This is partly why we have to solve the migration problem, because South Africans who say they are suffering as a result of it need to be offered some sort of solution. And if we can't listen to what the research shows, then we can't solve. As she said, we cannot rig entire systems and configure them based on stories only, right? We have to listen to people, but at the same time, we have to work with research that guides us towards a solution for the whole country. Brajo is on the line to us from PE, or is it Tebecha? Brajo, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. And I think the doctor spoke of few good things, and we have to agree. Immigration or immigrants are not the problem. That is not the challenge. The challenge is capacity. I previously, before I moved to PE, I was using private healthcare. I moved to PE. After losing my employment, I had to be exposed to public healthcare.
All right.
Here's the challenge, and I'll tell it to you. And I don't know if the doctor uses public healthcare or not. If you are in a queue at a public hospital, it's probably likely that half of the people there are not in this country legally.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's the reality that we face, and I think it's across the board in general. 50% are not from this country. Now, recently I went to Geneva.
Mm-hmm.
Before I could enter Geneva in February, I had to tell the Swedish government that, listen, here is my means of providing my own health care.
Right.
I had to.
Your medical insurance, in other words.
I must.
Yes.
Because if I do not have that, they don't want me in their country.
Yes.
The same for Europe. The same for other countries. Right. Here's the interesting one, and I think maybe we need to speak to honest facts. If you go to Zimbabwe, to a public hospital and seek medical attention, you're paying for that medication yourself.
Right.
Because they have acknowledged that we don't have the capacity to provide for you.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a true reality of fact. South Africa, because of the nature of our economy, does not have the ability to provide for people to have medical care. Not everyone. We barely can cover what our are having to be provided. So when you start putting into the equation a person who is in this country, legal or illegally, let's say legally, that person who's legal in this country must have their own medical health care. Do they? 9 out of 10 they don't. Is that okay? No. And that's nothing illegal to say that you cannot use this facility because you are not from here. You're supposed to have your own medication because we don't have the capacity to carry you. I'm not sure if that is that issue or not legally, but that's the facts of the law.
No, that's the problem. It's not the facts of the law in the country, Brajo. And I mean, you're making a really important point, but you didn't sneak across the border into Switzerland, right? You arrived by legitimate means. You had to have your medical insurance. If you can't show those papers, you won't even be able to get into the country, right? So it's very, very different people coming across a porous border or people paying bribes at the border and being able to get into the country. If you can't get into the country in the first place because the borders are not porous, then you don't make use of any services in the country, including healthcare, right? So what I'm saying to you is, you're making a very good point. But we are comparing apples with bananas here, in a sense, if you know what I mean, because the way people enter becomes the problem. And that is why they would never need medical insurance, because they would come into the country, they would perhaps bribe their way or ask for favors, or manage to wangle something to get into a public hospital. And of course, our law says that people who fall into a particular category can't be denied healthcare, even if they are undocumented. So our constitution has allowed that. Our constitutional court ruled on that. How do we manage that? It's a very difficult thing. Once the courts have said this is allowed, it is allowed. That's the way it works in our country. Velisani is on the line to us. Morning, Velisani.
Morning, Joanna. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Go for it.
I've got this issue of illegal immigration. There's actually something that's ironic about it. You will have a guest that's going to come in on a different topic, where they'll say no procedures need to be followed. I think the Johannesburg issue where the mayor was demolishing illegal structures, and then they said no, you can't do that. The procedures have to be followed. And then when you talk about illegal immigration, then it's a different story altogether, because this is quite simple. It's an issue that pertains to national security. If you have to come into the country, you have to use the legal means.
Spot on.
Why do we want, as South Africans, that this country must be a free-for-all, whereas the very same people that are illegal in this country, you try and go into their countries, their immigration laws are set and very clear-cut.
Yes.
But when it comes to us, we want people to just come in freely, and and that's it. The rules mustn't apply. The rules must apply to everything else. And then you still expect ordinary law-abiding citizens of South Africa to respect South African laws, but people can just come in, do as they please. And this is the very reason why you find that people that come from outside the country find it easy for them to come in and set up businesses and actually do well. Because you, as Joanne, the moment you open a business, the municipality is on your case, labor, all these other departments are on your case to make sure that you comply. And then that makes it a bit more difficult for you to actually get somewhere. So I find it quite odd and unfair that the people that come into the country illegally are protected by all means to say, no, we mustn't do anything to them, they mustn't go, the blame is on the government and the constitution, and it's there, it's clear-cut to say, if you're coming into this country, this is how you come in. If you don't come in through those ways, you've already broken the law.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Velisani. We're going to take a short break just for the news bulletin, and I'll pick up on your important thoughts. Thank you. It is 10:30. Here is Ondelambana.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines on SAFM, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. 9 people have died and others injured following a head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Morgenson in Mpumalanga. Police are probing a shooting incident at Wellesley and Kraaifontein on the Cape Flats that has claimed the life of 1 person and injured 3 others, including a 5-year-old child. And the ANC has announced the opening of public nominations for its centralised selection of mayoral candidates for the 2026 local government elections. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:31 here on the Daily Discourse, having from some stimulating conversations on the WhatsApp line and our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 06104 107 0614 104 107. Sorry about that. Okay, let's listen to some of your voice notes that came in after our last interview.
Good morning, Joanne. I hope you're well. Yeah, I'm just listening to your discussion there with your guest, with medical services and things like that. You know what? Migrants and undocumented migrants are not the only problem. They're a problem. And if she said that they're less than 5% of the population, that equates to over 3 million people that shouldn't actually be here and shouldn't be availing of the medical facilities. So start with one of the problems, eradicate it, and then work on to the next one. You can't ignore it just because you don't have empirical evidence. Mark from Cape Town.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Mark. That's right. 3 million is a lot of people, right? Making use of a healthcare system. But the bottom line is, what will happen if government introduces this white paper? What will happen to the 13% of South Africans who cannot go to a medical health facility or a school, put their children in there, or make use of other public services because they don't have documents either? It will have consequences for citizens. What have you... Okay, let's take more, in fact, on this issue, and then I'll move back to the issue of the city of Joburg.
Morning, SAFM. I'm worried about this Section 27 lawyers for human rights, whatever. Why are they forcing us as South Africans to take care of these illegal immigrants? Why can't they just say, okay, everybody go back to Zimbabwe, Malawi, wherever, and then when they come back, and then they come back clearly with the right documentation? Now, we cannot do that.
All right, and then we're also listening to these voice notes on your issue of Johannesburg officials and what is happening in regard to city power.
Good morning, Joanne. This is V from Hateful Extension 23. On the issue of Johannesburg, Joanne, we've got a lot of officials who are suspended on full pay. Some of them, they are so corrupt. PR councillors are so corrupt. Get rid of those people, get all those monies which they stole due to corruption, and pay all the death of Gauteng. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those messages. Let's listen to one more on Veltevreden.
Hi there, Lunga, Western Cape. Just wanted to chime in on the Veltevreden power issue. I find it so strange that, government can state, or government entities can dictate to people what they can and cannot have on their properties, and I'm talking specifically with regards to solar, yet the services surrounding electrical supply is not stable. And that could be national's fault, or it could be municipal, and in this case it seems to be municipal. In all fairness, I feel that the municipalities should also challenge that and look at the requirements and why people need to jump through so many hoops in order to have solar. And I can only speak to affluent people. Unfortunately, in informal settlements, I doubt that's an issue. Anyway, awesome show. Cheers.
Thank you so much for that message. And, interestingly, your last comment about solar being for the affluent, people are looking at community solar now, which is something else that I think we ought to look into on the show, where groups of people get together, they form a little community, they all contribute towards the solar, and that makes it affordable. So I think with the current situation, many more communities are perhaps going to have to start thinking about these kinds of solutions as well. All right, let me take you at 25 minutes to 11 onto this story that I found very worrying and shocking indeed. A 6-year-old in Mandela Park, Mthatha, who has had to take on the kind of responsibility that no child should ever be faced with. He's been found taking care of his blind grandmother, his mentally ill mother, and his 2-year-old sibling. We're going to speak now to the spokesperson of the Eastern Cape MEC Social Development Department, Mpumzi Zuzile. Good morning to you, and thank you so much for your time on the program. What do we know about how this child came to be looking after 3 members of his family?
We, as the Department of Social Development, we got to know about the problem when we were contacted on Sunday by one of SABC's journalists, Nkululeko Nyembezi. Immediately we received the information. We sent out our social workers to the area and managed to find one of the NGO caregivers that we work with in the area to be able to go and ensure that there is someone old to help the kids. Ever since then, the problem here it's that communities are not reporting these matters to social development so that we can act swiftly when we hear. Because we picked up that the kid is of school, the 6-year-old does go to school, and for sure, when that kid gets to school, any parent can see or any teacher can see that this kid hasn't been taken care of, hasn't been probably well prepared to come to school. And they never decided, no one actually took an initiative to go and check the well-being of the child and report it to social development. Neighbors in this area, you will recall the Children's Act, especially Section 100, is very clear on the responsibilities, as much as they put the onus on social development to ensure that children are protected. But the Act states very clearly that neighbors, religious leaders, community development, there's a whole list of people. And in that community, there's a ward councillor. There is ward committees in those particular areas. And none decided to report this matter to social development up until the good work of your journalist, Mr. Nyembezi, saw this and contacted us immediately, and immediately we took action afterwards.
You know, I think, Mr. Zuzile, you're reminding us of how we all, as adults, tend to fail children on so many fronts before the truth finally comes out about how children are being abused, robbed of opportunities and their childhood in this country.
Yes, I agree fully with you that a lot of parents especially in that community, failed those children, and it also become worse because there are family members who are also staying in the same vicinity as those. There are two aunts that are staying not very far from that household, and they thought it was business as usual, and none of them reported the matter without blaming anyone. The department, when we received that, we took action. Currently, the kids have been taken, and they've been placed in a place of safety. The 6-year-old is now by the Kaele Temple, one of the homes, is transporting the kids because it's not as close. Yes. While they are working on ensuring that the child is transferred to a closer school to them. But in the morning, in the meantime, they are transporting the 6-year-old to school and fetching it, and the 2-year-old is being taken care of. The blind grandmother has completely refused to leave her household. We have since, because we are working with an NGO that has caregivers in the area, they've given us 2 caregivers, one to take care of the blind old lady, and the other one to take care of the mentally ill mother, who is 19. So our social workers are there, have been there since Sunday. They continue to go there and do assessments. They've taken the 2 children to get a health check, because that's part of the process of before they are being placed in a safe place of safety. They need to be taken to a doctor who will then check their well-being, if they haven't been abused or sexually abused or all kinds of abuse, to check on that. And then when that has been done, then the children are then placed. So the children, I can safely say the children are now safe. They've been placed. They are in a warm house environment with other kids, and they're no longer doing what they were doing, taking care of adults. Even the adults who refused to leave, we now have two caregivers that are actually staying with the 2.
All right. Thank you very much for giving us that detailed. The spokesperson of the Eastern Cape MEC for Social Development, Mpumzi Zuzile, filling us in on what has happened there. Thankfully, the children have been taken to a place of care now, and the little boy is attending school. The other child is just 2 years old, but has a caregiver now. But I wonder how you feel about this. And before we move on to our next interview, where we're talking about child-headed households in general, I'm just looking at this great work that our SABC reporter did. Our reporter is Nkululeko Nyembezi, who actually brought the story to the fore. And I think this is such important work in terms of journalism. Rescuing these children from a situation, rescuing, in fact, the elders in the household as well, because they had no help apart from these children. And social development has been able to step in because SABC News brought this to the fore. But tell me how you feel about what the grandmother had to say. The grandmother's blind. She's being assisted by the 2-year-old to move about on their premises. And of course, the 6-year-old is doing just about everything else. She went on to say, I need help because I do not want social workers to take away my grandchildren. They are the ones that guide me to the toilets. They are the ones that fetch water for me. All my life is solely dependent on them. Without the assistance of these kids, my life is done. And I'm wondering if this is why this case did not come to light earlier. Is it because I take the point that the grandmother is suffering. She's living in very, very difficult circumstances. She's living with a disability. She's living with a daughter who has a mental health issue. She's, she's trying to look after a 2-year-old child as well, apart from the 6-year-old. But having said that, do we feel that this is the role of children in our society? Do we feel it's okay to be using children in this way when there are 2 adults, 2 aunts in the family who actually perhaps should be stepping in here to assist from time to time, or social development should have stepped in, as we've seen has now happened, as Mr. Zuzile has told us. I'm wondering about that because that I find deeply disturbing. And I'm wondering if there's something that we need to do to change our mindset in regard to what the role of children is in society. And the fact that child labor doesn't belong in a society like ours, where we value human rights. Children have rights. This is not the quality of life that any child should have. Let's bring into the conversation Dr. Zeni Thambadu, the Deputy Director of the National Association of Child and Youth Care Workers. Good morning to you, Dr. Thambadu. Of course, we'd like to think this is an isolated example, but we certainly know it's not. How many child-headed households are there in the country?
Well, the research seems to show, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak, thank you very much, that there are approximately 30,000 child-headed households, which might be approximately 2% of the children in child-headed households in South Africa. That figure is not completely verified. However, the circumstances of children living in child-headed households is extremely concerning. The issues of poverty, hunger, shelter, abuse, and risks of abuse are extreme for this category of children. Just to say that these children are identified and protected in the Children's Act, where we talk about children who are under 16 living on their own, requiring the presence of a supervising adult. And the National Association of Child Care Workers, for 20 years, developed and created and replicated and scaled up the Izibindi model, which developed locally trained child and youth care workers, which is a social service profession aligned to social work, that would actually do home visits, go out from the communities they were in, visit families, identify vulnerable children in vulnerable families, in vulnerable communities, because that is generally the experience we have, and look at how they could support them. Because child and youth care workers are direct practitioners, who are the first professional that will bridge the gap between families and communities and the formal services that they need to require.
Right.
And we had a model that showcased services to more than 1.7 million children around the country, and in partnership with the Department of Social Development. At that point in time, the project was handed over to the department in 2018.
Yes.
So I'm not too sure how the model, which is a new model that they've developed called Rishia, is responding to this, because this is exactly the kind of response that needs to be scaled up. And this family would have been supported in every which way by the child and youth care workers in the community.
Well, it would be interesting to know, and I don't know if we still have Mr. Zuzile on the line to us, whether he's dropped the line, unfortunately. But it would have been a good question to ask him, because, I mean, my assumption was that you cannot have social development in every corner of South Africa, and that we are dependent on family members, on community members and neighbours, on relatives and on teachers to be able to flag a situation like this if they see that something untoward is happening. Why do you think that didn't happen in the community? I'm pretty taken aback by that, Dr. Thambadu.
Yes. I'm equally concerned that the educators would not have referred it, or neighbours, because the way we would have worked is that, you would have referrals either from the child themselves coming for help, or you would have the school identify a child, please do a follow-up visit, or neighbours would point out that there's a family that's vulnerable. So in that case, you would immediately intervene and provide the range of services. The problem is that there are not enough child and youth care workers on the ground. And I think a recommendation to the Department of Social Development is that they certainly need to scale up programs that respond to children at a preventative and early intervention level. And this is an early intervention service. I hear what the grandma is saying, is that she does not want her family to be disrupted. What she wants is the cycle of poverty and trauma that they experience to be broken, not that their family should be split apart.
Yes.
And so how do we create support systems around the family so that they can live healthily and happily together? And we had developed, I must say, an award-winning, internationally recognized model called Izibindi that demonstrated it. We also set up safe spaces and safe parks in communities where children could gather to play together under the supervision of a child and youth care worker. And in those situations, we had many referrals that came with children coming to the park to play and saying, "Can you help me? I'm staying at home looking after my parents because they're sick." And this model was very functional during the HIV/AIDS pandemic, when child-headed households was a growing crisis that we were responding to. And it was designed specifically to respond. It's a best practice model. So it's not like there are no policies and legislation and direction around what to do. It's just that, why are we not doing more for children? Because we know what to do.
And that is a very important point you're making, and that's why I don't want to drop the line to you yet, Dr. Thambadu. I'm going to ask you to please stay on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to try and bring Mr. Mpumzi Zuzile from the Eastern Cape MEC Social Development Department back onto the line, because I think we need to talk about this issue of what has happened to this program and whether that may have played a role in in saving this child and his sibling from the difficulties they have been through. Please do stay with us. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue the conversation.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
All right, it is just after 10 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and we're continuing this conversation about this child, a 6-year-old who was found to be looking after his family, a blind grandmother, mentally unwell mother, 2-year-old sibling, and he's now had to be removed from that family in Umtata to be put into care so that he and his 2-year-old sibling can actually have a semblance of a child's life, a childhood, and go to school. I'll listen to some of your voice notes on this. We are waiting for we're hoping to get Mr. Mpumzi Zuzile from the Social Development Department back on the line. And in fact, he is there, I believe. Okay, great. So before we listen to those voice notes, Mr. Zuzile, thank you so much for coming back onto the program. I know that we had said thank you and goodbye to you, but there's an issue that I think we need to deal with here. Dr. Thambadu from the National Association of Child and Youth Care Workers says there was a program that was launched in conjunction with the Social Development Department that was running really well. I believe it's called Isibindi. Isibindi, and that program put volunteers, young people into the community to try to locate families like this, like children, heading up households and the like, and to try to circumvent this problem and ensure that those children received the attention that they needed, and the families did too. What happened to that program? I believe the Social Development Department took over it.
Yes, it is an initiative that was taken over by the National Department of Social Development.
Yes.
I will have to check on that. I believe that program is still happening. We've got quite a number of youth-related programs in the department. Other than just Isibindi, we've got Kesha, we've got quite a number of other programs that look into working in different communities.
Right. So my next question to you would obviously be, if you've got all these programs, and the programs Dr. Thambadu spoke about are still alive within your department, why did you not discover from sending your people out into the community that this family was in need?
You can have all these programs. You cannot go to each and every household. That's the unfortunate part. And that's why when, if you recall what I said earlier, that social development is the custodian of the Children's Act. However, we need other partners within the communities. We need neighbors. We need churches. We need family to be able to respond. There's family relate. They never reported this matter. If a matter is not reported to social development unfortunately can't pick all of these cases up by itself.
Right.
We need the assistance of communities. That's why even the MEC, when I issued the statement, we made a call to say communities out there must play their role. CDWs are employed by government. Community development workers, ward committees are receiving stipends. There's police, there's teachers. The 6-year-old was going to school. The teachers at the school never reported the matter to social development. So that's the thing here.
My question, we've covered that ground, and we've said that all of those individuals may have been at fault. But I'm asking you about why your program is seemingly not working.
As I said, when you asked me about the program, that it isn't a program that is run by our national department. I will check the validity to whether the program is still active or not.
Right.
But I cannot now, out of just know all the programs that are running within the department to know about them currently. That's why I'm saying, unfortunately, I'm going to have to check that program. However, these are the issues that also need to be looked at.
Okay.
You can't,
Thank you.
social development can't be the blame
Mr.
for
Mr. Suzile, I've asked you the questions that I've wanted to, and you've been very gracious about giving me the answers. I want to go back to Dr. Zeni Thambadu from the National Association of Child and Youth Care Workers. What is your response to what Mr. Suzile is saying, Dr. Thambadu?
I think that it is very clear that there is a need to expand the role of child and youth care workers in programs like Isibindi, and I know the government now calls it Rishia, to see how that model is working and how is it responding to vulnerable children in vulnerable families and communities. And there is clearly a need to expand services. If you just were to look at the reality, we are dealing with a large number of unemployed youth. Our responsibility is to educate those youth. And we are saying that local youth can be trained as accredited, regulated child and youth care workers, direct workers on the ground that can service children and communities in their own communities. And that is a model that we had developed and demonstrated. And I think it's a model that can be expanded. And I just want to highlight that we are not social workers. We are child and youth care workers. We are a regulated profession with the South African Council of Social Service Professionals. And the Department of Social Development has the responsibility to develop workers, to recruit, train, and deploy them to do this exact service to children and families. And it is a proven model. In fact, just out of interest, I was just invited to China to come to speak at an international conference and describe the Izibindi model. Though it has such far-reaching effects in other countries, I think that the model itself, whether the department has transitioned it into a Rishia program, is not the issue. The fact is that child and youth care workers are part of that model, and they play a critical role in communities because they're a child-focused professional that is actually there to see that the child is safe, to uphold and be guardians of children's rights. They localized people, bringing the language, culture, the trust, the presence, and that's what you need. You need the presence of professional adults in the space of communities and families. And vulnerable families are complex. They need someone to visit them. Home visiting has been proven to be a recognized intervention that is successful.
All right. Thank you very much for your expertise there, Dr. Zeni Thambadu, the Deputy Director of the National Association of Child and Youth Care Workers. And prior to that, on the line, he very kindly came back on, Mr. Mpumzi Zuzile, spokesperson to the Eastern Cape MEC of Social Development. What do you think about that? I mean, do you think now, this puts a bit different spin on it, do you think that the Eastern Cape Social Development Department dropped the ball on this? If community workers are supposed to go into the community and find the stories and find the people who need help, that changes the dynamics completely. And I'm not saying that teachers who observe this should not be held responsible, or that other family members who observe this should not be held to account. All of those adults have let the children down. That is undeniable. But we've got a government department that had a working program. They took a working program from a body that had proven that it was a recognized and it was actually a very successful model from the sound of it. They took over it. We have a spokesperson who's not able to tell us if the program is active anymore because there are so many programs on the go. So they can't tell us offhand whether the program is active, whether their workers are out there in the field, in the communities, in people's homes. That to me is not an answer. It says to me that social development may not have done what it was supposed to do in this regard. And they are now, it gives me the impression, and I could be completely wrong, and you are welcome to tell me if I am, it sounds as though they're sitting back and waiting for the cases to come to them instead of actually going out and proactively speaking to the community, going into those homes and getting a sense of what is needed from the people there. It is just about 11 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. When we come back, we will be profiling a wonderful South African author in line with our Africa Month efforts. And I'll tell you more about that after 11 o'clock. But it is 11 right now. Here's Ondela Mbana with your latest news bulletin.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, 9 die in a head-on collision in Mpumalanga, and ANC mayoral candidates' public nomination opened. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. 9 people have died and others injured following a head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Mogarsson in Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga Community Safety, Security and License spokesperson Mweti Musi says the cause of the crash is still being investigated. However, he says they suspect negligence and reckless driving.
8 of the deceased died while at the scene, while the 9th person succumbed to the injuries while being transported to the nearby hospital. 1 person sustained serious injuries, while 2 more occupants escaped with slight injuries. It is not clear as to what led to the collision. However, reckless and negligent driving could not be ruled out at this stage. The investigation into the crash is already underway.
Police are probing a shooting incident in Wellersden in Kraaifontein on the Cape Flats that has claimed the life of 1 person and injured 3 others, including a 5-year-old child. Police spokesperson Wesley Tweak says officers had been called to the crime scene where they found the victims with gunshot wounds to their bodies.
The 50-year-old victim was declared deceased on the scene by medical personnel, while the other victims were transported to a medical facility in a private vehicle. The motive for the attack forms part of the police investigation. According to reports, 2 unknown suspects entered the premises and opened fire on the victims before fleeing the scene. Murder and attempted murder cases were registered for investigation.
The Pretoria North Magistrates Court has postponed the case against suspended police sergeant Fani Nkosi to the 22nd of July. He faces charges of theft, defeating the ends of justice, and unlawful possession of explosives. Nkosi was arrested after police raided his Pretoria North home last month, where they found a stun grenade, ammunition, firearms, 50,000 rand in cash, and multiple police dockets linked to serious and violent crimes. Today, the NPA requested a postponement so that this matter and the Dagga possession case in Thohoyandou in Limpopo be centralized. Nkosi's legal representative has also withdrawn from the case. He remains in custody. The ANC has announced the opening of public nominations for its centralized selection of mayoral candidates for the 2026 local government elections. The process applies to the country's 8 metropolitan municipalities, 22 secondary cities and towns. According to a media statement issued by the party yesterday, the invitation allows any South African, including non-card carrying members, to nominate individuals or nominate themselves. The participation deadline is tomorrow. The ANC's policy and research head, Phoebe Potgieter-Gqubule, says the public nomination stream is one of 6 selection channels.
We're doing it because we've listened to the IEC public participation research and even other research about electoral reform in the country, which says that people want to see the faces of the people that lead them. Mayors, they're the CEOs of cities. And we have therefore broadened the process because we do believe that this is an important position in terms of leadership of the cities, in terms of vision for the cities, and also in terms of holding the administration and the different agencies accountable.
Non-profit organization the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group has urged government to increase the child support grant. This as low-income households continue to struggle to afford a basic nutritional diet. Stats SA yesterday announced that the consumer price inflation rate had increased to 4% in April from 3.1% in March. The group says the rise in CPI will put further economic strain on households as prices for basic goods and services are also likely to rise. The group's Program Coordinator Mervyn Abrams says the child support grant of 560 Rand is 35% below the national food poverty line of 855 Rand per month.
We have been saying that at least the child support grant should be pegged at the level of the food poverty line. Now, the food poverty line in South Africa is standing at 855 Rand per month. So at the very minimum, the child support grant should provide for sufficient food, which according to Stats SA is 855. So an increase in that area, we believe, would be a massive increase, not only to eradicate child poverty, supporting households, but it will be a massive boost to the economy.
Recapping the top story, 9 people have died and others injured following a head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Margerson in Mpumalanga. I am Lambana for SAFM News, headlines at 11:30.
Get into the beautiful game with a free Spar limited edition soccer ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 400ml Vaseline body lotion or cream, including argan oil, for 49.99. Save 20 Rand. Or 175-gram Protex hygiene soap. Buy any 2 for 28. Save 12 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 24 May. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Catch Top Billing this Thursday on S3 as Sozibini meets boxing champ Kevin Larina ahead of his world title defense. Fez, Jonathan and Ryle compete for cover story glory. SA lifestyle combines with French chic in a castle of a home. And rapper Gigi Lamaine talks legacy over high tea. That's Top Billing this Thursday evening at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3. Streaming on SABC+.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 106.1 FM in Bombela. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. I'm Joanne Joseph. Thank you very much for joining us. We're into the final hour of our show. And this hour we're talking books. I have been very privileged to read a beautiful book this week. I started it while I was at the Literary Festival in Franschhoek last week, The House at 6001. My copy looks a little worse for wear because I carried it with me. But what a joy it was to start reading this on the weekend. And of course, this is part of our Africa Month journey. We've been unearthing the many stories that shape us as South Africans, and sometimes we have to go looking for those stories. At other times, they're in our own backyard, as BBC journalist Lebo Diseko found out when she began to explore the stories of her own family and the 4-bedroom structure in Orlando East, Soweto, where her family's anti-apartheid activism began. Much of it culminated on the 16th of June, 1976. Who can forget that day in our history? Lebo is in studio with us to enlighten us. Lebo, welcome home, welcome to the country, welcome to SAfm. It really is delightful to have you. I'm going to ask you to pull your mic slightly closer to you so that we can hear you much better. Thank you so much. And I didn't quite know how to read this. Is it The House at 6001, The House at 6001?
At 6001.
6001.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, great, fantastic. It is a memoir of uprising and exile. And Lebo, I must ask you first of all, you've captured the vibrancy of this home so well in the book. Take us back to how it became such a hub of activism in your family.
So the house at 6001 is my paternal grandparents' home. And it's where my mother, once she got married to my dad, who was in exile when they got married, moved into. She lived there with her in-laws, my dad's brothers, sisters, and his parents.
Yeah.
And you would have thought that would be quite an awkward situation, but they loved each other so much and they had a lot of fun together, but they were also all activists and revolutionaries in their own right. And that was they kind of knew each other from those circles prior to. How the book sort of came about was me eavesdropping on my mum, my aunts, talking about those days and talking about the escapades they used to get up to, but also realizing that they were all connected in some way to this really momentous day. So my mum was a teacher at Pafeni Junior Secondary, which was the school that all of the kids were marching to. It was kind of the central point. Those children had been on strike over the issue of Afrikaans. She was a teacher of Seth Mazibuko, a number of other kids, and really supported them as they were resisting this change in the education. My Aunt O'Hara herself was an incredible organizer. She'd been at Turflop. She was a real activist in her own right. She helped my mum, advised her in the lead up. My Rakhadi was working at Baragwanath Hospital on the day, June 16th. Nobody had expected it to be like it turned out to be. My aunt thought it would just be little kids with, placards, because they were little kids, actually, And then my uncle, my Ramakhulu Net, was a journalist at the Rand Daily Mail. He covered this extensively. So in many ways, the people in the house at the time were connected to June 16th. And then my dad, this is what I discovered, whilst I was researching the book, was He was a founding member of SASM, which was the student organization that Murphy Murobe and some of the high school students belonged to. He'd set that up before he went into exile. Learning about his journey was incredible as well. Just that he was banned 2 days before his 21st birthday. They came to the house and served the banning order at the house. Yet still, he managed to fall in love with my mum, date my mum, continue his activism. My grandparents, even though they were obviously very distressed that he was banned, also supported the activism of all the kids in that house. And the house was also, when I was researching, people would tell me it was a place where other activists would go for safety. There were political meetings held there all the time. My grandparents didn't ask questions about why there were discussions behind closed doors. It was just, it was interesting to me, their role as well as the real grown-ups, how they facilitated both the activism, and it was dangerous, of the young people they were looking after, but also created a home where there was structure, there was order, there was love, there was laughter, there was care.
Let's focus on that love for a moment. I mean, growing up in exile, I'm not sure if you had any idea of these extraordinary roles that your parents, Joyce and Mate, played in the struggle, and how they were able to fall in love against what was quite a violent backdrop.
So I really didn't. I knew my parents always as activists. The struggle. I think there's a line in the book where I say there are some families where church is their religion. For us, our religion was the struggle, So I knew them as activists, but I didn't know their stories at all.
Yes.
And my mum had spoken about June 16th. She had spoken about some of the things that she'd been involved with, some of. But as I wrote the book and as I researched, I found that there was so much more that she'd lived through, been a part of, and she was a real serious activist, My father, he and I didn't talk about his background at all. I had no idea about why he had to go into exile. The trial, he was charged with treason in absentia. I just had no idea. And actually, people used to talk about it and say, your dad was this guy that he contributed so much. But I think sometimes one approach people take when they're traumatized by a set of events is just to not talk about it at all.
Absolutely.
So he and I went on our own journey of discovery. I actually did a PIA request, a freedom of information request for his security files. A journalist colleague of mine, when I was at Harvard on the Nieman Fellowship, said, have you done a freedom of information request? So I did that, and then I told him about it, and I was scared because I thought he'd be, if you haven't spoken to me about a thing and then you go into a freedom of information request, I didn't think he'd love that. But actually, I think he was really on board, and really, I think, into the idea that I was interested in his life. We had to get some of the files declassified. He and I strategizing. There's one point where the declassification had to be signed by one woman. It had to pass by one woman's desk. That person had to sign it. And it took a long time. And he and I, how are we going to do it? General so-and-so has written back to us. How do we move around this? So that was a really interesting journey for me. I definitely got to know his story better. But I think as well, my Rakhadi, my Mama Khuluahara, they too were very serious activists. One of the themes in the book is struggle, the discipline of the struggle. And I think that they still abide by the principles of the movement O.R. Tambo built. So for them, they're just like, there's things you don't talk about. So I would have loved to come away with, this is what my Rakhadi did. This is what my Mama Khuluahara did. And my mum, she did X, Y, Z. And there was also me having to reconcile that, firstly, there are things, perhaps because I was a child of the struggle, but I didn't grow up here.
Yes.
And perhaps if I'd been here in the 80s, I would also have understood better why some things have to be put away and not talked about, and that discipline. And then also that the struggle wasn't about one person.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it wasn't one person's time to shine.
Yes.
It was a community, it was a collective
Yeah.
effort. And I think they all very much have that approach, that it's not for us to kind of be shouting about our role in things.
Isn't it an amazing thing, hey? It's humility also. I think that's wrapped up in that. But as a nation, one gets a sense we actually have a fairly superficial understanding of June 16th. I was reminded of that when I was reading the book. And perhaps the Soweto uprising by extension. You know, what specifics could you lay your hands on when you went to the archives and you were factually researching the actual events of the day?
There was a lot that I wasn't able to kind of pin down, and that was what was really frustrating. So whether you're talking about the sequence of events, you know, at what point was the tear gas fired? At what point did the police start firing? There are many different accounts and no kind of central story. And that may be the passage of time. It may be, you know, if you and I spent a day together, we might recall the same events differently.
Yes.
What did and still distresses me actually is I felt, or my observation was that there is no real proper accounting of how many children died that day. Whether you're looking at obviously the Celia report was the apartheid government's commissioned report, so I didn't expect them to have any particular, you know, I just didn't expect a lot from that. But I was surprised that in that report, the numbers they give vary at different points in the report. If you look at the TRC documents, their number that they give for June 16th, I think is in the final report, is actually the number in the Celia report for the whole period. It is just very difficult to find out are we talking 400? Are we talking 800? Are we talking 1,000? How many children died that day?
Yes.
And I think a lot about the stories we tell. Nations, people, families tell themselves stories about what's important to them.
Yeah.
And I think it says a lot about who and what we value, that there just isn't that information. And also ease of access as well, like not being able to just look that up digitally and find out, okay.
Yeah.
You know,
which you can generally do with just about any event.
And you just can't do that. So that's something I found upsetting, actually.
Yes, yeah. It talks a lot about how we choose to memorialize. And we will continue this conversation. We're speaking to author Lebu Duseko. She has written the book, The House at 6001. Just getting the title right. A memoir of uprising and exile as part of our Africa Month coverage. We'll continue our conversation with Lebu right after this.
Hey, want to check your TV license balance conveniently? Look no further. Our SMS service allows you to do just that. By sending a message containing your ID or TV license number to 44210, you can quickly access your balance without needing multiple inquiries or waiting on hold. Plus, standard SMS rates apply. Take advantage of this efficient method to stay informed and streamline your payment process today. T's and C's apply.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11:21 here on the Daily Discourse. We are continuing our conversation with our wonderful author Lebo Diseko, who is with us in the studio after having written The House at 6001, 6001, 6001, 6001. It's known as different things by different people. Right?
I mean, this was the number. It's the number of the house, my grandparents' house. So different people call it different things. But my Rakhadi, my aunt, the other day was very vociferous that it is 6001. So that is what we'll say. But yeah, 6001, 6001.
Yeah.
It's our family home.
Quite a phenomenal space that gave birth to so many activists. And, we're talking about the issue of memory. And I was looking at this line in your book, every day brings memories. Reminded me that, we're still living with a generation that is deeply traumatized by these events. And memory is a strange thing. It can heal, it can hurt, as Murphy Morobe reminds us in this book, but it also changes with the passing of time, didn't you find?
Yeah. So that line, every day brings memories, it actually still gives me chills, came from Hastings and Glover's mum, who was just talking about how painful it was to look for her son, find his body. She thought she'd find him alive. She hoped she'd find him alive. Then she finds his body. And she says, how long am I going to have to remember the things he used to say to me, all his little complaints in life? Every day brings memories, and it's unbearable. And one of the things that Murphy Morobe was basically that remembering can be a hindrance. And he was talking about generally in the struggle, you might be arrested. He was arrested. You might be arrested, tortured. If you remember too much, you might, there was a purpose in not remembering. But also, even on that day specifically, June 16th, how many children's bodies lay in the street? My mum talked about, in the days afterwards, my mum Khuluhara, going to mortuaries, looking through piles of dead bodies. In the months afterwards, when there were funerals, the police, the funerals kind of became places of mobilization, and the police would come and shoot at the mourners. Then people would have to jump inside the graves sometimes to, get out of the way of bullets. So if those are the things you're experiencing every day, you must compartmentalize. Otherwise, you cannot, as a human being, carry all those things.
Yes.
So there was that. But then there was also kind of, I was very interested in memory more generally. I didn't get to grow up with my grandparents because we went into exile. I was smuggled back into the country and spent about, I don't even know, I think it was maybe a week, 2 weeks, who knows? But I have my own very precious memories from that time. But there are also things that I don't know if I made them up. Like I have a strong memory of sitting on the stoop. We used to have a stoop that wrapped around the house that you could sit on. You had to polish, then we'd sit on it. So I have a memory of sitting on that stoop with my grandmother and drinking tea. And she'd get the set out and we'd have the doily, and she would pour the tea, and she taught me to pour from my cup into the saucer to cool it down.
Yes.
And then we would both lift it up and slurp. So I'd played this memory over and over and over in my mind, and something really, even the light, I can see the light, the pinkish light. But when I spoke to my Rakhadi about it, she said her mum never drank tea like that. She would never. She drank tea very properly.
Yes, they were proper, that generation.
Yes. And she also drank her tea with condensed milk. In my memory, the tea was black. I remember when we got back to the UK, I remember my mum saying that you can't drink tea out of saucers in people's houses here. You have to stop that. She doesn't remember that, So, I don't know. Like, sometimes the role of memory is very interesting. What we remember, how we remember it, the pieces of things we put together. And I guess as a country, what we've chosen to remember, what that says about our ability to heal now, actually. And the narratives we make from that, I think, is interesting.
I'm fascinated by this idea of memory, of remembering, of misremembering. I'm also fascinated by inherited memory. And I'm wondering whether you think that's real after having written this book, because, I went through the process of writing historical fiction. I don't know what came through my conscious and what came through my unconscious. Sometimes I feel the lines were blurred. And that was about something that happened several centuries ago. Well, more than 1 century ago, I should say. I'm wondering if in one generation you feel a kind of inherited memory as a writer coming through, or whether you feel you had to be entirely dependent on the archive and the kind of autoethnographic interviews that you did with the people in your life and in your community in order to put this book together. Is there an element of that, of inherited memory, that comes through?
There are definitely inherited memories. So, for example, they're the stories that are told about the family all the time, and they're repeated and they become kind of your memories as well. Like, I mean, this is a small thing, but, my dad climbing the pine tree. There was a tree in the front of the house that he fell out of and broke his arm. And that tale being told over and over again,
Yes.
and it becomes as if it's your story. This story of this kind of cheeky, slightly, naughty, but butter wouldn't melt,
Yes.
guy, young kid.
Yes.
And then there are the collective memories about, even June 16th. I thought I knew the story of June 16th. And I thought I'd been told a lot about June 16th, but I hadn't. And I think there are the stories that were told because the struggle was a political, living kind of organism, really.
Yes.
And you had to have stories that you told in order both to get the outside world to buy in, and also so we don't forget what had happened. But
Yes.
I thought I knew about June 16th, and I really didn't. I didn't really know the things that my mother had been through. I knew very little about it,
Well, Lebo, I think you have done the most amazing story of pulling it all together, and you've done it respectfully.
I hope so.
And I think that's important, because we also talk about silences, and our generation very much wants to break the silences, right? But silences have their place in painful memory.
This was really interesting for me because part of my wanting to know, excavate people's lives,
Yes.
is because I want to know you better. I want to know my elders better. At the same time, I also think, who of us wants someone trying to get all the things out of our
Yes,
head
yes,
that we've...
it's
people have
invasive in a
yes,
way.
and people have the right to their own recollections, memories, and things that they don't want to talk about, actually. So it was a challenge. It was I hate it when people say it's a journey, but even things like, when we talk about collective memory, we speak about June 16th so much that when I began asking questions about this and speaking about my elders' experiences, I didn't really... It took a while for me to realize, hey, this was a massacre. These are traumatized people 50 years on.
Yeah.
And I think if I'd have been, it sounds just awful to say, if I'd have been interviewing someone who I wasn't so familiar with, perhaps I would have had that cognizance earlier,
Yes.
So, yeah, I think it's an interesting... I hope that this book also embraces not always having a neat answer. I don't have a neat answer, but it is a tension.
Yeah, it is. And that's a beautiful point in the book. And it's a wonderful point on which to end our conversation as well. I'm sorry that I have to, actually, Lebo. I could keep talking to you, but it's been wonderful having you in studio. Thank you so much for coming to see us and speak to us. The House at 6001, to quote Lebo's Rachadi, a memoir of uprising and exile by Lebo Diseko, BBC journalist. And it is in all the good bookshops, published by Pan Macmillan. You want to go get a copy. Just after 11:30, let's get your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the number of people who died following a head-on collision in Mpumalanga this morning has now increased to 10. This after a minibus taxi collided with a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Morgenson in Mpumalanga. Police say a man has been killed in a drive-by shooting incident at Kafra village in Retreat on the Cape Flats, and Iran's Tasnim news agency says 2 people have been executed for disrupting the country's security. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
the soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change, someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with Saturdays and Sundays 1 to 4 p.m. only on SAfM 104 to 107 nationwide.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Central African Republic. In Central Africa, at the heart of the continent, a land of dense rainforest, rivers and vast natural wealth, bordered by Chad, Sudan, South Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Republic of Congo, and Cameroon. Diamonds, gold, and timber lie beneath its soil and forests. French and Sango are official languages. Sango unites communities across a nation of many ethnic groups and traditions.
The Central African Republic gained independence in 1960, a country rich in resources yet deeply affected by instability. Agriculture and mining support the economy, but decades of conflict, political unrest, and humanitarian crisis have shaped daily life. Infrastructure remains limited. Many communities continue to face poverty and displacement. Still, culture, faith, and resilience continues to hold people together.
The Central African Republic endures through every challenge. In every forest, in every village, in every voice, there is survival. Central African Republic, resilient, enduring, hopeful.
Africa Month on SAfM. Conversations, context, connection. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
11:34 it is on the Daily Discourse, heading for actually 25 minutes to 12 on the programme. And I'll take some of your voice notes now, because we've heard from so many of you on the issue of this little 6-year-old boy who's now been relocated to a care facility. The Social Development Department in the Eastern Cape has had to do that because he was looking after his whole family. His family is infirm, and so he's now been given the opportunity to be a child. But I imagine being separated from his family would bring its own trauma, and it's such a difficult situation. Let's listen to your voice notes on that.
Good morning, Joanne. It really breaks my heart, this issue of this young child taking care of his parents. Sure. The funny thing is that there is people who are in charge of the area, like council, Inkosi, Indunas, all those things. They cannot say that they don't know about this issue, the situation. Only now, when it went on SABC, that social development is standing up for. What about those local leaders? Where they are, what they're doing? No, man, this is a shame. It's a shame, man. This is a shame. Thank you, Anonymous.
The question I'm having in my mind is that how long has the mother been mentally ill? or when did the mother started to be mentally ill? As I can hear that the kids are still young. So if the mother had had kids while she's mentally ill, the person that got into intimacy with the mother, where is he? Can that person really not be made to account? Legally so, because if you engaged in an intimacy with a mentally ill person, is it allowed?
Joanne, I'm just listening to your interview with that social development employee. The question is, what about the counselor that covers that area? Now we're shifting everything to the teachers and everybody else, except the people that are supposed to be actually taking care of that situation, the counselor.
Good morning, Joanne. We here from Mohali City in Johannesburg. Joanne, on this issue of at the Eastern Cape, the first question that we're supposed to ask ourselves is, we've got a center there in the Eastern Cape. They've got home-based field workers. What did they do about that situation? Number two, who impregnated that mentally unstable lady? Then you can start from there. Thank you.
Wow. This is a mad story about the little 6-year-old looking after grandmother and mother. And it sounded like the social worker said the mother's 19. So she was 13 when she had this child. There's the core problem. That is where we need to start fixing this. This young birth of little children that cannot be looked after by their parents. Plain, open to see for everyone, that is the problem. Everyone knows it as well.
All right, many of your messages coming in on that. One of you says, good morning. I think some discourse needs to take place on family planning. Having a lot of children is never going to solve the poverty issue. The country is not enough clinics, hospitals, schools, no jobs, and I could go on. Smaller families are the way to get out of the hole. It's such a tough thing because it was clearly a teenage pregnancy, the first one, right? If that child is 6 years old now. And then you have to ask yourself, knowing the situation in our country, whether the mother could have willingly consented to that. I mean, you're looking at either statutory rape, depending on the age of the father, or you're looking at rape, if it was a full-grown adult. And so the mother's clearly possibly had a crime committed against her, and then there's another 2-year-old who is the result of this again. So, I mean, for me, there are cases, there are potentially criminal elements actually to be investigated here. This is actually a bigger story than we think. But I agree with those of you who say that the community should have weighed in on this. There are so many people who should have picked up this problem. Social development itself should have picked up this problem. If they have this reshare program where people are going out into communities, young people in fact are going out into communities and are able to assess the situation in homes. How is it that we were not able to find out before an SABC reporter goes out into the field and finds the story? How does nobody know about the fate of this child? It really is such a disheartening story, and it's something you just can't stop thinking about.
On this issue of at the Eastern Cape,
Lunga, Western Cape. Another question with regards to the child that's taking care of his mentally ill mom, etc. The other question is so where is the mom receiving her mental health treatment? Because it should be a question, would say, how are you taking care of your child if you are declared mentally ill? What is the situation at home? So it could have come through social, and it could have also come from medical, in my opinion, or health, to put a plan together. That's crazy. Yeah, no. Anyway, And things that happen in South Africa are starting to numb a lot of us.
No, true. And we can't become desensitized to them. That's why we have to keep finding the stories and telling the stories. One of you says, hi, Joanne, this is a lament from a dad and a citizen. My daughter got her social work degree cum laude from UKZN some 2 years ago. When she graduated, like many others, couldn't get a job. She's passionate about social work, so she volunteered for a year to get some experience and hopefully to get a job thereafter. No luck. And she sadly had to move to South Korea to teach English to earn a living. A sad day for her dreams and us as parents. Even sadder is the fact that our society has lost a dedicated South African passionate about helping a broken society. And Naveen, I think I remember getting this message from you earlier, but it is relevant to the conversation we're having today. Because social development would not necessarily want to come out and say this, but they don't have enough social workers. And if you don't have enough social workers and the kind of workers that were trained for that Isibindi program, then you're going to end up with a situation where children's rights are disregarded because nobody's monitoring what is happening in the homes. It's actually, I happen to be doing the story on my television show tonight about social development, wanting to move children out of homes, the care centres that they're in, and wanting to move them into private homes, deinstitutionalizing them, in other words. And I think it's a wonderful sentiment because it's always better, depending on the situation, generally, I would say. The research shows that it's always better for children to be moved into private homes where they can grow up with a family and so on. It sounds wonderful on the face of it. But if you're not able to monitor what homes they go into once you have removed them from the facilities, what happens then? What happens to the fate of those children? And sometimes, in some cases, they're being moved back into families that have not been properly rehabilitated. So then what happens when you're sending them back to offenders who've already committed a crime against the children? The Social Development Department, we really need to have some serious conversations about their responsibility to South African society and whether they are indeed fulfilling that. There may be areas where they are, but there are some areas where they just don't seem to be able to fulfill what is required of their mandate, and it really, really worries me. One of you are speaking about government departments on this note.
Good morning, Joanne. You see how our departments are useless. I mean, a whole department doesn't even know if a program like this still exists. Such an important program to help the poorest of the poor. A whole department doesn't know even if the program is still there. It just goes to show how useless our government is. It doesn't take its citizens to heart. I thank you, Martina Bloemfontein.
Yeah, Martina, I think I felt exactly the same way when we did that, the tail end of that interview, because I expected some sort of concrete response, and the fact that the spokesperson had no idea whether the program was still going or not. He had some idea that there were multiple programs, that it had been given a different name, but no idea whether it's an active program or not. How are you working in the department, and why is it not a priority for the department that everybody's speaking about virtually, on a daily basis because of the poverty, particularly, and the social deprivation in that area? And then many of you were listening to that interview with Dr. Rebecca Walker a little earlier in the program, and talking about the immigration white paper that government is working on. And she had some very interesting things to say about that legislation and what effect it will have. And one of the things that stayed with me from that interview is that 13% of South African citizens born in this country, born and bred here, are undocumented. And if that white paper comes through, it worries me that those citizens won't also be able to access all the things that they ought to be able to.
Morning, everyone in the studio and all SA listeners. Hey, I'm getting very worried. I'm getting very worried with the illegal immigrants in South Africa. You know, what is happening is very wrong. Now these people are undocumented and they take their children to the public hospitals. They know that this one is illegal, but they don't take any action. Once someone comes without any documents, they may assist that one, but after that, he must get arrested. because he is undocumented. He's getting help in South Africa, whereas he is undocumented, but he's not getting arrested, which means they are allowed to be in this country. That's all.
Yeah, but please, Joanne, with due respect, if you're saying if you can't enter, therefore you can't access medical, or you won't need medical insurance, are you then suggesting that if you have been able to enter illegally, therefore you are entitled to be given medical attention or medical care? This can't be right, because we then said everyone must come in and when will be entitled to medical care. No, man, we can't. We can't. People must be shown that if you come illegally, there are consequences because you have broken the law, and therefore you must be held accountable and you must suffer consequences of having broken the law of another country.
Thank you for all of those voice notes over the course of the morning. What I was saying there is that if you're not allowed into the country illegally, then you end up not making use of the systems, and you can take that on face value. That's what it means. If you're not in the country, you cannot make use of the systems. Therefore, dishonesty, corruption at the borders is a problem. That's exactly what I was saying. And there are laws, of course, that cohere with allowing migrants, documented or undocumented, to actually access healthcare in our country. So if you are unhappy with that, we need to address the Constitution and the issue of the Constitution and the way it works. And of course, there are ways of doing that, because a constitutional review happens once a year on a yearly basis. Pick up that pen, get access to the internet, start writing to your representatives in Parliament if this issue is close to your heart indeed. All right, that is where we are going to leave it for today. We're wrapping up the show on a very interesting note today, and we will pick up all the conversations once again tomorrow. When I say goodbye to you, we're going to go straight through to the book reading. Jerry Depu's book Unfair Ways is still on the go right now. I hope you enjoy that. And then, of course, we will go to Sakina Kamwendo, who will bring you an update at noon, her daily show, which she does with aplomb, keeping you up to date on everything that's going on in the country. I'll see you tomorrow then. Take care. Bye-bye.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Depu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Nevertheless, because of his development to being one of the outstanding players among both black and white, Mart was selected to represent Western Cape. He was the only black among white players. Not that that helped at all, for his being the only black player among whites, as he recalls that, when they played in Durban, he and other white players decided to go to a club after the game only for him to be singled out and chased out of the club because it was for whites only. It did not matter that he was a member of the Western Cape Province team, which consisted mostly of white players. Rampant racism based on skin color aside, Mart was determined and acquitted himself well at black tournaments in which he played throughout the country. Good as any, if not one of the best players, black or white, in the Western Province, he was one of the black players who played in the open international tournaments. He recalls occasions where particularly he was paired with Papua that he matched him short for short. He points out that Papua was courteous to any player but didn't talk much while playing and concentrated on his game. Generally, Mart grew familiar and friendly with all the top golfers, the majority of whom came from the Transvaal. He spoke fondly about the times he spent at tournaments with other notable players, people of the time such as Cox Hlapo, Boiki Mokgorwane, Vincent Chabalala,
David Mutati and Reggie Mamashele. He heaped praise on the late Jimmy Gatswang, another caddy-turned golfer from Orkney. He was the best striker of the ball. Mart reminisced even about the times when he had to share his own money with Ngatswang from time to time, just so they could focus on the game. Another player of note, Mervyn Gallant. Mervyn Gallant is one player whose love for golf developed almost by pure accident. As he recalls, he was playing soccer with others at an open field one day when a friend walked past him. On inquiry, the friend told him he was going to a golf course to caddy, and Gallant decided to follow him. The next weekend, he went to the golf course on his own and caddied, and the rest is history. This is how Gallant's impressive golf career started, by chance. This was his introduction to the game of golf, which he came to love. "I dreamt about golf, nothing else but about golf," he said. Of course, it was a new interest in the sport he would soon find quite difficult to engage in, as he would have preferred. Now as a caddy, and obvious without any equipment, he and his friends started making golf clubs with sticks. Their undefined golf courses were anywhere in the bushes where they could find space to hit their self-made golf clubs. This, he said, was the reason for him later being a good golfer. Advertising teaches to have ideas and to be strong. Gallant points out that he was fascinated by the game to such an extent he and other caddies played illegally at the King David Golf Course, which was less than a kilometer away from his home. This they did by hiding in the bushes and played the course after the white players had finished playing. Later, Gallant won an under-14 caddies tournament, a major feat from which he never looked back and led to him winning several similar tournaments. He was now playing regularly at courses including the Athlone and King David golf courses. Gallant recalls with fascination that at one of these tournaments, he played with clubs which were too long for him. Was at this stage that members of the club started noticing and took interest in him. Unmindful of it all, he said he continued playing and winning a number of youth tournaments while playing with a long set of clubs. His lucky break to owning a set of clubs, he says, occurred after he was placed second in the King David Open, and as a token of appreciation for his good performance, he was given a set of clubs as a gift. However, as was the case with all black players, Gallant said he experienced problems when trying to play at white golf clubs, particularly on weekends. With racism a daily reality negatively impacting black people, he recalls an occasion where he went to Rondebosch Golf Club. He was told he couldn't play there as the course was full. Yet, in his own observation, there were only 3 cars in the parking lot. On another occasion, when he'd been lucky to play, just after he had completed only 9 holes at the course, staff from the clubhouse removed him. His protest was that all he wanted to do was to play golf and not to cause trouble, was ignored. White golfers didn't like the idea of us coloreds playing at their courses and using their clubhouse. You could see this through the way they looked at you and talked to you as well. In Mossel Bay, we were forced to change into our golfing clothes outside the clubhouse. This was a major challenge for us blacks, but it made us more determined to be good golfers. You made a positive from a negative, he reminisced. For Gallant, these were some of the interesting yet painful periods in his golfing playing career that started with him leaving school at 18 years old when it was his last years of secondary education. He attributes to his desire to play golf. I was always daydreaming about golf. Even in class, golf was in my head, he said. All he ever wanted was to be a professional golfer. With a never-say-die attitude, Gallant labored on with his golf game, including going to the tour school in order to play the Sunshine Tour as the professional. Gallant played in several tournaments. His highlight moments include an occasion when playing in a tournament at Port Elizabeth. No lesser person than Nick Price congratulated him on a good performance. I was surprised when he came to me and he said, "Great tournament." While looking at the leaderboard, I had finished level par for the tournament. Holland remembers. His overall game would soon draw some white people's attention in Johannesburg as well, with some curious about his origin. I was a black person not only playing their sport, but good at it, he said. His noticeable flair for the sport led to him being granted a handsome sponsorship of 10,000 rands, but which was soon queried for being generous and later reduced. He believes the incident occurred because he was black. He says they just didn't believe that he was good. In fact, during that episode, so incensed were some of the whites, such that one white man followed him and hid behind the bushes, supposedly to judge for himself if Holland was any good at all in the sport. Overall, being a black golfer was burdensome, as issues such as traveling to tournaments always proved a costly exercise. In his case, he remembered having to travel long distance by taxi from Phalaborwa to Johannesburg and later to Durban in order to play in different tournaments. He did all this traveling without a sponsor that he says was one of the impediments to the potential success of black players. It not only affected their physical performance, but also their mental attitude. When in Johannesburg, he practiced daily at the Pimville golf course. It is how we grew up in the systems of apartheid. We believed that whites were better than us and we could not beat them. We need to be mentally strong, Holland added. Lack of money was another factor which militated against black golfers. For that reason, Holland met and played against most of the top black golfers. Norman Mashaba, another golfer. Mashaba is arguably one of South Africa's most prominent and successful golf players to emerge in his era from the country's black community. Like all black golfers who showed keen interest during the apartheid years, his interest in the sport started in similar fashion as virtually all the rest, starting off as a caddy to becoming a world beater, and in a later life, both a golf director at a golf estate, a television golf commentator, in addition to being a mentor and golf coach. It is a story about Mashaba that began in his early years in Diepkloof, Soweto, where he and his friends used to play golf after school, using rickety clubs that they had designed themselves. Frankly, he recalls, at the time they were young school kids, it was simply a situation when they used what they could find to hit the ball.
There was another episode of The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patel, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Whiteman Manuel, Nanda Koz, and Tomapuru.
It's 12 o'clock, Thursday, the 21st of May, 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bongi Wazwane, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
They are being processed by Home Affairs. However, they had made demands that their leaders want to take documents from everybody and take them to the refugee center for verification.
Police say the processing of undocumented or documented foreign nationals camping outside the Diaconia Centre in central Durban has in fact started. South Africa's National Disaster Management Centre classifying an additional national disaster. So we'll bring you more on those stories, but John is here with sport.
Sundowns finally make it to Morocco. Took them a little while. Got details on that. Also, what's happening in the Giro, and you wanted a song?
I did.
I got a song.
There we go. So the song is there. Another question.
Yes.
It's going to come later on Sundowns.
Okay. On Sundown?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. Share your views with us. 41391. That's our SMS line. They charged at R1.50. 086 0002032. That's where you can call us. 0826923909. Send us your voice notes. Post your comments on X or Facebook at SABC News_radio. You can reach us using the hashtag update at noon. These and more stories coming up on today's edition of the show. But first, though, Ondelambana is on standby with the latest news.
Thank you, Bongi. On the top stories, death toll in the Mpumalanga collision rises to 10 and 2 people in Iran executed for the country's security disruptions. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The number of people who died following a head-on collision in Mpumalanga this morning has now increased to 10. This after a minibus taxi collided with a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Morgelson in Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga Community Safety, Security and Liaison spokesperson Mweti Musi says the cause of the crash is still being investigated. However, he says they suspect negligence and reckless driving.
The number of people who have died on R39 head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on R39 road this morning has now risen to 10 after the 10th person killed while he was being transported to the hospital.
Police say a man has been killed in a drive-by shooting incident at Kafta village in Retreat on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Wesley Twig says the killing is believed to be gang-related. Twig says the 28-year-old victim was shot in the head and was pronounced dead on the scene.
According to reports, the victim was walking in the road when a black vehicle drove up to him and one of the occupants of the vehicle opened fire on him. The motive for the attack is believed to be gang-related. The suspects fled the scene and are yet to be arrested. Steenberg detectives are investigating a murder case.
More than 2 weeks after the disappearance of 2-year-old Umpile Sithole from her grandparents' home in Gamabuela village outside Mukubane in Limpopo, her mother Nompumelelo Sithole says she's still baffled and struggling to understand how her child could vanish while under the care of her paternal grandparents. The toddler went missing from her bed on the 2nd of May while staying at the family home. The grandparents were arrested last Friday and appeared before the Mahwerileng Magistrates Court on Monday on charges of child neglect. They remain in custody and are expected to return to court next Monday to apply for bail. Sithole has appealed to anyone with information that could assist in locating her daughter to come forward.
I just want my baby to be found. Even if they could just leave her by the gate or leave her somewhere. I don't care if they even get the people that did what they did. I just want my daughter. If they can get a chance to leave her where people will find her unharmed, can they just at least do that? They can leave her by the park if there are any nearest parks. They can leave her by the hospital gate. They can leave her by the police station.
The NPA has requested that cases against suspended Organised Crime Unit member Sergeant Fanny Nkosi be centralised. Nkosi appeared in the Pretoria North Magistrates Court on charges of theft, defeating the ends of justice and unlawful possession of explosives this morning. He was arrested after police raided his Pretoria North home last month, where they found a stun grenade, ammunition, firearms, 50,000 rand in cash and multiple police dockets linked to serious and violent crimes. The case has been
apply for centralization for that matter in Toyondo, joined to the one here in Pretoria.
Iran's Tasnim news agency says 2 people have been executed for disrupting the country's security. They were charged with being members of what was described as a terrorist organization. A report published last week highlighted a sharp rise in executions in Iran last year. Recapping the top story, the number of people who died following a head-on collision in Mpumalanga this morning has now increased to 10. This after a minibus taxi collided with a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Mocherson in Mpumalanga. I am on the Lambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Thank you very much, Ondela. We'll catch up with you at the bottom of the hour. And stories we are tracking, it's that very accident, the people who died and several others injured following that head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on the R39 between Standerton and Morganson in Mpumalanga. And authorities saying that all the deceased were occupants of the taxi, including the driver. That's at least 10 people in that particular taxi. So we are monitoring that particular story, but also we've just seen what appears to be clashes between foreign and undocumented, in fact, between foreign nationals as well as some members of the MK party. We're trying to understand exactly what's going on there. We'll try and get our reporter just to see what exactly started all of this. And also at the Sawa, police spoke to us just about, the process currently and the situation in the province, because remember, what we heard yesterday from those who were leading the people outside the Diaconia Center was saying that the process of verification is now going to be underway because they collected documents from them, last night. So now they were talking about this verification process and the police giving us an update on that and how things are going and how, in terms of the province in and itself, things are unfolding there, and also looking at the weather patterns and the inclement weather patterns that we've seen that have really become of grave concern, particularly flooding, as we've seen across 6 provinces, and the Western Cape battered by the recent heavy rains. And when you look at what happened there, you think about a province that in some parts was experiencing dry conditions, a drought even, and then getting rain, that was way more than rain that they could get annually. I mean, up to 300 millimeters in some of the parts of the province. So we'll look at that and what does it mean, especially for pockets of the disaster management, authorities, because ultimately weather patterns are becoming more and more unpredictable. So how do they begin to contend with that as far as the resources that they have are concerned? And also the president writing to the office of the Chief Justice seeking consent to initiate as well, and that could make visibility a little bit more compromised. Do we get a sense of what could have led to this?
From the information that we have gathered for some eyewitness news and those who have seen the two of these vehicles one of these vehicles that was involved, they suspect that one of the drivers may have overtaken when it was not safe to do so, because his vehicle was found on the lane of the other driver. So, but then the investigation will reveal all. Negligent and reckless driving could not be ruled out at this stage.
Now, when you are looking at the road in and itself, describe it for us. Is it a road that is problematic? Do you have any obstructions on that particular stretch of road? Or is it a road that is a bit more of a concern as far as accidents are concerned?
The road is not that busy. Remember, it links Standerton and Morgenson. The road that leads to the one of the power stations there. So the likelihood of trucks being there from time to time is there. However, during that early hours, remember, it's not one of our priority routes. By priority routes, I'm referring to accidents that have contributed with deadly crashes, especially during the peak holiday seasons and the Easter. But this one is not one of those. But we know that it has a bit of traffic, but we do not consider it as a road that carries high volumes of traffic.
What do we know about those currently in hospital as well, and whether or not also, when you answer that, tell us if the family members are also at the scene to try and maybe, unfortunately, have to see if they can collect their loved ones' belongings, those who would have passed on, those who would have been injured. Just describe for us if there's been any such activity at the scene.
So far, what we know is that the police working closely with the taxi owner and then the bus operator, they're currently working on informing the next of kin of the deceased, and they're also working closely with the power station management to ensure that they get this information as quickly as possible.
And what about those in hospital? Any further update on that?
There's one person who was seriously injured. He's still at the hospital, while another person who was slightly injured is also receiving treatment at the hospital. But then as I'm speaking to you now, the MEC for Community Safety, Security and Liaison, Mr. Jackie Masiye, is on his way to the scene, because the scene is still very much active, so that he is able to gather more information around the circumstances that led to this crash. Because also, as I'm speaking to you now, the team of the investigators, they are already at the scene with a view of investigating this major crash. The MEC has, on the other hand, sent condolences to the bereaved families.
Yeah, a very difficult one. Yeah, when one sees the footage, it's really quite a sad one. But thank you so much, Mweti. We'll let you go as you continue then to dig deeper as to what could have happened here. Mweti Musi is the Mpumalanga's Community Safety and Security Department spokesperson. And yeah, certainly when you look at the bus and the taxi and how they collided, it's such a very harrowing scene. So certainly this is a story we'll continue to update you throughout the course of the evening, because you can imagine now families are probably rushing to the scene, a race against time now. Even for those in hospital, we'll try to keep you updated on how things are going there.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Let's quickly go to this. Police and the Department of Home Affairs are processing the affected foreign nationals who have spent 3 consecutive nights away from their residences, citing intimidation and abuse from locals. Home Affairs is verifying their status in the country and their permits to conduct business. Earlier, we had a conversation with KZN's provincial spokesperson, Colonel Robert Nechiunda.
They are being processed by Home Affairs. However, they had made demands that their leaders want to take documents from everybody and take them to the refugee center for verification, which can be allowed because you must verify documents against a warm body, take fingerprints and all the processes. So as things stand now, we are negotiating with them further finding ways how they are going to get to the refugee center, whether they are going to march from the Draconian where they are to Draconia rather, to the refugee center in Umbilo where they're going to be processed, or they want to go there in bits and pieces, whichever way, but as the police were prepared to assist them.
And let's talk about this process of verification. What happens if you're able to explain it to us?
The fact of the matter is that as police or law enforcement and all other government departments would not want to engage into a dialogue or any sort of engagement with illegal foreigners. Mm-hmm. Those should be arrested and deported. That's the standpoint. We want to verify their status in the country so that we know who we are dealing with, so that any decision which is taken, it is taken to favor foreign nationals who are in the country legally. Those who are illegal will be arrested, will be deported.
And the meeting today, and I remember last night when one of their representatives was speaking, they were saying that, this verification process is going to start. But then there was a church member who voiced a concern to say that if anything were to happen with them, to them, outside of where they are at that Diaconia Center, whose responsibility is going to be. And he was saying that this is a situation that needs to end. Are the people that you are engaging with alive to the fact that, it's not safe to be outside, especially for the women and the children? How quickly are they looking at resolving this matter?
The agreement was that after today, when we are done with verification, they will go back to where they were residing, and police will heighten visibility to ensure that there are no threats unto them. And we asked them yesterday if there are no other foreign nationals who are in the communities. They said they were. So I said, why are they not being threatened and only them feel threatened? Because they came under the banner of Congolese Solidarity Organization of some sort, which we agreed. However, the point is that today they are going to be verified. Those who are found to be legal, they are going to be integrated back to where they were staying, and police will ensure that they are safe. Those who are illegal, unfortunately, they've already violated the law. They must be processed and be deported.
And as the police, how challenging has it been in terms of resources to try and make sure that you are preventing the further possible escalations between locals and undocumented or even documented foreign nationals?
It is a challenge because police need to stretch themselves. We need to stretch the resource that we have to cover a large area, which we could have managed differently on normal or day-to-day policing. Be that as it may, we've added numbers, so we've got enough members on the ground who are ensuring that there is peace, stability, and order. However, when they are at the center, outside there, we are forced to deploy more members to ensure that they are safe, because once they are in a group like that, they are also vulnerable to chance takers who will just go there and try to commit any sort of crime, including robberies. We have pleaded with them that as soon as this is done, they are verified, they go back to their communities. And if that doesn't happen, then we'll need to sit and re-strategize, say how best we can manage the situation.
Finally then, when it comes to arrests, have there been any on either marches that were taking place or even some of the situations that have been taking place in the province?
There hasn't been any act of criminality that warranted police action, including arrest. We are hoping that it remains the same. As for the marches, we are pleading with the marchers that they must just do it peacefully, and police will be there to manage the situation. However, whoever tries anything out of the ordinary, anything illegal, police will arrest there and there.
All right, that was the KZN's provincial spokesperson, that's Colonel Robert Nechunda, speaking to us about the situation in the province. Let's quickly then, take you to this particular conversation with Parliament and what view is the Home Affairs Committee, taking as far as some of what has been happening, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal is concerned. We speak to the chairperson of the committee, Musa Chabane. Good day to you, and thank you so much for your time. There's been a number of protests in KwaZulu-Natal, but also at the same time, there have been people that have been sleeping outside the Diaconia Center, and the police telling us that there is a verification process that is currently underway to determine whether they're in the country legally or illegally. What view is the committee taking to what has been taking place?
Well, thanks, Bongiwe, and thanks for inviting us. We have noted that there's been marches throughout the country in relation to the subject matter that you're in conversation with the police in KwaZulu-Natal. We did had a conversation with March and March earlier this year in relation to the issues that have been raising over a period of time. And we've outlined the standing position of Parliament in relation to legislation that we've passed, so that the executive are able to assist the executive to mend the borderline. But secondly is to emphasize that all people who enter to the country must do so within the prescript of the law. To the extent that we have observed over a period that there was an area of concern around South Africans that initiated for us to develop or initiate the establishment of the Border Management Authority. But as per your question is that we appreciate the work that now has been done by the police and the law enforcement agency in KwaZulu-Natal in relation to making sure that there's peace and stability. Community members and individuals have a right to raise any issue, but within the confine of the Constitution.
And when it comes to, the situation, there is a concern, as you've just said, about the porous borders and the Border Management Authority saying that it's doing all it can to deal with that particular issue. But is enough being done? Because you also still have an issue of budgets that the Border Management Authority still talks about and how it affects the work that they are doing. So ultimately, you may make the calls as Parliament, but if not enough money is put towards dealing with the problem, I suppose then it defeats the purpose.
You're correct. We have raised that matter over a period around the work that the Border Management Authority has to do in order to mend our borders. But the fiscus are not enough in order to make sure that the system that need to be employed by the BMA ought to be in place. And this is a concern that we've been raising as the Portfolio Committee and also with the Ministry. And in the last budget review, or the budget of the Minister of Finance did put some portion which are not enough in terms of the work. We do so because it's important that recognizing that our borders are porous. And I think this initiative of the One-Stop Border Post bill that we have passed already as National Assembly, which will regulate what the minister in the last 2 weeks have pronounced as the redevelopment of the ports of entry, which also will allow the 5 refugee centers within the country to be moved towards the borderline. But it's a matter that will take longer, and I think the urgent matter is the crisis that we're dealing with now. The president has outlined in his SONA that there's going to be immigration officers jointly with the Department of Labor to make sure that they arrest those that are not legally within our jurisdiction, but also put measures in place that will respond to these issues. It's a call that they're grappling with the law enforcement agents.
I know you have to go back into your cluster meeting, but quickly, let's talk about the authorities' handling of what has been unfolding in several parts of the country. How is your review of how officials have handled what has been taking place?
Bongiwe, if you take your records back, the Border Management Authority in their reporting, even publicly, they do have outlined the number of people who are entering without legal papers that have been deported, direct deportation, and also through the process of Lindela, and also those that are processing illegal or illicit goods within our country. So the work that has been done. And our assessment is that the BMA has sufficiently, with limited resources, worked closely with the law enforcement agency. But I think the matter that is currently, it requires more efforts with all the law enforcement agents to make sure that we do work closely with the concerns of the citizens and the stakeholders. And this is the reason that it has make a resolve from Parliament to establish this institution, to take this decision, to establish the Border Management Authority, to initiate a bill of one spot stop border post, so that we move around all the review centers to the port of entry, but also to exert work that the law enforcement agencies, the police, Home Affairs, BMA, and other security clusters make sure that work closely with the law enforcement agency at the local municipalities. The other point that I think also might want to emphasize is the observation of the buses that are transporting undocumented foreign nationals in our country. The issue at the border in terms of making sure that they assess the state of the bus, they assess the legitimacy of the persons or passengers, and we are now assuming that there's a corrupt activities within the borderline in order. So we've noted that in Easter, there are 3 buses that were intercepted in Free State. And 2 days ago, there's a bus that was intercepted in Limpopo, which was not supposed even to be on the road. The driver doesn't have a driver's permit. So those are some of the issues that we'll also engage with the BMA and the Cross-Border Transport Agency, which we're meeting them in the next 2 weeks.
All right, appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to us. Parliament's Home Affairs Committee Chairperson Musa Chabane. Let's now get the view of the Reverend Raphael Bahebwa, who's the president of the Congolese Solidarity Campaign, who has been at largely representing the people who've been sleeping outside the Diaconia Center. And last night, when he was addressing the media, he did speak about this process of verification and how it is set to unfold, but also giving us an update as to the different meetings that they would have had with, different stakeholders, if one can even put it that way. And these included the church, the police, and various other bodies that are involved in this particular story. So they were talking about the fact that they are now going to start this process, but at the same time, they want to also make sure that the people who are outside are safe, because they're still adamant that they do not want to go back to their homes because they still say that they're feeling unsafe. So the Reverend's phone is off at the moment. I'm assuming he's probably still in that particular meeting. But you did hear from the police, right? The verification process is well underway. But the challenge now is going to be, how do they get everybody to the center where they're supposed to be verifying their fingerprints and making sure that they can at least verify against a warm body, as the police have been saying, because you need to be taking fingerprints. You need to be making sure that this is exactly the person that you are trying to verify, because yes, the papers can be handed over, but it is important to check the papers against the particular individual that would have been there. So we'll continue to try the Reverend just to get a sense of what happened there, but also hopefully, if we can, if there's time, speak to Jade Paulser, because there were those clashes between what appeared to be a group with the MK party. So one is trying to understand exactly what is going on there, and also just get a sense of how last night was and overnight the situation was with some of those who slept outside the Diaconia Center. But it's 12:30. Let's check in with the news desk. Ondela is on standby.
Thank you, Bongi. On the news headlines, the Department of Home Affairs has started verifying the legal and refugee status of foreign nationals sheltering at the Diaconia Center in Durban. The Mpumalanga MEC for Roads and Transport, Tula Sizwe Tomo, has conveyed condolences to families of victims who were killed during a head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Mogarzan this morning. And deportation proceedings are expected to begin in Israel for 430 international activists detained after Israeli forces intercepted their Gaza aid flotilla in international waters. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The rand is trading at 16 rand 49 cents to the dollar, 22 rand 14 cents to the pound sterling, and 19 rand 16 cents to the euro. The euro is trading at $1.15 and the dollar is at 158 yen 96. In Brazil, $1 is trading at 4 real 99 cents. In Russia, at 70 rubles 90. In India, at 96 rupees 35. And in China, a dollar is changing hands at 6 yuan 79. Asian markets ended today's session in negative territory. Japan's Nikkei advancing by more than 3%, and Hong Kong's Hang Seng falling 1%, and China's Shanghai index declined by more than 2%. India's markets are weaker at the close of trade. The JSE is mainly weaker at midday. The all-share index is flat at 114,633. The industrial 25 index has declined by 0.4%, and financials are up 0.8%. Top 10 resources index is 1.5% lower, and the precious metals and mining is down 0.7%. European markets are mixed, with Britain's FTSE 100 on 0.2% weaker. The CAC 40 in France is flat, and the Germany's DAX is 0.2%. And that is, of course, an up. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $4,532 and platinum at around $1,940 per ounce, while the price of Brent crude oil is at $105.29 a barrel.
SAFM Sport with John Gerika.
Question first?
Yeah, because I've got Sundowns first.
Right. Would I be wrong to say they should not have left? Because it feels like, why would you even do all of that to them? And we saw what happened at the stadium. But why would you do all of that to them? Are you trying to frustrate Sundowns?
You mean go early and be abused by the fans in Morocco for a week?
Yeah, but
it's
also
not that long, hey? It's Thursday already.
For me, they lost time when they were still talking about that permit issue.
Yeah,
and they
that's what I'm
leave,
talking about
right?
today. Yeah.
So I was very upset about that, to say, why would you make it so impossible for them to leave? Because they're losing time.
Well, yeah. But
and time to recover as well.
If you only leave today, then you probably only get there on Saturday if there's another delay.
And then you don't recover on time.
Yeah, so go early.
So you see, that for me is them trying to set us up for failure.
Well, that's the theory. So that's the conversation. In case you have no idea what we're talking about, Sundowns only got to Morocco today because they were delayed after their chartered flight was denied permission to land in Morocco. So they stayed at the OR Tambo for a little while. Eventually, this team was sent home. Then they came back again. There is this match scheduled for Sunday against AS FAR. 1-0 at home, Sundowns lead. But there's a question about whether this is gamesmanship or not. Let's hear from Motokozisi Dube, he's a football reporter at Far Post.
It's a cup final. AS FAR Rabat were here this past weekend, and they lost the game 1-0. They desperately need to win at home, and I mean, in the CAF Champions League, these things usually happen where host clubs would make life difficult for the visiting club just to unsettle them, and so this, to me, sounds like one of those, because I mean, it can't be that it takes over a week to secure this lending permit.
Yeah, you see, I don't know if it can go that high, though. I can understand the fans, I can understand training grounds and those kind of things, but really, are they getting involved with the aviation team? I don't know. But we'll see. Basana's going to win it anyway. Let's go to Europe, where Unai Emery delivered on his promise. 3.5 years ago, he walked into Villa Park, vowed he had joined Aston Villa to win trophies. Yesterday in Istanbul, he did it. Skipper John McGinn lifted the Europa League after a 3-0 victory over Freiburg to etch Villa's name into the history books again. But what's next for Villa?
The club is working to work
to extend the stadium 10,000 people more. We are building and changing a little bit the training session, the training center. We are as well trying to be demanding inside, playing in Europe, Conference League, Champions League, Europe League. Next year we are going to play against Champions League. Makes sense how we are getting this development as well with the player, extending their contract. But always, it's very important, we must be so demanding in our process, in our project, because the project only can make sense if we are winning, if we are getting objective during the process.
World Cup news. Mo Salah set to captain Egypt at the World Cup after being named in the preliminary 27-man squad. He scored 67 goals in his 115 appearances for Egypt. Egypt play Brazil in a friendly in Cleveland on the 6th of June. They're up against Belgium, New Zealand and Iran, so they should get through to the next round. Tennis news. Lloyd Harris knocked out in the second round of qualifying at Roland Garros. South African beaten by Andrea Pellegrino in 3 sets, 3-6, 6-love, 6-3. Harris was hoping to repeat his main draw run of last year. In the Giro d'Italia, stage 12 today after a few days of enforced rest for the sprinters because of the big mountains. It's their time to shine again. 175 kilometres will hold a few fears for them. There are a couple of classified climbs in the middle section, but they should recover in time. Alfonso Eulalio still leads by 27 seconds over Jonas Vingegaard. Big run in Cape Town this weekend. 24,000 fans will run the Cape Town Marathon. There's one man who stands out from the rest. Former record holder Eliud Kipchoge is lacing up his shoes to tackle the 42.2 Ks around the city. He's 41 years old. He's no longer the best in the world, but he has some achievements, doesn't he? Kipchoge won his last major title in Berlin in 2023. It means he'd won 16 of his first 19 marathons, including 2 Olympic titles, as well as the world record in 2018 and 2023. But he's not running for records anymore. He aims to raise $1 million.
My thinking is to have a library in every county in this country, and above all, in every constituency in this country, and in the future in every ward in this country. Then I will spread to Africa in every capital city in Africa. I will really want to put a library of my name.
Kipchoge libraries all over the place.
What
now,
a guy, eh?
Here's your Bafana song, right? So just quickly, some news on the DRC. This is worrying. The DRC have cancelled a pre-World Cup training camp at home. The country's been hit by Ebola, as you've heard. It's the 17th outbreak in the DRC. The training camp was due to begin in Kinshasa in 3 days, said a spokesperson, but it was relocated to Belgium. Press officer didn't really confirm whether that Ebola outbreak was the reason for the decision of the movement. But it's been speculated that it is. But now your Bafana song. There is a song I found, but with the internet, who knows? So this is I'm going to admit right now, this is a pure AI song. I didn't try very hard. I just said, give me an uplifting Bafana song for the fans of the World Cup.
Let's hear it.
Yebo, Bafana. The whole world is watching us now. We're here to make our people proud. Green and gold, we stand together. Lift your voice, Ayo Bangwena. Feel the rhythm, feel the power. This is our time, this is our hour. Chaparona, Bafana. Yebo, Bafana.
That's it.
Love it. Wait.
No,
Wait.
We can't take credit for that.
I know we can't. It's AI, but it's got the beat.
It's got the background sound. There's a couple of others that I made as well. They're not too bad, but they were longer, and I didn't feel like playing the whole thing.
Okay, so you and I must talk about the other songs. I like this one. Yeah. So credit to AI.
Yeah,
it's good for something.
Give credit. That was Gemini that put that together.
Really?
Yeah, and it was just from the prompt. I didn't even have to do
the
anything.
way I always get so irritated by Gemini disrupting me on my phone. Gemini, good for something. Cheers.
You're listening to Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right, as we continue then to look at some of the developments, particularly around the weather, South Africa's National Disaster Management Centre classifying an additional national disaster in response to a more severe intense weather system hitting the country. The head of the National Disaster Management Centre, Dr. Elias Sithole, is joining us. In fact, has classified another national disaster. So let's speak about this particular, move and to to what exactly does it tell us. Chief Director at National Disaster Management Center, that is Thabo Kupari, joins us now. Thabo, thank you so much for your time. Firstly, let's just start with, what does it mean if there's an additional national disaster?
Good afternoon to yourself and listeners. The additional classification of a disaster is a confirmation that an independent weather system has affected a particular area. And in this case, it is the 4 provinces as per the classification, which is Western Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, and Northern Cape.
So what does it mean in relation to the classification that we saw earlier on this month?
This classification does not nullify the previous classification, as I indicated that this normally, or in terms of the law, classifications are issued per occurrence. So the 4 provinces were hit by a severe weather impact, which has resulted in flooding. And this classification confirms that on top of the previous classification, which was issued, another severe impact weather affected these provinces.
So from the Disaster Management Center's point of view, right, we've seen previously classifications of disasters, especially since, for example, let me just take 2025, and you're looking at flooding, you're looking at droughts, you're looking at outbreak, etc. But what kind of impact is this having, especially when it comes to the grants that must be dispersed, given the fact that we are now in a season where it appears as if the weather patterns are, just basically unpredictable and also possibly putting a strain on some of the resources?
Correct. It does put a strain on the available resources. In the previous year, we had disbursed more than 3 billion to the affected areas. And we have just started with the financial year, and we will be disbursing the funds to repair the damaged infrastructure. So it does put pressure on our resources. But as a planning forward, the National Disaster Management Center is reviewing the response capability to these disasters. Unfortunately, we can't prevent them, but at least we can mitigate the impact.
Are you finding that there's a bit of a better response in terms of handling the funds and handling the disasters for some of the provinces that would be impacted? Because we've seen criticism leveled against some of these over time.
Yeah, there is improvement. We are monitoring closely the implementation of these projects, and where we find that funds are used for something else, we take the money and allocate it to the responsible sphere of government to implement on behalf of the municipality. I'll give you an example. In last year, we realized that the funds which were provided to Umben, the local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, was used for something that was not related to the allocation. And the money was reallocated, regazetted to the district municipality, Umgungundlovu, which is implementing the same projects for the municipality, because the people who are suffering are the communities that are affected.
And finally then, as we look at the weather patterns, be it a drought, flooding, or even, outbreaks in certain parts, let's talk about what conversations are you having as the Disaster Management Center going into the future? Because as one would suppose that we don't have an endless supply of resources in the country. So basically a different conversation potentially must be had. So what kind of conversations are you having currently?
The conversations that we are having, we have realized that some of the areas are affected or are severely affected by these floods because communities have built in the floodlines. Those are the conversations that we are taking to the municipal level to ensure that town planning it takes into account the determination of floodlines, so that we ensure that the communities do not end up building in the areas that are risky and will be affected by floods. Secondly, we are taking into account the climate change, and the planning should also incorporate climate change adaptation.
All right, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Thabo Khubari, the Chief Director at National Disaster Management Center, speaking to us about the additional national disaster declaration that we saw as far as the provinces of the Western Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape are concerned. You would have seen what has been happening in these provinces in recent days.
Get into the beautiful game with a Free Spar limited edition soccer ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 500 gram Spar red or smoked Viennas, excluding chili, cheese and chicken for 46.99. Save 13 Rand. Or 700 gram Spar pre-packed cheese for 99.99. Save 40 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 24 May while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons, right here on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. With me, KG Mweketi.
You're listening to Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has reportedly approached Chief Justice Mandisa Maya seeking permission to legally review the controversial Phala Independent Panel report. The Phala Independent Panel report has recommended a possible impeachment inquiry against him, and according to the reports, this is a procedural legal step because the panel was chaired by a former Chief Justice. You'd remember, former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo. So let's talk about what the Superior Courts Act says, especially about requiring this particular permission from the head of the court before you can take any action that is linked to a judge. Let's look at this now. Judges Matter researcher Mbegazeli Benjamin joins us to try and help us make sense of this. Mbegazeli, thank you so much for your time. So what does the law say about the, having to write to the head of the court before you can take action or even bring a matter regarding work of a judge, for example? Is it really mandatory that you need to write to the head of the court?
Good afternoon, Bongiwe. Good afternoon to the listeners. Yes, it is compulsory. It is mandatory for you to write and request the consent of the head of court before you file civil legal proceedings against a judge. And that is in terms of Section 47 of the Superior Courts Act. And the purpose of this section is essentially to protect the functioning of the courts, because you don't want people who are disgruntled about a court case then suing the judges. And so what this mechanism does is it is basically a gatekeeping or sifting mechanism. So only those court cases where there is a good cause shown why you want to sue a judge or want to involve a judge in legal proceedings, do those cases go ahead. And the opposite is also true. If you proceed with filing court papers before you have gotten this consent, then your court case will be dismissed. And this happened recently in the case involving former President Zuma and Beki. It happened in a case involving the former board members of PRASA who were trying to review the Zondo Commission report. It also happened last year involving the Minister Gwede Mantashe, who was also trying to review the Zondo Commission report. And there, the court said you need to get the permission before you actually file court papers.
So, Mbegazeli, you do have others who are saying, does it apply if, for example, we look at the Section 89 report and it's a former Chief Justice and also a former judge as well? Does it still apply if they're not sitting?
Yes, and this is some of the cases that have come before the courts have extended the application of Section 47 to the retired judges. It has also included judges who are acting in their personal capacity, so not necessarily in their formal judicial role. Initially, I found a judgment from 1959 that initially said no, if it's a commission of inquiry, then you don't need to involve judges. But the evolution of the jurisprudence over time has now extended it to judges who are retired, because the Judges Remuneration Act says that as long as you're performing service as a judge, then this Section 47 applies. That means it applies when you're doing a commission of inquiry. It applies also when you're doing something like what former Chief Justice Ngobo has done, in that he was acting for Parliament and chairing that panel.
So what does it mean for the process in Parliament now?
So what it means specifically for President Ramaphosa is that he's now gotten the permission from the Chief Justice. He's waiting from the permission from the Judge President of Gauteng, because Judge Thokozile Masipa is also in this case, and so they need to go to her head of court to get the permission. And once President Ramaphosa gets those two permission letters, then he can file the review application in court. So he will file the review application in the Western Cape High Court, where he is wanting the Section 89 report to be set aside.
So basically that could mean the proceedings we see in Parliament could potentially at some point, if that happens, be put on pause.
So let's say this. So what President Ramaphosa needs to go to court to do is obviously to review the report. Mm-hmm. But for you to interrupt the proceedings of the impeachment inquiry or the impeachment proceedings in Parliament, he'd first need to get an interdict. So what he will probably do, and what his lawyers will probably advise him to do, is to have a two-part application. In the first part, you ask for this interdict, and then in the second part, you ask for a review. Now, the consent and the permissions that he's gotten now allow him to do both. So he probably do both, ask for an interdict, and then ask to review. If he doesn't get the interdict, then the show goes on in Parliament. The impeachment inquiry goes on, just like the Speaker has announced the process.
I always tell our listeners, if you ever want to know anything legally and understand it in layman's terms, call him Mbegazeli. He's just a call away to help you understand exactly what's going on. Mbegazeli, as always, I appreciate your time and for really just helping us understand legal matters. He's the man to call. You just always just call him Mbegazeli and say to him, what does this mean? I don't understand. Break it down for me. He'll graciously do it. That's some Judges Matter Their researcher, Mbegazeli Benjamin.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Back to one of our top stories. Tensions seem to be high outside the Diakonia Centre in Durban. Let's get the very latest as to what exactly is going on there. Gcinokuhle Malinga is joining us. Gcinokuhle, what's going on? Gcino?
Yes.
What's happening where you are?
Yes. So what's happening at the moment, things have calmed down at the Diakonia Centre. This is obviously after a clash that flared up between the foreign nationals gathered here at the centre and members of the MK party and the March and March members that came here. According to the March and March person that was in the center of this exchange that happened, he claims that the tension broke out after apparently a foreign national woman, came with a 5-6-year-old child, and they asked her, why is she here with such a small child in such a situation? And they claimed that another foreign national then joined and agreed with them and advised this lady not to bring the child in this situation, and an argument broke out between them, and they also then chimed in. Allegedly, then apparently the larger group of foreign nationals across the road at the Daconia Center saw what was happening, and then tried to approach, and that's when the commotion broke out, with more members of the MK party and the March and March coming to defend their members, and the foreign nationals then coming, thinking that something must have gone wrong and wanted to retaliate.
And when it comes to where the groups are right now, are they far apart from each other? Especially because we have been seeing what appears to be an encroachment in the past couple of days from time to time.
So basically, the foreign nationals are, most of them, they are inside the premises of the Daconia Center. Most of them are sitting inside, and then there is a smaller group, that is standing outside the gates and the fence of the center. Across the road, that's where you would find members of the MK party, the March and other South Africans, concerned members of the public, have chosen to gather and stand looking across the road as to what exactly is happening concerning the foreign nationals that are here.
All right, stay safe and keep watching that story. I appreciate the update. SABC reporter there, Gcinoguhle Malinga. Let's look at the humanitarian organizations that would have then had to step in to provide some kind of support. Gift of the Givers, Red Cross Society are among some of the organizations that were providing some emergency relief. Siyabonga Hlatshwayo is the South African Red Cross Society KwaZulu-Natal's provincial manager and joins us. In fact, we're going to try to speak to him to get a sense from them of what immediate humanitarian assistance, were they providing to some of those who are outside the Daconia Center? What were some of the immediate needs as per their assessment? And of course, as the situation continues to unfold, we'll take you through throughout the course of the afternoon through various bulletins on what exactly is going on there. And you understand, of course, right now, the process of verification is currently taking place, but humanitarian assistance is also important. Quickly, let's take Siyabonga Hlatshwayo now, who's the South African Red Cross Society KwaZulu-Natal provincial manager. Good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for your time. Quickly tell us what immediate humanitarian assistance was provided to the people outside the Daconia Center.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. The Red Cross Society, being the custodian of the international humanitarian law, and we offer our services with humanity, impartiality, as well with neutrality. I wish to state it first before we get further into the interview that our intervention and service is not aimed at supporting any side, but we are aimed at supporting the people that are affected and vulnerable in any situation. As we know that there's been people that have been homeless for some days now, being placed that were in the Daconia Center. So we went in to provide food, food for children, blankets, as well as mattresses, just so that they are warm while they are still there being at the Daconia Center.
And were there any reports of trauma, injuries, or psychological distress?
For now, because it was our first day as we were there, and we started working in the evening, so we are now getting to conduct the assessments and also be bringing in more support in terms of, because we are having more programs that we can bring in, including the psychosocial support as well as the restoration of family links, which is where we can assist the foreign nationals even to be able to communicate with their loved ones back at home.
What is the urgent need right now?
The urgent need right now, it is food. it is food, blankets, and mainly I'd say they are in need of shelter. But right now, government is there. There is Home Affairs. There is border management offices. They are there attending to the situation.
All right. Thank you so much for that update. Appreciate it. Siyabonga Tlachwa is the South African Red Cross Society KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Manager. And these are the developments in KwaZulu-Natal, and we'll continue to keep you updated on some of what is going on there. Thank you so much for listening to the show. It's 1:00. It's time for the latest news with Ondelambana, and then Bridget will be coming through just after that. From me and the team, have yourselves a blessed afternoon. God bless.
Thank you, Bongi and the team. On the top stories, refugee status of foreign nationals in Durban to be verified, and over 400 international activists to be deported from Israel. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Department of Home Affairs has started verifying the legal and refugee status of foreign nationals sheltering at the Diakonia Centre in Durban. The group, including women and children, has now spent several nights outside the centre after leaving their homes due to fears of intimidation, alleged assault and threats linked to anti-immigration tensions in parts of the city. These foreign nationals have shared their frustration.
It's noisy now, people are not free. It's okay for them, but I think those who are in the meeting, they want to finish this thing so quick, so as we vacate from here before 11, as they said. So we don't complain, we don't have a problem to go, but we can't stay here for long. We are here just waiting for the solution.
Because we need only protection from government between this situation, everything. We don't know what is going on. Now we are scared.
The Mpumalanga MEC for Roads and Transport, Tula Sizwe Tomo, has conveyed condolences to families of victims who were killed during a head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Morgesen this morning. 8 people died on the scene. 1 died while being transported to the hospital, and the other 1 died while receiving treatment at a local hospital. All 10 deceased were occupants of the minibus taxi, including the driver. The MEC has wished those who sustained injuries a speedy recovery.
The number of people who have died on R39 head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on R39 road this morning has now risen to 10 after the 10th person killed while he was being transported to the hospital.
A man has been shot dead and another wounded in a suspected gang attack in Ottery on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Wesley Twig says officers had been called to the scene in Hoogenoeg Court, where they found victims.
The 42-year-old victim was declared deceased on the scene by medical personnel, while the other victim was transported to a medical facility for treatment. According to reports, the victim was approached by unknown suspects who shot him before fleeing the scene. The motive for the attack is believed to be gang-related. The 59-year-old victim was hit by a stray bullet.
Organisers of the Knysna Oyster Festival say despite storm damage in the forest, the planned marathon and cycling events will still continue. Recent heavy rains and damaging winds have had a severe adverse impact on various towns along the Garden Route and in the Little Karoo. Festival manager Nikki Rousseau-Smith says teams are working hard to ensure the sporting routes are safe for participants before the festival starts on the 3rd of July.
It's obviously intensified preparations because the routes that the run use and that the cycling use has been damaged, and there's trees that fell over. So, but we spoke to SANParks this morning, and they've given us a commitment that they will prioritize these routes to make sure that they're fine. And we still have a little bit of time, so we all think it will be fine if they focus on these routes and make sure everything around it is safe, and they've cleared all the debris and the fallen trees.
Deportation proceedings are expected to begin in Israel for 430 international activists detained after Israeli forces intercepted their Gaza aid flotilla in international waters. There's been an international outcry over a video in which Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir taunts the activists. The BBC's Yolandi Nell reports.
It's expected that these activists, who come from some 40 countries, will be flown out to Turkey later. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said he wants them to be deported as soon as possible. The activists were taken to an Israeli prison after arriving at the port of Ashdod. But it's a video shared by the far-right Israeli minister Itamar Ben-Gvir that triggered swift condemnation from countries including the UK, Italy, Ireland, Canada, Australia, Spain and Turkey. The minister heckles the activists, who are shown forced to kneel with their hands tied and their foreheads touching the floor. They are also seen being roughly handled by security forces.
Recapping the top story, the Department of Home Affairs has started verifying the legal and refugee status of foreign nationals sheltering at the Diakonia Centre in Durban. I'm on Lambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Botswana, Southern Africa. A land of vast wilderness and rare beauty, home to the Okavango Delta, where water brings life to the desert. A place where elephants roam freely and nature thrives. Botswana is one of Africa's most stable democracies, known for peace, governance, and steady growth.
Botswana gained independence in 1966 from one of the world's poorest nations to a model of stability in Africa. A nation shaped by its people, mainly Tswana communities, with languages such as Setswana at the heart of daily life and identity, a culture rooted in respect, unity and tradition. From Gaborone growing cityscape to untouched savannas, life moves with quiet strength. Storytelling, community and connection to land remain central to identity.
Botswana moves with calm strength and clear direction. In every river, in every horizon, in every voice, there is balance. Botswana is peaceful, steady, and enduring.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.1 FM in Johannesburg. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Thembi kuyadabukisa akusifanele njengabantu abamnyama noma siwuthanda lokhuba thina akusho ukuthi kumele simphile kanjena uzojikizinto jikizinto jikizinto uzojikizinto jikizinto jikizinto snamata pantabangema asikholwa pantabangema sikhethi Uyabukisa akusifanele njengabantu abamnyama noma sinawo kuba thina akusho ukuthi kumele siphile kanjena jikizinto 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 uzo jikizinto 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 snamata andaba nyama masiko andaba nyama siketi we andaba nyama masakane 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 sizobona sujikizinto snamata
It is Zoe Mudicha coming through with Abantu. That is how we kick off the show this afternoon. She's just come off of a very successful launch that happened here in Johannesburg ahead of this new project. We've got a very sensitive but also really important conversation to be held in the first hour of the show as we try to navigate ourselves around questions and matters of intimacy and consent as it pertains to on-set behavior on film, on television, as well as, I guess, just in general, given the backdrop and the context of South Africa's social ills when it comes to rape culture in the country. And so we're going to try and navigate ourselves through this conversation in the most honest but also most sensitive way that we possibly can, given the fact that we jump into it on the back of a real life situation that has been shared with us, the general public, through the young lady who has experienced this, actress Navana Nokwe Selegu, who came to social media to detail an episode that had happened with co-star Ubongo Khoza on a set of a production that they were doing titled Red Ink. There's a lot of layers to this conversation as you hear me try to weave through them, because when we were trying to map our way around it with my team yesterday, we realized that there are a lot of layers to this incident, but also to this conversation. And so to try and isolate one and hone in on that for the afternoon will be our first point of entry. Of course, as with all conversations, we invite you to be a part of them. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on. So serious is this conversation that it's been looping over my head, for the better part of the evening, that I even forgot to say good afternoon. Where are my manners? I forgot to greet and say good afternoon. Hope you are having a decent afternoon and that you're ready to jump into some conversation with us. Our WhatsApp line is open on 061-410-4107 and 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on. You can also track the conversation via our social media handle at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga on X, hashtag The Full Circle. A quick pause. We'll come back and we'll get into conversation with my guest.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Catch Top Billing this Thursday on S3 as Sosibini meets boxing champ Kevin Larina ahead of his world title defense. Fez, Jonathan and Ryle compete for cover story glory. SA lifestyle combines with French chic in a castle of a home. And rapper Gigi Lamaine talks legacy over high tea. That's Top Billing this Thursday evening at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3. Streaming on SABC Plus.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right. It's been topic of conversation across social media for the last couple of days now, probably a better part of the week, since the allegations came to light as shared by actress Navana Nonkwe Selegu, who portrayed a character of Busi, one of Napoleon's victims, in a production, Showmax production, that was produced by The Bomb Productions, aka Bomb Shelter, co-starring alongside Bongo Khoza. In her public statements, which she shared on social media, on her social media platforms that have been reshared by interested parties and those in conversation, Navana says that there was an agreed upon depiction of what was to transpire during filming. So to loop you in, it was a scene that was depicting a victim being raped. And prior to that, there had been a conversation with production and directors of the block on that day of shooting around how this would be performed and how it would be shot. And Navana says the agreed upon depiction is not what transpired during filming, and that the actor in question, Bongo Khoza, did in fact thrust on her with their clothes on, which was not what the plotted and agreed upon sequence of events was supposed to be. She alleges that he did not wear a sock on his private genitalia, and she states that her dress, which was meant to be lifted in the scene to expose her private body parts, particularly her buttocks in this matter, was lifted beyond what was agreed upon, even though she had asked that it be within certain parameters. So there was a discussion beforehand about what she would be comfortable with, what she would be comfortable enacting in that scene, what she would be comfortable exposing of her body in that scene, between the two parties, the director in question and the closed set of individuals that were there. This conversation has sparked a broader conversation around consent on sets, and what does that look like, and how do we ensure safety of all parties during filming, without compromising, obviously, also the authenticity of the scene at hand. Joining us to help us understand this is Sarah Blecher, who is an intimacy coordinator, co-founder of Safe Sets, a film producer as well as a director. How are you doing this afternoon, Sarah?
Hi, Bridget. I'm good. Hope you're good too.
I'm fantastic. One was hoping to reconnect under different circumstances, but here we are having a very necessary conversation.
Absolutely.
That needs to be unpacked, because I think it also speaks to a broader context of what is happening in South Africa and how we understand interaction and how we understand matters of consent. And
Absolutely.
I think before we even get into the merits of this, just to help our listeners understand, what is an intimacy coordinator on a film and television set?
The very best way to understand the role, which is a fairly new role, I mean, it's existed in South Africa since about 2019. But the best way to understand an intimacy coordinator is to think of a stunt coordinator, which I think everybody understands what they do. They come on set to make the stunt scene be safe, number one. That's the most important thing. But the second thing is to look good and look convincing and look real, because obviously it isn't. Mm. And an intimacy coordinator does exactly the same thing, but for intimate scenes. So they make sure the scene is safe, because obviously there's, you're not going to be bleeding at the end of a scene, but there's potential real danger and damage that can be caused to people. I mean, as we've seen with this case. So you make the scene safe, but in addition to that, you also make the scene look convincing, recognizing that it is real. Mm. So you bring a process to the scene, just like a stunt coordinator does, to make that scene look convincing, even though, I mean, we all know in a sex scene that the actors aren't actually having sex. Yeah. They're just convincing you that's what they're doing. So you're making the scene safe for the actors, and it also, to be honest, it allows the actors to act. Mm. If they know they're safe, if they know that something untoward is not going to happen in the middle of the scene, if they know what they've agreed, and if they know that someone will be there to enforce that agreement, then they're free to actually act within the scene and not be in a state. I mean, your body, when you're scared, goes into fight or flight. Yes. And that's very often what happens to actors when they know they've got to be in an intimate scene. Mm. Unless the scene is planned and agreed and all the details worked out, then the actors go into the scene not knowing what to expect, not knowing what to expect from each other, not having the words to be able to ask each other these questions. And also, people don't like to talk about intimate scenes. Mm. So you find they're very often the scenes that nobody talks about. You land up on set and everyone's like, okay, well, what would you do if you were doing this in your bedroom? Mm. Which is the worst possible strategy for these scenes. They need to be talked about, and you need a third person in the room to be able to talk about them in a very open and adult way, so that everybody can ask all their questions, can explain what their boundaries are in a very free and open environment, and can agree on how the scene will be tackled.
Mm, mm. With that understanding, Sarah, how are intimate or even sexual scenes planned and choreographed before filming? For those who've not been on a film set before, just so that folks can have some kind of understanding of who should be in the room, what conversation should be had prior. I mean, some might even argue that should even be had at casting stages.
Absolutely.
With whomever is auditioning for a particular character or characters that would be involved in this. And on the day of filming, what is the sequence of events that happen as we go into that scene?
Absolutely. I mean, those are such key questions, Bridget. So right from the point of casting, the actor who's auditioning should know what the role entails. Mm. This isn't always possible, for example, with a long-running telenovela. Yeah. Like, we don't know what scenes are going to be shot in 6 months' time. So it's quite, that's a bit more tricky. But at casting, The actor should understand the character and the levels of intimacy in the show and what the expectation of them is. It's the casting process is a little more tricky than anything else because I don't know if you know actors in casting sessions, but they're trained to say yes. Like you say, can you ride a horse? Yes. Can you swim? Yes. But obviously, there's no guarantee that they can do that. Their job is at stake.
Yes.
So they're going to be saying yes. That's the whole point of having an independent third party, the intimacy coordinator, to be able to have that conversation with the actor. So before you even go anywhere near a set, the intimacy coordinator has three big conversations. A conversation with the director in which they get to understand what is the story the director's telling? What is the director's vision of the scene? Like, what is he or she imagining in their head is going to be the scene? With that information, you then have a conversation with both actors. I mean, both or however many actors there are, individually, by themselves, at which you explain what the director's vision to them is, and you get a sense of what their real, not what they would say in an audition, but the real consent levels are. What are they willing to show of their body? And it's a very specific conversation. You're like, are you willing to show the side of your breast?
Yeah.
Are you willing to show your nipple? Are you willing to show the top of your... Like, it's very, very detailed and specific, those conversations. And then what actions are you willing to perform? And that gives the actor the space, like Nirvana says, to be able to articulate what are their comfort levels, because every single person's got different comfort levels. And it doesn't, I mean, you don't know why they've got those comfort levels, and it doesn't matter. That's their comfort levels, and anything beyond that is their nose. That's how consent works. It's not why and oh my God, that's the consent. You are giving consent to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you marry those two things. So you marry the director's vision with the consent. So if the actor, for example, was saying, I don't want to show my breasts at all, I want my breasts to be absolutely covered in the scene, then you have to redesign the shot so that maybe you're shooting from behind the actor. They're comfortable with their back being shown, so you shoot from behind. That matching of those conversations has to happen before you come on set.
Yeah.
And if it's a tricky scene, you have to have a rehearsal so that the actors feel what is the thing they're consenting to and not consenting to.
Yeah, absolutely. And very important, these conversations. Having been on set, and to your point, around at that audition stage, indeed, actors, we say yes to everything. We say yes to everything, and then you get that script pack, and you get that synopsis and the breakdown and the scenes and then the anxiety sets in. And I think to your point around those conversations being held openly and honestly with producers and the directors of the block and the respective co-star who's going to be with you, one is then able to ventilate your concerns and the issues that might arise for you and navigate around it. In the absence of that, because on a responsible set, that conversation might happen. Then you might get a set where you get in that morning and the conversation is, you have an intimate scene today, right?
Yeah. No. So absolutely. For me, there should be no's then. Like, what you're doing is now dangerous. And you potentially, I mean, as we see by this case, you potentially really going to damage a lot of people and a lot of people's lives. So then you say no. You say, no, I can't shoot the scene. I need to have these consent conversations. I need to have an intimacy. See, an intimacy coordinator present means that somebody is monitoring your consent and agreement. Somebody is sitting there and giving you safe words and a way to stop a scene when you're feeling uncomfortable. Somebody is giving you a way out so that even if you said yes, and you're standing there and suddenly it's like, wait, this is actually really, I can't do this. Like, my body is freezing.
Yeah.
You can't force, even if a person said yes, you can't force them to do anything because that is sexual assault.
Absolutely. Sarah, let's pause it there for a second just to take the headline news. We'll come back on the other side and continue this conversation. 061-410-4107. If you want to share your perspective, perhaps you've been tracking the conversation from the various angles that it's playing out on social media. You're more than welcome to do so. And 086 000 2032 is the number to call us on.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Special Investigating Unit has secured settlement agreements worth 25 million rand linked to the irregular COVID-19 school sanitizing contracts awarded by the Gauteng Department of Education. The Department of Home Affairs has started verifying the legal and refugee status of foreign nationals sheltering at the Diakonia Center in Durban, and South African-born tech entrepreneur Elon Musk's SpaceX has officially filed with U.S. financial regulators to list on the Nasdaq stock market. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right. And because like I said, this conversation is so multi-layered from so many different perspectives. And I think as society, we also need to get into the habit of interrogating conversations from the different tiers and from the different perspectives, because that's the only way we start expanding and growing and challenging our own thinking and our own norms. We invited Ricky Minyiko, who is a gender specialist, to just weigh in on some thoughts around the issue of consent. And consent is an ongoing theme for us on the show, but for this purpose of this conversation, we really were trying to just hone in on the film and television industry. And Ricky works with organizations, businesses, and communities, as well as government, to build an effective ecosystem to prevent gender-based violence.
If we're trying to understand what consent is, it's an agreement or permission between two parties or two people to engage in a specific sexual act at a specific time. Now, for consent to exist, both people have to understand what they are agreeing to, and there has to be some kind of affirmative or positive way of demonstrating the consent, whether it's words or actions. Now, the challenge of consent is what I would say is the body remembers or the body knows, because consent can also be withdrawn at any time. And when consent is withdrawn, or the moment that something happens that goes beyond the boundaries of what was agreed, right, the body reacts. And often this creates confusion for the party that feels violated, and they are busy dealing with that confusion and may not necessarily have the capacity at the time to say no, may not necessarily have the capacity at the time to verbalize that they are no longer comfortable or they are withdrawing consent. And it takes a long time for the body to process what it has experienced, how it has felt violated, and to find the words to be able to say, I felt violated in this instance.
In her statement, which she shared on social media, her initial emailed complaint of concern that she sent to the production house, presumably just a few days or a day after the filming of that scene, Nirvana chronicles the conversation that had happened between herself, the director, her co-actor, Bonkongo Khoza. And in the email, she says, and I'm going to read verbatim here, the director was very adamant in ensuring my safety and repeatedly asked if I was comfortable, and that it was safe to say that I wasn't if that was the case. Just before my close-up, which was the first shot of the variation of the scene, my co-star attempts to negotiate the parameters in which we were agreed to and understood by all of us. And she quotes, he said, or alleged to have said, it's a big moment. Maybe you want to be, or maybe you want to consider it. Give it a little flinch. Take it further. I asked him, what do you mean consider it? The scene has been blocked, and I'm comfortable with how things have been blocked. There's no thrusting. We are just implying that it happened. I'm not comfortable with you thrusting me. And he says, allegedly, in this email, okay, but just consider it. And it's interesting, this exchange also, Sarah, when we talk consent, because one has been on sets, for instance, where you have a conversation around what will happen. Then moments before, silence, roll B-tape, action, your co-star and yourself then have a sidebar conversation that could speak to how do we now in this moment between the two of us tweak this to make it more believable or take it further. And then one has also been on sets where you have, it's scripted, it's discussed, whatever it may be. I mean, I'm thinking of something one did where there's an altercation between brother and sister, where for the sake of getting what was an authentic reaction out of myself without preempting me, my co-star literally verbally assaulted me. But to get that sort of natural knee-jerk teardrop situation. And when one reads this, it's almost as though in the alleged explanation, he was attempting for the latter, where let's make it as believable as possible by going off the cuff of what was agreed on. And that's just my interpretation of the email that she shared and what allegedly was the conversation between the two of them.
The potential danger of an intimate scene, and particularly a sexual violence scene, is such that you can't improvise. And you definitely can't improvise when parameters have been established. You don't understand what a person's parameters come from, and you don't understand what the damage could be if you cross them. So it's too dangerous to improvise, which is why when you have that conversation between all the actors and the creatives, everybody gets a space to tell each other what their parameters are, and for the other person to accept those parameters. So the other person will, whether or not, they don't need to know why, but you say, I don't mind if your hand sort of just rubs over my breast, but don't grab my breast. Right? That's a very clear parameter. If that actor breaks that parameter, then it will violate an agreement, and it will violate that person in a way we can't understand. So, whereas I hear what you're saying. So, I mean, when you're acting, you do sometimes, if someone's got to cry or be sad, you will feed them something unexpected to make them cry and be sad, and they will be grateful for that assistance, but not with intimate content. With intimate content, you absolutely have to establish those parameters, and you absolutely have to stick to them in the same way you do with a very dangerous stunt.
Yeah. Are there, in our final 2 minutes, are there industry guidelines around how these matters should be conducted on sets, and whether production, whether co-stars veer off that, what becomes the recourse?
The reality in a situation like this is you should never shoot a sexual violence or a simulated sex or an implied nudity scene without the presence of an intimacy coordinator. You should never do it. That's the industry widely accepted at this point protocol that are published in a set of protocols around intimacy coordination, and agreed to by the producers' organization, the writers' guild, the actors' organization. I mean, those protocols were developed, I think, in 2020, and all of the organizations were party to agreeing to them. So there are a set of protocols. Beyond that, you have to also, you have to have care for your actors. And actors need to be able to say, I need an intimacy coordinator, just like they're able to say, I need a stunt coordinator. I cannot do that scene without a stunt coordinator.
Yeah.
I'm putting myself in danger.
Yeah. Sarah, we appreciate the time with you this afternoon and to walking us through, just exactly how it should be unfolding on film and television sets. That was Sarah Blecher, intimacy coordinator, co-founder of Safe Sets, as well as a film producer and director in her own right. It's 2 o'clock. A quick pause and then we come back on the other side.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Ethiopia, East Africa.
The Horn of Africa's historic giant, a land of ancient kingdoms, highlands and deep cultural legacy, bordered by Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia, Kenya, South Sudan and Sudan, home to Addis Ababa, the diplomatic capital of Africa, and one of the only African nations never formally colonized. Over 80 ethnic groups shape the nation. Amharic is the official working language, alongside many others spoken across the country. A civilization with roots stretching back thousands of years. Ethiopia's modern independence was defended in 1896 at the Battle of Adwa, a symbol of African resistance across the continent. Agriculture drives much of the economy. Coffee, industry, and infrastructure fuel rapid growth. But challenges remain. Conflict, drought, inflation, and humanitarian pressures. Still, Ethiopia rises with determination, a nation shaped by endurance and identity. Ethiopia carries history and shapes the future. In every mountain, in every anthem, in every generation, there is legacy. Ethiopia, ancient, proud, enduring.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, as we change gears a little bit and focus on something creative in a different way, we're looking at Made in SA and we're talking to Nobuzwe Mabona, who is the founder and CEO of Buzwe Betu Textile Prints and Design Center, celebrating Africa Month. So we thought we'll catch up with the textile entrepreneur, marking 20 years of blending African storytelling fabrics with innovation and deep community impact. In the Eastern Cape. How are you doing, milady?
I'm doing just fine. Thanks so much.
Thank you for coming through. Much appreciated. I mean, let's talk about it. So you were a fine arts student.
Yes.
And then how do we then decide to go into textile development and textile design?
Thank you for the opportunity. Just growing up, I just did not want to wear the same thing that my sister was wearing. Okay, so we're 3 years difference, but mom, when she went shopping, she would treat us as twins. So I made sure that I was sick when came for time for shopping. So I was always wanting something different that does not tally us, into a uniform space. But anyway, so art was everything to me. Sat in front of the TV, drawing. So my dad, my mom knew exactly that my path would be in the arts. So later, after matric, I went to a technical college and furthered my studies in art, and fine art was my major.
Yeah.
And after that, I picked up, a side hustle doing voiceovers. Then I ended up being in radio for the longest time. And I never knew that I would actually go back to my art, because I felt that I would never be a Picasso painter, but yes, I love fashion and everything else, but I did not know anything about textile then.
Yes.
But I later knew that how one picks up anything in the stores is because of the fabric. The fabric is the draw card. So I thought, why not? Let me elaborate on telling stories, African stories, where I come from, where my mom comes from, where my dad comes from, and all the experiences that they have had growing up, and all the right things that influence within culture. Then I could express it onto textile.
Yeah, I mean, listen, those are some really beautiful prints also that you have. And it's also interesting because when you talk about fabrication being the draw card, is it a matter of just the print, or it's a combination of the print and the texture and the color, how it feels, how it moves? And I can imagine that all that is important when one is a textiles developer.
Of course. I mean, with us, even our fabric is weaved from a mill in Durban. So it's yarns that we choose, and we know that so much of the polyester yarns, so much of the cotton, then it's woven into a piece of cloth. Then that piece of cloth, we are able to direct and manipulate the artistry on it so that it makes sense. But what we do, we focus on tribe stories, what South Africa is all about. You don't get an African market here in South Africa where you actually go there and you'll find prints that relate to Ndebele, to Venda, to Sotho, to Xhosa. This is what we want. And we want even the younger artists who come into the game to understand that this is more of a commercial earning. It's another mainstream that you can actually earn some money. Unfortunately, this industry is very congested with a lot of imports.
Yes.
But we can overcome that with time. But it's just a sense of actually having habit to understand that we buy into, archiving our stories through textile.
It's so interesting, Nobuzo, when you talk, because when you talk about African markets, I'm thinking, having traveled the continent somewhat relatively well, there's always a hub where you go in and you can find the wax prints, and depending when you are, they'll lean more towards that country or they'll be broader. But we really don't have that. Even when you talk to designers who deal with print fabrication, whether it's balisa, whether it's imprint, whether it's almost like it's a lost art and a lost skill that just a niche few of people do.
Exactly. So that's why with me that I have also incorporated the TVET colleges that actually have art and design. Their learners actually come to the center so that they can actually have an experience of understanding what it is and what it takes, to influence the textile industry in South Africa. We really need their creativity because it is there. It's not as if that we don't have it. We have everything about it, but it's just that the opportunity has not been opened up to the youngsters. Remember, the education can only go so much, but we are on the receiving end, and this is where the occupational and experimental place is at. This is where the commercial needs to be fed.
Absolutely. We have just 2 minutes left of our conversation, but what are some of the challenges? I mean, I think you touched a bit on the opportunity, but the challenges of being in textile design, especially being entrepreneurial there. What have you faced and overcome?
I've faced the fact that when we rolled out some of our prints, we do collection per season as well. So we rolled out and we thought, okay, let's feed into the fabric shops so that we are more visible and all of that. But then the very same people that we actually supplied, they took our print and copied it and put it onto another different type of material, which was cheaper for their cycle of distribution. So which means I've been left out What about the
Yes.
artists who have the capability and creativity? So the policies in South Africa, they're not right to protect us so that we can further tap into the industry of textile.
How do you get around that? How do you safeguard your business?
Well, copywriting is one of the key things. So in each print, since we are so focused on actually on our website, you would get an edition season, collection where you can buy, and that's a once-off, but it has our inscripted copyright, that you would see is from us rather than what you'll get from the store that is being copied.
Mhm.
So it leverages the fact that I can go and fight that incident
Yes.
because it does not have our copyright.
Fascinating. I wish we had more time for anybody that wants to have a look at some of the designs, perhaps maybe even make an order, something bespoke for a traditional Ndondon. Where do they find you?
Fantastic. Yes, they can tap onto our Instagram, which is muzobetu.official, as well as Facebook, Afrochild, by Nobuzo Mabona. And what's this? There's so many platforms, but I'll give them to you so that you are able to actually like them. Yeah.
Fantastic. That was founder and CEO of Muzobetu Textile Prints and Design Center, Nobuzwe Mabona. You can find them on social media, and we'll definitely share some of those tags for you if you're interested in getting in contact. It's gone 10 to 2 o'clock. A quick pause, and then we come back on the other side.
Outsurance can't improve your price skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Namibia, Southern Africa. Southern Africa's land of vast open spaces, a country where desert meets coastline, bordered by Angola, Zambia, Botswana, South Africa, and the Atlantic Ocean. Home to the Namib Desert, one of the oldest deserts on Earth. English is the official language, but Oshiwambo, Afrikaans, German, and many indigenous languages reflect the country's layered history.
Namibia gained independence in 1990, one of Africa's youngest nations, after a long struggle against South African rule. Mining, tourism, and fishing drive the economy. Its wildlife and landscape attract visitors from around the world. But challenges remain: inequality, unemployment, and water scarcity. Still, Namibia moves forward with stability and determination.
Namibia turns silence and space into strength. In every dune, in every coastline, in every horizon, there is freedom. Namibia, vast, resilient, unforgettable.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, we're catching up with Dr. Stanley Mulwabi now, Government Employees Medical Scheme Principal Officer. And GEMS is the largest restricted medical scheme in South Africa with over 2.4 million beneficiaries. And GEMS was specifically created to provide healthcare coverage for public service employees with the mission to provide all members with equitable access to affordable and comprehensive healthcare while promoting their overall well-being. So 20 years later, that mission has evolved into a national institution. We thought we'd catch up with Dr. Stanley. How are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm well, and how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. Let's jump straight into it. Why has GEMS decided to further reduce the 2026 contribution increase?
Well, it was as a result of engagements with our members, really, who at the beginning of this year, 2026, were not happy with the initial contribution increase of 9.8 And through further engagements, it was 9.5 from the 1st of February. However, even after that reduction, and by the way, these contribution incomes are based on models that ensure that we cover the healthcare needs of our members for the year. In this case, it's 20.26. Our members indicated that they were still not happy with the 9.5 increase, and there were further engagements with organized labor who represented our members. As you will remember, around February, there were even some protest marches. And with also the engagement of the employer represented by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, we finally came to this agreement of a further, well, actually I shouldn't say further, of an adjusted 7.5 increase, which will be effective from the 1st of July 2026. But this, I must stress, is subject to regulatory approval. The regulator in the medical schemes industry is the Council for Medical Schemes.
Got you. So there's been some confusion regarding the Tanzanite 1 option. Clarify for us who this option is specifically designed for and maybe one or two of its primary benefits.
It is designed for those employees of government who are generally referred to as the level 1 to 5 employees. And these are the employees who earn the least, so to say. So to ensure that GEMS remains affordable to those members who earn less because of whatever positions they occupy, this option was designed in consultation with the PSCBC. The PSCBC is the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council, where unions of government are represented. And we designed this and then launched the Tanzanite 1 option specifically for this the level 1 to 5. But what happened is that the option is found to be very rich in benefits, you know, when you compare a similar option to what is out there in the medical schemes sector. Now, what then happens is that even those that were earning higher in government started, joining that option and leading to what was not intended, in that the intention was for the lowest earning. So what has happened is that at the beginning of this year, to deal with that matter, and probably that's why you talk about the confusion, we had to introduce some interventions. The first one being that those who are on higher income bands would have experienced a higher increase at the beginning of the year in terms of the contributions that they paid. That was just to disincentivize them from being on Tanzanite 1. But the other confusion that we are aware of was that people are saying, no, we have changed Tanzanite 1 and there's no access to private hospital. So that is the very important thing that we need to really clear. Tanzanite 1 members have access to private hospitals. The only change is that access was restricted to what we call PMB conditions, and PMB stands for Prescribed Minimum Benefits, where we are obliged to pay for those benefits in terms of the Medical Schemes Act.
You've answered that question for me, because I was going to ask about that hospital cover. And in our last minute, so with the recent contribution increases, I guess it's left a bit of a skepticism or maybe some anxiety with some public servants. And the question becomes, why should they continue to entrust GEMS? And also, do you still consider GEMS to be affordable to their market base?
Yes, the trust is the fact that GEMS is still in a very strong financial position to cover the benefits. So benefits in this case, we're talking members claiming when they access health care. So we cover and pay for claims, and we're in a strong position to do so. The issue of affordability, GEMS, when we compare the options that GEMS has with similar options in the industry, we are about 23% cheaper than comparable options. And if you add to that the fact that our members get a government subsidy, the affordability actually improves to 51%. So in general, definitely we are affordable and relatively, when compared to similar products, very much cheaper than the other products.
Wonderful stuff to hear, I guess. Dr. Stanley Mulwabi, thank you so much for the time. And Dr. Stanley is the Government Employees Medical Scheme Principal Officer. Just answering some of your questions around recent developments at GEMS and clarifying some matters of concern that have been tabled by the public servants that they cater for. It's gone 2 o'clock. Ondalambana is standing by with the news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, SIU secures COVID-19 settlement agreement and refugee status of foreign nationals in Durban to be verified. For SAfm News, I'm Ondalambana, and a very good day. The Special Investigating Unit has secured settlement agreements worth 25 million rand linked to the irregular COVID-19 school sanitizing contracts awarded by the Gauteng Department of Education. The agreements follow a 2022 Special Tribunal ruling that set aside irregular procurement contracts worth over 430 million rand. The SIU says the contracts were awarded without following proper supply chain processes and that some service providers charged excessive amounts for the work performed. SIU spokesperson Selby Machato says some entities have agreed to pay back the money within 7 days.
The SIU has concluded settlement agreements with some service providers linked to Chachulani Group Investments who have agreed to pay 25 million rands in full within the next 7 days.
A man has been shot dead and 2 others wounded while they were sitting in a car in Tafelsag and Mitchell's Plain on the Cape Flats. Police say the incident happened last night. Police spokesperson Tembakazi Mpendukana says the driver of the vehicle managed to escape and drive to a hospital where the 34-year-old victim died.
According to reports, the 3 victims were shot at while in a car. The driver managed to rush to the nearest hospital where a 34-year-old male victim died on arrival. 2 female victims aged 21 and 39 endured gunshot wounds on their upper bodies and are currently under medical treatment.
The Department of Home Affairs has started verifying the legal and refugee status of foreign nationals sheltering at the Diaconia Centre in Durban. The group, including women and children, has now spent several nights outside the centre after leaving their homes due to fears of intimidation, alleged assaults and threats linked to anti-immigration tensions in parts of the city. These foreign nationals have shared their frustration.
It's noisy now, people are not free. It's okay for them, but I think those who are in the meeting, they want to finish this thing so quick, so as we can vacate from here before 11, as they said. So we don't complain, we don't have a problem to go, but we can't stay here for long. We are here just waiting for the solution.
Because we need only protection from government between this situation, everything. We don't know what is going on. Now we are scared.
Ekapa Minerals in Kimberley, where 5 mine workers died in a mudslide in February, is officially up for sale. Local and international investors are invited to submit offers in an effort to save the mine and resume operations. The mine applied for provisionally liquidation in late February, stopping all operations and leaving over 1,000 workers jobless. Trade union NUMSA, that is opposed to the liquidation, wants the former mine workers to be paid all their monies. NUMSA's local organizer,
We are fine with the auction if the company is auctioning and the new buyer is willing to take it through the process of Section 197, where it will be an ongoing concern. Nothing will change because in this case, our interest, it is workers. If workers can continue having employment and then their salaries are kept as usual and then anything that is owed to them is paid back even by the new buyer of the company.
South African-born tech entrepreneur Elon Musk's SpaceX has officially filed with U.S. financial regulators to list on the Nasdaq stock market. It's one of the most anticipated share sales in history, and the firm is poised to make the first trillion-dollar debut on an American exchange. The BBC's Michelle Fleury has more details.
SpaceX reported nearly $19 billion in revenue last year, fueled by rapid growth in its Starlink satellite internet business. But the company also lost nearly $5 billion as it continues to spend heavily on rockets, satellites and artificial intelligence. Even after the share sale, Elon Musk is expected to remain firmly in control. But with rivals OpenAI and Anthropic also exploring share offerings, the race to bring the AI boom to Wall Street is now underway.
Recapping the top story, the Special Investigating Unit has secured settlement agreements worth 25 million rand linked to the irregular COVID-19 school sanitizing contracts awarded by the Gauteng Department of Education. I am Ondilambana for SAFM News headlines at 2:30.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal offers professional legal services to all South Africans. Our plans are affordable, and you receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a 5,000 rand bail benefit. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T&Cs online. Standard rates apply.
In case you missed it.
Why, or do we know why the courts decided to ignore, if one can call it that, the prosecutor saying, I'm not available on Monday?
But when it got to the point of bail, that's when the prosecutor actually said that he's actually not ready for bail. He needs further investigation, and everything that complicated there with the date of his diary as he had another bail to attend to. And unfortunately, he was ordered to make it to court today, and upon his failure to arrive, he was found in contempt of court, and a warrant for his arrest was issued.
That was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane. Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.6 FM in King Williamstown. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Hi, it's me again. I can't seem to get a hold of you, so here goes. There's that thing happening at Topstar tonight, and I was wondering if maybe you'd like to go. So please let me know, give me a call, or leave a message, whatever.
She loves teddy bears and bunny rabbits, puppy dogs with dirty habits, golden hair that flows when she moves, taller than me in her new designer shoes. I've been thinking about scoring after midnight driving. You're the one I'm adoring after midnight driving. One look at you is inspiring me after midnight driving. The way you leave me smiling after midnight driving. I've been thinking about scoring after midnight driving. You're the one I'm adoring after midnight driving. One look at you is inspiring me after midnight driving. The way you leave me smiling, you know you do. You know you do.
Hey, me once again. Pick up, pick up, pick up. We can probably still make it if we try. And you don't want to miss this one. It's a good movie. Call me.
to the movies tonight. Stars are out, the temperature's right. Hold my hand, it's okay if you scream. Always better on the bigger movie screen. I'll be thinking about scoring after midnight driving. You're the one I'm adoring. After midnight driving, one look at you is inspiring me. After midnight driving, the way you leave me smiling. After midnight driving, I'm still thinking about scoring. After midnight driving, you're the one I'm adoring. After midnight driving, one look at you is inspiring me. After midnight driving, the way you leave me smiling. After midnight driving, I've been thinking about scoring. After midnight driving, you're the one I'm adoring. After midnight driving, one look at you is inspiring me. After midnight driving, the way you leave me smiling. After midnight driving, I'm still thinking about scoring. After midnight driving, you're the one I'm adoring. After midnight driving, one look at you is inspiring me.
It is 3:40 mil, Midnight Driver. It's just a classic. It is a classic, and we claim them as our own. I think where 340 mil are concerned, we have no time to debate. This one comes from where and that one comes from where. We just like, yeah, South Africans. Depending on which side of the border they are performing, then, you know, all sides claim them. It's gone 10 past 2 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. We're having a different conversation now. It is Thursday, so we're leaning more towards, exploring matters that speak to the legalities as well as to rights and responsibilities and such things. And we thought we'd have a conversation around handling disciplinary hearings the right way with Dave Luxton, who is the CEO of Luxton Forensics. Employers who do not manage disciplinary hearings in accordance with the latest legislation could be forced to reinstate or compensate dismissed employees, even those accused of criminal acts. So let's unpack what have been the latest amendments and how are those different perhaps to the old legislation that spoke to this. Dave, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, thanks, Bridget, and thanks very much for the invitation.
Thank you for giving us the time. We appreciate it. Let's talk firstly, I guess, let's try and understand what legislation speaks to, how is it framed, and of course, how has it been amended, if at all amended, in recent years?
Yes, look, the primary legislation is the Labour Relations Act, and that contains what is termed a Code of Good Practice, which essentially is a guideline for employers to try and assist with what is required for a fair hearing. Of course, the counterside to the assistance is if you don't follow those guidelines and get it wrong, then you could face disastrous consequences such as reinstatement of someone that's actually committed criminal conduct, or even worse, you end up compensating and reinstating. So that is the primary source of legislation. Effectively, not much has changed. I mean, I think, without going into detail, all that I think we need to know is that it has reaffirmed what is required and simplified things. And to us, it's actually a very good thing because, as an aside, in our experience, a lot of employers overcomplicate things, and that is why they get into trouble.
Yeah. They say that God is in the detail. And so let's explore a little bit about, to your words, how or what has been reaffirmed with this latest legislation in terms of what is required, and also how has that been simplified, and the kind of confusion maybe that was causing previous to this latest edition.
So effectively, it's confirmed that all that is required is that there is a good reason, the substance of the matter, and it's in accordance with a fair procedure. And if you think about it, Bridget, there's no magic to that. What would you want if you were being disciplined? you would want to know what you've done wrong or what you've alleged to have done wrong, and you want a fair chance to explain yourself. And that is essentially what employers are required to do in a disciplinary hearing. You must advise the employee of what they are alleged to have done, offer them assistance if they're a trade union member, or in the many cases of complex matters, they can bring in legal representation, a fair time to prepare, and there you go. There's no more, no less than that. What we find is a lot of employers come unstuck by overcomplicating things. They have these very, very voluminous, complex procedures to follow, almost like a mini court case. And the trouble is you are bound by your own procedure. So if you don't follow your own process, you can get into trouble at the body that decides these things, which is the CCMA.
Yeah. Let's also talk about, because I feel as if what is regarded as within reason and fairness, right, could be open-ended. What I deem fair and reasonable, you might deem irrational and unfair. So how do employers and organizations, where do they begin to get the guideline parameters and the protocols of what is considered within reason and fairness as it speaks and relates to the Labor Relations Act? Is that perhaps stipulated within the Act?
Yes, as I say, the Code of Good Practice is should be employers' Bible. Every employer that has more than one person that they might discipline, they should pretty much have that Code of Good Conduct at their fingertips, so they actually know what is required. It's a Code of Good Conduct, Code of Practice.
Yeah.
So it's no more complex than that, and there are a whole host of bodies out there that can give advice. We find that a lot of our work is spent simply on the telephone, advising clients how to investigate, how to gather evidence, and where to from there. Once they have gathered evidence which shows that there might well be misconduct, we can then guide them on what the fair process will be. But really, for many employers, they need no more than have access to the Labour Relations Act Code of Good Practice, and that spells it out for them.
One of the interesting things that I've learned doing radio is that at times the most obvious isn't so obvious because of our laziness. And so hence I drill down on some of these questions. You talk about the fact that employers and HR practitioners, can really be burdened by their own processes at times. So how do they begin to sort of streamline and distill some of these disciplinary policies and procedures, so that in principle they do speak to that code of practice, but also make it easier for themselves when they have to go through these steps?
Yes, I think the advice we give is to keep it as simple as possible, but also you must build in some kind of flexibility. It's to me, it's pretty pointless having a provision in your policy that says discipline must be effected within sort of 3 working days of the employee being advised. Now, what happens is you then get to day 4 for whatever reason. Someone might be ill. Now you've got to fight. You've got to fight in the hearing when the employee comes along and says, You've actually breached your own policy. You've breached the advice you gave me, and then you end up with this unnecessary scrap, which can take a long time. With the employee saying you breached your own advice, you saying, well, there's a good reason for it. So you have to have flexibility in the process. That is, to my mind, the primary obstacle that we see with employers, that they have these policies and procedures which are cast in peremptory terms. That's the first step. And then keep it simple. Don't have page after page of misconduct spelled out and saying, for this particular piece of misconduct, this is dismissal or this is final written warning. Keep it general, and just say, for example, for serious misconduct such as fraud, theft, the primary sanction may well be dismissal. That's the way one couches these things. Then it's much easier to defend your process when you end up at the CCMA or the Labour Court.
A quick pause from our end, and then we'll come back on the other side and continue exploring this conversation with Dave, CEO of Luxton Forensics.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Togo, West Africa. A narrow nation in West Africa, bordered by Ghana, Benin, and Burkina Faso, with a coastline along the Gulf of Guinea, a country where cultures, trade routes, and traditions intersect. French is the official language. You and Kabia are among the many local languages shaping national identity.
Togo gained independence in 1960, a nation shaped by both resilience and political continuity. Agriculture, phosphate mining, and trade drive the economy. The port of Lomé serves as a major gateway for regional commerce. But challenges remain: youth unemployment, political tensions, and economic inequality. Still, Togo continues to grow through entrepreneurship, culture, and regional trade.
Togo connects people through movement and resilience. In every market, in every rhythm, in every journey, there is connection. Togo, connected, resilient, evolving.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Dave Loxton, now CEO of Luxton Forensics, joins us as we explore a conversation around handling disciplinary hearings in the right manner that speaks to the Code of Good Practice dismissals as articulated in the Labour Relations Act of 1995, which was gazetted in September of 2025. Now, the question of what is fairness, of which we've explored a little bit, Dave, for disciplinary hearings, the code states that a dismissal is fair if it is backed by a fair reason relating to the conduct of an employee. It is in accordance with fair procedure. It is not automatically unfair for any of the reasons described in the code or the Labour Relations Act, Section 187, and the misconduct is so serious that continuing the employment relationship is intolerable. So at its core, fair procedure is, as you say, simply one in which the employee has been given an adequate and reasonable opportunity to respond to the allegations of misconduct.
Correct. That is correct, yes. Obviously, the allegations must be in an understandable form. So we advise our clients don't try and use criminal terms. If you can avoid terms like fraud and theft, which can get one into trouble because many employers actually don't understand the definition of fraud or theft. Simplify it. Simplify the allegations the employee can understand, and then they need to be given a fair opportunity to defend themselves.
Are there steps also that are prescribed in terms of once we've sat down and had, or even maybe before we sit down formally across the table, is there meant to be some kind of written communication? Because some folks will go, I didn't get an email that said, or I didn't get an official letter that said. And that almost becomes the loophole in which they hang on to say, you failed this step of the process, and so it nullifies everything else that comes after.
You've hit the nail on the head. That is a lot of in a lot of instances that's where employers come unstuck. But in fact, it is not spelled out in so many words in the Code of Good Practice. So effectively, it just says that the employee should be given an opportunity to respond. They must be notified of the allegations in writing, so that spells out that it should be in writing. But there are instances where employers will have what one could term colloquially the car park chat. So you especially at a senior level, you can sit down with the guy or meet him outside his car and say to him, look, man, these allegations where you were alleged to have sexually assaulted your secretary or whatever, do you really want to go through the hearing? Let's discuss where to from here. That would be considered a fair process. He knows what he's alleged to have done, and as long as you give him a chance to respond, he might respond, look, these allegations are a vendetta against me. Or he might say, yep, you're actually quite right. I don't know quite what got into me. I lost my head, but yeah, you're quite right. It is serious. Then you can say to him, well, do you really want to go through the hearing? And those are alternative ways of dealing with the process, and certainly to my mind, cannot be considered to be unfair. You can't be challenged on that. He's got every opportunity to defend himself, even though the allegations weren't necessarily spelled out in writing, and you have it, as I say, not across the table, but standing in the car park having a serious conversation. So one's got to be pragmatic in these things, But to sort of maybe contradict myself, as far as risk management is concerned, if you want to manage your risk, then it is better set it out in writing and have a proper hearing, and where you sit in the room and discuss the matter formally.
And I think a lot of organizations, especially if we're talking, the more bigger the organization and institution, the more they are stickler to the process because of that risk element, that someone doesn't want to come back and now it's a he said, she said between HR and Bridget because we had this car park conversation.
Yes.
And even if I acknowledge it, okay, HR did come to me, but, I kind of understood it as they were saying X versus them saying B.
Yeah, 100% right. And that's where the risk management element comes in, and why so many employers would rather invest the time and the money to do it the more formal way. What we don't recommend at Locks and Forensics is that they run like a mini court trial, because that to me is where employers do go over the top. They say, look, they're mitigating their risk, but cheapers, it can cost them an absolute fortune. I mean, I've been involved in chairing disciplinary hearings, which literally are like high court trials, where you have swapping of documents, you have pre-trial conferences, all that kind of stuff. And what is essentially a simple matter can literally run for 20 to 30 days of evidence, with someone like myself chairing it, an outside attorney initiating it, senior counsel defending the employee. Now, that to me is going a little bit over the top. But those employers, when you question them, will tell you, well, we really can't be criticized. We're doing it by the book, and we are mitigating our risk.
Yeah. Let's, in our final moments, also maybe speak about what an employee can do. So we get together, we talk formally, informally, but I still feel aggrieved. I still feel dissatisfied with my employer giving me an opportunity to state my case and make my argument. What becomes my next steps, my recourse outside of the chain of corporate structure?
Well, I think that one needs to understand the process. So an employee that is dissatisfied with being advised of a disciplinary hearing needs to go through with that hearing. The law is well settled. Employees trying to interdict hearings, the general principle is courts are very loath to interfere with an internal process. So the courts will say to the employee, don't come to us now. You have every right to go through with the hearing, and if you feel aggrieved to the end of it, then you can challenge the outcome. So our advice to employees will be simply don't waste your time and money trying to stop the hearing. You need to go through with it, and if at the end of it you feel you've been badly treated, then you can challenge it. And the primary remedy there is to then refer your matter to the CCMA. That is the body that is set up to investigate and make decisions on whether the process and the hearing was fairly done, and whether the outcome was fair to the employee. In some instances, one would go to the Labour Court directly, but the primary body would be the CCMA.
Wonderful. We appreciate your time, Dave. Thank you so much for the time as well as the knowledge of process. That was Dave Loxton, who is the CEO of Loxton Forensics. 2:30, time for Andela to bring you the headline news. And then on the other side of that, it's Thursday. It's Kids Corner on Nalibali. I think it's Nalibali. Nalibali is coming up at 2:30 on the other side of the headlines.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, tensions have flared outside the Diakonia Centre in central Durban amid a confrontation between foreign nationals and members of March and March, along with supporters linked to the MK party. Eskom says approximately 70% of the electrical faults caused by recent severe storms in the Western Cape have been restored, and a U.S. Health Department official says a government agency is working with a small biotech firm to adapt an experimental Ebola treatment for the current outbreak. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and welcome to Nali Bali. Do you know how to tell the time on a clock? Learning to tell time is like having a superpower. It helps you know when it's time to play, time to eat, time to go to school, and even time to sleep. One of the most important times in the day is the morning, when we wake up and get ready for the day ahead. Sometimes it can be hard to wake up on our own, but that's when the alarm clock can help. Setting an alarm and waking up when it rings is a great way to start being responsible. When you learn to tell the time, you don't always need someone else to wake you up. You can do it yourself. It helps you be on time for school, for fun activities, and for the things you enjoy the most. So today, let's remember that learning to tell time is not just about numbers on a clock. It's about being independent and ready for all the adventures of the day. Let's listen to today's story called A New Home, written by Joanne Block. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and... had a problem. His cell phone was broken. While it was being fixed, he couldn't use its alarm to wake up in the morning. Mr. Ngube frowned and scratched his head.
Ugh, man, what should I do now?
He wondered. Then he remembered his old alarm clock in the cupboard, the one he'd used in days before cell phones. Mr. Ngube found the clock and put batteries in the back. Soon the clock was sitting on the table between Mr. Ngube's bed and the window. It had a dark, shiny face with big white numbers and two smart red hands that told the time. As the hands moved, the clock made a gentle tick-tock sound. Mr. Ngube set the alarm so it would make a long, loud tring to wake him up at 5 o'clock every morning. The first time the alarm went off, Mr. Ngube reached out and turned with a grunt and a sigh. He left his cozy bed to get ready for work. The next morning, something different happened. At 5 o'clock, when the alarm clock rang, Mr. Ncube didn't wake up. He was dreaming that he was a little boy again, playing ball with his friends. Still dreaming, he reached out, grabbed the clock and threw it straight out of the window.
Catch!
He mumbled and smiled in his sleep. The alarm clock flew through the air, still ringing. It landed in a clump of long grass, knocking against a stone that swished it off.
Oh my goodness! Where am I?
Panted the alarm clock. It was strange to be out in the big wide world. The clock laid quietly, listening to the sounds around it. A breeze rustled the leaves in the trees nearby, and bats chirped and twittered.
This place isn't too bad,
thought the clock.
I'll just lie here and wait for Mr. Ncube to come and find me.
But somebody else found the clock first. A scruffy brown bird with a yellow beak came stalking up on his long, skinny yellow legs.
Ooh, I see something shiny. What can it be?
He cawed. The bird flapped his wings and pecked gently at the alarm clock. This tickled and made the clock giggle.
Ooh, whoa, what are you?
Asked the bird, surprised.
I'm an alarm clock,
replied the clock in a trembly voice.
Listen, and you hear my tick-tock sound. My alarm rings at 5 every morning to wake up Mr. Ncube. I'm not sure what happened today. When I rang, I suddenly found myself flying through the air.
Never mind. I'm going to take you to a wonderful new home,
chipped the bird. He opened his beak and picked up the clock. Then they took a little run and lifted off into the air. The alarm clock was flying again. In a few moments, they came to a hole high in the trunk of a tall tree. The bird gently dropped the clock into a nest inside and hopped in after it. In front of an alarm clock were a tired-looking mama bird and 6 squeaky, wiggly, fluffy baby birds, all rolling about and screaming. Mama! Mama! Mama!
What's this?
Asked Mama Bird. It was a surprised and worried look. She hopped over to the clock that was standing shyly in the corner.
I must say, Papa Bird, I wish you could just stop bringing all of these things home.
She pointed with her beak to a small square of mirror, some shiny purple Swiss wrappers, and a little red bouncy ball at the back of the crowded nest.
The things you bring home are pretty, but they take up too much space. They also make it hard to tidy up. I have my wings full already with these hungry baby birds.
Never mind. I think our new friend will be welcome in this nest,
said Papa Bird. He turned to the baby bird and said,
Come closer, children.
The baby birds wiggled over until they stood around the alarm clock.
Hello,
said the clock softly. The baby birds were so surprised when it spoke to them that they all forgot to chirp for a second. That was when they heard the gentle tick-tock of the clock. The quiet sound made the baby birds feel very calm and happy. Soon they all fell asleep.
Thank you. Thank you so much. At last I can finally get some rest,
said Mama Bird gratefully.
Welcome to our family. We don't need you to wake us up, but we do really, really need you to put us to sleep,
Papa Bird said to the alarm clock. The alarm clock was thrilled.
I'm happy to help,
it said. And what about Mr. Ncube? When he woke up 3 hours late for work, he couldn't understand what had happened to his alarm clock.
It was here when I went to sleep, but now it's gone,
he said to himself. He wondered if someone had crept into his room and stolen it. But the door was locked and nothing else was missing. Mr. Ncube often spoke about the mystery of that morning, but nobody ever guessed what really happened to his alarm clock. And so we come to the end of another Nalibali story time. Today's story was called A New Home, written by Joanne Block. know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nalibali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages, as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nalibali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nalibali, it starts with a story.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, in our final conversation for this afternoon, we're catching up with Professor Edith Dinong Paswana, Associate Professor at Tunis and Acting Executive Dean at the Thabo Mbeki School. And we're looking at an opinion piece that Prof penned down. We pay for services, not symbolism. A citizen's plea to local government. And the piece reads, there's something deeply unsettling about the state of our municipalities. Increasingly, their public presence is defined not by roads repaired, water restored, or towns revitalized, but by images of officials visiting bereaved families, attending funerals, and posting messages of condolence on social media. Good afternoon to you this afternoon, Prof. How are you?
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the listeners as well.
Thank you so much for the time. I guess maybe let's begin by understanding your motivation or inspiration to pen your thoughts around this relationship and the social contract between citizen and local government or public elected.
Yes, as a public leader and also working in this and teaching students on our programs, academic programs, I always look around what is happening in different municipalities. And one of those places that I usually go to is their social media spaces as well, just to keep me abreast of what is happening in which municipality in this country. And one of the places that some of the things that I see posted on the social media made me wondering what exactly are we about? Because I believe that in most cases we will post about what we are about and our work, because these are official pages in my view, and therefore official work needs to appear. Of course, there could be other things that are happening at the municipality and the municipality, like events that could be posted. But I was more worried about essential work that the municipality should be doing. It's not part of their social media posting as well. Yeah, so then that also made me to look here and there. And I usually find this symbolism, and by symbolic work I refer to activities that create the appearance of action, speeches, launches, branding exercises, endless consultations and ceremonial events, media campaigns and policy announcements, but without meaningful work and improvements in the actual work of the municipality, either in sanitation, electricity, roads, housing, or waste management. And that made me, I think that could be the driving force, the impetus for me to write this.
It's so interesting, Prof. Edith, when you talk about the the rise of performative leadership. You write about, that we are witnessing the rise of performative leadership. And I think for someone like myself, that speaks to, and I think sort of leaning on language and communication as a career. Every time I hear a public representative or a leader say, you must appear to be, you must be seen to be, I go, but are you doing? Because you are almost implying that you are performing, pretending. They must think you are doing, but are you actually doing? In essence, is what I'm taking out of this when you say the public must, we must be seen to be addressing those potholes by the public.
Yes, definitely. And in the context of South Africa, this for me is a challenge because it's also linking to state capacity issues and government failures or political instability as well. Because when you see this happening in our local government, you see a deeper issue is that symbolic governance can become because when we as citizens are repeatedly exposed to promises without consequences for non-performance, then we have a problem. We have a problem because all those promises that people are doing, we are seen to be doing this, you must be seen to be doing this. When there is actually no performance, then we are facing a very difficult situation as a country. Because when you do symbolic governance, you ask, how do we appear? Do we appear responsive? It's not like you are responsive. You have to appear like you are responsive. But if you are doing developmental governance, the question is, are people's lives actually improving? Are we improving the services that we are providing to our people? Is the water clean enough? Is the water available? Is electricity, being distributed equitably? So these are the questions that developmental governments ask, not symbolic governance. Because symbolic governance is just to say, yes, we were there, we've done it. It's a tick box kind of work. Because you just tick off the box that, and we also, because of this culture of likes on social media and all that, and then we praise our leadership was here, leadership this. And just because they passed our way and we take pictures with them, we don't even, when we see them, we don't even ask the right questions that we should be asking them.
Yeah.
It's all about, let me take a picture, let me be closer to this one and closer to this one. Because honestly, some of our municipalities are run like private entities. It's like, it's a household of the municipal manager and the CFO.
Absolutely. Prof. Edith, just a quick pause for a break, and then we'll come back on the other side.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Tolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Tolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bongi Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Prof. Edith Dinong Mpaswana joins us, Associate Professor at UNISA and Acting Executive Dean at the Thabo Mbeki School, and we're talking around the piece, We Pray for Services, Not Symbolism, a citizen's plea to local government. To your last sentiment, as we were going into the break, Prof., have we, to some degree as citizens, allowed and normalized, an institutional drift, for instance, where we kind of have created this perfect environment of moving further and further and further away from realizing a social contract between municipality and community?
Yes, in many ways we have. We have, because we have normalized this culture as well. Where we are not calling local governments to questions, and also we are not even trying to hold them accountable for their inefficiencies as well as their lack of delivery. And now they have actually even also bought into this culture. And even added a culture of compliance rather than impact, where they become more concerned with ticking the boxes for audits and regulations. I mean, there's no entity that gets really excited that they have got a clean audit like municipalities, because really that's all what they are working for. For audits and regulations than improving the lived experiences of residents. And we have also bought into that culture because we don't even, I think our citizens also have lost confidence in these institutions, and they resort to these symbolic gestures. And therefore, because these gestures, symbolic work is easy, and it calms tensions temporarily, instead of addressing the root causes of the dissatisfactions that we have. So we have normalized it. That I agree.
It almost seems as though it's a self-fulfilling prophecy to some degree, right? Because it just lends itself to that. Because inevitably also there's going to be frustration. There's going to be frustration felt by the citizen.
Yes. And we do get frustrated. But then they come with this symbolic work. Just like when you have a problem, a serious problem, your children have not eaten, somebody says to you, pray. I can pray for you. It has come to that level where we are actually, our tensions are getting calmed because of something that they will do. That performative work actually allow us, and we are happy to say, okay, they have said this. I just want to hear what the mayor will say. And after she has said or he has said it, and then we are happy she has said this, even though we know that we will come back next year around the same time, the same problem will still be persisting, or the potholes will be bigger than what it is today.
And we are in an election year, of course. So the sentiment that you write about, we're about to see that magnified tenfold over the next 5 months, 100 plus days before we get to the local government election.
Yes, and because we also have already sold out our social contract, we have already outsourced it to them to control, and therefore we will not even ask questions, and when they come, we will continue. The same cycle comes up again.
In the piece, you call for this moment being for a recalibration of priorities. Perhaps let's look at that. Let's unpack that in essence to say, when it comes to ethics in public service, for instance, when it comes to leadership, for instance, what does that recalibration of priority look like, perhaps even feel like or seem like for South Africans?
The ethics in public service is about stewardship, where we use public power responsibly for the common good. And ethical states are built upon leadership, upon institutions and citizens collectively. So that's something that we also need to be able to say in ethics, because we have to work together as ethical states are built when leadership, institutions, and citizens collectively reject impunity and place public interest above personal gain. And some of the things that we ought to actually do in order to get ethical leadership starts from the very top. It must be modeled by our municipal managers, our mayor, our CFOs, and the political and administrative leaders that are there. Because even the council are just happy to be in good terms with whoever is leading at a particular municipality, and not even calling them to accountable. The only time most councils you'll see them making noise about the inefficiency of a municipality is if they are closed out of that system. They cannot benefit from that system. Then they will make noise. They'll start to write to newspapers. But otherwise, if they are in town, they will not do that. And the second thing maybe could be trying to build ethical culture within the institutions, because rules are there, but rules alone cannot actually create ethics, So we need to really work hard, and also strengthening our accountability mechanisms. It's important that we do that, because in most cases, ethics will flourish where wrongdoing has consequences.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we have to do this. I've been hearing in government, we must professionalize the public service. The public service has to be professional. But if we really can achieve that, then we know that a professional public service will reduce political interference and patronage. But at the moment, I'm not sure. They are talking about whether the recruitment of people coming to work here, is it on merit base or what? So those are some of the things that can actually strengthen our ethical leadership as well. And training and education. I cannot stress the education. Ethics must be taught consciously. It's not something that you can say you are born with, especially in areas that are vulnerable to abuse, for instance, if you look at procurement, is one of those areas that are vulnerable to abuse as well. So the training that we give should move beyond theory and use real life case studies that involves dilemmas in the public service. And most of our institutions as well, this is a conversation for another time. Do not even go there, give real examples of South Africa when we teach public administration and public management and all of this. Yes, these cases must be brought in, that in these municipalities, that the municipalities that young people we are teaching can be able to recognize it and say, oh, is this the reason why things in my municipality is happening? Because we have done those case studies. But we never use our case studies. We go to other countries. Most of the time we go outside the country.
Absolutely. And you make some salient points over there. Unfortunately, we have to leave it there for this afternoon. That was Prof. Edith Dinong Mpaswana, Associate Professor at UNISA. It's 3 o'clock on the dot. Indeed, visuals coming out of SABC News of that interaction that is happening in Durban at the moment with tensions flaring at the immigration center. That's where we'll leave it. Ashraf coming through between 3 and 6. Ondela bringing you the 3 o'clock news.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. Tensions rise in Durban. CBD and SIU secures COVID-19 settlement agreement. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Tensions have flared outside the Diakonia Centre in central Durban amid a confrontation between foreign nationals and members of March and March, along with supporters linked to the MK party. The cause of the altercation remains unclear, but tensions escalated when a larger group of foreign nationals gathered across the road and exchanged verbal threats with members of the lobby groups. Police and representatives from the Southern African Refugee Forum intervened to calm the situation. March and March member Nhlanhla Mqadi has since distanced the organization from the tensions.
So one of the foreign nationals arrived here with a child around 6 or 5 years old. So we then proceeded to ask him, what are you doing here with a child? Because the situation does not seem safe for a child. We then asked him, why don't you take the child home? And then another foreign national came and said, these people are telling you the truth. The one with the child then takes the child and puts the child on his lap. And then the two foreign nationals proceeded to push and fight each other. We have nothing to do with their fighting. We just asked as to how safe is the child in this situation.
The Special Investigating Unit has secured settlement agreements worth 25 million rand linked to the irregular COVID-19 school sanitizing contracts awarded by the Gauteng Department of Education. The agreements follow a 2022 special tribunal ruling that set aside irregular procurement contracts worth over 430 million rand. The SIU says the contracts were awarded without following proper supply chain processes and that some service providers charged excessive amounts for the work performed. SIU spokesperson Selby Mahoto says some entities have agreed to pay back the money within 7 days.
The SIU has concluded settlement agreements with some service providers linked to Chachulani Group Investments who have agreed to pay 25 million rands in full within the next 7 days.
Eskom says approximately 70% of the electrical faults caused by the recent severe storms in the Western Cape have been restored. The power utility says a total of 9,000 electric faults were reported during and after the storms. It says 200 major electric trips occurred on its networks. The Western Cape Minister for Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development, Anton Bradel, says they met with Eskom, district municipalities and other stakeholders to discuss the progress of the mop-up operations as well as the restoration of essential service in affected communities. Meanwhile, the Department of Infrastructure reports that 400 roads across the province were affected. It says 61% of the roads have been restored to working order. Deputy President Paul Mashatile says the Department of Health has spent more than 5 billion rand to address the shortage of health facilities operating 24 hours. Mashatile is answering oral questions in the National Assembly. He says health authorities are targeting most vulnerable areas to roll out this program. A U.S. Health Department official says a government agency is working with a small biotech firm to adapt an experimental Ebola treatment for the current outbreak. Laboratory data suggests it has potential to be effective against the Bodinho strain of the current outbreak in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. More than 130 people have died there, with 600 suspected cases in Ituri province. Recapping the top story, tensions have flared outside the Diakonia Centre in central Durban amid a confrontation between foreign nationals and members of March and March, along with supporters linked to the MK party. I'm Ondalambana for SAfm News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Sneema names Springbok 7 squad, Lunga withdraws from Warriors squad, and tickets open for Nations Cup in Cape Town. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I've been keeping an eye on the Diakonia Centre in Durban, and as you know, the foreign nationals who sought refuge there, well, they've been there. They continue being there now for a good couple of days. We're going to get to that right away. My name's Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. That's not all. We'll talk about other things as well, including the Understanding the National Dialogue Steering Committee and their rollout plans, which I think many people have been asking questions about. We'll also talk about the ANC unveiling their new Gauteng leadership. And what about this from Dr. Ivor Chipkin with a thought leader conversation on understanding South Africa's political violence and the impact that it has. We'll also chat to Busi Mabaso from Business Leadership South Africa about, how do we get South Africa to grow in terms of economic growth? And that comes up later on, right? And you can share your own thoughts, by the way, on all of those things. But first things first, we'll get to Durban and trace the story of the refugees, or in this case here, foreign nationals in this country.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Botswana, Southern Africa. A land of vast wilderness and rare beauty, home to the Okavango Delta, where water brings life to the desert. A place where elephants roam freely and nature thrives. Botswana is one of Africa's most stable democracies, known for peace, governance, and steady growth.
Botswana gained independence in 1966 from one of the world's poorest nations to a model of stability in Africa. A nation shaped by its people, mainly Tswana communities, with languages such as Setswana at the heart of daily life and identity, a culture rooted in respect, unity, and tradition. From Gaboron's growing cityscape to untouched savannas, life moves with quiet strength. Storytelling, community, and connection to land remain central to identity.
Botswana moves with calm strength and clear direction. In every river, in every horizon, in every voice, there is balance. Botswana is peaceful, steady, and enduring.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so let's then get to the story that's been unfolding in Durban for quite a few days, in fact. As you know, the many foreign nationals who first went to that police precinct in Durban and then to the Diakonia Centre in Durban, and my understanding is many have stayed put, and they've been very, very concerned about what they call, victimization, threats, attacks on them, all of that, I'd say, alleged, but they've been there. They're there to try and raise awareness with regard to their plight, with regards to the many who are saying pack up and go. Now, here's the story. What's it been like for all of them? Let's understand, if I may, the actual human story around it. So we've got two guests who'll talk us through this. We'll chat to the director of the Refugee Social Services Centre, who are based in that very same building just now. But first things first, we've got Bilal Jiva, who's the Give to the Givers Community Liaison Officer in that region. Bilal, appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here, sir.
Much appreciate your time. So, in the midst of clear tensions between different groupings, effectively along national lines in this case here, we tend to forget what's the human story around this. You've been covering it from a Give to the Givers support point of view. What can you tell us?
So the situation is quite desperate because they feel unheard, they feel unsupported, they're vulnerable. There's a lot of women and children, women who are nearly at the end of their pregnancy, nearly to give birth. And sadly, the situation is not easy, or it's getting harder day by day, because they are living on the floor. They're staying on the floor, on the veranda of this building. There's no toilet facilities. There's no access to water or anything of that sort. When we got there yesterday, we gave out blankets, water, and food yesterday evening, last night. This morning, when we got there, they were sleeping on the floor, a lot of children and mothers. We gave out tea and bread. And now, as we speak, we are preparing a lunch meal for them to take through.
And when you do that, right, we do know there are many South Africans who actually don't want these foreign nationals around. Do you find yourself in providing humanitarian assistance to them on a complete needs level that puts you against the others who are agitating for them to be out of the country?
It will be an injustice for me to speak a lie. As gift of the givers, when we approached yesterday, it was quite volatile. I approached both sides of the congregation that was there on site, and I told them that we as gift of the givers are here. We are here to serve the communities. We are here to serve humanity. And as our culture of South Africans, we have a culture of Ubuntu, and we cannot, whatever our challenges are, we should not involve women and children in that, and we cannot just turn a blind eye towards the situation, what's really unfolding there at the moment. So we were not under tension. We were not stressed. We were actually given a free pass to go and do whatever we needed to do, what was necessary to do. Everyone understood that women and children need the support. And so it will be a lie or an injustice for me to say otherwise.
Okay. So when you explained to both parties your position, you didn't get any opposition to that then?
None at all. We were actually supported and we were assisted on both sides.
Okay. How were you able? You mentioned mothers imminently, in this case due to give birth, and others have stories, and you said no place for ablution facilities and toilets and things. Yeah. What can you tell us about how are they surviving then? Minute by minute, day by day. What are they saying? What are they doing? Are they expressing themselves in any way that you can share?
Yes, sir. So sadly, they are in a lot of discomfort. The sleeping conditions are out in the open. It's quite cold now, even though it's Durban. It's nippy at night. It's cold. They are forced to relieve themselves on the verges, on the streets, etc., on behind under trees, on the grass patches. So that's a very sad and dire situation that they are in right now. Mm-hmm. And the kids are with them, and it's really painful to see them in that situation.
And what are they saying? Why are they there?
They are there because they are in fear of being victimized. They're in fear of being attacked, or they have been asked to vacate where they've been living. That is what they've told us. They've been asked to vacate where they've been living. A few of them have even been removed from their workplaces because of fear, because they don't have the documentation in order, or so on and so forth. Some of them do have the documentation, but I guess sometimes some businesses maybe have taken a step forward before they are approached by anyone to release them from their services.
Yeah, almost like double checking on their situation, right? Did they indicate Correct. How long they will continue staying there?
They have no idea of they when we got there yesterday, I asked them, what's the plan? Like, what's your plan of action? What are you planning to do? How long do you plan to be here? Did you plan to come here? Where did you plan to stay and even sustain yourselves? They said we didn't have any plans on anything. We just got here and now we're just hoping things work out for us.
And are there obvious leaders of this grouping?
Yes, there are leaders. Each nationality, like for example, the Congolese nationality, they have a leader. The Ethiopian nationalities, they have a leader. So each of them do have their leaders there who are we in communication with and who are assisting us with our facilitation of support to the refugees.
And in terms of your support, would I take it that will continue as long as they are there?
We'll try our best to do as much as we can as gifts of the givers. And so it's a crisis, so we have to assist. It's our mandate.
Okay, appreciate you giving off your time. Bilal Jiva, the Gift of the Givers Community Liaison Officer. That's in Durban or KZN region. Let's move on to get another take on this with Yasmin Raja, the Director of the Refugee Social Services and current Chair of the Consortium of Refugees and Migrants. Yasmin, appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thanks for having me on the show and the listeners.
Thank you. Let's just see if we can get you on a much clearer line just in a moment. I'll get Keith to sort that out because we're sort of missing a beat. I mean, my understanding is, and by the way, as we just get Yasmin's sound sorted out, let me remind you, for you to be the eyewitness, are you one of those people who are close by in those quarters? You could be one of those foreign nationals who are protesting. You could be one of the others who want them out. You could be someone just passing by, aware of what's happening, particularly in that region around that building. If you are one of those people, well, be the eyewitness here in terms of being this citizen reporter for the Pulse community, right? Yasmin, hopefully we got you back on a better line this time. Now, I understand that your organization, I suppose by coincidence, are housed in the very same building where these foreign nationals are.
Yes, we are at the Dyke. We are based at the Diaconia Center. Our office has been here for many years. Together with Lawyers for Human Rights. So I suppose the center is seen somewhat as a refuge for refugees and asylum seekers.
Okay, what is your understanding of why they are there, and of course that under the undercurrent of other South Africans wanting them not to be in the country in the first place? What's your understanding of what's happening?
Okay, so basically the people that we've been with, we've heard the stories, and we've been monitoring the situation for more than just a couple of months. We know what's been going on. This has been brewing for a long time. But in the last month or so, the situation has been that people are being assaulted, harassed, stopped from earning a livelihood. It's been generalized not only in the Durban CBD, but across the province. So we've had reports from Nongoma, from Ulundi, from Escort, and a lot of the times the issue has been vigilante groups, and it seems to have taken seed. This whole issue of illegal migrants has taken seed with a lot of South Africans. I think there's a lot of frustration around. But what is important with this particular group is this is documented refugees and asylum seekers. And they know I think they landed here initially on Monday because they were seeking protection and safety. And I think part of it is because we're continually getting these reports that when they report to police, when things are happening, the powers that be that can do the protection are not protecting. Their voices are not being heard. And things sort of reached a climax last week when small groups of men were going and assaulting street barbers in the Durban CBD. And people have come from traumatizing situations at home. These things are triggering. The fear was there. There've been stories of neighbors saying to them, when are you going to leave? I don't know if SAFM listeners know, but there's been dates that were given. Like your escort group was told they had 21 days. I can't remember when that 21 days ends, but it ends before the end of this month. And then there's another date of you need to leave by the 30th of June. Now, this might be said to illegal. The term illegal foreigners has been there, and there's an assumption that everybody that's foreign is here illegally. This has created a huge amount of fear. People are fearing for their lives. So when people approached us on Monday and on other days, we have constantly said to them, you need to go to the authorities. You need to report when things have happened to you, and we've been escalating this up to UN organizations, national government, to say something needs to be done, because it appears that some of the vigilante groups are able to do all these things in full view, and everybody knows who they are, but nothing is being done to
Just
stop.
interesting, you call them vigilante groups, right? Maybe just answer why do you say that? And I understand that your organization then has taken an active role in communicating with the SAPS and Home Affairs. What's come out of that?
So SAPS and Home Affairs were here this morning, and the Office of the Premier, together with some of the leaders. They've had other meetings without us being there. We've not been the central organization. We have lobbied, but we're not the central. They've spoken directly to the leaders. Yesterday, they'd come to an agreement that they would verify the documentation of all of the people that were here, and they had made arrangements to get to Home Affairs by 10 o'clock to start that verification process. But what I'm hearing from having been at the meeting now, like sort of midday, is that they want to verify. The Premier's office was there. There was an HOD that's responsible for all the different departments. There was Home Affairs. They want to verify the documentation, and then they ask that the leaders get their people to ask people to go back to their South African homes, not home to the country.
Yeah.
What's
happening What's happening right now as I talk to you?
Right now, there's buses taking people through to Home Affairs.
Okay,
right now there's South Africans. I'm not going to mention the people because I don't want to be the one to do it, but there's some of these people that don't like, from vigilante groups as well as from political parties that are across the road, that are also heckling and threatening whilst the people are getting onto the buses. So it's quite volatile.
Okay, and just quickly, just in one line, they're going to Home Affairs to do what? Just one quick sentence?
They're going to verify their documents. So they're going to take the documents that have been issued to them to show that they're legally in the country back to Home Affairs, so Home Affairs can verify that these are actual genuine documents. I think it seems to be, and I don't understand it personally, and I'll be very honest, I don't know why.
All right, very quickly, one line, yeah?
Yeah, so it seems to be that this group wants to prove, or the other side wants proof that these
a double
documents
proof
are
in that
legal.
case there. Yasmin Raja, much appreciate your time. This is the National Pulse.
We asked rugby legend Frans Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. Frans, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
I early this morning heard about this oft-repeated story of a horrific accident, and they're not just light bumper bashings, they're the type that are, by their very nature, fatal. A number of people killed in a head-on collision between, a minibus, taxi, and a bus. It's almost like a bullet against a bullet. There's just bound to be fatalities. This happened in Mpumalanga. Let's find out more about it with Mweti Musi, the Mpumalanga Department of Community Safety spokesperson. Appreciate your time and thanks for joining us for the National Pulse.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gada, and greetings to you and the listeners.
Just Ashraf will be fine, right? But let's start with the end result in this case. How many fatalities?
We lost about 10 people, in fact 10 people to be exact, in this horrific crash, with 8 of them dying at the scene and another losing their lives while being transported to the nearby hospital in the Standard Town.
Yeah, what a terrible story. Because, even as you say that, it means about at least 40 people immediately affected, potentially 100 people affected by the loss of these lives immediately, by extension, right? Do you know what happened?
It's a head-on collision. It's the road R39 it was misty at the time of the accident. By implication, the visibility was somewhat reduced. But we suspect that one of the drivers may have been on the wrong side of where they were not supposed to be. So we cannot rule out negligent and reckless driving on the part of one of the drivers. But the RTMC team, along with the police and the safety engineering teams from the department, they were at the scene for a very long time today to try to reimagine the scene and investigate what could have possibly caused this crash. So obviously they will rely on eyewitnesses, those who have seen, and they will also examine the condition of the two vehicles that were involved in this horrific crash.
I mean, our heart certainly goes out to the families of those who've been killed. Are there others who have survived, but they are not in a good shape?
The one person was seriously injured, while another was slightly injured. That is the driver of the bus and the passenger that he was traveling along with. But all the occupants in the minibus taxi, they lost their lives. These were the people who were reportedly going to work in the morning, and they were transported in the Kumbi. And then the bus that they were involved with also belongs to Eskom, and then it was reportedly going to fetch some employees so that they are able to go to work.
Sure. So all the occupants coming from the taxi. Terrible story. What happens next? I mean, from where you are, firstly, will you pursue it from a safety and security point of view in terms of where you are to say, are there factors we can look at to say this cannot happen?
Well, from where we are sitting there, that road, it's fine in terms of the condition, but then usually when there is mist, it might affect visibility. Hence, we'll always call on motorists who drive in misty conditions. The least you can do is to apply to reduce speed and embark on prudent following distance and switch your lights on and just be cautious. And where you think that the other driver is unable to see you, put on the hazard so that you can always they can always see that there is a person in front or behind them. So, but speeding is also a problem, one of the major causes of this crisis. But R39 is not among the routes that have contributed immensely to the other crashes that you have had before during the holiday season.
Okay.
Problem.
Just lastly, what sort of support do you provide as the Department of Community Safety?
The psychosocial support will be provided to these families, and so that they are able to cope with the situation. But as I'm speaking to you now, the police were hard at work, working closely with the owners of the involved transport to ensure that the next of kin are accordingly notified, and then they'll take it from there so that they're able to know when can they go and identify the remains of their loved ones.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time on this rather somber mood, understandably so, with at least 10 people died, but all of them coming from that one taxi. Mweti Musi, the Mpumalanga Department of Community Safety spokesperson, thank you for your time. This related to the accident of a head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus in Mpumalanga on the R39. Heavy mist, but still losses of life permanent. Let's get to you and your thoughts, right? I'll take some quick comments via WhatsApp. Here we are. Let me just... All right. Okay, there we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Skizo in Maritzburg. I'm sorry to sound like someone who's not sympathetic to the foreign nationalists are there in Durban, but we have not heard where they come from. If one person has interviewed the locals, where these people are claiming to be coming from, because to me it sounds like an act or retaliation trying to neutralize the protest. I think that's more like an act. As you can see, if police are moving them, they are not cooperating. These people. Thank you, Skit and Maritzburg.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. You say an act. Is the act from these foreign nationals who are documented, they claim, or is it from somebody else? I mean, who's acting in this case here? Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and your team. This is Sakelen Win from Wamshabialina. You know, Ashraf, all these civil organizations such as March and March are not going to win the fight against illegal immigration because the government is mum about the situation. Thank you.
I don't know if the government's mum about it. I think you can say they've got it all wrong. But to suggest they have no, I mean, even the president has pronounced on it. Just about everybody is. Are they really truly mum on it? I don't think so. We'll have more thoughts on that. So, by the way, if you are there, be the citizen reporter. If you are in Durban, if you are close to the centre we've been speaking about, what have you observed, Diakonia Centre? How much of time do you pay to the human story around that? But as you talk about the human story of these immigrants, also talk about the human story of those who feel threatened in terms of positions, and that's why they've taken on a task to march. Well, march and march. 3:30. Here's the news headlines with Onjala Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Ligwa local municipality mayor in Mpumalanga, Sifiso Mngomezulu, has expressed condolences to the families of the people killed following the crash between a minibus taxi and a bus between Standerton and Mogerson. Tensions have flared outside the Diakonia Centre in central Durban amid a confrontation between foreign nationals and members of March and March, along with supporters linked to the MK party. And Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has condemned as politically motivated the indictment of the United States of his predecessor Raul Castro. A flood rate follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right, Chimmy, let's talk about the Springbok Sevens team, right?
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Yes, we start things off with rugby this hour, where Springbok Sevens coach Philip Snyman has named a 14-man squad for the final two tournaments in Valladolid and Bordeaux for the Sevens World Championship in Europe. Backline players Devald Human and Gino Cupido return to the squad. This is after recovering from injury, and they're expected to play an important role on tour. The Blitzboks are hoping to add the World Championship title to the World Series trophy they recently won. Meanwhile, Lions utility forward Ruan Venter faces 9 months on the sidelines. This is after undergoing surgery on his injured knee. Posting on Instagram, Venter admitted his disappointment, saying that he's extremely disappointed to end his season like this, but very thankful to have undergone successful surgery and that he can't wait to get this journey started. Venter was forced off early in the Lions' 31-7 URC defeat to Leinster, clutching his right knee. In terms of football, Siwelele coach Luhlonolo Siyama says that one of the first encouraging signs following his appointment amid the turbulence surrounding the birth of a new club was being included in every technical decision. Siwelele was officially complete or will officially complete their relocation to Bloemfontein next season. This is after spending the 2025-26 campaign traveling between Gauteng and the Free State during the transition period after the purchase of SuperSport United, and Siyama revealed that nothing happened without his involvement.
Everyone, chairman and CEO, they did all they could to help him. They tried, and the one thing that I must say is that they always, I'm in a long time, I'm working where I'm involved. Anything that has to do with the team, I'm involved. They're involving me, and all the decisions that they have taken that are going to affect the team, I can tell you that there was nothing that I just saw that I was told that this is going to happen. We're always talking.
Still staying with football, the South African Football Association has partnered with global blockchain company Chilis to launch the official Bafana Bafana fan token in the socials.com platform. The move places South Africa alongside international football giants such as Argentina, Portugal, and Italy, all of which already have official fan tokens. So, in terms of this initiative, it's basically aimed at giving supporters a more interactive and rewarding connection with Bafana through digital technology, and fans who are going to purchase the SAFA fan token will be able to take part in team polls, earn reward points through token staking, and access exclusive experiences and also official merchandise via the app of socios.com. Elsewhere, Juventus' season hangs in the balance. This is ahead of Sunday's Turin Derby with the Champions League qualification at risk. Juve have not lost to Torino in 11 years, but a damaging 2-0 home defeat to Fiorentina has left them 6th, 2 points off the top 4. Victory over their city rivals may not be enough, with Roma, AC Milan and Como also in the mix. And Spalletti was hired in October to secure Champions League football, and missing out would have major financial consequences for the club. Meanwhile, Brazil forward Neymar has suffered a calf injury in training with his club Santos, but is expected to recover in time for the FIFA World Cup. Moving on to tennis, Novak Djokovic will head into the French Open with a revamped coaching setup, confirming Viktor Troicki as his new head coach. Troicki was seen alongside Djokovic during practice at Roland Garros this week. The pair are longtime friends, and Troicki guiding Djokovic to Olympic gold back in 2024 in Paris. The 24-time Grand Slam champion, who turns 39 on Friday, is preparing for his 22nd French Open appearance. Anything's off with hockey. South African hockey fans can now get their seats for the FIH Hockey Men's Nations Cup that is set for Hartley Vale Stadium in Cape Town, and that is from the 11th to the 20th of June this year. The tournament brings together South Africa, New Zealand, Malaysia, Korea, Japan, Scotland, France, Ireland, and the USA, with the ultimate prize of promotion to the FIH Hockey Pro League. South Africa open against France on the 11th of June. That is at 7 p.m. before pool clashes with USA and Ireland, and the event concludes with playoffs and the final on the 20th of June. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Perfect. I'm just thinking about what you said about some of the big wins, and maybe at some stage too, let's talk about the South African cricket fans who couldn't get into the Newlands cricket ground because those tickets have all been taken up by people from England. So we'll have a home game and we'll not have home ground support. But we'll talk about it just now.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life. But thousands of patients in South Africa are still waiting to find their match. Together, we can give more patients like Avukile a second chance at life. Visit dkmsafrica.org.
This is an SABC-supported initiative.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, let's get your thoughts. Now, you can call in live, 086 000 2032. Save that number, I know you do, but maybe pass it on to your friends as well. WhatsApp, text or voice note, 0614 104 107. And you can also tweet, tag SAfmRadio and do tag me, Ashraf Garda. Use that hashtag, the National Pulse. Right, let's get to see some of the other comments, or hear in this case many of the other comments from you.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf. You know what is happening in KZN is painful, Ashraf. You can see this March and March thing is sponsored by political parties. Jacob Zuma was a president for almost 10 years. People never march. By the way, if people were to march, why can't they march to ANC and tell ANC to close borders than to attack illegal immigrants? Those people are here because of ANC. ANC is the one that led these people to do as they please. So why attack each other instead of dealing with ANC? Why can't you vote out ANC? Simple as that. Bob, Cape Town.
Okay, that's an interesting point. I mean, if you're upset and angry with policy, do you go to the people or do you actually go to those that implement the policy? Now, whether that will be Home Affairs or the leading political parties, in this case, the senior party of the GNU.
Good day, SAFM listeners. I hope March and March they are listening, and I hope we know what we are doing. sooner or later, you will be putting our brothers and sisters and fathers who are driving trucks across Africa. This is what you are inviting for yourself. And you end up inviting other companies to boycott our product. And once they boycott those products, we will have a mass retrenchment in South African companies. I hope you know what you are doing. I hope you know what you are doing. It might not come back and bite the whole country. Yes, politicians are quiet and they are saying nothing.
They're quiet and they're saying nothing. Let me see if I can squeeze in one more quick comment. Here we are. Let's see. There we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and your team. I have a question here to the foreigners who are here in South Africa illegally. My question is, what is difficult for them to go back to their countries and come back with the proper documentation here in South Africa? Because we don't have a problem with the people who want to come to South Africa with using the proper channels, not crossing the border illegally. So that is my question to them. I hope one of them will answer me. Thank you.
Well, look, I mean, I think, as you may have heard today, they say many of them today, the ones in Durban, they believe they are documented, whether they're refugees or they've got other permits. They are here, they have documentation. They've just gone to re-verify it under pressure, and they've gone to Home Affairs to do just that. Do they really need to get home on this issue? What about the Ghanaians?
Afternoon, Ashraf. Bule here. The plane from Ghana, apparently it went back to Ghana with only one person. So the whole lot of them decided not to pitch up, but they were all over social media. Hey, xenophobia, these who have been beaten up in South Africa. Hey, want to go home, blah, blah, blah. Apparently they didn't want to go home. So why are they still here? Why they chose to remain in a xenophobic country? Enough is enough, man. Let these people go home, man.
Let them go home. And by the way, on what basis do you say let them go home?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Bafana Kumalan Memel. Ashraf, I suggest that we hear the side of the ambassadors of the foreign nationals that are affected by this situation in Durban. Let us hear what they have to say about this. They can't be quiet when their people are facing such difficulties.
Well, I would agree with that. They can't be quiet. They have to pronounce on it, all of them, don't you think? Right, let's talk about something that people have been saying. They've been very quiet. What's happened with the national dialogue? Well, there's developments. We'll get to that in a moment.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
So I can tell you now, in the last few months, since the turn of the year, we've had many people saying, why is it so quiet? What has happened to the national dialogue? In fact, we're spending so much time talking about the Matlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee. Where is the national dialogue? So let's find out, in fact, where is the national dialogue? Kamisa Tengile is the National Dialogue Steering Committee spokesperson. Welcome to the National Pulse. Hello.
Hi, Ashraf. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So how do you respond to the critics who say, where is the national dialogue? We haven't seen and heard from them for months on end.
The national dialogue has been in a very heightened boardroom of a planning phase, where we have been really at first, understanding the responsibility that has been given to the steering committee, crafting governance frameworks for the steering committee, getting accountability structures in order. And now we have moved to a process of the pilot implementation phase where we are taking the national dialogue to the people who have been asking that where is the dialogue. So indeed, Ashraf, we are bringing the dialogue now to the people. Of course, this is a broad national process, and we had to ensure that before it goes to the people, its rightful owners, by the way, we must ensure that we've got systems in place to ensure that we are responsive and that it is an inclusive and a very progressive national process.
So take us back to that grand opening in Pretoria. I mean, many of them were there. I was there as well. From that time to now, what has happened?
Okay, so during the National Convention, the first National Convention, which happened in August last year, 15th and 16th of August, we had the, broader citizens that were there grouped into sectors, GBV, women, different kinds of sectors, youth, academia, and all sections of society that you can think of. So we got into the sectors, we elected our representatives that were to be appointed into the steering committee, and now we've got a steering committee that comprises of 104 citizens that are drawn from various civil society organizations that belong to sectors, 39 sectors, and it's these sectors now that are leading the process, Ashraf, into 195 pilot dialogues that must start in June 2026 and end in August 2026, where we are saying all the 39 sectors each are coordinating 5 dialogues, and the 5 dialogues must be dialogues of the people of South Africa, not dialogues of elite. So yes, we've been planning, as I said prior, but now we're in a process of rolling out pilot dialogues to test methodologies and to get South Africans talking.
Tell me more about the nature of these pilot dialogues. What do they actually mean in practice?
Okay, firstly, very important and quite a concern. Why pilots? So this is a deliberate and learning-based approach to say we are ensuring that we allow citizens to inform what will be eventually the national, broader rollout of the national dialogue. Hence, this pilot phase allows citizens to shape and inform the methodology. So we'll be using different methodologies. It's not over regulated, it's not over systemized, but we're allowing ordinary citizens, real leaders, civil society activists on the ground, those people that are immediate responders to challenges, social challenges, economic challenges on the ground, to be the ones that are going to lead the process, participate in its facilitation. So that's why we're having a pilot phase. Equally, we'll be having 195 pilot dialogues that are led, coordinated by 39 sectors. Very important to note is that these pilot dialogues, the minimum target is that 60% of the 195 dialogues be ward-based dialogues. So dialogues in communities, dialogues in wards, dialogues in rural areas, township-based areas, where the people are, dialogues among churches, among schools, everywhere. And of course, 40% will be sectoral dialogues. This is, of course, a target again to say, yes, we understand that sectors need to congregate at a sectoral level, discuss sectoral realities, and discuss, approaches to grow and to better develop their sectors. But our priority is having influential, very inclusive dialogues that are coordinated by sectors.
Okay, and once these pilot phases roll out, what happens next?
And so we are, of course, well aware, and we are responsible also as a steering committee. So we then deliberated on the fact that the President of South Africa has announced the local government elections to take place on the 4th of November, 2026, and we're prepared for that because we don't want that politically heightened season to negatively affect a national dialogue process that should be kept as inclusive as possible, appealing to citizens that are interested and not interested to the political dispensation. So we're saying then from September 2026 to December 2026, we'll be having a pause, no dialogue, but allowing political parties, independent candidates and all of that to campaign and exercise their democratic responsibility, as well as we are encouraging that let South Africans participate also in the election process, because that alone is a dialogue. That is you saying as a South African, I want service delivery to be led by those that present themselves as setting it. So that will be an independent dialogue that we do not want to affect this particular national dialogue, which should remain a non-partisan process. So that will happen, and then on January 2027, we'll then go back to the national rollout, and we will have analyzed during the pause phase the outcomes of the pilot dialogue phase. what citizens would have called for. We would have also engaged the interministerial committee, which is chaired by the Deputy President in the presence of other ministers as well, to say this is what South Africans are calling for, so that we ensure that the larger, broader rollout is more prepared and more informed by what the citizens would have said.
Okay. Just the last thing before I let you go, the perception. Now, whereas you do these rollouts in community-based level, there's been a perception that the national dialogue has been off the public radar, certainly in mainstream spaces like shows like these, right? Meaning that there's been a sense that, in fact, what's happened to them? Have they forgotten us and we've certainly forgotten them? How then, even though you're doing grassroots final phase projects, how do you ensure that you are, as the national dialogue, remains top of the mind?
Okay, so we are ensuring, firstly, Ashraf, there's a lot of work that is underway. And I mean, we understand the concern and frustration around South Africans. When the national dialogue was announced, it was a big, news. It made news headlines. But now there's silence. So we want to assure South Africans that there's a lot of work that is underway. Currently, as I talk to you, Ashraf, I'm in a meeting of the management committee of the national dialogue right now, where we are polishing our, readiness to bring this dialogue, this pilot phase. And of course, there are various structures that are also working. The technical working committees of the steering committee. We're getting ready for our M&E structures. We're getting ready with our mobilization plans. We're getting ready with our resource mobilization, because we're saying we are responsible citizens that understand that this process cannot rest on government arms alone. We must have private sector coming on board. So how do we make sure that this process is being seen and being anticipated and is a household name? Of course, we are through communications, putting together a communications plan where we are talking to stations like yourselves, SAFM, and other stations, and engaging citizens through various even digital dialogues that are being held. And of course, we are trying by all means, to communicate through various statements as well that the dialogue is coming. And of course, when we are ready, we'll be having a press conference, which is going to announce the detailed rollout, which dialogue is happening where, and that's where Sizole Sephumiphu will be going out to ensure that we engage with all citizens closer where they are, ensuring that all provinces there's visibility, almost all districts there's visibility, and we are also encouraging citizens that also would like to lead and organize and, bring some dialogues themselves. We're saying come on board and communicate with us on secretary@nationaldialogue.co.za. So, of course, Ashraf, this is a process that is owned by the South Africans, and we are bringing it to them equally. We're navigating a number of complexities, getting the steering committee in and of itself to be as ready as possible to steer the ship forward.
Okay, lots said. They appreciate your time, Kamisa Tengile, the National Dialogue Steering Committee spokesperson. So, just go to the website, National Dialogue. You'll find a lot of work being done specifically for the critics to say, like, where are they? Meaning, as you've heard, there's a lot at grassroots level, behind the scenes, planning, laying the foundation, and building the edifice for the national dialogue to stand and to be sustained. But you may give your own thoughts in terms of these pilot projects now being implemented. You could well be somebody involved in that, or you may know someone who is. I certainly know many people who are, but you could do that and share your own thoughts in terms of now the expectations of what has been termed the national dialogue.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, from the National Dialogue to the National Pulse, you work out the difference. Chris in KZN, hi.
Sure.
Chris, hello.
I'm good, and you?
I'm good indeed, thanks. What's your point?
My point is especially focusing on the foreign national and the South Africans. There is quite another point of view that I'm viewing this thing at, especially when you look at it in terms of who is in charge of it. Are they listening to it? Let me put you through an example, Ashraf. Let's say the house you're living is on fire, or it catches fire. Then a neighbor asks to come in and stay in your house while your house is burning, or you are trying to put out the fire. This is exactly what is happening in South Africa. We've got big issues where we see corruption and I would say youth being unemployed, and yet we've got influx of foreigners who are still coming to us and needing our help as a country. So you see, we've got two problems in one situation. So we have to first deal with putting out the fire first, which is the officials or the government should be putting fire inside. Then we can look around at rescuing the foreigners once the fire is off. At the moment, you cannot rescue your neighbor and your house. Okay. Prioritize one thing at a time.
Interesting analogy you put out between the neighbor and your house. What is your priority? Chris in KZN, thanks for that. And I expect others will call in and respond to you on the back of that. Matebe in Mpumalanga, hello.
Good day, Ashraf. How are you?
A good day indeed, right? Thanks. What's your point?
Yes. I want to talk about this national dialogue. Since it was established, there's anything that tangible that has delivered?
Well,
I don't see.
But have you heard what the guest just said about the plans being rolled out at grassroots? Because what will happen? You had the big event, then grassroots. They had to appoint committees. They've had hundreds of it. That's the plan, and then it'll feed to the very top again.
The issue of the educated elite, they are blaming, but they don't implement. How many policies are we having in South Africa? Good policies that are not implemented, Ashraf. That's the issue. Look at now. Let's look at the crisis of the fuel now. Diesel, it's almost 38 rand, and now on the 2nd of June is going to be 42 rand. Factories are using diesel to manufacture, and now when it's expensive, even the informal traders, constructions, building the houses, they're using diesel. Their bakkies are using diesel. If there's no money that is coming in the company, there's not going to be a massive retrenchment because of this diesel issue. But as you are talking about the national dialogues, where we have to take that money, direct it somewhere that can help the people of South Africa, not to spend sitting there in hotels. The comrades, they spend money that they don't even want to help the South Africans. That money can be channeled somewhere.
Okay, I think you made your point very strongly. Can that money be redirected? It's an interesting conundrum, as if some may call it a conundrum, by the way. Right, there's in fact, let's get to Younger now. Younger, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I want to agree with your last call about to be more positive, to say, the idea was great, but unfortunately it was overtaken, by events. To give you an example, it's champion, I'm talking about the president. Now he's facing an impeachment, so the environment now for the dialogue, I don't think it is conducive. And we can just save.
But maybe the dialogue will spark up a rethink in terms of the way we do everything in South Africa. So there's never going to be a perfect time, a perfect terrain for the dialogue to engage. Because in fact, if it was perfect, there would be no need for a national dialogue. Isn't that the case?
I don't think that's the case, Ashraf. I think it has been overtaken by events. So,
okay. Interesting thought.
Yeah, nothing wrong, to just drop something, quietly. It doesn't mean it was bad.
All right. Well, okay, you're listening to the conversation we just had. There's nothing quiet going on. They may be being under the radar, but they're doing some solid work. But let's see how that plays out. Thanks for that, Younger. And again, I love the diversity. Male, female. You heard that, female, right? Callers. Old, young. You heard that. Young callers too. We want the diversity, wherever you come from. Born in South Africa, born outside of South Africa.
Afternoon, Ashraf, active citizen in Polokwane. You see, I had Minister in the presidency in Chavini talking a lot of sense, but the problem with the sense that she has been talking about, they are doing nonsense about it. And that is why we as South African active citizens, we have resorted to take the law into our hands in enforcing the laws of this country, because no one has got appetite to enforce the laws of this country. Foreigners must just go back home, because in SADC we don't have any country which is at war, meaning there's no one within the region who qualifies the refugee status in this country of South Africa. The rest must just go home.
They must just go back home.
Well,
they're taking everything from us, and we are the victims of this nonsense that is happening with the law enforcement agencies, including the Border Management Authority. Thank you.
So if there are problems in other countries, let's say there are problems in South Africa. In fact, there was. It's called apartheid. And then South Africans have to flee this country and go into exile, and other countries look after them, right? Should they have then just turned the doors shut and said, no, we will not even engage you? I'm going from Tanzania to Zambia to, I think, even Algeria, and I can go through all those places in some way or the other assisted. Should they have just said no?
Hi, Ashraf. Can somebody explain to me, Ethiopians are here fleeing from persecution after crossing so many countries to land into South Africa, requiring refugee status. However, their prime minister also comes and addresses them here in South Africa and promises them to be documented. So what are Ethiopians really fleeing in their country if they are happy to see their prime minister addressing them in South Africa?
Okay, I'm not sure if I get what you're saying, but you're asking what are they doing here in South Africa. Let's put that on pause. There's more to come. There's a whole lot more to come. By the way, we'll chat to Dr. Ivor Chipkin in terms of his take on understanding South Africa's political violence. We'll also chat to Busi Mavuzo from Business Leadership SA. Right now, it's 4 o'clock. It's time for the news. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, condolences pour in for victims of Mpumalanga fatal crash, and some schools remain closed in the Western Cape due to damage caused by floods. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. The legal local municipality mayor in Mpumalanga, Sifiso Mngomezulu, has expressed condolences to the families of the people killed following the crash between a minibus taxi and a bus between Standerton and Morgesen. 8 people died on the scene and 2 died on the way to hospital. Municipal spokesperson is Lubabalo Mjenge.
The executive mayor of Lekwa Local Municipality, Councillor Sifiso Mngomezulu, expresses heartfelt condolences to the families, relatives and colleagues of the 10 people who died when a bus and a taxi collided head-on R39 road between Standerton and Morgesen this morning.
A passenger sitting in a minibus taxi in Mfuleni on the Cape Flats has been shot and wounded. Police spokesperson Wesley Twig says the victim was approached last night by the assailant who opened fire while he was sitting in the taxi. The victim sustained a gunshot wound to his arm and was taken to hospital for treatment. Twig says the motive for the attack is under investigation and no arrests have been made. Tensions have flared outside the Diakonia Centre in central Durban amid a confrontation between foreign nationals and members of March and March, along with supporters linked to the MK party. The cause of the altercation remains unclear, but tensions escalated when a larger group of foreign nationals gathered across the road and exchanged verbal threats with members of the lobby groups. Police and representatives from the Southern African Refugee Forum intervened to calm the situation. March and member Nhlanhla Mqadi has since distanced the organization from the tensions.
So one of the foreign nationals arrived here with a child around 6 or 5 years old. So we then proceeded to ask him, what are you doing here with a child? Because the situation does not seem safe for a child. We then asked him, why don't you take the child home? And then another foreign national came and said, these people are telling you the truth. The one with the child then takes the child and puts the child on his lap, and then the 2 foreign nationals proceeded to push and fight each other. We have nothing to do with their fighting. We just asked as to how safe is the child in this situation.
The Western Cape Department of Education says 6 schools remain closed in parts of the province because of damage caused by flooding and destructive winds in the recent storms. Western Cape Education Minister David Maynard says 64 schools have reported significant infrastructure damage and they are concerned about the financial implications of the damage.
The storm has, of course, been devastating. We currently have 6 schools that are closed. Those schools are in the Eden and Central Karoo district. Thankfully, we have managed to open all schools in the Cape Winelands district. And it's important to understand that those schools are not closed because they are damaged. They are closed because of accessibility. Roads surrounding the schools have been washed away or are damaged. And that is, of course, affecting our ability to reopen the schools in the Western Cape.
Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has condemned as politically motivated the indictment by the United States of his predecessor, Raul Castro. Diaz-Canel said the U.S. account of the downing of 2 light aircraft 30 years ago was false. Raul Castro is accused of 4 counts of murder. The BBC's Will Grant reports.
The decision to bring a murder charge against Raul Castro represents a significant escalation in an already hostile bilateral relationship. The charges, which include conspiracy to murder U.S. citizens against the 94-year-old former president, are over the shooting down of 2 U.S. civilian airplanes in 1996. President Trump dismissed the idea that the charges could lead to further escalation.
I don't think there needs to be. Look, the place is falling apart. It's a mess. And they've really lost control of Cuba.
The Cuban president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, has called the charges against Mr. Castro a political maneuver devoid of any legal foundation.
Recapping the top story, the Legua local municipality mayor in Mpumalanga, Sifiso Mngomezulu, has expressed condolences to the families of the people killed following the crash between a minibus taxi and a bus between Standerton and Morgensen. I'm Wandela Mbana for SAFM News Headlines at 3:30.
Coming up in your sports this hour, Allende urges Sundowns to empty the tank in a CAF Champions League decider. Arteta breaks silence after Arsenal title win, and Hodney shines at African Champs. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
M1 South Rivonia down to Winnie Mandela, and keep in mind as you come off the highway there are a load of lights out in the Fourways area, including Winnie Mandela and Monte Casino. Cedar Road Uranium is out, as well as a couple of others on Winnie Mandela, the 511 as you go up towards Danefern. So just expect a busy run through the Fourways area today. Crash on the Mike 1 North near Greyston Drive, pretty heavy coming up from Parktown as you come up slowly through the Melrose area in towards Saturn. N1 through Midrand, not looking too bad. The M1 through Pretoria looking pretty clear this afternoon, which is good news. No sign of any roadwork disruptions around the N4 and Storenville section. Durban, the N2 running north, been busy today. Some extra roadworks in just north of Spaghetti Junction. The run through 4 level on your way towards Westwood Mall, very slow. Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg looking okay. Nothing too desperate at this stage. A little bit slow on the Durban bound coming out of Pietermaritzburg, but generally okay. And then Cape Town, the N1 sitting from the elevated freeway city centre out to Coburg Interchange. M5 is heavy today into that Coburg Interchange area as well. That's running north, and there's some real pressure on the Klipfontein Road through Saybrand Park heading down towards the Jan Smuts Drive junction. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I'll tell you what, maybe I sound, the way I come across, maybe irritating to you, but I genuinely am trying to look at solutions here. The reality in the country at the moment is we have South Africans and we have foreign nationals. And we have South Africans without jobs, and you also have foreign nationals without jobs. But many South Africans with citizenship without jobs and are frustrated in terms of where they go next. That's the reality. There's also foreign nationals documented and others who are undocumented. There are foreign nationals who've come to the country because they choose to be here and hoping it's a better life for all, if I can call it that way. Others have come here as refugees. They've had to flee their own countries. They've had their own trauma back home. And others may have not been refugees, but have come here out of a deep sense of frustration in their home countries, and have tried to, seek a better life for all. All of those things. Now, every day we're getting people calling in, and so much of the theme is they must just go home. I'm not saying the problem can be ignored, but to just simplify it and say just go home, really, what I'm asking is let's put our brains trust together and work out how do we find a win-win-win solution to the problems we have. So there's no friction in society that we build, but yes, that we also ensure that the criteria for people from outside the country that live here, that's adapted and changed to compared to what it is now. And building the relevant resources and infrastructure to mete out, in practical terms, our, let's call it our Ubuntu values, if that may well be the case. Let's talk about water next.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spa Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products, like 200-gram Dow Egberts coffee jar or 230-gram pouch, excluding decaf, for 179.99. Save 35 Rand, or 450-gram Bacoma Wheat Picks, including 3 75-gram flavors, for 27.99. Save 8 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 24 May, while stocks last. Only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Zimbabwe, Southern Africa. A landlocked nation in Southern Africa, bordered by Zambia, Mozambique, South Africa, and Botswana. A country of dramatic landscapes and ancient heritage, home to Victoria Falls, one of the world's largest waterfalls, and Great Zimbabwe, the ancient stone city that gave the nation its name. English, Shona, and Isindebele are widely spoken. A blend of cultures and traditions shapes national identity.
Zimbabwe gained independence in 1980 after years of liberation struggle against white minority rule. Mining, agriculture, and tourism support the economy. Gold, platinum, and tobacco remain key industries. But economic instability, inflation, and unemployment continue to challenge the nation. Still, Zimbabwe's cultural pride and resilience remain strong.
Zimbabwe carries the legacy of greatness and the will to endure. In every stone, in every waterfall, in every voice, there is history. Zimbabwe, historic, resilient, enduring.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
Right. Windscreen, phone screen. Can't wait to get home and stream. Well, there's something greater waiting for you. It's out there, something better to like and share, something your watch list could never peak. The great outdoors. So why not view an actual stream? Take that meeting offline and answer a call to something different, the outside. We'll even drop the location anywhere because we out here, everywhere. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, still to come, we're going to talk to Ivor Chipkin about his take about understanding South Africa's political violence. We'll chat to the CEO of Business Leadership SA as well, in terms of her thoughts around how to grow South Africa's economy. All of that still to come. But for now, let's talk water. Red Water has warned Gauteng residents to prepare for water supply disruptions linked to planned maintenance work scheduled between May and July. Let's find out more about what their plans are and, very importantly, how it's going to affect you and I. Makenosi Maru, the Rainwater spokesperson, good to connect with you once again. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having us, Ashraf, and good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you. What's the plan or what's the problem this time?
All right. One, there is no problem. We are undertaking planned maintenance. We are actually taking an opportunity to take this time because Eskom is undertaking its own maintenance. So we saw an opportunity as Rainwater, and we decided that, look, it's winter time. The consumption is quite low during this time of the year. Therefore, we are going to undertake planned maintenance activities.
Okay. And the nature of this planned maintenance is what and over what area we're talking about?
All right. Maybe let's just see exactly what we're doing. We are replacing electrical appliances. Obviously, it is Eskom related at the Sekerbosch and the Palmit systems. So these are the big systems that we have. So Sekerbosch is where we purify water, and it supplies all our 4 booster stations. Palmit is one of our biggest pumping stations, so that's where we pump water to various municipalities. So we are also installing and changing valves. So it's a number of activities that we are undertaking, and a number of municipalities are going to be impacted. We are starting on the 29th of May up until the 2nd of June. That is the first phase of the maintenance.
Okay, and how will it affect the residents of this province?
The residents of the province, actually, let's look at the 3 metros that will be impacted. So we're talking about city of Johannesburg, we're talking about Ekurhuleni and Tshwane, so that is Gauteng. So the metros will be impacted. So there will be still water in other areas, but the supply will be impacted. Obviously, the flow will be disrupted. Some areas there will be contingency plans that will be made by municipalities, but there will be an impact in various areas.
Okay, but explain the nature of the impact so we can best be prepared for it.
The pressure might be low in some areas. In other areas, there will be intermittent water supply for a couple of hours.
All right. Now, often in the past when it's happened like that, and I'm not too sure who to blame for it, they may say a few hours and then it goes on for days on end. I mean, we're not going to have that this time, are we?
No, the plan actually, what we have communicated, I think it's the panic that we are witnessing, and I would like to explain it, that it's not over a longer period. As I said, there is phase 1, 29th to the 2nd of June. Then we stop with the maintenance completely for the month of June. Then we go again into July, from the 17th of July to the 19th of July. So those 2 dates are key, 29th May and 17th July. Then it would be the recovery period in between those dates.
Okay, got that. Any last bit of advice, for all of us, and maybe if we need more information, where do we go to?
For residents, if they need information, I would advise that they go to the websites, the social media platforms of their individual municipalities. Municipalities have committed to sharing information, to providing updates, and also as Rainwater will also be providing updates. But our updates will be with regards to the bulk water system. So it's actually encouraging to know that municipalities are open to sharing information. They're also open to actually providing water tankers where there will be challenges.
Okay, let's leave it at that, and let's hope it's going to be pretty peaceful. I think the principle of maintenance is important. Obviously, naturally, public wants maintenance because that prevents disruption and breakdown, but they want it at minimal, well, I use the word disruption, minimal disruption to their lives. So thank you for your time, Makenosi Maru, the Rainwater spokesperson. Right, coming up next, South Africa's political violence. What do we understand by that? We'll talk about it.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
So interesting, we have violence, as we know, in our country, and sadly so it's almost ubiquitous, isn't it? Very, very widespread across the board. And then we have what can be described in the narrow sense as political violence, which is violence, but in the political space. What does it really mean? Well, Dr. Ivor Chipkin certainly has a view on that, co-founder, director of the New South Institute, who's also put together a report in understanding South Africa's political violence. So, Dr. Chipkin, appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
First of all, what's the premise of going into this, of trying to understand that there is such a thing as political violence in South Africa?
Why is it important to understand that?
Well, why the need? What sparked off a need for research into understanding and separating political violence from other forms of violence?
Well, I think there's a slight. I think we often operate in South Africa under a slight misconception. But a lot of that violence is criminal violence. We're a much less violent place when you consider us politically, and I think that's quite surprising. Strangely enough, and this is one of South Africa's extraordinary, almost remarkable achievements, the constitutional framework in South Africa, in other words, the rules of the game, that we're a democracy and that you contest power politically through parliament, through elections, I think has been widely accepted. So we don't have a situation like you find in many other parts of the world and elsewhere on the continent, where the democratic rules of the game are not accepted, and people that are unhappy with the existing configuration of power seek their own power through coup d'etats or through insurgencies or through violence. That's not a situation which we have in South Africa, and I think that's quite extraordinary. And I think it's one of the greatest of not only the transition in 1994, but I think also the transition which we had in the period after the state capture period. That I think we have to realize that the state capture period constituted a real threat to South Africa's constitutional framework, an overt and explicit rejection of South Africa's constitutional framework. And I think that moment was that challenge was defeated, largely defeated. And our democracy has survived, and in fact, our democracy seems to have deepened. We now have, we're no longer in a situation of party political dominance of the African National Congress, for example. We have a very robust, chaotic parliamentary life, coalitions, etc. And I think that speaks to the fact that our constitutional framework has survived the state capture period. So if you like, we've gone through another transition, which I think we need to celebrate.
Yeah. Now, I mean, interesting, your thoughts then around state capture, if I understand this report correctly, is that it talks about state capture not as we would think about someone trying to pilfer, or put their fingers in the cookie jar, but infactably, sometimes, very often, within the same political structures, trying to garner and put their hands on the levers of power.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ashraf, I mean, it's so important to remember that it's 8 years ago now that Mark Swilling and I and several others published the Betrayal of the Promise report, which was the first major study of state capture. And the report was a bit like letting off a bomb in the South African scene. Some of us have not quite recovered from the fallout from that report. But what we argued, and I think what made the report so controversial at the time, was precisely that state capture was not just a bunch of crooks stealing lots of money from state-owned enterprises and government departments, of which, of course, there were a lot of that looting really was happening. But what we argued was that looting was in service of, to some extent, a political project, an anti-constitutional political project, a project that fundamentally rejected South Africa's constitutional framework and was willing, therefore, to move outside of that constitutional framework into some other kind of space. Mm-hmm. And therefore, defeating state capture was not just about, preventing a whole lot of corruption, but really was about protecting and defending the constitutional integrity of the country. And as I was saying in my earlier remarks, I think South Africa survived that anti-constitutional attack from 2015.
Okay. Now, I mean, part of looking at this updated report, so I know 8 years for the previous one and the anniversary being on Monday, but your report now talks about, and the headliner says, political violence in South Africa is driven by a power elite trying to establish dominance, right? So, I mean, it's a strong statement. Where do you get the facts from? How do you back up that statement?
So again, this report is based on the idea that South Africa sort of politically is not an especially violent place. And rather controversially, we reread a whole lot of data which has been in the public domain for some time and has generated fairly large academic literature around service delivery protests. And the traditional analysis of that data suggests that from around 2007, 2008, 2009, there's this huge rise of protest activity, and that it represents what some call an insurgency or a huge revolt of the poor and working people. That South Africans are facing situations of poverty and of inequality, essentially rise up in rebellion. And I think, there's some real value to that analysis. Mm-hmm. But what we argued was, if you look at that data carefully, that's not quite the story that it tells. Because what happens to that data is that it peaks around 2013, it comes down for a while, and then it stabilizes for quite a long time during the Jacob Zuma period, until the end of the Jacob Zuma period, the beginning of the Ramaphosa period, and then it goes through the roof again. And of course, we all recall the insurrection which South Africa faced in 2021, starting in between Durban and Johannesburg, which were the epicenters of this huge revolt which broke out after the arrest of former President Jacob Zuma. So what we were trying to understand is if this is a kind of protest of poor and working people, why does it stabilize after 2013? Because it's not as if their material circumstances improve. Service delivery doesn't get better during that period. The economy doesn't start getting better. There aren't suddenly jobs. So the material circumstances aren't changing. Inequality isn't improving. So what explains that the decline of service delivery protests? What we argued and what we've argued in the paper, in this paper that you're referring to, Elite Contestation in South Africa, is that actually service delivery protests are triggered by contestation within the ruling party itself, within the African National Congress itself. So what you're seeing in that data is not spontaneous uprisings by poor and working people. What you're seeing, it's a measure of the degree to which there's internal party political contestation in the African National Congress. So if you read the data that way, then I think what you're seeing is that the state capture period is associated, interestingly enough, with the decline of contestation in the ANC. In other words, that Jacob Zuma brings the instability and the struggles within the ANC to some degree under control. He stabilizes the ANC internally. And we can discuss how and why he does that. I think he does that largely through patronage, the looting of state enterprises, for example. And there's evidence that there's a huge spike in violence, of assassinations and things like that. So
Well, I'd like them to read the why. They can check it out in detail. Perhaps the most significant one for us right now is, if that's what Jacob Zuma did, then what is the state of the ANC right now, and how important, in terms of your research, is the ANC to stability and South Africa's future?
So it's a great question, and this is the great unknown. So I think what's happening is that this instability within the ANC has cost it electorally. I mean, dramatically. We saw that in 2024, where the ANC loses its national majority in the national parliament. But we've been seeing this since 2016. The ANC lost its majority in the metros, and most of the metros in 2016. So it's been a gradual process, and I think that decline of the ANC is influenced by this internal contestation within the ANC. And I think Cyril Ramaphosa has not been able to stabilize the ANC in that regard. So on the one hand, as I was saying, it's been good for South Africa's democracy. As the ANC weakens, it becomes just one party amongst others. Other parties get an opportunity to rise. Coalition governments form. There's a greater contestation of political ideas, etc. That's definitely happening. But there's another side to the story which I'm quite worried about, and that is that some of the groups that were accessing state resources through the party are no longer able to do so. In other words, the ANC is no longer able to play to such an extent that gatekeeping role to state resources and state jobs. And I think for many people, they are stepping outside the political zone, and they're moving into what we might call the criminal zone, organized crime. So our reading, Yelena and my reading of the current situation, is that we've got a paradoxical situation. On the one hand, we've got the consolidation of South Africa's constitutional democracy, deepening even of parliamentary competition and parliamentary democracy. And at the same time, we're quite worried about a growing threat to the political scene through organized crime. And one of the factors that I would be worried about, and we're worried about, or we should be watching, is the army. I don't think we pay enough attention to where the army.
What about the army?
Where does the army fit into the current situation? Are they on the side of South Africa's constitution, or are they not on the side of South Africa's constitution? And the answers to that are not self-evident to me.
So let's conclude with this. I mean, Clem Santa had this high road and low road. I take it you have your own scenario as to what may happen if we pursue a high road or a low road.
But we haven't thought it in Clem Santa. Clem Santa had a knack for canny little expressions. We don't have those sorts of skills, but I think South Africa is in a kind of paradoxical road. It might well have been that we've achieved, at one version, Clem Santa's high road. In the space of 30 years, we've managed to pull off a relatively stable constitutional democracy. I think that's quite an extraordinary achievement, especially on world terms, world historical terms. This is really something pretty amazing, actually, that in merely 30 years, there's no real challenge to the constitutional for the democratic game in South Africa. And on the other hand, we've got large constituencies, I think, are beginning to step outside of the political game. So the rules of the political game are increasingly democratic and constitutional, but I'm increasingly worried that there are many actors that are now prepared to step outside the political game in order to pursue their
what that may mean
is a great worry.
Is another big concern. Let's leave it at that, Dr. Ivor Chipkin. Where can we get the report? I mean, sharing it publicly. How do people access it?
Oh, so the report is available through the NSI website, nsi.org.za. It's also available for open access, in other words, for free on the website of the Journal of Southern African Studies, Journal of Southern African Studies.
All right. Okay. Feel free, by the way, to tweet it out as well and post it on Facebook and just tag me and SAfmRadio. We'll gladly share that too. Dr. Ivor Chipkin, co-founder, director of the New South Institute, author of this report, which has come out, but there was a report 8 years ago that effectively questioned lots of things that we're just talking about right now in our country, and that anniversary is just comes up on Monday. This is the National Pulse. Let's get to the news now. It's 4:30. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashram. From the news headlines, Ghana's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has issued an update on what it refers to as the evacuation of its nationals from South Africa, which was due to begin today, saying the process has been deferred by a few days. The Human-Stop Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape has convicted Gocha Municipal Councillor and Khoisan traditional leader Wayne Peterson on charges of assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm and common assault. And Italy has requested EU sanctions against Israel's security minister as an international outcry grows over the treatment of Gaza Aid Flotilla activists. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Gous.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Just kicking off in Ekurhuleni. If you normally use Jet Park to on-ramp onto the N12 to go east towards Boksburg and Benoni, you won't be able to do that. A truck overturned earlier today and is blocking that ramp. So just on the northern side of the highway, there is quite a bit of congestion as well. Jet Park, Yaldwyn, the main street, those sort of routes just north of that Jet Park N12 where that ramp is closed. A bit of traffic pressure, obviously, in that area as well. Highway routes, the Mike 1 fairly slow today from Melrose all the way through to Buccleuch. There was a crash at Grayston. That's cleared, but it's just after a real busy run to the north. N1 south sitting from Buccleuch down towards William Mandela. That's already very heavy today. On your way up through Midrand, not a bad run at the start of rush hour, and then getting up through Pretoria section. There is a crash around Buerta Avenue to watch for. Ahead of that, no major roadwork disruption through Stormful. Eski and Pathelli leaving Morabastad, Pretoria Central, all the way through to the Putco depot. Absolutely jam-packed through there. A couple of breakdowns that we had around Hammersdale this afternoon. Stationary trucks are clearing, which is good news. The N2 North easing through Spaghetti Junction, or still a little bit busy, but certainly better than it was earlier today. Cape Town, very unusual queues around Khayelitsha, coming off the N2 highway on Spine Road down towards Jafta Masemola. That's heavy. And if you're coming out of Mitchell's Plain today, another unusual queue. AZ Berman running up towards the R300, very slow. M5, as it was yesterday, jam-packed today from the Rondebosch area, from Klipfontein Road. You're going to sit all the way up to the N1 Kubo, get a change. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, Tumi, I've been watching the Europa League last night. That's the Europa League and Aston Villa winning, but on the continent there's the Champions League, the CAF Champions League. Decide about that.
Yeah, Mamelodi Sundowns midfielder Marcelo Allende has urged his teammates to dig deep one last time as they prepare for Sunday's CAF Champions League final second leg against AS4. The Brazilians visit the Prince Mouli Abdullah Stadium, chasing continental glory in what will be their 50th match of an exhausting and contested 2025-26 campaign. Allende admitted that demanding schedule comes with the territory at a club of Sundowns stature, but also stresses that the squad is encouraged by carrying a 1-0 advantage into Rabat following that first leg at home.
Yes, what you say, important win. We don't concede a goal at home. I think it's so important, and we have all the week now for preparing in the best way the second leg. We're coming from a lot of game in this last part of the season, but we know we are in Mamelodi. We know we have a lot of game, a lot of competition, and we want to take everyone at home. So it's the prize when you play in this type of club, you know. And I think everyone is clear on this, and we have a good mentality and a good idea.
Then Mikel Arteta says that it's an emotional moment for Arsenal after the club finally ended a 22-year wait to lift the Premier League title this week.
You don't realize it. Probably it's one of the best feelings that I ever had. I'm supposed to be here at Colney watching the game with the boys and certain staff because that's what they wanted, but I couldn't. I think 20 minutes later, before the game, I had to leave. I couldn't bring the energy that I wanted, and I think when it was their moment as well to watch it together, to beat themselves and just see what the outcome would be. And I went home, I went outside to the garden, I started to build some fire, and I started to do some barbecue. I didn't watch any of it. I was just hearing some noises in the background in the living room, and suddenly the magic happened. My oldest son opened the garden door. He started to run towards me. He started to cry. He gave me a hug and said, "We are champions, Daddy." And then my other two boys and my wife came over, and it was beautiful. Just to see that joy on them as well, that they are always with me. It was magical. And I think a minute later, Martin was with the video. "Where are you?" I said, "Come over." He said, yeah, guys, enjoy it for a while and see you in a few hours somewhere in London. And it was beautiful.
Very heartwarming over there. Big congratulations again to Arsenal and Mikel Arteta. And you talk about Aston Villa, actually, Ashraf. I was looking at a video where after winning the Europa trophy, they were dancing to Amapiano track. I was like, that is so interesting, but it's starting to be a trend that we're seeing more of these international players dancing to some South African music. But still staying with football, Mo Salah will captain Egypt at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. This is after being named in coach Hossam Hassan's preliminary 27-man squad. The 33-year-old is joined by Man City winger Omar Mamouche and uncapped 18-year-old Hamza Abdel Karim from Barcelona's under-19 side. Nantes striker Mustafa Mohamed has been omitted with the squad to be trimmed to 26 after a friendly against Russia in Cairo on the 28th of May. Egypt will also face Brazil in Cleveland on the 6th of June as part of their build-up. Remember, when it comes to the World Cup, you can catch all the action on SABC3. Also, SABC radios will have the coverage, and also SABC Plus app. In motorsport, Mercedes driver Kimi Antonelli is aiming a sensational fourth consecutive victory at the Canadian Grand Prix to strengthen his F1 title bid. The 19-year-old leads teammate George Russell by 20 points. This is after 4 rounds, but expect a strong response from the Briton who won in Montreal last year. Mercedes unveil a major upgrade package this weekend with Ferrari, McLaren and Red Bull also in contention. And four-time champion Max Verstappen, Ferrari's Charles Leclerc and McLaren's Lando Norris are among the challengers, while Aston Martin's Fernando Alonso has hinted at retirement as the season heads into its European leg. In tennis, Emma Raducanu has been handed a tricky first-round test at the French Open against the Argentine clay court specialist Solano Sierra. Now, Raducanu misses out on a seeding for the clay court Grand Slam after falling to 37th in the world rankings, and the draw could have been less kind than 64th ranked Sierra, given there was the prospect of Raducanu facing one of the world's very best in terms of Coco Gauff. Then ending things off with swimming, South Africa's Katie Horne claimed 4 medals at the African Swimming Championships in Algeria, including bronze in the 400-meter freestyle and silvers in the 400-meter 800-meter freestyle and also 4x200-meter relay. The 18-year-old Mandela University swimmer says that the 400-meter freestyle bronze was especially meaningful, confirming her progress at senior level. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour, Ashraf.
Okay, perfect. Listen, did you have a chance to think about that Newlands Cricket Ground full house with English supporters versus South Africa?
I think it's a very difficult balancing act for Cricket South Africa, even though I do understand from the local fans, especially the ones that would have loved to be, there at Newlands to watch that match. But we've always known that Cricket South Africa is making money from these ticket revenues and mostly from these tourist packages. But because we're at home, surely they could allocate more tickets to the South African fan. But I guess Cricket South Africa is choosing money over loyalty.
But that's not the right approach, is it? Because ultimately, you want your homegrown supporters to be inspired enough to say, when I get big, I'm going to play like that guy on the middle of the pitch. And in this case, the kid won't be there because he'll be sitting at home.
Absolutely. And also for those local South African fans that supported the team long before it became commercially attractive. And there's a lot of people that would want to watch England in South Africa. So having that stadium filled with England fans over South African fans, no.
Something's balmy about the Barmy Army. Thanks for all that. I'll tell you what, I mean, here's the irony. Thanks for that to me. Here's the irony. So you'll have a home game for England at Newlands in South Africa. Solution? Probably about staggered sales, where you allow sales like the World Cup. You have it in stages, and you allow South Africans to buy first, and then you allow certain allocation for English supporters. And then if we don't take it up, then you allow more English supporters to buy it. And we know they will come out in big numbers, and they deliver a great atmosphere. But that's the way to have done it. Maybe it sounds just too logical to me. You probably have your own thoughts on that. Let's talk business in a moment.
Have you discovered the TV license WhatsApp yet? We see you, binging reruns, living for the drama, loving the SABC Plus sports replays. Now, paying your TV license fits the vibe. Simply say hi on WhatsApp to 077 6069 060. Get your balance, make a payment, or set up a debit order all in one chat. No queues, no please hold, just convenience that feels like it should have been here all along. Because every screen in South Africa is a stage and yours is lit. So why wait? Send hi on WhatsApp to 077 6069 060 and get your TV license sorted today. Hashtag your screen, your story.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Okay, there's some significant yearly results from Investec. To give us all those numbers, here's Makwe Masilela. Makwe?
Yes, Ashraf, investing resilient performance in an uncertain macroeconomic environment, reflecting the strength of their diversified business model and balance sheet. Revenue up 4%, supported by an ongoing client acquisition, client activity growth in average and also average lending portfolios, and also their continued net inflows when it comes to discretionary and annuity funds under management. Loans advanced up 9.6%, customer deposit up 8.7%, and trading income benefited from increased increased client hedging activity, and that's in response to the global market volatility. Profits headline earnings per share up 0.6%. Ashraf Treasury yields resumed their much higher, with borrowing costs rising across the curve as investors' attention returned to the inflationary pressures. Iran's supreme leader ordered that the country's near weapons-grade uranium should not be sent abroad. That itself threatens to complicate peace talks with the U.S., and investors keep being pushed around like a ball in a pinball match as equities have been swinging between gains and losses, mainly because of the mounting fears that a lengthy disruption of oil supplies will leave central bankers with little choice but to raise interest rates. Stocks are taking direction from prospects for a lasting peace agreement in the Middle East, and locally we've seen our wholesale trade sales increasing by 8.3%. That's in March 2026 compared to March 2025. Yellow metal fell as the dollar firmed slightly and government bond yields tick higher following a media report that Iran was hardening its stance on demands to ending its war with US and Israel. And we see gold is down 1.7% at 4,504, platinum down 1.3% at 1,927. And the very same media report led oil prices to much higher as hopes that the Strait of Hormuz could be reopened sooner were dented. Brent crude is up 2.5% at $107, and the standoff between US and Iran denting sentiments, with the JSE down 0.4%, tracked mainly by the resources, and the rand also fell 0.4% against the dollar, 16.53, 22.17 against the pound, and 19.17 against the euro.
Thanks for that, Markwe. Have a great evening. We will connect again tomorrow. The markets, full details of the markets coming up 6 to 7. And by the way, talking about the markets, we chat to the leader of Business Leadership SA next.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Right, so we've been talking about this, where we have this big issue feature. Last week it is all about immigrants and South Africa's immigration crisis. How do we get here? How did we get here? Where do we go next? This week it has been about growing South Africa's economy, because we believe, and I certainly do, that so many of the issues that we are faced with can be resolved if our economy grows. But if the economy is too small, well then, or shrinks, then what happens next, right? How do we solve that? So how do we, in fact, grow South Africa's economy? So we've had different takes, and we'll continue with that even tomorrow. But today is the turn of the CEO of Business Leadership South Africa, Busi Mavuso, to give us her insights into how do we grow South Africa's economy. Busi, I appreciate you connecting with us here on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, thank you very much for inviting me. Good evening.
Thank you. So if I ask you how do we grow South Africa's economy, I'm expecting you to say, that's very simple.
I wish it was. Far from it. It's not. It's more complex than we actually think. And you'd think it would be easy, right? For the most resilient economy in the continent, for the strongest, for the most advanced, for the most diversified, for the most economy with the deep and liquid capital markets, and so forth and so forth. But it is not. And a lot of it, unfortunately, Ashraf, is own goals. It's problems that we create ourselves. It's because of the wrong decisions from an economic perspective that we actually make.
So maybe just touch on that first. So what are the own goals that landed us into the current position of slow or negative or very low economic growth?
If we are honest with ourselves and we cast our eyes back, our minds back to where we were and how we got here, Ashraf, we made the mistake of putting the wrong president in power, who then put the wrong ministers in power, who made the wrong decisions for the country, who appointed the wrong boards in SOEs, wrong boards who appointed the wrong executives. They all embarked on a looting exercise. A lot of malfeasance took place, which was very deep, which was very wide, which was very high. We continue to suffer, that today. And we had institutions collapsing. We had presidents leaving the country. We had capital leaving the country. We had, the undermining of a whole lot of institutions that are actually supposed to be the anchor of the economy. You had load shedding. It's amazing to think that, yes, we've just celebrated a year without load shedding, but in 2024, we had load shedding for 283 days out of 365 days.
All right. So,
all of those things, obviously impact the economy.
Okay, just to be clear, so just to be clear, there's no go areas. When you're talking about the wrong decisions, the wrong appointments by the wrong president, which president are you referring to?
It's President Jacob Zuma. Oh, of course, it's an open secret. I think we shouldn't even be speaking in quotes here. Who appointed the wrong ministers who appointed the wrong boards who told executives in these SOEs that they were clever blacks and chucked them out, and you had the wrong executives who therefore enabled the state capture project, who made Eskom and Transnet to be the ground zero for siphoning funds out of the state. We had, our public sector being infiltrated with catered employees, incompetent people who don't know what they are doing. I was talking to a colleague in government the other day, and they were saying, more than corruption in government, you actually get people who are actually incompetent. But who appointed those people? Why are they even there? Now we know they are incompetent. Why are we not actually dealing with them? It's very interesting when you look at the municipal collapse, that we're actually facing at the moment. It is mainly as a function of people who, though, yes, they are stealing money, but a lot of people actually don't know what they are doing. And it's very actually frustrating to then have a mayor of the city of Joburg who is tone deaf, who has just rated himself 7 out of 10, from a performance perspective. Far from it. City of Joburg is not a 7 out of 10. It is collapsing. It is a disaster. 70% of the head offices are here, and you sit with robots that actually are not working. You have to have insurance come and actually deal with that. You have potholes, in the largest, and most busiest streets of the city of Joburg, right in the middle of Sandton, richest square mile in the African continent, and the mayor of Joburg is rating himself a 7 out of 10.
Okay.
When people in Soweto, sit with load reduction 5 hours a day without wartime, whatever the case is, it is a joke.
But just to and we need to move on to the growth now, but clearly, are we then saying if we had the wrong president before, as in Zuma, do we still have the wrong president now in Ramaphosa with making the wrong appointments? Because you mentioned the mayor of Joburg.
Parts of government are very wrong. You still have a whole lot of people who are not supposed to be there. I mean, look at Parliament. Those 400 parliamentarians, a lot of them actually have got very questionable ethics. Those people actually should have been dealt with. So let's not be naive, Ashraf. Let's be honest and say that the remnants of the state capture still exist. A whole lot of these institutions, SOEs, government departments, still have a lot of remnants of the state capture. We haven't managed to sort of like click the reset button and get rid of all
right.
those
So
things.
in terms of growth, I mean, you have plans, but you also say there are certain constraints, which we'll get to in a moment.
Yes.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Turnich, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Ethiopia, East Africa.
The Horn of Africa's historic giant, a land of ancient kingdoms, highlands and deep cultural legacy, bordered by Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia, Kenya, South Sudan and Sudan, home to Addis Ababa, the diplomatic capital of Africa, and one of the only African nations never formally colonized. Over 80 ethnic groups shape the nation. Amharic is the official working language, alongside many others spoken across the country. A civilization with roots stretching back thousands of years. Ethiopia's modern independence was defended in 1896 at the Battle of Adwa, a symbol of African resistance across the continent. Agriculture drives much of the economy. Coffee, industry, and infrastructure fuel rapid growth. But challenges remain: conflict, drought, inflation, and humanitarian pressures. Still, Ethiopia rises with determination, a nation shaped by endurance and identity. Ethiopia carries history and shapes the future. In every mountain, in every anthem, in every generation, there is legacy. Ethiopia, ancient, proud, enduring.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's talk growth then with the CEO of Business Leadership South Africa, Busi. Okay, you've reflected on the past. What are the issues that are preventing South Africa's economy from growing?
So probably maybe if I were to highlight maybe just a few, Ashraf, that we probably maybe need to certainly be cognizant of and deal with. The municipal collapse is a serious issue, and I think it has really become a national constraint. So one of the biggest issues facing South Africa is precisely that. Businesses are increasingly having to step into roles that municipalities should be performing. You know, I've recently been approached by several major businesses operating in Gqeberha and Mulema in the Northwest who are actually saying we can no longer operate under these conditions. There is no municipal leadership, there is no accountability, and there is no confidence that resources will be properly utilized. They are now asking BLSA to help guide them in creating a special purpose mechanism through which businesses can directly fund and implement infrastructure interventions themselves. And that is an extraordinary signal of collapsing confidence in local government. So investors cannot continue operating in environments where the basic operating platform is failing. And I really think that that is increasingly, becoming a problem, and it's burdening, businesses, because then they have to actually take over functions that government should ordinarily be providing.
Okay, so that's the what. I mean, you talked about, municipal functionality or misfunction in this case here, right? And I mean, there are many other things. Rule of law, a pretty obvious one that we have. What then needs to happen very, very quickly, and who needs to instigate that?
So we definitely have to change that, So if municipal collapse is a problem, you probably have the wrong people, you have the wrong people, in municipalities, and you actually have to correct that. You have to Ashraf everything, rise and falls, on leadership. I don't think we actually understood as a country how important leadership is and how much, if you don't have the right leadership, it can actually undermine, even the governance. And I think that definitely needs to be corrected. And probably maybe if I can move on to the other ones, Ashraf, policy uncertainty is also another one which is actually becoming unusually costly. Investors can manage difficult environments more easily than they can manage unpredictability. South Africa is increasingly becoming unpredictable. There is uncertainty around policy direction and implementation. The current example, for instance, of the proposed, DTIC BBB amendments, is actually a serious problem for a whole lot of businesses. Supply chains take years to build. You cannot simply just change localization and supplier rules overnight without major economic consequences. And investors, unfortunately, Ashraf, compare South Africa with other jurisdictions every day. And remember, we're sitting with a JSE that is 60% foreign owned. Those decisions are not being made in South Africa. They are being made elsewhere in the world. They are made in Tokyo. They are made in Shanghai, in New York, in London, in France. And those multinational boards, Ashraf, are not sentimental. They compare South Africa every day with countries like Egypt, Vietnam, India, Mexico, and others. And capital, fortunately, has many addresses. If your address as South Africa is not attractive, then they actually just deploy their capital elsewhere. And that is what we're sitting with. We should ask ourselves, why has Nissan decided to leave this country and rather expand their operations in Egypt, after being in the country for more than 100 years? Why has Bridgestone closed their factories here? Why has British American Tobacco close their factory?
All right, so let's end with this then. Of all the things you've said, and just one quick short answer, what role can business play? Because that's where you sit. What's the one thing business can intervene in right now to ensure we have genuine growth? Quick answer.
And I think we are are intervening. The business-government partnership in terms of the reforms that we're putting in place, is definitely going to shift the dial, and it is shifting the dial because you are seeing energy security. We are intervening in municipalities. You are seeing transport and logistics improving, and businesses actually funding a whole lot of those reforms. So business can continue to work with government, but let's be clear, it is not businesses' responsibility. At the end of the day, you need a government that is functioning because it's double taxing if business continues to pay their taxes and have to carry, the failures of government, as it were. But business does have a responsibility, and we realize that, and we continue to work with government.
And that's where we leave it. Business can't lead in government and lead in business as well. Big question in terms of where we go next. Buzi Mavuso, the CEO of Business Leadership South Africa, much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. In fact, let's get to some quick comments from you before we get to the news.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's amazing how the gentleman there consistently talking about the state capture period. You can simply say during Zuma's tenure. But by the look of an eye, Ashraf, the state is more captured now than ever. Look at the likes of Matlalas, the likes of Maumela, the likes of Palapala, and then the media is trying by all means to cover it up. Whereas the very same agency did cover up for Zuma. Zuma never asked for those improvements at his home. It was the ANC trying to capture him. Thank you.
Really? How do you know that?
Gore. Ashraf, you are correct. There's never going to be a time and luxury to address one thing at a time. Managing the country is like a mixed masala pot, a mosaic of things, problem, challenges. Remember, today's problems were yesterday's solutions. As you try to solve others, you are creating more problems. So there's not going to be a time to say this is a time for dialogue. No, let's first address the foreigners. Let's first address the problem in South Africa. You have to be a good leader. As much as weather-shaped mountains, leaders are created and shaped by problems and challenges. So they must live up to the expectations. So these problems are going to be there, persistent, and new ones are coming with the new solutions. And the new environment keep changing. So the problems will be there all the times, and we have to address them now and then. Simultaneously, same time, concurrently. There's not going to be time to fix one and then you wait and then fix the other. Never.
New problems, new solutions, also new challenges. Thanks for that comment. Let's get on to, we're going to talk about other big issues coming up, including that virus, from the DRC, right? Right now, it's 5 o'clock. It's time for the news with Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Ghana issues updates on evacuation of its nationals in Italy, requests sanctions against an Israeli minister. Good day to you. Ghana's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has issued an update on what it refers to as the evacuation of its nationals from South Africa, which was due to begin today, saying the process has been deferred by a few days. The ministry says more than 800 Ghana nationals have been registered with the High Commission in Pretoria, seeking to return home. According to a statement, the delay is due to legal and logistical requirements, including mandatory passenger screening, multi-institutional coordination and flight permits. The move follows a wave of protests in parts of the country against undocumented immigrants. The SA Human Rights Gauteng water inquiry has heard that municipalities in Gauteng owe Rand Water a total of 9 billion rand, with Mfuleni being the main culprit. Rand Water CEO Sipho Musai says Mfuleni local municipality south of Johannesburg alone owes it about 1.9 billion rand. The Commission is holding an inquiry into the Gauteng water crisis. Musai says they're in talks with the municipalities to recover the debt.
We have also got into a partnership with them to see if we can establish a special purpose vehicle. We go in there, we work with them, bring private sector to start ring fencing water and sanitation, make the necessary investment in that space to ensure that they fix the leaks, they do everything that they need. But I think our biggest, I think 1.9 billion now.
And the estimation is that non-revenue water there is approximately 70%.
The mayor of the Lekwa local municipality in Mpumalanga has expressed condolences to the families of 10 people killed following a crash between a minibus taxi and a bus. Municipal spokesperson Lububalo Mjenge.
The executive mayor of Lekwa Local Municipality, Councillor Sifiso Mngemezulu, expresses heartfelt condolences to the families, relatives, and colleagues of the 10 people who died when a bus and a taxi collided head-on R39 road between Standerton and Mochenzone this morning.
The Humansdorp Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape has convicted Kocha Municipal Councillor and Khoisan traditional leader Wayne Peterson on charges of assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm and common assault. The conviction relates to an incident where Peterson assaulted two cyclists during a confrontation in a public nature reserve. Peterson argued that the matter was linked to an ongoing land dispute and claimed the cyclists were trespassing on land occupied by Khoisan community members. However, the court rejected his version, finding the state proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The matter was postponed to next month for sentencing proceedings after Peterson indicated he had appointed an attorney. The NPA's Utkolachat.
These charges emanate from an incident that took place on the 29th of June 2024, wherein Peterson assaulted two cyclists who were cycling across the nature reserve in Koga area. He claims that the land belongs to his nation, and these two cyclists were cycling on top of his great-grandfather's graves.
Italy's requested EU sanctions against Israel's security minister Itamar Ben-Gvir as an international outcry grows over the treatment of Gaza aid flotilla activists. The BBC's Yolande Nell has more.
More than 20 countries have now condemned Israel's treatment of international activists, shown in a video shared by the far-right minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. Many have demanded answers from Israeli ambassadors. Israel's prime minister and other members of his cabinet have criticised the minister's conduct. He's shown taunting detainees while they kneel with their heads touching the floor and their hands tied behind their backs. A lawyer for the Israeli NGO Adallah, which gave legal support to the activists, told the BBC they'd endured more severe treatment than others who joined recent flotillas.
The top story, Ghana's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has issued an update on what it refers to as the evacuation of its nationals from South Africa, which was due to begin today, saying the process has been deferred by a few days. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Hoos.
In sports this hour, Cricket South Africa to release more tickets to South Africans for New Year's Test. Snyman names Springbok 7 squad and tickets open for Nations Cup in Cape Town. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
There are a couple of ramp closures on the highways around Gauteng this afternoon. Ekurhuleni Jet Park Road closed because of a truck crash on ramping to the N12 East. So a lot of pressure there north of the N12. Jet Park Yaldwyn, they're all sort of jammed up as motorists try to scramble for alternative routes. Either Yaldwyn to the north of the highway or North Rand to the south of the highway. Busy diverting traffic, I guess, down to Rondebolt Road to try and get back onto the N12 East from there. Also the N12 West off-ramping to Xavier Street. That ramp is closed in the Ridgeway area, and that's due to police dealing with an earlier crime scene. Highways, Mike 1, jammed up from Melrose all the way through to the N1 up to about New Road before you get out of that. A reminder of the roadwork delays between Boksburg and Brakpan on the N17 going eastbound, passing City Carnival Mall area. N1 in Pretoria looking okay today. Now, just outside Pietermaritzburg to Ashburton on the N3, which has really become the new sort of Key Ridge Cliffdale in terms of breakdowns and delays. Thankfully, it's okay. It's been busy again at points today, but at this stage, it's okay. In Nunda Road, Seacow Lake out towards Parlock, that's very busy. M7 from Rossborough out to Wakesley Road, there's a bit of a backlog there as well. And then Cape Town, we saw this earlier in the week, very heavy traffic on Marine Drive, queued up from Pardon Island all the way through to Sunset Beach territory. The N1 out of town, busy as far as Brackenfell. The N2 sitting passing the airport down towards the R300 as you approach Khayelitsha. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I tell you what, let me ask you a thought-provoking question. And it is meant to be thought-provoking. I'm going to ask myself a question as well. Same question. When does a foreign national stop becoming a foreign national? Or is a foreign national who takes out citizenship or residency in another country, in this case South Africa, always defined as a foreign national? I'm not saying with an answer. I'm saying it in earnest. I'm trying to find an answer to that. So help me with that. When does a foreign national stop becoming a foreign national? We're going to talk about something that certainly spreads, whether you like it or not, the Ebola outbreak, and it's been declared a global health emergency. We need to take attention to that. We'll chat to Professor Helen Rees about that pretty shortly. But coming up next, remember that story of Mazwi, who went missing and then was found? Well, there's an update on that story and some lessons to learn from that, which we'll do right after this.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My Way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
Catch Top Billing this Thursday on S3 as Zozibini meets boxing champ Kevin Larina ahead of his world title defense. Fez Jonathan.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling in a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
So here's an interesting thought. Remember that story of Mazwi? I mean, this young guy who went missing and who knows what was going to happen next, right? So, in fact, I mean, he was then found, went to the police station. He's okay, I think. He went to hospital as well. So he's been discharged, and part of that is that he's invited the Action SA's Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate to actually pay him a visit. Let's find out about that, and certainly from an Action SA perspective, what they think about what happens next around this ongoing issue about, spaza shops and ownership and pushbacks from certain communities. With me then is Xolani Khumalo. Appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much. Good evening to the listeners.
Thank you. First, let's talk about your meeting with Mazwi and what came out of that.
Actually, the reason why we went to see Mazwi, it's because of this happened after his release, and we gave him time so that he can be able to recover. So basically, it was a visit to check on him on how he's doing and how he's recovering from whatever he went through.
Okay, but I don't think it would have ended there, would they? And there had to be more than that.
Yes, we then tried to find out as to is he ready to come out and discuss as to what happened to him, and so that we can make proper follow-ups with the SAPS.
Okay, what did he say this time around that you can share with us?
He was not really comfortable to discuss as detailed as to what are the things that had happened to him and how he felt about it. But what we know is that he's a person that is currently undergoing therapy, and he's getting help from psychologists, therapists, and he's getting proper psychological help so that they can be able to recover.
Let's then go back to the lessons that even you may have learned from what happened to him, his story, and how he disappeared, and the allegations in terms of who may have pushed him out and potentially kidnapped him. What can you tell us about that?
What we know, it's what everyone knows, that he was on his way to deposit money as a businessman. He runs a spaza shop. He was on his way to deposit his money in the bank, and he went missing. But what we are then discovering, speaking to him, is that there were two foreign nationals one from Somalia, I think 2 gentlemen from Somali and one South African. And when he was abducted, he was held by 2 foreign nationals from Malawi. And he then confirmed that this happened because of his running a spaza shop and he's been getting threats, and ultimately his kidnapping happened.
Why would they target him? I mean, if yes, I get it. You mentioned Ethiopians and Somalians, and they may want to get into those spaces. I'm removing the nationality. I'm saying business people, want to enter into other people's spaces, right? Let's call it monopoly. But why would they target him and not so many others?
It's not only him. There are many cases where South Africans who have tried to open spaza shops, they were kidnapped or rather threatened. So these are not business people. I disagree with the fact that we can confidently say they are business people. These are criminals who are making money from selling food from spaza shops, because you can't come in South Africa and with fraudulent status and open a business and call yourself a businessman. This is the same argument I was having with the police captain and the chairperson of the CPF yesterday, to say, why are they even calling them stakeholders? Because yesterday they had a stakeholder meeting where they were addressing issues of rape and stuff like that. You can't address criminalities with perpetrators who are raping and say they are stakeholders. It doesn't make sense. So what we know is that these people who are running spaza shops, who are from Somali, from different countries, they want to monopolize their criminality and victimize our own South Africans. Mazwi is a young man. He's a very young man who saw an opportunity that if, as a black person or as a young South African, I can open a spaza shop, I can actually make a difference in my community. But these people are victimizing them. They're kidnapping them because we know for a fact that they even have arms. But the SAPS is not doing anything about it. So,
but just to get clarity, do you sense, in terms of what you said, are they hell bent on monopolizing their criminality, as you have said, or monopolizing their businesses and are prepared to be criminal in doing that?
They are not monopolizing their businesses. For one to have a business in South Africa, that business must be registered. For one to run a business in South Africa, that business must have proper documentation that allows it to be a private entity, or rather a legal body to operate in South Africa. So these people don't have that. That is why I'm saying they are operating illegally, and that's criminality.
Okay, let's move on. One of the things that we just talk about, we've touched on it, but the broader conversation is the sense of granting legitimacy to illegal foreign spaza shop operators. So are we, as South Africa, are we granting legitimacy? And if so, how are we doing so? And what would you want to see happening next?
What we know from local government perspective is that, for one, to operate a spaza shop, number one, they must have a certificate of compatibility. Number two, they must have a registered business that pays tax. So those people don't comply with those requirements. As a result, their businesses are illegal. And we must also question their reason and legitimacy of their existence in this country. Are they here legally, or are they here as refugees? Which refugee in any country has ever opened a business? I don't know of one. Maybe someone can assist and help me to say, no, there is one who is a refugee who's running a business.
What about if we,
this country?
Yeah, if they have illegal or criminal intentions in coming to this country, right? Then we certainly can't defend that. What we can talk about is, how did then we allow this to happen? Who left holes in the wall that allowed them to jump in?
I think it's the corruption that we have in our local government. No, these people are buying certificates. They are convincing their landlords to do paperwork for them. Some even use the same paperwork because of we once did an operation and we found out that 5 spaza shops are operating with the same certificate. So clearly there are people in government, officials who are condoning these things and making these things to happen. But it's up to the bylaw enforcers to make sure that such things don't happen.
And therefore, just the last thing on that one, and it came up earlier today regarding other marches against, undocumented foreign nationals. Should the protesters who protest against that, and maybe Action SA would be one of them, should the protest be against these undocumented foreign nationals, or in this case, those who run businesses illegitimately? Should it be targeted against them, or those who are committing acts of corruption by perpetuating and allowing this to continue? And this could well be government officials, be it local business, home affairs, all that sort of, enterprises that allow this type of thing to happen.
What you just mentioned, it's the whole value chain of irregularities. It's the whole value chain of corruption. It's the whole value chain of criminality. We need to start where these people come in. What is Home Affairs doing? What is Home Affairs saying? What are the bylaws enforcers saying? And if we then find that these people are really committing crime, because we know for a fact that they are, we need to act. That is why we have such activists like Abu Pagelum Tarati, ourselves, March and Action SA, who are saying we don't condone this, we condemn this. People must go home and reapply and come back properly.
Okay. Point made. Let's just end with this. Just your quick thoughts on the Ekurhuleni city manager now being, back at work. Your thoughts?
On the line.
Ulani, do I have you there?
Yes, now you are audible.
Okay, I'm not too sure what happened. Your quick thoughts on that, the city manager back at work?
All right. Our position as Action SA, the caucus of Action SA, we affirm and we are rigid with the position of saying we want the city manager to be precautionally suspended because of the serious allegations that he faces, and we should allow, number 2, the report from the mayor that states why is he supposed to come back and all the mitigating factors, because we know for a fact that his matter is currently sub judice and he must attend to it, and that simply deems him as incapacitated to perform his duties.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Koldani Kumalo, thanks for your time. Action SA's Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate, and at the moment, all these candidates take on an increased importance because of that local government election that comes up. What's it? December 4th, right? Put in your diary. I'm sure they got it in mind. This is the National Pulse.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Ghana, West Africa. The first sub-Saharan African country to gain independence in 1957. A nation that lit the path for liberation across the continent. Rich in gold, cocoa, and culture. A land where history and progress walk together. Ghana is home to over 80 languages, including Akan, Yu, Ga, Dagbani. A nation where diversity is not divided. It is unified through shared identity and pride. From Accra's coastline to the Ashanti's region cultural heartland, heritage lives in everyday life. Kente cloth carries meaning in every thread. Festivals bring communities together in color and rhythm. and storytelling remains central to identity. A stable democracy in West Africa, a nation known for unity, hospitality, and cultural pride. Ghana leads with legacy and lifts with vision. In every harvest, in every heartbeat, in every voice, there is pride. Ghana is historic, united, and strong.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Let's move on to another issue of huge concern. You may be aware of what's happening in the DRC, right? And with regard to the Ebola outbreak. Well, the numbers now talk about 130 deaths, perhaps even more. And there's serious fears that the virus, the Ebola outbreak that is maybe spreading rapidly. There's also, overlapping into other regions like Uganda. There's been the other part of saying some of the regions like Rwanda, the borders are closed, but there's different conflicts on that one there. The big issue for all of us is that it's been declared a global health emergency. With me is Professor Helen Rees, Executive Director of the WITS Reproductive Health and HIV Institute, who also chairs the WHO's Committee on Ebola Vaccines, amongst many other things. So, Professor Rees, much appreciate you connecting to us here on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Ashraf, and good evening to you and your listeners.
Thank you indeed. Right. Well, we're talking at a time where maybe a good evening is understating it in terms of what do we do with regard to this Ebola outbreak?
Well, I think there are sort of two things that we should think about. What do we do globally and in the African region, and then what do we do as a country? So with respect to what the global response is from the World Health Organization and from the Africa CDC, as you mentioned, we've announced a public health emergency of international concern, and for the continent, what's called a public health and emergency of continental security. What these two announcements do is to say that this is a very serious situation and there's risk of international spread or continental spread. And we've, as you say, we've already seen that. So having got those announcements, a whole lot of things then kick in, including funding and resources to try and address this outbreak.
And so the funding and resources, and I say we, I'm speaking in plural, right? South Africa, the world, the African continent. Do we have those resources now in terms of funding?
Well, the World Health Organization has put money in. Africa CDC and South Africa has contributed to a fund to support the countries. But I mean, overarchingly, we're getting more outbreaks than we used to. And we really still do not have sufficient funds for pandemic preparedness at a country level. And you can see this from the DRC. The DRC left to themselves simply would not have sufficient funds for all the laboratory and the equipment and the protective equipment, everything that's required to respond to an outbreak like this. So although we're doing better than we were, there's still a big need for resources that we simply don't have.
And you talked about, addressing the issues. How do you address it with resources? How do you address it without it?
Well, now that all of these emergencies have been announced, a whole lot of things then kick in because the World Health Organization has a set of regulations called the International Health Regulations, and a whole lot of sort of skittles then start to knock over on top of each other in a good way. So rapid response teams have been mobilized. That means that people are being put into the area, both to assist with the healthcare, assist with the response to the outbreak, epidemiologists, people who can then help trace people who've been in contact, medical supplies, laboratory surveillance and strengthened surveillance, and of course support for treatment and specialist facilities that are sort of temporary facilities that can be rapidly assembled so that patients can be isolated in them. So all of that kicks in as a consequence of this. The difficulty is that this particular geography of the DRC is hard to reach. It's densely populated because it's a mining area, but it's also an area that's been subject to conflicts. So putting all of that together, it's quite challenging, but the response is definitely happening now.
Okay, let's just take a step back. What is Ebola, and when we talk about and why does it spread, or how does it spread, and what's the vaccine defense against it?
So Ebola belongs to a family called the filoviruses. And if you remember, way back in 2014, we had a big outbreak of Ebola, and that was caused by a strain called the Zaire strain. And at that stage, we were able to develop both vaccines and drugs to treat people during that outbreak. Now, there are different strains of the Ebola virus, and this one, it's got a mouthful of a name called Bundibugyo. This one hasn't really caused the same number of outbreaks and the same intensity of outbreaks as we've seen from the Zaire Ebola virus. So people were caught by surprise when this outbreak was caused by this particular Ebola virus. The problem is, because we're not so familiar with it, we don't have vaccines and we don't have proven therapies yet. We can manage patients, but that's what we call supportive management. But specific treatments for this virus are not yet there, although we've got some ideas.
And does that mean, need I say, if the treatment is not quite there, then it may be fatal or always is fatal?
Well, what we call the case fatality rate, that's the number of people who we know we've confirmed with the infection who die, is quite high. It's about 30 to 50%. That will go down if you get adequate treatment, but it's still very significant. So we do need treatments. And what's happening now with the World Health Organization, Africa CDC, and a whole number of academic experts worldwide is that people are putting together the most likely therapeutics that are likely to benefit patients who have got this infection, and are designing clinical trials extremely rapidly so that can happen quickly. You can treat people with what you think might work, but you do it in the context of a clinical trial so you can evaluate whether it is working or not. And similarly for vaccines, we're now looking at a number of possible vaccines that might be able to have an impact and protect people from this infection. But that's going to take much longer because we need to manufacture those vaccines and get them into clinical trials. And we'll do that very quickly, but it's going to take some months to get a vaccine.
Okay, ASAP, I think is clear. But thanks for that very sober conversation, really warning alarm bells. Professor Helen Rees, much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Right now, let's get to the news headlines. Here's Greg Hoos.
In the headlines, foreign nationals who gathered at the Deconia Centre in Durban are being transported by bus to a refugee reception centre. The FF Plus has officially launched its voter registration campaign, and the first case of Ebola has been confirmed in rebel-held territory in the eastern DRC. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavy backlogs continue for motorists around the Jet Park side of Ekurhuleni. The Jet Park on-ramp to the N12 eastbound remains closed due to a truck crash, and there's a real lot of pressure as motorists scramble to alternative routes. All jammed up on the Yaldwin Road option and all jammed up on North Rand Road options as well, home to Boksburg, and trying to get back onto the N12. Also crashed just north of the N12 on Atlas Road at Ridge Road, just a northern part of the N12, north of Benoni, if you like. So a lot of pressure there. N1 South Rivonia down to Willie Mandela remains pretty heavily backed as well. Got another breakdown. It's between Ashburton and Pietermaritzburg. Need to keep your eye on this section these days because that's the new Cliffdale Key Ridge. It's a breakdown and pop-up delays. Ashburton up to Market Road, very heavily backed up at this stage. Came down a lot of pressure around the Salt River, Woodstock and Observatory areas coming out of the city centre, all jammed up on multiple routes through there. And Marine Drive is fairly heavy, sitting from Pardon Island through Milnerton right up to Sunset Beach. About the second set of lights at Sunset Beach. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Kapele.
We have a Cricket South Africa story.
I do. Just touching on what we actually spoke about in the previous hour, Cricket South Africa has confirmed that more general access tickets will be released once final pitch allocations are completed, including public allocations and any unused reserve tickets for the New Year's test between South Africa and England at Newlands from the 3rd to the 7th of January. The Federation has apologized to fans, saying that demand has been record-breaking, with tickets selling out faster than any previous test match in South Africa. The organization admits that communication around ticket availability caused confusion, and the ticket prices are expected to range between 420 Rand and 500 Rand. In terms of rugby, Springbok Sevens coach Philip Snyman has named a 14-man squad for the final two tournaments of the Sevens World Championship in Europe. Backline players Devalt Human and Gino Cupido returned to the squad after recovering from injury and are expected to play an important role on tour. The Blitzboks are hoping to add the World Championship title to the World Series trophy that they recently won. Meanwhile, Lions utility forward Ruan Venter faces 9 months on the sidelines. This is after undergoing surgery on his injured knee. Posting on Instagram, Venter admitted his disappointment, extremely disappointed, saying that he's extremely disappointed to end his season like this and that he can't wait to get his journey back. He was forced off early in the Lions' 31-7 URC defeat to Leinster, clutching his right knee. In terms of football, Stellenbosch FC goalkeeper Sage Stevens has expressed delight at being named the club's footballer of the season at the end of the season awards this week. Stevens says that the honor means more to him, having come to the end of an unusually turbulent season for the club, where they had to keep composure amid relegation talk and a change in coaches. The 35-year-old has missed only one of the 29 matches in the Betway Premiership for Steli so far, keeping 7 clean sheets while conceding 30 goals, and says that the award came as a pleasant surprise.
For me personally, very special. It came unexpectedly. It's nice to see that I got nominated for a few awards, but to get the big one is quite special, especially to put into context the type of season that we've had as a club. It's just special for me because not a lot of headlines were made, but it's nice to know that certain performances throughout the season maybe were highlighted in why I got this award, and it's nice to also get the recognition when maybe not all the limelight's on you.
Still on football, the South African Football Association has partnered with global blockchain company Chiliz to launch the official Bafana Bafana fan token in the socio.com platform. The move places South Africa alongside international football giants such as Argentina, Portugal and Italy, all of which already have official fan tokens, and the initiative is aimed at giving supporters a more interactive and rewarding connection with Bafana Bafana through digital technology. Fans who will purchase the new SAFA fan token will be able to take part in team polls, earn reward points through token staking, and access exclusive experiences and official merchandise. Meanwhile, Brazil forward Neymar has suffered a calf injury in training with his club Santos, but is expected to recover in time for the FIFA World Cup. In tennis, Novak Djokovic will head into the French Open with a revamped coaching setup, confirming Viktor Troicki as his new head coach. Troicki was seen alongside Djokovic during practice at Roland Garros this week. The pair are longtime friends, and Troicki guided Djokovic to Olympic gold in Paris in 2024. Ending things off with motorsport, Mercedes driver Kimi Antonelli is aiming a sensational 4th consecutive victory at the Canadian Grand Prix to strengthen his F1 title bid. The 19-year-old leads teammate George Russell by 20 points after 4 rounds, but expects a strong response from the Briton who won on Montreal last year. Mercedes unveil a major upgrade package this weekend with Ferrari, McLaren and Red Bull also in contention. On that note, it is a wrap from my side.
Great, thanks for that, Jimmy. Lots more to debate tomorrow, including your predictions. Tomorrow is Friday. Yes, Tumi says she'll come up with the predictions for the weekend. We're looking forward to that.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, it's Africa Month and an Africa Day happens next week, and we've got a special broadcast on Africa Day for this show, I can tell you now. But with that in mind, Jimmy, you want to talk about an African pivot, I suppose.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I'm also looking forward to Africa Day next week. We also would do some coverage around that and looking at the continent. And part of what we're looking at today around the African trade conversation centers around the pivotal moment that we find ourselves in. I've got a conversation with the member of the Advisory Council on Industrialization and Trade at the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Also, interestingly enough, former Minister of Trade and Industry in South Africa, that is, Dr. Rob Davies, now Professor Rob Davies, after receiving his honorary professorship. We're going to be taking a look at the role that critical minerals plays on the African continent, and in particular in Africa's industrialization. We're at a very unique crossroads where if we make the wrong decisions around how we industrialize the continent, we could find ourselves in a precarious position in years to come. We're going to be digging into that conversation alongside taking a look at the results out of Afrimat and Investec. We're going to speak to both companies' respective executive directors and get a sense of how each of those companies fared in their financial years. Then we've got a conversation with the team at Standard Bank taking a look at preparing younger generations for wealth transfer and how that is best approached. Before we wrap up the show, as we do every Thursday with a small business conversation, probably one of my favorite segments on the show, getting to spotlight small businesses to our SAFM community. This week we take a look at a business called Ditebogo Gifts and Events, a business founded by a young lady in Alexandra, and we're going to take a look at what that business does today and how she's been able to grow it. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of some of the market movements that have been taking place throughout the day. It's been a red day, largely on the equities front, at least locally. Internationally hasn't fared much better. I did say that Asian markets might have a bit of a bounce and a recovery going into this morning's trading session. It seems as though that only took place in Tokyo and Sydney. Hong Kong and China didn't have such a good day. They were both in the red, more than 1%. But as I said, Sydney up 1.4%. The Nikkei in Tokyo 3% to the green. If we look at European markets, a bit of a mixed bag there. The FTSE in London was up about 0.25%, but the DAX in Germany was down about 1/3%. So that's kind of not really doing much for those respective markets. Locally, we didn't have the best day either. Resource stocks down 1.28%, industrials down almost 1%, 0.93%. Financials tried to save the party, up almost 0.5%, but that wasn't enough. The All Share still down almost 2/3%. Sorry, the All Share down 0.5%. The top 40 was down almost 2/3%. If we look at the performance of the Rand, at the moment it is a bit weaker against all of the major currencies compared to where we left it yesterday. It seems a bit firm against the Euro when I look at it. 19 Rand 16 cents against the Euro. I think it was a 19.12-ish or so yesterday at some point. 11 Rand 79 against the Australian dollar. One US dollar would set you back 16 Rand and 54 cents. One British pound 22 Rand and 17 cents. One Bitcoin in dollar terms $77,000 a Bitcoin, or in Rand terms 1.275 million Rand. Compare that with the gold price that is currently sitting at around 2.3, just under 2.4 million Rand per kilogram of gold, $4,500 a fine ounce in dollar terms there. The Brent crude price still above $100 a barrel. It didn't manage to break below that $100 a barrel level. We're at about $104 a barrel at the moment. The uncertainty in the market still weighing heavily on that market. The platinum pricing still below $2,000 a fine ounce. Palladium still below $1,400. Silver still above $75, even though at some point we were above $80 a fine ounce there. So I'm going to dig into these and other market movements a little later on when I come back, but that's going to be after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Okay, perfect. We're looking forward to catching your show, well, coming up just over 15 minutes or so.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, And it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Right, we're going to chat about the ANC just now. They've unveiled their new Gauteng leadership. But to get us there's been comments. There's naturally been comments, a lot of it referring to the conversation I had with Busi Mavuso, the CEO of Business Leadership SA. He spoke about growth in the country, but a lot of it reflected on how she saw the state of South Africa. Let's play some of those.
Hi, Asraf. That very clever lady referred to useless municipal officials. Well, I am one of them. But here is what we are doing, those useless ones of us. We install traffic lights that works. We install water pipes that does not leak. We install electrical cables. We install lots of infrastructure, fences, etc. What does they do? Well, they come and plunder them so that their crony business friends can have tenders upon tenders. And then it is easy to say it is those useless municipal officials. Stand up in turn.
Ashraf, good afternoon, everybody. Man United have to win this weekend to keep that momentum. We were doing very bad in the beginning of the season. We went to a lot of coaches. We just need to keep that momentum of winning. Because Brighton's been giving us hell. And a lot of hell. So they better just keep that momentum and win this weekend. And make sure you beat Brighton at home. Because they've been giving us a hard time. So all the way, Man United. Right, Arsenal, I'm happy for you all won the league. All is good. Keep up the good work. There's a brand new season.
Hi Ashraf, hi SAFM listeners. To the question, when do you stop being a migrant in another country? That's the same exact question that the Americans, black Americans, are still asking themselves. And they're still regarded as African Americans. After 400 years, they are not just Americans, they are still African Americans. So it doesn't end. You'll remain a foreigner forever, Mr. Ashraf. You need to go to your country and be in your country. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf Garda. Look, we have a problem of people like you guys in the media in this country. You try to discourage those who are willing to stand up for this country and discourage them and tell them about the law. These people follow no laws when they are coming into this country and operate drugs and then selling poisonous foods. When we stand up there and you tell us about the law, it's the police. You never encourage the police to go and search those people and fight crime. But only when we stand up and then you're telling us about the law, this and that. Kumalo was on your show not long ago, and the questions we were asking him, you were trying to talk him down into fighting this criminality. So please, cooperate. I understand you're trying to protect your job and everything, but please don't discourage those who are willing to fight for this country. Thank you.
Okay. All I can say, thanks for the warning, because clearly you've decided you are just like, do this. We're asking you to do that. I mean, I'm a facilitator. We ask questions. We don't take instructions from you. We can't. In fact, I don't take instructions from anybody upstairs, just so that you know. We have a production team, we have a theme, and we play to that theme. And by the way, just so that you know that for the record, if you're having a foreign national in this country who's operating illegally, that's wrong. That's it. Now, who's allowed that person to operate illegally? Who in government, local or national, has allowed that? Then target them as well as targeting the illegal foreign national. But should they operate illegally in a legal space? Absolutely not. I never ever said anything different to that. Yeah, got that. But I got your instruction as well.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Right, developments within the ANC now. They've actually put together a 45-member Gauteng provincial task team, and I understand what is called the PTT, right? The huge challenges in terms of the way Gauteng goes now, because we have a local government election coming up, and central to that, of course, would be the premier of that region. Dr. Levi Ndou is the political analyst at the Tswana University of Technology. Let's try and make sense of all of this. Dr. Ndou, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the listeners at home. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I would take it as some key themes or trends to have emerged from the ANC's 45-member Gauteng provincial task team, aren't there?
Indeed. It appears as if the ANC wants to ensure that because they do not have a formally elected leadership, they are going through the process of the PKTT that will be in charge of the affairs of the ANC in Gauteng. And I think what they try to do has been to be very, very careful with the selection of these leaders. They have decided to put those that have been there for the purposes of continuity, maybe for the purposes of stability, and also understanding of the dynamics of Gauteng, put them there so that there should be a proper transition. But I think also they had to avoid a situation where those that are in government who were also in the provincial leadership should not necessarily vacate their positions in the party because they could be...
Let's talk about the premier first up. My sense of what I've heard is come through as the Supremo. Tell me about that.
Premier Lesufi is one person who has been in the leadership of the ANC for quite some time. He has been able to make a huge impact as the MEC and also as the Premier of Gauteng. His voice is always not missed when it comes to issues that are affecting the citizens of Gauteng. There could be issues where there are concerns and dissatisfactions here and there, but he has been able to hold his party together and also be able to translate party issues and governance issues, but also being able to provide a very clear line between party and government activities. But I think for the purpose of continuity, for the purposes of ensuring that even when there's a new leadership that has to come at a party level, there should be that form of transition, briefing those that are coming into the PKTT. He becomes the right person. But also, Panyaza Lesufi has commanded sufficient respect amongst his peers in the ANC. And I think continuing with him and giving him this leadership role does confirm that he remains a factor in the politics of Gauteng.
Now, interesting, I mean, just a few days ago, we played some sound of his talks around issues of foreign nationals, which is very much a topical conversation on these shows, right? And he was very critical of the management of it all, which then does suggest he's critical of national leadership, of which he's very much a part of through his party.
The members of the ANC from different levels, from national, province, regions and branches are aware that when there is an issue about illegal foreign nationals in the country, the finger points at them. They are also aware that other parties use illegal foreign nationals against the ANC because there's a growing perception that the ANC-led government appears to have led these things to happen. And in a situation where there are marches and people complaining, the voice of the ANC has not been as loud as expected. And I think what Panyaza is trying to do is to be able to do something. Whether they are too late or they'll develop another approach is something else. But I think he wants to to use that strategy to be part of those that are playing the game or trying to provide solutions on the issue of illegal immigration in the country.
Now we do know, I mean, in the last election, the ANC struggled. I mean, 40% nationally, but, just 30-something at Gauteng. Something would have been unheard of before. I think central to all the things we've been speaking about right now, in terms of the, their provincial task team is, do they have the muscle? And if we were speaking in sport, we would say, do they have the players to win the World Cup? That sort of thing. So does the ANC Gauteng now have the players to deliver an increased number that will get returned after this election or not?
It is in their hands. Most people that are in the very same PKTT that is there are people that are given responsibilities in government. When people respond positively or negatively towards the ANC, they do so having judged the performance of the ANC in government. So Panyaza Lesufi and all the people that are given responsibilities at a provincial government and local government are aware that when people vote for or against the ANC, they do that on the basis of having evaluated their performance in government. If they do better, ensure that rules are followed, ensure that people get services, ensure that there is credibility in the members of the ANC who are given responsibilities in government. If they are able to fight against corruption, provide services to the people, then the people could therefore respond positively. It is in their hands. This 45-member team should ensure that indeed people still go back and vote for the ANC.
Some may say it's not in their hands, it's in the hands of the voting public, and it's how the ANC can get the voting public to hold hands with them. That's their big challenge, which brings me on to the next thing, right? Currently, so we're a few months before that election, ticking away to November 4. What should the ANC Gauteng do between now and then?
When you request people to vote for you and they put you in the office, you are actually availing yourself to be evaluated. It's either they will vote you back or they will not vote for you. What the ANC has to do now is to do what Mayor Morero was saying. Make sure that you deal with the basics, build the structures of your party, but those that are given responsibilities in government must deliver so that people should end up saying that indeed the ANC is there to deliver for them. If such does not happen, they should not expect people to vote for them. But also, you need party cohesion. But you need the ANC that is able to speak with one voice and avoid unnecessary divisions, because that has a potential to cause the ANC much further.
Let's just end with this, right? Again, for the ANC in Gauteng, as you said, it's in their hands. Who would have to emerge, players, and it could be provincial, but also at local council level, and we're talking about mayors in the various municipalities, right? Who would have to emerge as real playmakers to be able to have the enthusiasm and the energy and the drive to convince the voting public to vote for them? Meaning that, I'm looking at the Helen Zille example, right or wrong, she's taken a front seat, heading up her party's plans to try and win over the mayorship of Joburg. So in all the local governments of Gauteng, who would have to emerge? Which players must emerge with great vigor and imagination to capture the public's imagination?
The ANC is aware that the DA is bringing Helen Zille. Mr. Mashaba is also coming in. Yes, he has indicated that he's going to contest. Now the ANC has to come up with someone who would be able to match those two and candidates from other political parties. The advantage they have is that they say that they are going to start with the process of identifying people that are going to be mayors. They also talk about the process in which they take their candidates to the people. So it is about them having to take people that will be able to make a difference in the communities. you would know that at times people will only just go and vote for a political party, and then they get someone that could not be able to deliver. So I think the ANC, in my view, has the opportunity now to even identify their mayoral candidates so that people should know what they are bringing, so that indeed when they vote, they know exactly.
Have they not left it too late with regard the mayors in Gauteng, like specifically Joburg, because of what it is? They still don't have a mayoral candidate, have they?
No, that is a party process. They can still bring someone at a later stage when all the other processes of the IEC are moving, and then they start with a strong election machinery and the branches that they boast to be having in every ward. It could be easy for them to be able to galvanize support, but time could not be on their side. But if you bring in a big gun, you don't have to focus on time. You focus on the personality and indeed convince the citizens to vote for that individual.
Well, thought-provoking indeed, Dr. Levi.